Chapter 4084. It was unknown what kind of strange existence these flowers were, but they were extremely dangerous. Once a cultivator came into contact with them, they would pierce into their flesh and blood and devour their flesh and blood essence in a very short time, turning them into dry bones. But how overbearing was the golden crow true fire? These flowers were simply unable to resist. The people from the three sides either died or fled. Soon, only Yang Kai was left in the mountain valley. Stepping forward, he stepped into the world of dandelions. The flower balls disintegrated, and the flowers danced once again. Yang Kai's body surged with raging flames, burning a passage, and soon arrived in front of the great medicine. Leaning over and smelling it, he could not help but feel refreshed by the pleasant fragrance. "Good stuff," Yang Kai praised. Although he did not know the specific effects of this great medicine, it was undeniable that this was definitely one of the few spirit medicines he had ever seen. He reached out to grab the bunch of grape-like berries, preparing to pluck them. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. With a slight sizzling sound, roots suddenly pierced out from the ground and quickly wrapped around Yang Kai, pulling him down. With a bang, Yang Kai's entire body disappeared as he was pulled deep into the ground. After 3 breaths, Yang Kai broke out of the ground, furious. In a moment of carelessness, he was actually plotted against by a stalk of great medicine. Those roots that had wrapped around him just now were clearly the work of this vine. Although the strength of those roots was great, they couldn't restrain his eruption, allowing him to quickly break free. Gritting his teeth, he sneered, "I didn't want to kill you, but unfortunately, you've gone too far." He reached out to grab the vine. His original plan was to take the bunch of grape-like berries. The essence of this great medicine was on this bunch of berries, but after suffering a loss, he immediately changed his mind and wanted to move the entire vine. Unexpectedly, before he could grab the vine suddenly shook, pulling out roots from the ground, and a few buds grew on the vine. In an instant, the vine seemed to have grown hands and feet, and then fled into the distance like a wisp of smoke. Yang Kai was stunned. He stared blankly at the fleeing great medicine, absent-minded on the spot. This great medicine had gained sentience. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. Previously, when he was plotted against by the vines, he already felt that this great medicine was somewhat unusual. Now, it seemed that it was indeed so. This spirit medicine had lived in the land of everlastingness for an unknown number of years, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and had actually developed spiritual intelligence. It had an instinctive perception and knew how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. When it sensed that something was wrong, it actually took the initiative to escape. Such a great medicine definitely had extraordinary medicinal effects. Even in the entire trichiliocosm, there were probably not many of them. Overjoyed, he arrived in front of the vine in a flash and smiled, "Where can you escape to in front of me? Be a good boy and let yourself be captured." The giant hand descended, binding space. The vines waved their branches and cut through space, entangling Yang Kai's limbs. The arm-like branches turned into a fist and punched towards Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai was shocked again. While he was shocked, he was punched in the nose by the vine. Suddenly he saw stars. Taking advantage of this time, the vine once again broke free from Yang Kai's entanglement and continued to escape. Yang Kai covered his nose, tears streaming down his face. Enraged, he raised his hand and threw the black dragon spear forward. The spear pierced through the air like a giant dragon dancing in the sky. The black dragon spear accurately pierced the front of the vine, filling the air with the might of a dragon, causing heaven and earth to tremble. The vines stopped in their tracks and shivered. Yang Kai's breathing was heavy. He approached step by step from behind, rubbing his nose as he walked. With a plop, the vine's roots softened and it knelt on the ground, transforming into a small person half a foot tall. It had hands and feet, 7 orifices on its face, and a bunch of grape-like berries on its head. Seeing Yang Kai approaching, it raised its hand and plucked a purple grape from its head. Holding it with both hands, it spoke in human language, "Master, please spare my life. This lowly one is willing to offer a berry, please give me a way out." Yang Kai couldn't care less about rubbing his nose. He stared at it and said in surprise, You can transform? This great medicine really became a spirit. It had already transformed into a human form, looking like a little old man. It was unknown how long the flowing time great emperor had lived. All things had spirits. If they had the opportunity, they would be able to open their spiritual wisdom. In this world, not only the existence of flesh and blood could be like this. The jade in stone and the spirit in medicine could all be like this. However, without flesh and blood, it was extremely difficult for this kind of existence to cultivate. It often required the accumulation of the endless flowing time great emperor. The great medicine in front of him had spiritual wisdom, could transform into a human form, and could even speak human language. It probably had tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Such a great medicine could be called a sacred medicine. The half-foot-tall little old man looked up and smiled very flatteringly. Suddenly he stretched out a leg and swept it towards Yang Kai's lower body, directly throwing Yang Kai to the ground. He then laughed and ran away. Even if you're as cunning as a ghost, you still have to drink Master Pu's foot-washing water. Yang Kai flipped over and stood up, raising his hand to grab the black dragon spear. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He muttered, I'll kill you, I'll definitely kill you, I'll eat you clean. A moment later, with a thud, the half-foot-tall little old man kneeled on the ground. His facial features were squeezed together. He held a grape that he plucked from his head and said pitifully, Master, please spare my life. This lowly one won't dare to do it again. Yang Kai sneered and grabbed him. He clenched his fist and pressed it against his forehead. He used all his strength to drill and said, Tell me, how do you want to die? The little old man's face was twisted and he begged for mercy. Master, don't drill anymore, my head is going to break. It's quite comfortable. 2 roots scratched his face, his facial features relaxed and he looked very comfortable. Yang Kai was angry. He stretched out his hand and released a ball of golden crow true fire, slowly approaching him. The little old man's face twisted again. He struggled to escape from Yang Kai's hands and kept shaking his head. No, 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 I'll be burned to death. Burn to death and end all troubles. It'll be a good time to cook a pot of medicine. Drinking it will definitely prolong your life and increase your strength. Yang Kai's face was ferocious and terrifying. I'm poisonous, you can't eat me. If you eat me, you'll be poisoned to death. The little old man shouted in fear. Seeing that Yang Kai was indifferent, he quickly used his trump card. Don't kill me, I can take you to find other medicines, they're more delicious. Yang Kai's hands paused. Other medicines? An existence like you? The little old man shook his head. There are a few like me, some of the little ones haven't fully matured, but eating them will definitely be useful. The little ones he mentioned should be the ones that haven't evolved yet, but even if they haven't, they should have matured for a long time. If they were discovered by the cultivator that entered this place, there would definitely be a fight over them. Do you know of a fruit tree that bears a kind of spiritual fruit? One can only pick one at a time and it will disappear. Yang Kai asked. He was just worried about where to find the innate fruit tree. He didn't expect to come across such a strange saint herb. It was just the right time to inquire about it. You mean that fruit tree? The little old man thought for a moment. I know, that old thing is even older than me. It's not easy to deal with it. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Take me there, and I'll spare your life. The little old man was also overjoyed. His eyes lit up. Really? Suddenly, he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Swear. Yang Kai raised his fist and punched the little old man's head. Your life and death is in my hands, and you still want me to swear? The little old man touched the big bump on his head, feeling wronged. That berry just now. Yang Kai looked at the little old man's head. The little old man reluctantly handed the berry over with both hands. It's here. Yang Kai took it and looked at it carefully. He found that this thing was similar to a grape, but the spiritual energy contained in it was extremely shocking. If such a berry was eaten, not only would it have a restorative effect, it would also have healing effects. He stuffed the berry into his mouth and bit through the skin. He felt an extremely pure spiritual energy exploding in his mouth, as if a small universe had exploded in his mouth. Yang Kai quickly closed his mouth and nose. but there was still uncontrollable spiritual energy flowing out from his 7 orifices, filling the area around him with spiritual energy. The little old man looked at him from the side, his facial features were squeezed together, and he sighed. From now on, I, Pu Baixiong, will change my name to Pu 99 Xiong. There were exactly 100 berries on the string on his head, so he called himself Pu Baixiong. Now that Yang Kai had eaten one, there were only 99 left. After a long time, Yang Kai let out a light breath. He felt an inexhaustible strength in his body, his flesh and blood were wriggling endlessly, and his essence blood was flowing in his body, emitting the sound of a surging river. Pu Baixiong's berry was indeed extraordinary. Although it couldn't bring a dead person back to life, as long as there was still a breath left, this berry could bring the dead back to life. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Pu Baixiong, and found him much more pleasing to the eye. Don't try anything funny. If you dare run away again, I'll definitely eat you when I catch you, Yang Kai fiercely threatened. Pu Baixiong nodded repeatedly. I won't run away, I won't run away, I can't escape. Take me to that fruit tree, Yang Kai ordered. Pu Baixiong leaped up and sat on Yang Kai's shoulder, showing him the way. Pu Baixiong was the local dragon of the land of ancients. He had lived here for a long time, the flowing time great emperor, so he knew a lot about the land of ancients. Moreover, he had already transformed into human form and had been running around the land of ancients for many years, so with his guidance, Yang Kai was saved a lot of trouble. Along the way, Yang Kai avoided many dangers. Under Pu Baixiong's guidance, Yang Kai also obtained many precious treasures, but he didn't come across a saint herb like Pu Baixiong. According to Pu Baixiong, in the entire land of ancients, there were less than 10 saint herbs that could transform into human form like him, and each one of them was as cunning as a ghost, very difficult to capture. The reason he failed miserably was mainly because he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to ignore the threat of the dandelion flowers. By the time he wanted to escape, it was already too late. A few days later, Yang Kai arrived at a swamp. Pu Baixiong's expression was solemn. Master, this place is very dangerous. You must be careful. Don't fall. If you do, both of us will die here. Chapter 4085. Where's the danger? Yang Kai scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found nothing out of the ordinary. He could not help but be surprised. Pu Baixiong said seriously, this water is poisonous, and there's something underwater. Poisonous water? Yang Kai's expression turned serious. Before entering, Zhu Jiaoyin had told him that there were many opportunities and dangers in this elder's land, so he had to be careful. Yang Kai was the carrier she had chosen, so she naturally did not want him to fail. This swamp looked inconspicuous, but it was full of danger. Yang Kai could not help but sigh. At this moment, a few miles away, a group of people looked over in surprise. One of the young men said, "What's that on that person's shoulder?" No one knew which faction this group of people were from. When they came here and saw Pu Baixiong, they were all surprised. A middle-aged man mustered all his strength and looked over. His expression was suddenly shocked, and he exclaimed in joy, "A transformed sacred medicine." As soon as he said that, everyone's breathing quickened. Although they had some gains after entering the elder's land, compared to a transformed saint herb, those gains were simply negligible. This sacred medicine had a string of purple and green berries on its head. It had 7 orifices on its face, and it had hands and legs. It was unknown how long it had been there. Such a treasure was rarely seen in the outside world. Now that they saw it, everyone was naturally greedy. Exchanging a glance with each other, they all flew up and rushed towards Yang Kai. Pu Baixiong's roots danced as he scratched his face. He said disdainfully, "Reckless." As soon as he said that, there was a series of screams. The cultivator that was flying in midair fell from the sky uncontrollably. Plopping sounds rang out incessantly as many cultivators fell into the puddles of the swamp, inexplicably surprised. However, before they could climb out of the puddles, they suddenly began to scream miserably. Flesh and blood separated. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator that fell into the puddles turned into white bones and sank to the bottom of the water and disappeared. The remaining cultivator was luckier. They did not fall into the puddles directly. They stood on top of the swamp and felt their hair stand on end. They did not dare to move. This water is really poisonous. Yang Kai's heart trembled. Those cultivators had entered the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, and each of them had grown tremendously in strength. Although they had not succeeded in splitting open the sky, they had at least condensed several kinds of yin, yang, and 5 elements power. They were all outstanding figures in the Emperor realm. However, such a group of cultivators had turned into withered bones without even having the strength to resist when they fell into the puddle. This showed how toxic the swamp water was. If that was all, it would be fine. However, there seemed to be a natural restriction above the swamp that prevented people from flying. Don't move, don't move. Be careful of these puddles, don't fall in. The elderly man shouted. As soon as his voice fell, a pitch-black tentacle suddenly stretched out from a puddle under his feet, rolled him up, and dragged him into the puddle. With a gurgling sound and a burst of bubbles, the old man disappeared. What was that? Yang Kai's scalp was a little numb. He did not see clearly what had dragged the elderly man into the swamp just now. He only vaguely saw that it was a tentacle with form but without substance. Pu Baixiong whispered, I'm not too sure. I only know that there is something under the water. However, if you don't make a sound, that thing won't be able to sense you. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The death of the elderly man made the cultivator who was still alive feel uneasy. Many of them screamed and quickly fled out of the swamp. It was fine if they did not move, but once they moved, pitch-black tentacles suddenly burst out from the puddles of the swamp, rolled them up by the waist, and dragged them into the puddles. One by one, the cultivator disappeared quickly. Huge bubbles emerged from the puddles one after another. The power of secret techniques and artifacts bloomed. Many of the cultivator resisted and cut off the tentacles. However, there were so many tentacles that no matter how hard they tried, they could not cut them all. In just a dozen breaths, the original team of more than 100 people was reduced to a dozen people. These people stood in the swamp trembling in fear, unable to advance or retreat. They were lucky, they did not move or make any noise, so they were lucky to survive. Seeing their companions fall one after another, they did not dare to move. Yang Kai clicked his tongue and asked, Can we take a detour? This swamp was strange, and it made him a little scared. Pu Baixiong said, It will take a long time to take a detour. Don't worry, with me leading the way, we will definitely be able to get there safely. Yang Kai was skeptical, but he still braced himself and stepped forward. Pu Baixiong whispered in his ear, Don't make any noise, otherwise it will be troublesome. Also, don't touch the poisonous water, otherwise it will be even more troublesome. You're so long-winded, Yang Kai said with disdain. Being long-winded is for your own good. I don't want to die here with you. Pu Baixiong said angrily. This time, his voice was a little loud, and a tentacle immediately stretched out from the puddles of the swamp. Pu Baixiong immediately stopped talking, and Yang Kai also froze in place, not daring to move. The tentacle stopped 3 inches in front of Yang Kai, swayed for a while, and then retracted back. Yang Kai exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and continued to move forward. The dozen cultivator who were lucky enough to survive watched for a while, and then followed suit, carefully walking in the swamp. After walking for a while, Pu Baixiong suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Why is there an eye in the water? Yang Kai was shocked and looked down. Sure enough, he saw that there was an extra eye in the puddles beside him. Rather than saying that there was an extra eye, it was more accurate to say that the puddles had turned into a giant eye, and it was following his footsteps, moving its eyeballs and quietly watching him. Yang Kai could not help but feel a chill run down his spine, and his body froze in place. Grape, you didn't know that there were eyes in the water before? Pu Baixiong swallowed his saliva, and said bitterly, I've never seen it before. What the hell is this place? It's one thing for the sacred medicine to become a spirit, but why does this swamp seem to have become a spirit as well? Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Don't scare yourself. Pu Baixiong forced a laugh. We must have seen wrongly. Close your eyes and look again, and it will be gone. As he said that, he closed his eyes, and then slowly opened them and said in horror, There are more eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, all the puddles in the swamp turned into giant eyes, and the eyelids rolled, staring at Yang Kai and the dozen cultivator. The dozen cultivator obviously noticed this as well, and they were instantly scared out of their wits, and some of the more cowardly ones had already started running. As he moved, the entire swamp shook, and from the giant eyes, countless tentacles stretched out in all directions, locking down the heavens and earth. "Run!" Yang Kai shouted, and his body swayed, and he quickly ran away. Countless tentacles wrapped around him, and Pu Baixiong grabbed Yang Kai's ears with both hands and shouted in horror, "Die, die, I'm dead for sure." Just as the tentacles were about to wrap around Yang Kai, there was a whoosh, and a layer of fire burned on the surface of Yang Kai's body, and the approaching tentacles were all burned to ashes. Pu Baixiong was burnt to a crisp, and his head was on fire, and he said pitifully, "Master, why are you burning me? I'm going to be burnt to a crisp." "Shut up!" Yang Kai shouted angrily. He had already tried his best to protect Pu Baixiong, or else, under the golden crow true fire, how could this saint herb still be alive? The tentacles sizzled as they were burned, and the golden crow true fire was extraordinarily powerful, burning through the tentacles and into the puddles, and the giant eyes in the puddles burst open. An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the swamp, followed by a series of quakes, and from the bottom of the swamp, a colossal creature slowly crawled up. The colossal creature was 1,000 feet tall, and its entire body was covered in eyes. Layers and layers of dried bones hung on its body, and it was unknown how many dead souls it had gathered. The eyes were of different sizes, and at first glance, they looked like puddles, and from those eyes, pitch-black tentacles extended and danced, grabbing at Yang Kai. There was not only one of these colossal creatures, but more than 100 of them, and at this moment, they were all alarmed. Yang Kai turned around to look, and was instantly shocked. Only now did he realize that the entire swamp was formed by these colossal creatures, and the puddles were their eyes. What the hell was this? Yang Kai had traveled extensively these past few years, and could be considered to have seen a lot, but he had never seen such a creature before. Perhaps only a place like the land of the ancients could give birth to such a strange existence. Fire Dragon's breath. Yang Kai took a deep breath, and his whole body seemed to expand, and then he fiercely breathed out a mouthful of flames. The golden crow true fire burned the sky red, and the tentacles that extended over were burned to ashes, but the hundreds of tentacles of these colossal creatures were too many, and it was impossible to burn all of them. After Yang Kai finished breathing out the golden crow true fire, the situation did not change much, and the colossal creatures behind him stomped on the ground, chasing closely. Pu Baixiong shouted loudly, "Master, run quickly, after a certain distance, they won't chase anymore." Yang Kai ran as fast as he could, running for more than 1,000 li, but he still could not shake them off. He angrily shouted, "Didn't you say they would stop chasing after a certain distance? Why are they still following me?" Pu Baixiong was a little embarrassed. "I didn't know they were so difficult to deal with, I've never seen them before." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Dragon transformation." With a dragon's roar, Yang Kai's body suddenly expanded, and with a series of crackling sounds, his whole body was covered in dragon scales, each of which had a natural pattern on them. They were solid and thick, and were impervious to fire and water. A pair of horns grew on his head, his hands turned into dragon claws, and his dragon tail swept behind him, while his dragon whiskers fluttered. Dragon's might filled the air. Pu Baixiong was stunned. Yang Kai was also stunned. He had not used the dragon transformation secret technique for a long time, and all these years, he had been consuming dragon blood pills to purify his bloodline. Although he knew he would definitely grow, he did not expect the growth to be so great. At this time, his dragon transformation body was already more than 1,500 zhang tall, and not only that, the characteristics of the dragon race had become more obvious. If in the past, his dragon transformation only had a few characteristics of the dragon race, then now, 30% to 40% of his body was that of the dragon race. Chapter 4086. The giant creatures with eyes all over their bodies were incomparably huge, but Yang Kai was much taller than them. 2 streams of dragon breath shot out from his nostrils, leaving a mark in the air. Yang Kai stared at the giant creatures that were rapidly approaching him, only to feel a boundless power surging within his body. He roared towards the sky, but what came out of his mouth was a pure dragon roar, shaking the 9 heavens. Raising his hand, he grasped the black dragon spear in his hand. This divine spear was refined from the body of a dragon race, and only those with the bloodline of the dragon race could use its power. If not for this, the giant god Ada would not have given the black dragon spear to Yang Kai. With the spear in hand, the blood in Yang Kai's body flowed even more fiercely, and a strange feeling rose from his heart. It was as if he was not holding a divine spear, but a companion who could share his joys and sorrows, a companion who could go through fire and water with him. When the black dragon spear trembled, and a huge black dragon phantom appeared on the spear, its majestic body filled with endless dragon might, and a pair of dragon eyes glanced at Yang Kai, filled with gratification, relief, and approval. The phantom merged into the spear and disappeared. One of the giant creatures had already arrived 100 zhang in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai stabbed out with his spear, and the huge dragon body did not retreat, but instead rushed forward to meet the giant creatures. After painstakingly cultivating for several years, the great freedom spear that had fused with thousands of spear techniques finally shone at this moment. Before the battle with the mantis head, Yang Kai had only used the black dragon spear by relying on his own instincts, but now he was no longer the same as before. With the spear in his hand, he could command it as if it was his own arm, and spear images bloomed, filling the air with spear shadows. Not restricted by movement, not restricted by appearance, the spear was free, and his heart was free. This was the great freedom spear. Brushing past the first giant creature, the giant creature suddenly stiffened, and in the blink of an eye, it was hit by dozens of spear strikes, and a moment later it disintegrated and burst apart. Then the second, the third. Wherever Yang Kai passed, there was a rain of blood, and the giant creatures with eyes all over their bodies were unable to withstand a single blow, and the sound of them bursting apart could be heard. Boom! Yang Kai's dragon claws latched onto the head of the last giant creature and slammed it into the ground. A huge crater immediately appeared on the ground. The dragon clenched its claws tightly, and with a puff, the giant creature's head exploded. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he had slaughtered hundreds of giant creatures. Yang Kai slowly straightened his body and stabbed his spear into the ground, quietly experiencing his tyrannical strength at the moment. A wonderful feeling flowed through every inch of his flesh and blood. This sudden increase in strength made him somewhat infatuated. Pu Baixiong's trembling voice rang in his ears. "Master, they're not dead." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head. What he saw made his dragon eyes widen. On the battlefield that stretched for dozens of miles behind him, the giant creatures that had exploded had now turned into pieces of wriggling flesh and blood. Like mercury, they moved closer to each other and fused together. The giant creatures that had been killed at the beginning had already fused with more than half of their bodies, and there were faint signs that they were about to revive. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Are these things so difficult to kill? Even the Azure Dragon Spear could not do anything to them. If he wanted to kill them completely, he would probably have to use his Golden Crow True Fire to burn them to ashes. However, with so many giant creatures, using his Golden Crow True Fire to burn them all would be a thankless task. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and withdrew his dragon transformation secret technique. He returned to his original form, grabbed Pu Baixiong, and threw him directly into the sealed world bead. His figure flickered, and he disappeared in an instant. In this great void realm, he did not dare to use his teleportation secret technique at will. After all, the situation here was strange, and there were many barriers between the heavens and earth. Once he used teleportation, he might fall into some unknown danger. If it was an ordinary danger, it would be fine, but if he fell into a natural spirit array, he might be trapped inside forever. It was because of this that he did not use teleportation to escape when he was being chased by those giant creatures. But now he had no choice. Those giant creatures had tenacious vitality, and when they recovered, they would definitely be chased endlessly. Just after Yang Kai left, those giant creatures merged and stood up again a moment later. There was not a single wound on their bodies. Without a target, they stood in place and roared. After a while, they crawled down, and the place where they stood turned into a swamp full of puddles. After a long time, a group of cultivators flew over the swamp and fell uncontrollably into the puddles, turning into skeletons. At the same time, Yang Kai stood in a fog with a pale face, his divine sense fluctuating as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. He cursed in his heart. He knew that using teleportation in this damn place was definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, his prophecy came true. This fog flowed around his body like water, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Yang Kai used his full eyesight, but he could not see too far away. Not only that, but his divine sense was also suppressed to within 10 meters of him. Yang Kai could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. His divine sense was extremely powerful, not inferior to that of an ordinary heaven-opening realm master, but it was still suppressed by this fog. This was a dangerous place, so he could not stay for long. Just as he was about to use teleportation to leave, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Yang Kai turned his head and shouted, "Who is it?" The footsteps paused, followed by a weak voice. "Brother Yang?" Yang Kai was startled when he heard this, but he soon reacted, "Junior Sister Gu?" This voice belonged to Langya Blessed Land's Gu Pan. Overjoyed, he rushed over and sure enough, after walking a short distance, he saw a beautiful figure standing there. Looking at each other, both of them were overjoyed. "Junior Sister Gu, why are you here?" Yang Kai asked. "I came to find you." Gu Pan looked at him. Yang Kai was confused. "Find me? How did you know I was here?" A strange thought emerged in his mind. He had suddenly teleported here to escape the pursuit of those eye monsters, so why would Gu Pan come here specifically to find him? Gu Pan smiled but did not answer. Yang Kai frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was, so he asked, "Junior sister, how long have you been here? Do you know how to leave?" Gu Pan said, "I just came in, so I don't know how to leave." Yang Kai nodded. "In that case, let's go together. Junior sister, don't stray too far from me." "Oh," Gu Pan nodded obediently. The two set off side by side, walking through the fog, looking for a way out. After walking for some distance, Yang Kai could not help but ask, "Junior sister, is there a woman named Jianghu in your Langya Blessed Land? She only came here a few years ago." Gu Pan shook her head and said, "I haven't heard of her." Yang Kai's expression darkened when he heard this. Jianghu, she would definitely go to Langya Blessed Land. After all, her ancestor was born there. Her going to Langya Blessed Land could be considered an acknowledgement of her ancestors, but he did not know if she had not arrived yet or if Gu Pan really had not heard of her. Rustling sounds came from beside him again as Gu Pan buried herself in busying herself. Yang Kai laughed. "Junior sister is eating dried fish again?" Turning his head to look, Yang Kai's smile suddenly froze on his face and he shouted, "What kind of monster is this?" Gu Pan's head had turned into a fish head. Although she still had a human body, it looked extremely strange. The fish head turned to look at him. "Sir, I am Ruoxi." While speaking, the fish head turned into Zhang Ruoxi's appearance and looked at him fixedly. Reuniting after such a long time, she was filled with endless joy. "Ruoxi." Yang Kai was stunned. Wasn't that Gu Pan beside him? How did it suddenly become Zhang Ruoxi? "Husband, how many flowers did you pick and how many blades of grass did you provoke outside?" Zhang Ruoxi opened her mouth, her voice overlapping as if several people were speaking at the same time. Her appearance was constantly changing, turning into Shanqing Luo, Xianing Chang, Su Yen, Shuiyu, Yu Ru Meng and the others. Yang Kai was furious. An illusion? Touching his left eye, he shouted in a low voice, "Demon Eye of Annihilation, see through illusions." His left eye immediately turned into a golden vertical slit, faintly emitting a divine light. The constantly changing people in front of him immediately disappeared and was replaced by a broken branch. What shocked Yang Kai even more was that he had unknowingly grabbed this branch in his hand. In other words, he had been talking to a branch, and he had been talking with relish. What a powerful illusion! Even he didn't realize that he had been tricked. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the branch in his hand was nothing more than an ordinary object. Coldly snorting, he threw it away and turned his head to look around. He didn't know if this illusion was activated by someone or if it was natural. If it was the former, there must be a powerful master here. If it was the latter, Yang Kai estimated that he had fallen into a natural illusion array. That would be a bit troublesome. Inside this illusion array, his teleportation might not be able to play a role. With a thought, Yang Kai immediately urged his space principles and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, Yang Kai's face was gloomy. He was still in a fog. In other words, he had most likely fallen into a natural illusion array. Unless he broke this array, he would not be able to leave. Quietly looking around, Yang Kai couldn't find the slightest clue. Even the demon eye of annihilation, which was known to see through illusions, was powerless. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai brought Pu Baixiong out of the small sealed world bead and asked, "Grape, do you recognize this place?" Pu Baixiong looked surprised. He had been thrown into the small sealed world bead by Yang Kai, and now he was released. The scene had changed so quickly that he was a little confused, but after looking around he smiled and said, "Master, you're lost." Yang Kai said with a black face, "This fog has an illusion effect, it's really powerful. Your master was careless and fell into it." Pu Baixiong stood on Yang Kai's shoulder and said proudly, "Master, you may not know, but this is not an ordinary fog. This is the effect of that mushroom. Unless we are saint medicines born from the same root, ordinary people really can't resist it." Mushroom? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "And this is the little mushroom's territory." Yang Kai's brow rose. "The little mushroom you speak of, is it also a saint medicine?" Pu Baixiong said, "Exactly." Chapter 4087. Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Can you find its main body?" He had heard from Pu Baixiong that there were several sacred herbs in the Great Void Realm that had taken human form like him. Yang Kai was also very interested in those sacred herbs, but he did not expect to suddenly break into the territory of a sacred herb. And according to Pu Baixiong, this fog was actually the sacred herb's doing. Such a method was strange and unpredictable, truly extraordinary. He did not know what the little mushroom Pu Baixiong spoke of was to have such a strange ability. What's so difficult about that? Pu Baixiong shook his head. "I often come here to visit her. Master, follow me, I'll take you to her." With a leap, he jumped to the ground and rushed forward, rushing into the fog in a few steps and disappearing. Looking back, he laughed loudly. "Brat, if you didn't enter this place, Uncle Pu really wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. You just had to recklessly enter this place. Now you're in for it." He was a sacred herb that had taken human form, and it was not easy for him to have his own thoughts and sentience, so how could he be willing to be captured by Yang Kai? All his previous cooperation was just a disguise, and he had been waiting for an opportunity to escape, and now this opportunity had finally come. "Wait for me to find the little mushroom and have her trap you here, so you can forget about ever leaving," Pu Baixiong said proudly. "You want to compete with Uncle Pu? You're too naive." The pair of legs transformed from roots ran swiftly, darting deep into the mist like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, they entered a cave, and Pu Baixiong shouted, "Little mushroom, are you home?" There was a lingering echo, but there was no response. Pu Baixiong muttered, "This fool, did he fall asleep again?" And yes, he must have fallen asleep. He walked straight into the cave and soon arrived at the deepest part of the cave. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a mushroom that was half a foot tall. It was rooted in a piece of spiritual soil, and the mushroom's umbrella rose and fell gently, as if it was a living creature that was breathing slowly. As the mushroom's umbrella rose and fell, countless spores that could not be seen with the naked eye flew out from the umbrella and filled the air. It was these spores that formed this illusory fog, causing Yang Kai to unknowingly fall into an illusion when he entered this place. All sorts of illusions appeared before his eyes, and he could not find a way out. Above the mushroom umbrella, there was a dense flow of light, and it was extremely beautiful. Pu Baixiong walked forward and raised his hand, which was made of roots, to buckle the mushroom umbrella. Little mushroom, wake up. We have business here. A lazy voice sounded. Then, a pair of big eyes on the mushroom umbrella slowly opened. It seemed that it was still sleepy. It looked at Pu Baixiong, closed its eyes and said lazily, "Why is it you? You're here to disturb my sleep again. Go, 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 I still want to sleep." The voice was crisp and tender. It was the voice of a little girl. Pu Baixiong raised his hand and flicked her head, causing the mushroom umbrella to shake. "Don't sleep yet. Help me with something." The big eyes on the mushroom umbrella suddenly opened and stared behind Pu Baixiong. Her eyes were filled with fear as she said in shock, "Pu Baixiong, why did you bring someone in?" Pu Baixiong jumped in fright and quickly looked back. However, there was no one behind him. He said in surprise, "What nonsense is this little girl saying? There's no one behind me." "There's clearly someone," the mushroom umbrella shouted. The half-foot-tall colorful mushroom twisted and turned into the appearance of a little girl. There was a mushroom umbrella on her head. She fell to the ground and cried loudly, "It's over, it's over, it's over. I'm going to be eaten." Following her crying, the spores that couldn't be seen by the naked eye flew out crazily. Pu Baixiong said shakily, "Don't cry. If you keep crying, Uncle Pu won't be able to take it. There are so many stars. You can actually see me. That's right, this fog is your ability. Since I'm in this fog, you can naturally perceive me." A ghostly voice suddenly sounded out from behind Pu Baixiong. Pu Baixiong, whose eyes were filled with illusions, turned pale with fright. Turning his head, he saw a ripple behind him and Kai Yang's figure appear in front of him. At this moment, Yang Kai was peeling off a thin layer of gauze from his body. This gauze was none other than the shadowless muslin. As early as when he released Pu Baixiong from the sealed world bead, Yang Kai had already paid attention to him, but it turned out that Pu Baixiong was really unreliable. If Yang Kai hadn't been following this guy closely, he might have really been abandoned by him. "Why you here?" Pu Baixiong was shocked and his face turned pale. Immediately, he laughed foolishly, "It's not you, it's definitely not you. This is an illusion, wake up." The mushroom cried loudly, "It's not an illusion, he's really here." Tears flowed down her cheeks and before they fell to the ground, they turned into a thick mist. Pu Baixiong turned his head stiffly and looked at the mushroom. "It's not an illusion?" Yang Kai chuckled. Pu Baixiong's roots went soft and he knelt on the ground. Looking at Yang Kai with a flattering smile, he pointed to the mushroom and said, "Master, I found a saint herb for you. This little girl should be quite delicious. You can make a soup to drink." "What?" The mushroom cried even harder, crying and cursing at the same time, "Stinky grape, you actually brought people to harm me. If I had known that meeting you wouldn't be a good thing, I would have killed you." Saying so, she pounced forward and started punching and kicking Pu Baixiong. Pu Baixiong naturally resisted. The two shape-shifting saint herbs fought fiercely in front of Yang Kai, and it didn't take long for them to be beaten black and blue. However, the two saint herbs continued to fight while moving out of the cave. They were about to walk past Yang Kai. Yang Kai leaned over and grabbed them one by one. Pu Baixiong sniffled and turned his head to the side as if nothing had happened. The mushroom, on the other hand, pouted and looked at Yang Kai with an aggrieved expression. "It's just like the real deal." Yang Kai looked at the two saint herbs in his hands and clicked his tongue in wonder. Suddenly he shouted, "Break!" In his left eye, the demon eye of annihilation released a strange light and his vision distorted. The two saint herbs in his hands suddenly turned into two hard and cold stones. Everything he saw just now was actually an illusion. At the same time, at the entrance of the cave, Pu Baixiong and the mushroom were tiptoeing as if they were thieves. At this moment, they turned around and saw Yang Kai looking at them with a smile. The mushroom cried out and collapsed to the ground. Pu Baixiong, however, shouted, "Split up." Saying so, his roots flew out and he fled. "Condense." Yang Kai urged the space principles and space instantly froze. Pu Baixiong was frozen in place, unable to move, and only his eyes were left spinning. Fierce. Yang Kai clasped his hands behind his back and walked towards the two saint herbs step by step. When he had entered this fog, he hadn't been clear about it and had been careless. But after learning that this fog had hallucinogenic effects, he had paid some attention and used the soul-warming lotus's effects to clear his mind. If not for this, he wouldn't have been able to follow Pu Baixiong to this place and break through the mushroom's illusion. Even an ordinary heaven-opening realm master would find it difficult to resist such a technique. As expected of a shape-shifting Saint Herb from the land of immortality, it was truly extraordinary. Nothing can be done more than 3 times. Grape, you're courting death. Yang Kai sneered. Reaching out, he grabbed Pu Baixiong and stared at the grape on his head, his eyes flashing. Pu Baixiong's face paled. Master, I won't dare do it again. Those words sound familiar. Pu Baixiong raised a finger and swore to the heavens. This time it's real. This lowly one will obediently follow Master from now on and serve Master faithfully. If something similar happens again, you'll cook me, Pu Baixiong said with a serious expression. Yang Kai nodded and placed him on his shoulder before turning to look at the mushroom. You want to become a pot of mushroom soup, the mushroom hurriedly said. I'll also follow Master and serve Master faithfully. Yang Kai praised. You're worth teaching. The mushroom smiled through her tears. After a simple exchange, Yang Kai learned that the mushroom in front of him was a profound color illusion mushroom. The profound color illusion mushroom did not have any other effects, but its ability to cause hallucinations was second to none. If one accidentally ate a piece, they would fall into an illusion forever, unable to escape. After the profound color illusion mushroom had taken form, this ability had been greatly magnified. She liked to sleep, so she instinctively released this ability in her sleep, which was why such a large amount of fog had formed in this territory. Yang Kai bent down and grabbed the mushroom, placing it on his other shoulder before walking out. This fog was formed by the spores released by the profound color illusion mushroom. It could hallucinate most living beings, but it could not hallucinate a sacred medicine like Pu Baixiong. This was why Grape was able to accurately find the mushroom's sleeping area. Since they were leaving now, the mushroom naturally had to retrieve this fog. As they moved forward, the surrounding fog became thinner and thinner, turning into countless spores that surged back into the mushroom's body. When Yang Kai brought the 2 sacred medicines out of the foggy territory, the fog had long disappeared when he turned back to look. In the fog, hundreds and thousands of cultivators were sleeping on the ground. It was obvious that they had accidentally entered this territory and fell into the illusion. Now that the fog was gone, they would probably wake up soon. Strictly speaking, it was still Yang Kai who had saved their lives, or they would have definitely slept to death here. With Pu Baixiong leading the way to the primordial fruit tree, Yang Kai sped along. Just a few days after the opening of the Elder's Land, 200,000 cultivators had entered this place. However, although there were many opportunities here, there were also many dangers. Just the Rainbow Tunnel alone had killed more than 10,000 cultivators, all of them killed by assassins. For example, the dandelions that Yang Kai encountered before, the strange swamp, and the fog of the profound color illusion mushroom were all fatal existences. But there was nothing in this world that was more dangerous than this. Great opportunities meant great dangers, and for a cultivator to grow, which one of them had not overcome all obstacles and obstacles. A moment of carelessness would lead to the death of countless cultivators, and only those with great fortune could walk step by step to the peak. A few days later, as they passed by a place, Grape suddenly said, Master, not far from here, there is another sacred medicine that is similar to me and the little mushroom. Do you want to take it? Chapter 4088. When he was captured by Yang Kai, he had tried to escape several times but failed. Now, he had given up on that idea. However, this guy was really bad. He was unlucky and couldn't bear to see others get better. Naturally, he wanted Yang Kai to take the other sacred herbs to accompany him. Little Mushroom shrunk her neck and said, That guy is not easy to deal with. Let's just forget about it. Grape glared at her. Our master's skills are unparalleled. Even you can't charm him. Although that bamboo is not easy to deal with, how can it win against master? Bamboo? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. What kind of sacred herb is bamboo? Grape said, Master, you don't know. That guy is not an ordinary bamboo. It smells very good. If you can cook it into a pot of soup, it will definitely increase Master's strength. Yang Kai didn't comment. Since it's nearby, let's go take a look. Master, this way, I'll show you the way. Pu Baixiong was very attentive. He had probably suffered a lot under the hands of that bamboo in the past. This time, he wanted to use Yang Kai to take revenge. Yang Kai was well aware of it, but he didn't point it out. No matter if that bamboo was a sacred herb or not, since it could transform, it must be extraordinary. It wouldn't be bad to take it away. Half a day later, a purple bamboo forest appeared in front of them. Pu Baixiong climbed on Yang Kai's shoulder. He shrunk his head and looked very wretched. He stared at the bamboo forest vigilantly and whispered, "Master, that's that guy's nest. Master, you have to be careful. These bamboos are that guy's disciples and disciples. They are not to be trifled with." Yang Kai nodded and walked forward. Soon he stepped into the bamboo forest. The purple bamboos around him moved without any wind. Suddenly, a bamboo whipped over with the force of thunder. Yang Kai let out a soft cry and raised his hand to block. He felt that the whipping force was 10,000 jin. He couldn't help but be surprised. Chi chi chi. The purple bamboos seemed to have a mind of their own as they shot towards Yang Kai like a torrential storm. Yang Kai snorted and released the golden crow true fire. Those violet bamboos instantly acted as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions, and they didn't dare approach in the slightest. "I'm going to be roasted." Little Mushroom climbed onto Yang Kai's other shoulder with tears in its eyes. "Lei Oi will protect you and me," Pu Baixiong scolded. "What are you worrying about?" The little mushroom reached out and touched its own body. When it discovered that there was nothing wrong, it let out a long sigh of relief. The raging flames roiled and there were no more obstructions on the way forward. Yang Kai soon arrived at the center of the bamboo forest. However, when he looked up, he did not see the bamboo that Pu Baixiong had mentioned. Instead, there were traces of battle here. Judging from the traces, the battle started very quickly and ended very quickly as well. One side should have been easily subdued. Someone took away the bamboo here before I did. Yang Kai was deep in thought. Although the bamboo had taken form, it shouldn't have much combat power. Just like Pu Baixiong and the small mushroom, it was natural for it to be subdued by the cultivator. Pu Baixiong felt that it was a pity. If we had known, we would have come over earlier. Although Yang Kai felt that it was a pity, he didn't care too much. He had already obtained 2 saint herbs, so this trip to the land of everlastingness was not in vain. Of course, if he didn't obtain the most important primordial spirit fruit, he probably wouldn't be able to leave the great cosmological realm safely. Yue and the rest were still in Zhu Jiuyin's hands, so he had to exchange the primordial spirit fruit for their safety. After leaving the violet bamboo forest, not long after, a group of cultivators suddenly rushed over. Those cultivators were covered in dust, and some of them were injured and stained with blood. When they saw Yang Kai, they were all shocked. However, after seeing his face clearly, the leading cultivator was overjoyed. "Consecrated Yang?" Yang Kai didn't care about them at first, but when he heard the shout, he turned his head and glanced over. "People from Qixing?" Only Qixing's disciples would call him that. After all, he was still Qixing's consecrated in name. All these years, he had relied on this name to plunder a huge amount of wealth from Qixing. Qixing's Deng Qi greets consecrated Yang. The leading cultivator hurriedly stepped forward and saluted, and the rest of the people also hurriedly saluted, looking at Yang Kai with a look of fear. When they saw Pu Baixiong and the little mushroom on Yang Kai's shoulders, they couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Kai nodded and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Deng Qi said with a look of shame, "We brothers came here to search for treasures under the orders of the leaders. We found something there before, but unfortunately, before we could explore it further, we were driven out." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Who are the other party?" Deng Qi blushed with shame. "I don't know, I've never seen them before." "Are there many people?" Deng Qi was even more ashamed. "I'm alone." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Alone, they could drive Deng Qi and the others away. This strength was really good. There were hundreds of people in Deng Qi's group, and Deng Qi himself was a low-level Kai Tian cultivator. In Qi Xing, he was a great commander on the same level as Guizian. Could it be either Lin Feng or Su Zhen? These elite disciples from the heavenly blessed land should have this ability. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Since you were lucky enough to survive, you should cherish it. There are many dangers in this elder's land, so be careful. Deng Qi was a little disappointed when he saw that Yang Kai didn't intend to stand up for them, but as the great commander of Qi Xing, he also knew about the grievances between Yang Kai and Qi Xing, so he didn't dare to have any resentment. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, Deng Qi hurriedly said, "Master, please wait." Yang Kai stopped and looked at him. "Is there anything else?" Deng Qi cupped his fists and said, "Master, the place my brothers found before seems to have Tai-E divine water." Tai-E divine water? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Are you sure?" Deng Qi said, "It was too far away, so I didn't see it clearly, but it is very likely to be Tai-E divine water." Yang Kai hurriedly asked for the direction, and Deng Qi naturally told him everything he knew. Yang Kai sped away. If it were an ordinary treasure, Yang Kai might not care about it. Over the years, he had made a windfall in the Great Void Realm, and his horizons were extraordinary. After entering this elder's land and obtaining 2 saint medicines, how could he care about ordinary treasures? But this Tai-E divine water was different. This was an extremely rare thing. Meng Hong was able to rebuild his foundation because he relied on the Tai-E divine water to wash away the power of yin and yang and 5 elements in the seal. It could be said that the Tai-E divine water was the capital for a cultivator to start from scratch. If there was a cultivator like Meng Hong who wanted to break and then rebuild, he must have the Tai-E divine water. Meng Hong's portion was also obtained by chance. The value of a portion of Tai-E divine water was no less than a 6th grade material. Although this thing was useless to Yang Kai, maybe his friends and relatives would need it in the future. Even if they didn't need it, it would be good to exchange it for other treasures. Now that he had encountered it, how could he miss it? His figure was like lightning, and he soon arrived at the place Deng Qi mentioned. Looking around, Yang Kai was slightly startled. He saw that there were many people gathered here, and they were fighting. The scene was chaotic. From the time they met Deng Qi until now, it had only been an hour, and according to Deng Qi, they had been chased away by a single person. In other words, these people had also rushed here within this hour. They were probably attracted by the fluctuations of the previous battle and came to investigate the situation. However, although there were many people here, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to them. All his attention was attracted by a white jade stone trough. In the white jade stone trough, there was a clear liquid flowing quietly. Yang Kai's mind shook. It really was Tai-E divine water. He had seen this thing in Meng Hong's hands before, and now that he saw it again, he naturally wouldn't mistake it. Tai-E divine water was extremely valuable, and it was no wonder that so many people came to fight over it. It was impossible to tell how many groups of people were fighting here, and from time to time, a cultivator would fall to the ground and die. There were also many people who stood to the side and watched coldly. Although they tried their best to remain calm, they couldn't hide the greed in their eyes. Yang Kai's arrival didn't attract too much attention, but the 2 saint herbs on his shoulder attracted many covetous gazes. Little Mushroom was so scared that it trembled, shrinking its head under its mushroom umbrella, not daring to see anyone. Pu Baixiong suddenly leaned close to Yang Kai and whispered, "Master, that bamboo." Yang Kai was stunned. He turned his head and saw a cultivator holding a purple bamboo, looking at him. The purple bamboo was about 1 meter long and glowed with a purple light, looking extremely extraordinary. This was that bamboo? Previously, Pu Baixiong brought him to the purple bamboo forest to collect the other saint herb, but he didn't expect that someone would beat him to it. Who knew that he would run into it here? And the one who obtained the purple bamboo was a young man in black. He looked quite young, and his expression was cold and resolute. At this moment he was looking at Yang Kai. His gaze swept over Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom, then he nodded slightly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then moved closer to the young man in black. The latter frowned, obviously a little afraid, but he stood still and didn't move. After a while, Yang Kai stood still, but before he could say anything, Pu Baixiong jumped down and shouted with his hands on his waist, "Stinky bamboo, you also have a day like this. Get plucked out, huh?" The purple bamboo in the young man's hand grew a pair of eyes, looking down at Pu Baixiong and sneered, "I was wondering who it was, so it's you, you damn grape. Are you looking for a beating?" Pu Baixiong was furious. "Junior, you are young and arrogant, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In the past, it was Grandpa Pu who gave in to you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" That purple bamboo shook violently, breaking free from the young man's hand, and turned into a bamboo monster as soon as it fell to the ground. It had a slender body, 2 legs, 2 hands, and 2 bamboo branches on both sides of its head, with a few green leaves growing on them. It raised its hand and pulled out a bamboo branch, swinging it at Pu Baixiong. "You dare to take advantage of me, see how I'll whip your grape." Pu Baixiong didn't want to be outdone. His roots danced like long whips, fighting fiercely with the bamboo. Suddenly, a cry of pain was heard, and a bump appeared on Pu Baixiong's head. He was hit by the bamboo, and it was so painful that tears flowed out. That purple bamboo didn't show any mercy. It pulled out another bamboo branch on its head, and held it with both hands, as if it was waving 2 long swords, attacking Pu Baixiong until he was forced to retreat, and even a few of his roots were cut off. Chapter 4089. Grape was at a disadvantage and cried out loudly. Little Mushroom saw this and tried to stop the fight, but was also hit by the bamboo and flipped a few times. Invisible spores flew out and the surrounding cultivators felt dizzy as illusions appeared in front of their eyes. Little Mushroom felt wronged. "Stinky bamboo, you hit me, I'll fight you." Little Mushroom lowered its head and charged at the bamboo, but was pulled back by the other party's sword. Little Mushroom fell to the ground with tears streaming down its face. Grape was enraged. "You dare to bully Little Mushroom, I'll fight you too." Little Mushroom's roots danced as if it had grown countless arms and tangled with the bamboo, looking like it wanted to perish together with the bamboo. The black-robed young man's body swayed and his eyes were slightly dazed. He suddenly shook his head. An illusion? Raising his hand, he caught the bamboo in his hand. The purple bamboo emitted a purple light that enveloped the young man, dispelling the invisible spores and waking the black-robed young man up. Looking up, Yang Kai saw that the surrounding cultivators were all in a daze. Obviously, they had unknowingly fallen into an illusion. Some of the cultivators were laughing loudly while others were flying around, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. The bamboo said, "Kid, don't be afraid, Master Bamboo is here. That Little Mushroom's illusion won't be able to do anything to you." The black-robed young man nodded. Yang Kai also grabbed Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom and placed them on his shoulders. He looked at the young man with interest. "How should I address you?" The young man was silent for a while before he cupped his fists. "Xianging greets Brother Yang." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "You recognize me?" Xianging said, "Brother Yang's name is like thunder in my ears." "Infamous, right?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. Xianging frowned. He couldn't figure out what Yang Kai meant. He had heard that Yang Kai was extremely fierce, killing thousands of Lightning Sword Pavilion cultivators in one battle and slaughtering tens of thousands of Sword Pavilion cultivators in the star market. He could be said to be a killing star, but now that he had seen him in person, he knew that he was different from the rumors. However, after all, he was not familiar with Yang Kai. One may know a person's face but not his heart, so he did not dare to jump to conclusions. In his heart, he was very wary of Yang Kai. "I want to go get the Tai purifying divine water. Brother Xiang, do you have any advice?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. Although there were many people here, all of them had fallen into the illusion. At this moment, their minds were in chaos and they were not a threat. The only ones who were conscious were Yang Kai and Xianging. Xianging said indifferently, "Let's rely on our own methods." Clearly, he was unwilling to back down. The Tai divine water was also very attractive to him. Yang Kai nodded and stared at the purple bamboo in his hand. He changed the topic and said, "Brother Xiang, this bamboo is extraordinary. Are you willing to part with it?" Before Xianging could say anything, Bamboo angrily said, "Don't even think about Master Bamboo. You're just like dead grape. You're definitely not a good person. Yang Kai was speechless and laughed. It seems that we are not fated. He was just asking casually. Since Bamboo was unwilling, Yang Kai did not want to force him. If he really wanted to snatch it, Xiang Ying would not be his opponent. Ignoring him, Zhang Xian strode forward. Grape said nervously, "Master, be careful. This place is a little strange." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "It's impossible for heaven and earth's spiritual treasures to not be guarded. However, even if there are dangers, we can break through them with force." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Xiang Ying both rushed forward. The moment their figures flickered, the two of them each sent out a palm strike towards the other. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's figure shook slightly as he let out a small cry of surprise. Surprisingly, Xiang Ying had not been sent flying by his palm strike. "Amazing!" Yang Kai praised. Although it was only a brief contact, Yang Kai could still see that this Xiang Ying was extraordinary. In the other party's palm, there were several types of yin, yang, and 5 elements energy lingering around it, each of them possessing great power. Moreover, the quality of these attacks was also quite good. Impressively, they were all at the 6th grade. In other words, what Xiang Ying had condensed were all 6th grade heaven-opening materials. If not, he would not have been able to withstand his palm. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Brother Xiang, are you a disciple of the Blessed Enclave?" As far as he could see, only a few people from the Blessed Enclave had the ability to condense 6th grade force. Xiang Ying stabilized his body and suppressed the rolling blood in his heart. He was full of admiration. Brother Yang is really amazing. This little brother comes from a humble background and does not come from any Blessed Enclave or Blessed Enclave. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "I understand." This Xiang Ying was also a bear. Only the power of a divine spirit could cultivate such an excellent bearer, but Yang Kai did not know which divine spirit bearer he was. He had long heard from Zhu Jiaoyin that many divine spirits had secretly cultivated their bearers, allowing them to cultivate diligently and enhance their strength so that they could seize the opportunity in the land of eternity. But so far, Yang Kai only knew of Su Zhen and the others, so he did not expect to meet one here. No wonder he could collect the purple bamboo. Since he was a bearer of a divine spirit, he naturally had this ability. While speaking, Yang Kai did not stop and quickly moved closer to the white jade trough. Xiang Ying's expression changed slightly when he saw this, and a layer of blood mist suddenly burst out from his body. Obviously, he had used some kind of secret technique to increase his speed greatly as he also rushed towards the white jade trough. Now that only the two of them were competing for the Tai purifying divine water, whoever could reach the white jade trough first would have the upper hand. Naturally, he was unwilling to be left behind. But soon, he showed a look of surprise because no matter how hard he tried, he could not get close to the white jade trough. Turning his head, Yang Kai also showed a stunned expression. The white jade trough was actually not too far away from the position of the two of them, only about 1,000 meters away. With the strength of the two of them, this distance did not exist and they could cross it in a single step. But strangely, no matter how fast the two of them ran, the distance between them and the white jade trough did not decrease at all. The stone trough was always about 1,000 meters away from them. Looking around, the cultivator was still trapped in the illusion and the distance between them did not change much. It was as if he and Yang Kai were still in the same place. Xiang Ying's face was solemn and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This situation was too strange and he had never encountered anything like it before. After running for a while, many people suddenly appeared around them. These people had been invisible before, but at this moment, they appeared around them like ghosts, each of them desperately trying to get close to the white jade trough, but unfortunately, they were powerless. There were also some cultivator who stood still and looked at the people around them as if they were fools. Both Yang Kai and Xiang Ying were taken aback. What was going on with these people? Where did they come from? These people were definitely not the ones who were trapped in the illusion just now, because those people were still trapped in the illusion and were unable to extricate themselves. Two more came. An old man laughed loudly. "Huh, it's over, I'm afraid we can't get out. I was wondering how there was no danger around such a world treasure, But it turns out that this danger is undetectable and can only be found when one steps in. Another middle-aged man who stood still shook his head and sighed, his face ashen. What the hell is this place? I want to get out. Some people tried to run in the opposite direction, but they couldn't escape from this place. There seemed to be an invisible cage around the white jade trough, trapping everyone inside. This cage was strange and unpredictable. No matter which direction they ran in, they couldn't escape even half a step. Yang Kai looked around for a while before stopping and asking, "Mushroom, is this an illusion?" The little mushroom shook its head like a rattledrum. "I don't feel it." The black magic mushroom itself had the effect of causing hallucinations. Since it said so, it should not be an illusion. What's more, Yang Kai did not notice any trace of an illusion. If it was really an illusion, the soul-warming lotus could break it. It's not an illusion. Yang Kai frowned and turned to ask a person not far away, "Old man, how long have you been here?" The old man was the one who spoke before. Hearing the question, he said, I've been trapped here for 3 days. I was the first to come in, and these guys came in one after another in the past few days." Yang Kai was speechless. There were at least a few hundred cultivators trapped here. In other words, over the past 3 days, these hundreds of people had discovered the extreme divine purification water and wanted to take it for themselves, but as a result, they had fallen into this strange cage and were unable to extricate themselves. He and Xiang Ying were the last to enter, and the reason why they hadn't discovered these people before was probably because they hadn't completely entered this invisible cage. Only when they set foot in this place could they see these people. "Old man, did you find anything?" Yang Kai asked again. The old man sighed. "If I found anything, why would this old man be trapped here?" He looked up and shouted, "Stop running, you can't escape. This old man has been running here for 3 days and I haven't seen the stone trough. How much longer do you want to run?" Hearing this, everyone gradually stopped. Someone said, "What's wrong with this place? I can clearly feel that I'm moving forward, but why are we still in the same place?" This was something that no one could understand, which was why it was so strange. There may be a natural array here, or it may be an illusion array, or a maze array. If we don't break this array, we will be trapped here forever. How do we break this array? Friends, who is proficient in array formations? This little brother knows a little, but I can't see anything. Maybe it's because I'm not skilled enough. Then what should we do? Are we going to wait for death here? The group of people were clamoring, one after another, all talking at once. It was very lively. The old man kept comforting everyone's emotions, and it was not easy for him to calm the crowd down. He said loudly, "Since none of you can break this array, then this old man's opinion is to break it with force. Let's attack together and use our strongest power. This old man doesn't believe that this damn array can withstand it." Old man's words make sense. Someone agreed, "With so many of us attacking together, even if there is a great array here, we will definitely be able to break it. After we break the array, everyone will have a share of the Tai divine purification water. Everyone will share it equally." Someone shouted. No one responded to this, which made him lose interest. Chapter 4090. The old man was the first to suggest that they work together to break the formation. Naturally, he would be the mediator. Everyone could only stay where they were. They could not get close to each other, nor could they move forward or backward. In this way, although there were many people here, they could not set up a formation. They could only use the divine technique to combine their strength. After the discussion, the old man was about to give an order when he suddenly saw Yang Kai's strange expression. He turned his head and said, "Young friend, you seem to have found something?" Yang Kai's eyes were full of splendor. He nodded and said, "I have some idea, but I can't understand it. I need some time." The old man's eyes lit up. "Since you have found something, why don't you tell us so that we can study it together?" Yes, one person's wisdom is short, but the wisdom of many is long. Why don't you tell us what you found, and we can solve this problem together?" Someone agreed. Yang Kai sneered. "It's my ability that I found something. Why should I tell you?" The old man's face darkened. He scolded angrily, "Young man, you are so rude. The old man beside him also shook his head. Young friend, you are wrong. We are trapped here and need to work together to get out. Young friend, it's better not to hide anything now. Yang Kai said lightly, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but you won't understand even if I tell you. The old man shook his head and sighed. Keeping things to yourself will only harm others. This young man is really arrogant. Young man, don't run away when we get out of here. I will talk to you properly. Yang Kai ignored him. He closed his eyes and released his divine sense, silently sensing the situation. Seeing him like this, the old man no longer tried to force the issue and began coordinating with everyone. As soon as he gave the order, the power of his secret treasures burst forth, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate violently, creating layer after layer of ripples that spread outwards. Everyone watched anxiously. Even when the power of the divine technique dissipated, there was no change in the surroundings. The old man's face darkened. He shouted, "Again!" Another round of divine technique was displayed. The rumbling sounds were endless. The scene of hundreds of cultivator attacking together was quite spectacular. Moreover, in order to escape, very few people held back. Every attack could be said to be at full strength. The void trembled, and the universe was overturned. The aftermath of the power spread out, and rings of light trembled endlessly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 6 hours. Hundreds of cultivator were so tired that they almost vomited blood. Their faces were pale, and their breathing was unstable. They were all from the Emperor realm. Although they had their own opportunities in the great cosmological realm and had condensed a lot of yin, yang, and 5 elements power, they could not hold on for long periods of time. However, after such a long time, there was no effect at all. Many people were discouraged. The old man kept trying to boost their morale, but there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to let them rest for a while and recover their strength. He turned his head and saw that Yang Kai was still standing in the same place, not moving at all. He could not help but feel a little annoyed. They were all risking their lives to break out of this predicament and leave this place. This young man, on the other hand, was just standing there calmly and seemed to be comprehending the mystery. Who knew if he was saving his strength and waiting for the critical moment to reap the benefits? At this moment, hundreds of people suddenly rushed in together and fell into this invisible cage. It was the cultivator who had been hit by the illusion that had finally recovered. They wanted to snatch the Tai divine purification water, but in the end, they followed in the footsteps of their predecessors. Like the previous cultivator, these newcomers rushed forward desperately, but they were still in the same place. They could not get close to the white jade trough at all. Everyone looked at these newcomers with pity, as if they had known this would happen. The old man explained the situation in a clear voice, and only then did they stop struggling. Now that hundreds of friends have fallen into this place, our strength has increased greatly. This time, we will definitely be able to break out of this predicament. The old man was very excited. Everyone quickly rest. We will attack together in 2 hours. Everyone cheered loudly. 2 hours later, under the old man's command, nearly 1,000 people performed the divine technique together. Its power was more than twice as strong as before. Another few hours later, nearly 1,000 people stood in the same place with pale faces, panting and looking defeated. So many of them attacked together, but they could not shake this invisible cage at all. Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. They really did not know how to break out of this predicament. There is no unbreakable formation in this world. This old man does not believe in heresy. Everyone, take a rest. We will start all over again. Although the old man had consumed a lot of energy, he was still very motivated. Unfortunately, morale was something that could be boosted at the first spurt, weakened at the second, and exhausted at the third. After a few times, many people became pessimistic. They no longer had the same enthusiasm as before. When they attacked together for the third time, many people were just coping with it. Although the old man was angry, he could do nothing about it. Suddenly, a loud laugh sounded. Yang Kai, who had been comprehending the mysteries with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flickered as he stared at the void in front of him and praised, "Wonderful, wonderful. So that's how it is." As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. When he took this step, everyone's eyes widened as they stared at him in shock. This was because this step had actually been taken. Before this, all the cultivators who had been trapped here, no matter how they tried to escape, looked like they were walking on the same spot. Little friend? The old man looked at Yang Kai nervously. How did you do it? Although Yang Kai had a smile on his face, his eyes were very serious. He said casually, space folds and extends. It seems like it is only a distance of 1,000 feet, but in fact, no matter how you run, the space under your feet will extend infinitely, giving people the illusion that they are walking in the same place. It turns out that the great Tao of space can be used like this. This world is really magical. As he spoke, Yang Kai took another step forward. At the same time, the seal in his body suddenly solidified. His seal was the great Tao of void. Now that he was trapped in this predicament, he had gained something from comprehending it for a long time, which made his seal stronger. One must know that his seal had been solidified by the Tao-e divine water. It was extremely difficult to improve it. It was obvious that he had gained a lot from comprehending it this time. Space folds and extends? The old man and the other cultivator were confused, but Xiang Ying frowned thoughtfully. You won't understand even if I tell you. Just stand there and wait. Wait for me to take the divine water and you will be able to escape. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain too much. This was related to the great Tao of space and the great Tao of space. Without saying that they had cultivated it, they would not be able to understand it. Step by step, Yang Kai stepped forward. Although his speed was slow, he was indeed approaching the white jade trough. After Yang Kai had taken 10 steps, Xiang Ying suddenly moved the purple bamboo in his hand in the direction he had taken. Above the purple bamboo, a layer of purple light rippled, and Xiang Ying's figure strangely moved forward a meter. Yang Kai sensed something and turned around, just in time to see this scene. His heart skipped a beat as he wondered if Xiang Ying also cultivated the great Tao of space. Xiang Ying looked up at him and nodded gently. Many thanks, Brother Yang, for enlightening me. The purple bamboo in his hand moved forward again, and a purple light rippled as his figure moved forward again. This guy did not cultivate the great Tao of space. Yang Kai did not feel any fluctuations of space principles from him. The only reason he could do this was because of the purple bamboo's power. The purple bamboo gave Yang Kai a feeling that it could break through all methods. Strictly speaking, the strangeness of this place could be considered a divine technique, but it was a divine technique born from the heavens and earth. Under the purple bamboo's effect, it naturally could not affect Xiang Ying. Is this purple bamboo Saint Herb really so strong? Yang Kai glanced at Grape and Little Mushroom on his shoulder and suddenly felt that these two were too weak. Under the watchful eyes of nearly 1,000 people, Yang Kai stepped forward one step at a time while Xiang Ying drifted forward like a ghost. The two of them kept moving closer to the white jade trough. Although Yang Kai was a few steps ahead, he was quickly caught up by Xiang Ying. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the two of them were only a few meters away from the white jade trough. Xiang Ying suddenly raised his hand and pointed the purple bamboo at Yang Kai, saying lightly, Brother Yang, please excuse me. With this point, Yang Kai took a step forward but was unable to do so and instead remained in place. In that instant, Xiang Ying threw himself in front of the white jade trough and raised his hand to summon a jade bottle, snatching the extreme divine purification water from the stone trough. Yang Kai laughed. If you hadn't taken action against me, I would have hesitated, but since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Pushing his space principles, Yang Kai shouted, Retreat! Xiang Ying was just about to take the extreme divine purification water from the stone trough into his jade bottle, but at that moment, his vision blurred and his hand disappeared. When he regained his senses, he had unknowingly returned to his original position, 1,000 meters away from the stone trough. Xiang Ying's face suddenly became as black as the bottom of a pot. He had used the purple bamboo heaven-breaking earth divine technique to approach the stone trough step by step, but how could he compare to Yang Kai comprehending the essence of this divine technique and borrowing it for his own use? One was breaking, the other was borrowing. The difference between the two was obvious. Beside the white jade trough, Yang Kai stood alone, looking down at the divine water in the trough with a grin on his face. There was no need for a container. With a single thought, Yang Kai opened his sealed world bead and carefully stored the extreme divine purification water in the white jade trough. There was a lot of extreme divine purification water, enough for dozens of people to use. After a short while, Yang Kai had collected all the divine water. The group of people looked at him with envy and annoyance. Yang Kai's actions were not even giving them a sip of the divine water. The moment Yang Kai collected all the extreme divine purification water, the white jade stone platform in front of him suddenly distorted, gradually becoming transparent and soon disappeared. The extreme divine purification water bell was born with the essence of heaven and earth. The white jade trough seemed to be solid, but in fact, it was just a manifestation of the heaven and earth principles. When the divine water disappeared, so did the container. At the same time, the invisible force that had been binding everyone disappeared completely. The moment they were free, dozens of people leaped into the air and rushed towards Yang Kai, shouting, "Junior, leave the divine water behind." Chapter 4091. Since ancient times, wealth had moved people's hearts. If it was an ordinary treasure, it would be fine, but this Tai divine purification water was extremely precious. The great cosmological realm itself was a huge natural treasure trove that no one had set foot in for thousands of years, but no one had ever heard of the appearance of Tai divine purification water. It was only in this ancient land that everyone had the opportunity to find it, so it was not surprising that it attracted everyone's attention. Not to mention, Yang Kai had a transformed sacred herb on his left and right shoulders. They had long noticed the existence of Pu Bai Xiong and the little mushroom, but they had been unable to think too much about it when they were trapped. Now that they had escaped, their minds immediately became active. 2 transformed sacred herbs and a pool of Tai divine purification water were enough to make anyone risk their lives. Dozens of people took the lead to attack, each of them aggressive and merciless. Obviously, they were all planning to kill Yang Kai and seize the treasures. The remaining people reacted a little slower, but they followed closely behind, clamoring incessantly. Yang Kai stood in place and looked around coldly. The dozens of people pounced on him with an indifferent expression, and he snorted coldly, "If it weren't for me, you would still be trapped in that invisible cage. I helped you escape, but you don't want to repay me, and now you want to bite the hand that feeds you? Human nature is really cold, it makes me bitterly disappointed." One of them laughed and said, "Little brother, you're right. Come with me quickly, don't pay attention to this group of ungrateful people." He was the first to pounce in front of Yang Kai, reaching out to grab Yang Kai. In that big hand, the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements lingered, turning into a territory field that reinforced and restrained each other, and enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't even bother to look at him, instead lifting his finger and pressing it against his forehead. With a hiss, a blood arrow shot out from the back of this person's head. That person stood still in front of Yang Kai, his big hands stretched out, but as if he had been immobilized, he did not move at all. Dozens of divine technique enveloped Yang Kai at the same time. His figure swayed, and dragon shields flew around his body. The next moment, a sky full of light enveloped him. Someone cried out in alarm, "You guys, be gentler. Don't shatter those 2 stalks of Saint Medicine." However, these words were clearly shouted a little too late. Seeing Yang Kai's figure disappear under the numerous divine technique, that person's face twitched, and his heart ached so much that it was bleeding. With such a crazy attack, how could those 2 stalks of saintly medicine still be preserved? Most likely, they had already been smashed into fine powder. The might of the divine technique gradually dispersed, and a figure appeared once again. Everyone's expression instantly changed slightly, and they exclaimed endlessly. It was Yang Kai who stood on the spot without the slightest injury, and even his clothes didn't have the slightest crease. On the contrary, the first few dozen people who had pounced over suddenly froze on the spot. Accompanied by a series of soft hissing sounds, arrows of blood shot out from the back of these people's heads, and they fell on their backs, instantly losing all signs of life. There was a bloody hole on each of these people's foreheads, piercing through their heads and consciousness, and obliterating their divine sense. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror, as if they had seen something extremely frightening before they died. A series of gasps rang out, and the figures charging toward Yang Kai suddenly froze on the spot, their gazes slightly trembling as they looked ahead. In that instant of chaos just now, no one saw clearly how Yang Kai had attacked. They only saw that these few dozen people had taken the initiative to attack, and all of them had died an unnatural death. On Yang Kai's shoulder, Pu Baixiong trembled like a sieve, and his face was ashen. Just now, when he saw Yang Kai being surrounded and attacked, he thought that he was dead for sure. Who would have thought that after a single exchange, the few dozen people who had attacked him would all die? He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise in his heart, "This guy is so strong?" He was a saint medicine that had taken human form, and wasn't too clear about the strength of a human cultivator, but Yang Kai could instantly kill several dozen people with his own strength, so his strength was obviously not bad. Blood flowed, and the smell of blood filled the air, and the sound of heartbeats rose one after another. Dozens of people fell to the ground, causing the remaining people to be both shocked and somewhat incredulous, and the atmosphere became extremely solemn for a time. Although there were many people here, they were as scattered as sand. Previously, they had worked together to solve the dilemma, but now that they wanted to seize the treasure, they naturally had their own thoughts, making it difficult for them to work together. Among the crowd, some people carefully looked at Yang Kai's face, and suddenly their eyes widened, and their bodies trembled violently. It was him, the god of slaughter from Red Star City. Although Yang Kai had displayed great power in Red Star City and many people had seen his face, in recent years, he had rarely appeared in front of outsiders, so there were not many people who knew him. Only the earliest cultivator in Red Star City had seen his face, and later people had only heard of his notoriety and never seen him again. However, this didn't mean that no one recognized him. Among the thousands of people here, there were always a few who had seen Yang Kai's fierce demeanor from afar. Before, they had been trapped in the invisible cage and didn't pay much attention to it, but now that they looked carefully, they recognized Yang Kai's identity. Suddenly, their faces turned pale and they turned to flee. As early as a few years ago, Yang Kai had killed thousands of people from Thunder Lightsword Pavilion by himself, and then massacred the entire Star City of Thunder Lightsword Pavilion. Even if there were thousands of people here, what could they do to him? If a fight really broke out, it was unknown how many people here could survive. There was great fear between life and death. Although the sacred transformation pill and Tai divine water were precious, how could they be more important than one's own life? Shwa shwa shwa, nearly 100 people quickly left. It wasn't that these people knew Yang Kai, but rather that they had formed teams to explore and search for treasure in this land of no elders. If one person in the team recognized Yang Kai's identity, they would naturally call for their companions to leave this place quickly, otherwise, a disaster would befall them. The rest of the people didn't know why these people left in a hurry and thought that they were scared away by Yang Kai's strange means. The old man who had called for everyone to break out of this situation raised his arms and shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid, he's just one person. There are so many of us here, even if we all spit at him, he'll be drowned." Someone nodded in agreement. "Yes, this junior is alone, what is there to be afraid of? Those cowardly rats have already left, it just so happens that we have one less opponent." The old man put on a compassionate look as he stroked his long beard and said, "Little brother, the heavens are benevolent. If you are willing to leave behind the 2 sacred medicines and Tai divine water, this old master and the others are not willing to kill you. This old master can make the decision to let you escape unscathed. What do you think?" Yang Kai glanced at him lightly and said, "There are so many of you here, and I only have 2 sacred medicines and Tai divine water. What should I do? Why don't all of you fight to the death first, and when there are only 2 people left, this king's treasures can be divided. That way, there won't be any problems." The old man smiled lightly. "Now that things have gotten to this point, why bother trying to sow discord, little brother?" Someone shouted, "Leave your space rings behind too, this boy must have other good things on him." Yes, this way we won't have to worry about not having enough to share." Yang Kai said slowly, "There are quite a few good things in my space ring." Saying so, he casually took out an item. A sixth-grade item. Someone's breath quickened. That's a divine essence-fused stone. If you can refine it, you can cultivate divine essence-fused light. Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai took out another sixth-grade item and played with it in his hand. Another exclamation sounded. Another sixth-grade item. This should be a blood flame jade. If you can refine it, you can cultivate divine burning blood flame. Another sixth-grade item. Exclamations continued as Yang Kai took out sixth-grade treasures one after another, and everyone's expression changed from the initial surprise to shock, and then to endless greed. In just a short time, Yang Kai had taken out more than 26th-grade items, and none of them were the same, each one was different. A huge question appeared in everyone's hearts. Where did this boy get so many treasures? They had been in the great cosmological boundary for more than a decade, and although they had obtained some good things, they had never seen a sixth-grade treasure before. But this boy in front of them had obtained more than 20 kinds of treasures, and these were the ones he had taken out, so how many did he not take out? This boy was simply a walking treasure trove. A burst of laughter sounded as the old man's eyes lit up and he nodded. Little brother, you really have a lot of good things. This is definitely enough to share. Yang Kai nodded. I'm afraid you won't have the life to spend them. Tilting his head and looking somewhere in the crowd, he grinned. Does Brother Xiang also want to make things difficult for me? Xiang Ying stood there silently, his expression cold and resolute, not saying a word. Yang Kai sighed slightly. After several years of seclusion, the world has forgotten my name. Even a clown dares to challenge this king's dignity. Putting away the treasures in his hand, he said coldly, Don't talk nonsense. If you want treasures, come and get them yourselves. The old man shouted, Since little brother is so stubborn, then don't blame us for not showing mercy. Attack. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Figures pounced at Yang Kai one after another. Nearly 1,000 people attacked together, and the scene was spectacular. Before they arrived, one divine technique after another was already used. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, standing in place as if he was scared silly. Pu Baixiong grabbed his hair nervously and shouted, Quickly hide! Little Mushroom shrunk his neck, directly hiding his whole body under the mushroom umbrella. A world-destroying aura enveloped him, and seeing that those attacks were all about to reach him, Yang Kai suddenly shook his body, raised his hand, and pointed. A golden crow flew out from his fingertip. That golden crow was small, only the size of a palm, but it was vivid as if it was a living thing. With a cry, the golden crow spread its wings and flew toward the countless divine technique, its body covered in raging flames. The power of the divine technique slammed into the golden crow, but not only did it not shatter, the golden crow even absorbed the power of the divine technique. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 8. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with golden crows, following the source of the divine technique and pouncing toward the cultivator. Many of the cultivator paled in fright. Some hurriedly retreated, while others used their power to block, forming a protective barrier around their bodies. However, the golden crow true flames were extremely domineering, and even heaven-opening cultivators were unable to block them, let alone these cultivators from the Emperor realm. Any cultivator that was pounced on by the golden crow was instantly set ablaze, turning into a fireball as they cried out in agony. One figure after another fell from the sky like dumplings, their vitality extinguished before they hit the ground. Chapter 4092. This is the Golden Crow Primordial Fire? A cultivator's expression changed drastically as he cried out in shock. Those little golden crows were extremely lifelike and had obvious characteristics. It was difficult for anyone not to recognize them. Many cultivators were shocked and hurriedly retreated. But how could they retreat? Those little golden crows pounced over and burned them into fireballs, causing them to scream and fall. The scene was empty. More than half of the 1,000 cultivators were killed in an instant. The cultivators who were lucky enough to survive all screamed in fear and used various escape techniques to escape. You want to run now? Too late. Yang Kai snorted coldly and activated the space principles. In an instant, with himself as the center, the space within 1,000 feet radius was under his control. A cultivator looked back as he fled, and then saw a scene that shocked him to his core. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open up the distance between Yang Kai and himself. It was as if he could not move forward. This scene was familiar. It was the experience of falling into the invisible spherical cage. In that invisible cage, everyone was in the same situation. They desperately rushed toward the white jade trough, but no matter what they did, they could not get close at all. Could it be that the restriction of heaven and earth had reappeared? Just as this thought popped up, a golden crow had already pounced over and covered him. After 10 breaths, charred corpses fell one after another, and their vitality was extinguished. Of the 1,000 cultivators who fell into this place, except for the 100 or so who recognized Yang Kai and fled at the beginning, the rest died without a burial place. Yang Kai slowly exhaled a turbid breath. He was neither happy nor shocked, but there was a hint of contemplation in his eyes. The restriction of heaven and earth naturally could not reappear. The reason why so many cultivators were stuck in the same place was because he had activated the space principles. The mysteries of the space folding and space extension allowed him to see another unique use of the space principles, and he benefited a lot from it. By activating the space principles, he could also use methods similar to the restriction of heaven and earth. This method was not a secret art, nor was it a divine technique. It was just a flexible use of the space principles. It was just that he had never thought of this before. This encounter had opened a window for him, allowing his attainments in the great Tao of space to take another step forward. After testing it out, he found that it was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Turning his head, Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Thank you, Brother Xiang, for your help." Previously, he thought that Xiang Ying was also tempted by the wealth and wanted to make things difficult for him. However, when those people made their moves, he found that he was wrong. Xiang Ying was mixed in the crowd, and the purple bamboo in her hand was quietly poking around. She was secretly attacking those people. However, his actions were very subtle. At that time, everyone's attention was attracted by the wealth on Yang Kai's body, so no one realized that he had secretly killed him. More than a dozen people had died at his hands. My actions were superfluous. Xiang Ying slowly shook his head and put away the purple bamboo. "Farewell, we'll meet again." His character seemed to be very proud and aloof. Previously, he had only taken action because he was not used to seeing those people bullying him with numbers. However, after seeing Yang Kai's strength with his own eyes, he knew that even if he did not take action, those ugly melons and cracked dates could not do anything to Yang Kai. Staring at his back, Yang Kai watched him leave, thinking to himself that this guy was quite an interesting person. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering where he came from and which divine spirit had chosen him as a vessel. But in any case, Xiang Ying had obtained the Saint Medicine purple bamboo on this trip and had a divine spirit to lay a solid foundation for him. If he could leave the great cosmological realm alive, there would definitely be a place for him in the 3,000 worlds in the future. In fact, every time the great cosmological realm opened, countless young masters would be born. There were too many treasures in the great cosmological realm, and high-quality materials that were rare in the outside world were everywhere here. As long as one's luck was not too bad, one could always obtain some opportunities in the great cosmological realm and lay the foundation for breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. However, the premise was that one had to leave this place alive. With a slight thought, Yang Kai's divine sense enveloped the surroundings, searching for the space rings left behind by the dead cultivator. Although Yang Kai had many treasures now, these people had fought in the great cosmological realm for more than a decade, so they should have obtained some good things, so he naturally could not miss them. One space ring after another flew towards him and was thrown into the sealed world bead. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his brow and looked in a certain direction, saying in surprise, "There's still a fish that slipped through the net?" With a flick of his finger, a moon blade flew in that direction. In the perception of his divine sense, there was still a faint aura there. Obviously, someone had survived and was secretly hiding, which was a little beyond his expectations. However, the other party's concealment was not perfect, and Yang Kai's divine sense was powerful enough to give himself away. With a swish, the moon blade cut through space and slashed in that direction. Below a charred corpse, a figure soared into the sky. The crescent blade brushed past his feet, almost cutting off his legs. However, that person's expression did not change. He turned around in midair and quickly fled into the distance. His movements were extremely nimble. Yang Kai laughed. "Still want to run?" With a thought, the space folded again, and in an instant, no matter how that person ran, he could not escape. Yang Kai frowned slightly, because what he saw was that this person was not running in place, but was instead slowly moving forward. Although his speed was very slow, he was indeed moving forward. This person was affected by his space Dao and could not escape from the expanding space, but he was not as powerless as the others before him. This guy seems to have some skill. Of course, this also had something to do with Yang Kai. He had just comprehended this method and was not very proficient in using it. It was easy to bully some weak people, but when faced with a strong opponent, it would have flaws. After running for a while, that person seemed to have noticed that something was wrong and turned his head to look back, only to see Yang Kai walking towards him step by step. Knowing that he could not escape, he could not help but sigh, simply stopping and smiling bitterly. "Brother, do you want to kill me? I didn't attack you before, I was just watching the show." "Then the price you paid for watching the show was a bit high." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile that did not reach his eyes. The person shrugged. "Who said so?" Suddenly, his face turned serious. "Brother, what do I have to do for you to let me go?" "Did I say?" Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed at him. "Do I have to let you go?" The golden crow whistled and rushed towards that person. That person's face turned serious, suddenly forming a seal with both hands and shouting, "Immovable mountain!" Roar. A beast roar resounded through the sky, and then a layer of yellow light suddenly appeared around that person's body. It was the power of the earth element he had condensed. The power of the earth element was rich and pure, not inferior to Yang Kai's. It was at least a 7th-grade earth element. The power of the earth element twisted and transformed into the phantom of a giant tortoise, protecting him in the middle. The golden crow swooped down and crashed into the phantom of the giant tortoise, but it could not hurt him and was completely blocked. The golden crow true fire had always been successful, and this was the first time it had been blocked by someone. Yang Kai's expression changed. Divine technique Dharma idol. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. This phantom of the giant tortoise had not reached the level of the divine technique Dharma idol. It should be a defensive divine technique that this person had comprehended through his own earth element, just like his dragon shield. Amidst the crackling sounds, the golden crow true fire and the phantom of the giant tortoise continued to collide. A moment later, the golden crow dissipated, but the phantom of the giant tortoise was still as solid as a rock. The person wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and squeezed out a smile. "Brother, where there is room for error, there is room for mercy." The bearer of the thick earth mystic tortoise? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He had seen all kinds of divine spirits in the periphery of the land of noblemen, some in their original forms, some in human form, but he had not seen the thick earth mystic tortoise, so he assumed that it was mixed in with the crowd in human form. The defensive divine technique that this person in front of him had displayed turned into the image of the thick earth mystic tortoise, so it was obvious that he had inherited the true teachings of the thick earth mystic tortoise. Zhu Juin had once told him that the divine spirits had put in a lot of effort for their bearers. Some divine spirits had even split a part of their inner elixir's power to help their bearers condense yin and yang and the 5 elements, so that they could win the battle of spirit seizing. The nature of Zhu Juin's inner elixir was not suitable, so Yang Kai had never made this request. However, the thick earth mystic tortoise was different. It was an earth divine spirit, and the power of its inner elixir was pure earth element power. If it split a part of its power to its bearer, it could condense the power of the 7th level. These bearers, because they had a part of the power of the inner elixir of the divine spirit, could display some of the divine spirit's abilities, which were very powerful. Zhu Juin had warned him that if he encountered such a bearer, he must be careful, because no one could tell what kind of trump card they had, and if he was not careful, he would die. Yang Kai did not expect to encounter such a bearer who had obtained the true inheritance of the divine spirit so quickly. Not to mention the other abilities of the thick earth mystic tortoise, its defense was outstanding. The bearer in front of him had obtained the power of the divine spirit, so he could naturally withstand the burning of the golden crow primordial fire. That person greeted with one palm. Feng Yu greets brother Yang. I have heard of your name for a long time, and now that I have met you today, you are indeed outstanding. I admit that I am inferior. Grape called out, Master, this guy is flattering you. Little Mushroom, who was on the other shoulder, nodded vigorously with a look of disdain. Feng Yu said seriously, I am speaking from the bottom of my heart, not flattering. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the giant tortoise phantom outside his body, making a dull thud. He said in surprise, Your tortoise shell is quite hard. Feng Yu smiled slightly, the thick earth mystic tortoise is good at defense. Junior brother has obtained its true inheritance and inherited this ability. I have made a fool of myself in front of brother. Yang Kai praised, with this ability, I am afraid that only those divine spirits in the great cosmological realm can hurt you. Feng Yu blushed with shame, but they are still no match for brother. Brother's space Tao is unpredictable, and the golden crow primordial fire can burn anything. It is truly fascinating. Hand over your space ring. Yang Kai stretched out his hand. Huh. Feng Yu was stunned. Yang Kai stared at him without saying a word. Grape called out, Brat, Master is asking you to hand over your space ring. Master is going to rob you. The corner of Feng Yu's mouth twitched. Brother, I thought we could sit down and have a good chat. Chapter 4093. If you want to talk, we can talk later. Give me your space ring. You must have obtained a lot of good things from the thick earth black tortoise, right? If it weren't for the tortoise's shell, Yang Kai's hand would have almost reached Feng Yu's nose. Feng Yu angrily retorted, Brother, how can you be like this? You have so many treasures, do you still need my little belongings? Even if you rob me, it won't increase your wealth by much. Yang Kai indifferently said, You have to be punished for your mistakes. Feng Yu angrily said, I really didn't attack you. After a pause, he weakly said, Fine, I secretly attacked you, but I didn't mean to kill you. I just wanted to see if there was a gap between us. He should have recognized Yang Kai long ago and heard of Yang Kai's deeds. Although he had obtained the thick earth black tortoise's true inheritance and cultivated the earth element with the power of its monster core, he wasn't confident he could beat Yang Kai by much. Just now, he had mixed in with the crowd and quietly attacked just to test how much he had grown recently. Who knew the result would be such a blow to him? Would he be able to snatch the innate spirit fruit and satisfy the thick earth black tortoise's request? Sighing slightly, Feng Yu said, Brother, you can't kill me. My coiling stone seal can't be broken without wild force. With this seal, no one in this land of eternity can kill me. Yang Kai slowly said, Your divine technique is indeed good, but it should consume a lot of energy to use, right? Not to mention whether I can break your shell. Even if I can't, I can still exhaust you to death, unless you have a way to escape from me. Feng Yu's face paled and he swayed. Brother's eyesight is really sharp. What Kai Yang said wasn't wrong. Although the boulder seal's defense wasn't bad, using it required a huge amount of energy. Maintaining it for a long period of time was especially taxing on his body. Even if he used all his strength, he could only maintain it for half an hour. After half an hour, he would be completely exhausted and the boulder seal would collapse. Yang Kai was proficient in the space Tao, and he couldn't escape, so stalling for time was meaningless to him. It could be said that Yang Kai's words were hurtful. Feng Yu's face withered. Junior brother admits defeat. Brother, please show mercy. Saying so, he sighed heavily, then dispersed the coiling stone seal, and threw the space ring in his hand to Kai. Yang Kai's TSSSSS, Yang Kai, Yang Kai. If it weren't for Zhu Jiaoyin, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to obtain the Tao-E Divine Water and cultivate the Yin-Yang Inverse 5 Elements Profound Universe Sutra. Seeing Yang Kai take out one good thing after another from the ring, Feng Yu was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He kept shouting, Enough, brother, you should at least leave some for me. Yang Kai ignored him and continued to fiddle with the ring. After a while, he threw the space ring back to him. Fang Yu caught it and checked the ring. He immediately groaned and clutched his chest in grief and indignation. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Although the rings were, Fang Yu felt like more than 10 kilograms of flesh had been cut off from his body. It was so painful. He grabbed the space ring, turned around, and left at a ridiculously fast speed. Farewell, we won't meet again. He didn't want to run into Yang Kai again. This time, he admitted defeat. Although he lost a lot of things, he still managed to save his life. He ran for 1,000 kilometers before looking back and seeing that Yang Kai didn't chase after him. He breathed a sigh of relief and comforted himself. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. They're just worldly possessions. I can't bring them with me when I'm born, and I can't take them with me when I die. I'll just throw them away. Fang Yu landed on a boulder and thought back to his previous encounter. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. They were both from the Emperor realm and he had been nurtured by the thick earth black tortoise for several years, but in the end he found that there was still a huge gap between him and Yang Kai. Just as he was feeling dejected, he suddenly noticed that the boulder under his feet was a little strange. It looked like a blooming lotus flower with layer upon layer, and he was standing in the middle of it. He couldn't help but raise his brow and look at it with interest. In the next moment, the ground beneath his feet shook, and the stone lotus suddenly closed. Fang Yu was caught off guard, and was directly trapped in the middle, unable to escape. He was shocked in his heart. It was truly a case of when it rains, the boat meets the wind. After the stone lotus swallowed Fang Yu, it immediately rose from the ground and its roots turned into 2 long legs, flying into the distance. Inside the stone lotus, Fang Yu shouted, immovable as a mountain. 10 days later, Yang Kai climbed to the top of a mountain and headed towards a certain place on the peak under Pu Baixiong's guidance. It didn't take long for them to reach their destination. Pu Baixiong jumped down from Yang Kai's shoulder and shouted, little gourd, Master Pu is here to see you. The reason he came here was because Pu Baixiong told Yang Kai that there was also a saint herb here. In this elder's land, there weren't many saint herbs that could transform into human form, but they weren't few either. Pu Baixiong knew that there were 7 or 8 kinds of saint herbs, each of which was extraordinary and had different effects. Take the 2 kinds that Yang Kai obtained for example. The bunch of berries on Pu Baixiong's head had extraordinary medicinal effects. Not only did it have healing properties, but it also had the ability to improve one's cultivation. It could be said to be an extremely rare species. The mysterious rainbow mushroom had the ability to cause illusions. When the invisible spores spread out, an ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to resist them. When Yang Kai fell into the fog, he was careless and fell into it. In the end, he had to rely on the demon eye of annihilation and the soul-warming lotus to keep his mind clear. There was also Xiang Ying's purple bamboo, which seemed to have the ability to break through 10,000 techniques. Not all saint herbs were for consumption. When plants and trees gained sentience, they could transform into human form and become saint herbs. At the top of this mountain, there was another saint herb. According to Pu Baixiong, it was a gourd vine. There were 7 gourds on this vine, each of which corresponded to the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. The quality of these 7 gourds was extremely good. With the help of the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, a cultivator could condense the corresponding Dao seal. It could be said that if one could obtain this gourd vine, they would have an inexhaustible supply of cultivation resources. However, although Yang Kai had gone through a lot of hardships to reach this place, he couldn't detect any signs of life with his divine sense. Pu Baixiong shouted a few more times, stretching out his roots and scratching his head, "Where did this gourd go?" Yang Kai frowned slightly and walked over to a place. After looking around for a while, he said, "No need to shout." Hearing this, Pu Baixiong rushed over and climbed onto Yang Kai's shoulder. Following Yang Kai's gaze, he saw some traces of battle in front of him, filled with the power of the 5 elements. He immediately shouted, "Who did this little gourd fight with?" Yang Kai nodded his head and said, "I'm afraid that someone beat us to it." Previously, when he went to look for the purple bamboo, it was the same. It was only later that he found out that the purple bamboo was in Xiang Ying's hands. In the past 10 days, Pu Baixiong had instructed Yang Kai to look for those transformed sacred herbs. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything at every place they went. Those sacred herbs were either hidden or had been snatched away by someone else. This was already the third place that Yang Kai had run to, and the 3 sacred herbs, including the little gourd, were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai wasn't too sure what happened to the other sacred herbs, but the sacred herb here should have been snatched away by someone else. The traces of battle here were very scattered, which meant that many people had besieged that sacred herb. No matter how extraordinary that gourd vine was, it would have been difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. There were also many bloodstains that hadn't dried up yet on the ground, which should have been caused by the gourd vine. Pu Baixiong said in annoyance, "If we had known, we would have come over faster. Master, don't be afraid, I'll bring you to find Aku. That fellow's place is only a 3-day journey from here." The little mushroom shrunk its neck. "Don't go find Aku, right? Every time I see him, I'll be in trouble." Pu Baixiong reprimanded, "Master wants the sacred herb, who are you to tell him what to do?" The little mushroom pouted angrily, and turned its head to the side in a fit of pique. Yang Kai shook his head, "No need, proper business is more important. Bring me to that fruit tree." Close to 200,000 people had rushed into the Elder's land, and even if there were countless casualties recently, more than half of them were still alive. These people were active in various parts of the Elder's land, and if there were any good things, they would have long been dug out by them. Those sacred herbs were the best example. Yang Kai was afraid that if he delayed any longer, even the primordial spirit fruit would be taken by someone else. At that time, he wouldn't be able to report to Zhu Jiuyin, and he and the others would be in danger. "Are we going to find the old tree?" Pu Baixiong replied, "All right, but master, you have to be careful. That old tree is not to be trifled with, and the place where he lives is filled with danger. If you're not careful, you'll be in trouble. You just have to lead the way." Pu Baixiong immediately pointed the way for Yang Kai, and after descending the mountain, Yang Kai sped along the way. He didn't stop along the way, and from time to time, he would encounter a cultivator rushing back and forth. There were also many people fighting endlessly, and almost every moment, there would be people dying in the Elder's land. After traveling for less than 2 days, Pu Baixiong said, "Master, we're almost there. Do you see that mountain in front? The old tree lives on that mountain." Yang Kai looked up, and indeed, there was a tall mountain in the distance, but because it was too far away, he couldn't see it clearly. Right at this time, Yang Kai suddenly felt something, and turned his head to a direction, only to see a figure rushing towards the mountain. That person wasn't old, looking to be in his early 20s, but his chi was extremely condensed, showing that his foundation was solid. What Yang Kai cared about wasn't this person, but something on his shoulder. It was a stalk of sacred herb. There was a stalk of holy medicine that looked like a bitter gourd. Its entire body was wrinkled, and there was a face on the gourd. It was gloomy and miserable, and its brows were tightly knitted. It was as if all the misfortune in the world had gathered on its body, and it had an expression that said that it had nothing left to live for. "Aku!" Little Mushroom immediately cried out. Chapter 4094. Was this the Aku that Grape and Little Mushroom had mentioned before? Yang Kai's expression changed as he carefully sized up the sacred medicine Aku. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. The appearance of this sacred medicine was terrible, and he did not know what magical effects it had. Right at this moment, Ku sighed heavily. "I'm Ku." This long sigh seemed to want to squeeze out all his internal organs. Yang Kai only felt his mind shake, and a feeling of depression surged uncontrollably in his heart. He suddenly felt that everything was meaningless. So what if he had wasted more than 10 years in the Great Void Realm and collected unimaginable wealth? It was nothing more than a pile of dead things piled up in his space ring. So what if he had risked his life to search for the natural spirit fruit in this land of no elders? In the end, it was Zhu Jiuyin who benefited, and he could not even eat a piece of the fruit. He had spent so much effort to jump out of the shackles of the universe and come to the outside world. He had narrowly escaped death several times, but what could he get in return? Perhaps by the time he found the world tree, the star boundary would have already collapsed, and the billions of creatures in the star boundary would have long disappeared. All kinds of negative emotions hidden in the depths of his heart surged up together with the sacred medicine Aku's sigh, almost completely drowning his mind. His figure slowly slowed down as he lost sight of the target of the battle. On Yang Kai's shoulder, Pu Baixiong covered his face with his roots and choked with sobs. I, Pu Baixiong, will change my name to Pu 99 Xiong from now on. How can I go out and meet people? Just let me die. The little mushroom sat on Yang Kai's shoulder and wailed, Why am I crying? I'm so sad, waha. Yang Kai groaned and bit the tip of his tongue hard, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. With the soul-warming lotus protecting his soul, he finally recovered his mind. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat as he looked at the sacred medicine Aku with fear. This thing was really strange. No wonder little mushroom was so afraid of him before and said that every time he saw him, he felt that it was extremely bitter. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. That sigh sounded normal, but it had a mysterious power that stirred up the dark side of everyone's heart, making them unable to control themselves. The one who got Ku was a young man with a fair complexion. He didn't look much older than Yang Kai. At this moment, his face was gloomy. He punched Ku's head and gritted his teeth. Shut up. Don't talk when I don't let you. Ku shrank his head after being hit, and his wrinkled face became even more gloomy. He sighed heavily and said, But I'm really suffering. The young man staggered and almost fell to the ground. He didn't even look at Yang Kai and quickly left. After he left, Yang Kai heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Grape and the little mushroom also gradually recovered. They wiped the corners of their eyes and blinked blankly. They did not know why they were so heartbroken just now. Did we meet Aku? Pu Baixiong asked in surprise. Yang Kai nodded slightly and looked at the mountain in the distance. The young man seemed to have the same goal as him. He found this place so quickly because of Pu Baixiong's guidance, so the young man should have been guided by Ku. In that case, the group of people who got the sacred medicine would definitely have those sacred medicine to lead the way. It wouldn't be long before they gathered here. I knew it. Nothing good will happen when we meet Ku. This guy is simply a jinx. Pu Baixiong cursed. Are you sure that the fruit tree is on that mountain? Yang Kai asked. Pu Baixiong said, Yes, the old tree has always been on that mountain and has never moved its nest. Yang Kai took a light breath. It seems that we have to meet Ku. After saying that, his body swayed and he rushed in that direction. The destination was not too far away from Yang Kai, but it was more than that. It was at least 2,000 miles away. Pu Baixiong reminded him along the way, Master, you must be careful. Nothing good will happen when you meet Ku. He didn't say anything to you just now, right? Yang Kai said, No, he only said that he was bitter. Only then did Pu Baixiong heave a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. If he said anything to you, then it would be bad. Yang Kai didn't understand, but he didn't want to ask. 2 hours later, Yang Kai gradually approached the mountain. Suddenly, his expression changed and he stared at the mountain. What entered his eyes was a majestic fruit tree standing on the mountain peak. The tree's crown was so huge that it covered the entire mountain peak. The innate fruit tree. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Pu Baixiong was right, the old tree had taken root here. As long as he could get his hands on one of the innate fruit trees, he could exchange it for the safety of Yueha and the others. And this was his main goal in entering the land of elders. However, what made Yang Kai a little surprised was that he actually felt a faint trace of world force coming from the mountain peak. He couldn't help but frown. Where did this world force come from? It had to be known that in the great cosmological realm, the heaven-opening realm's small universe was sealed, so they couldn't use world force at all. If not for this, Yang Kai and the others wouldn't have been able to shine in the Emperor realm. Those heaven-opening realm cultivators would have already snatched away all the good things in the great cosmological realm. And those who entered the land of elders were all cultivators of the Emperor realm. These cultivators didn't have the heaven-opening realm in their bodies, so they couldn't use world force. But where the innate fruit tree was, there was indeed a faint trace of world force spreading out. At this time, A large number of cultivators had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Roughly counting, there were at least 1,000 cultivators present, and all of them were looking up at the mountain peak, staring fixedly at the innate fruit tree, greed gleaming in their eyes. Among the many cultivators, some were alone, some were in groups of 3 to 5, and some were in gangs. The largest group had more than 200 people, and they were obviously from the same force. Kai Yang's eyes swept over the crowd and he saw several familiar faces. Aku and the young man he met on the way were already here, standing alone at the side with their hands behind their backs. Their expressions were arrogant, and they seemed to be out of tune with the people around them. There was also Xiang Ying, who was holding the purple bamboo and nodding slightly at Yang Kai. With the guidance of the purple bamboo, he could naturally find this place. At this moment, Yang Kai felt something and suddenly turned his head to look in a direction, only to see a short man who looked extremely strong retracting his gaze indifferently. There was a vine wrapped around the man's body, and on the vine hung 7 small gourds. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Although it was only for a moment, he clearly felt a trace of hostility. In other words, this short man seemed to be hostile to him. However, Yang Kai had never seen this person before and did not know where he had offended him. What he was concerned about was the vine on the man's body. It was obviously a sacred medicine, and should be the small gourds that Grape had mentioned before. The 7 small gourds corresponded to the power of yin and yang, and the power contained in each small gourd was different. The short man was injured and covered in blood. He should have been in a battle with someone, and judging from his travel-worn appearance, he had probably just arrived here not long ago. "Brother Yang!" A shout was heard. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Su Zhen walking over. The little fatty was smiling wholeheartedly, and as he walked over, he looked at Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom on Yang Kai's shoulder with great interest. When he came closer, he said, "Is this the sacred medicine?" He was the carrier chosen by Zhu Yan and had received many benefits from Zhu Yan. Although he had been cultivating in seclusion all these years, he still kept in touch with Yang Kai. It could be said that in the entire great cosmological realm, besides Yu He and the others, he was the closest to Yang Kai. "Brother Su." Yang Kai greeted. Su Zhen clicked his tongue and said, "I heard that there are only 7 or 8 sacred medicines in the land of agelessness. Brother Yang is really lucky to have 2 of them. It's really enviable." "It's just luck." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Su Zhen stared at the grape on Pu Baixiong's head with great interest. "This grape? What's the effect of eating it?" Pu Baixiong flew into a rage. "It's your head. Little fatty, get over here. Uncle Pu will fight you for 300 rounds. Brandishing his roots, he was like a fox borrowing the tiger's might, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. Previously, when Kai Yang had eaten one of his grapes, he was still brooding over it. Now that he saw this little fatty having ideas about his grapes, he immediately became unhappy. "Interesting little thing." Su Zhen chuckled. He would not lower himself to Pu Baixiong's level. "Brother Su, since you've found this innate fruit tree, why are you still here?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Thousands of people had gathered here and were staring at the fruit tree on the top of the mountain, but no one came up the mountain. This made him a little confused. Su Zhen shook his head and sighed. "It's not that simple. You see, this mountain is calm now, but in fact, it's full of hidden dangers. It's fine if you don't enter the mountain, but once you do, great danger will descend. Many people have already entered before, but unfortunately, none of them survived." Yang Kai's heart trembled when he heard this. He raised his head and looked carefully. Sure enough, there were many corpses of cultivators on the mountain. Roughly counting, there were at least 100 of them. These people died in all kinds of strange ways. Some were turned into stone sculptures, some were burned beyond recognition, and some were covered in wounds. It was a horrible sight. They should be the cultivator that entered the mountain before, but unfortunately, they all met with misfortune. But waiting like this is not a solution. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Su Zhen said, "Everyone is waiting, and no one wants to be the one to take the lead. This is a stalemate." Yang Kai understood. Most likely, the people gathered here wanted to observe for a while longer to see if there were any flaws in the dangers in the mountain that could be exploited. At this moment, A large group of people approached quickly. The person in the lead was carrying a huge saber with a ghost head. There were a lot of people, at least 2,000 to 3,000 of them. They were like a torrent, rolling with an unstoppable momentum, causing the cultivator's expression to change slightly. Di Tian. Someone whispered, recognizing the origin of this group of people. At the same time, Yang Kai also saw the appearance of the person in the lead. That guy was Ding Yi. Chapter 4095. Di Tian's organization had risen in the great cosmological realm and was founded by Ding Yi. He had gathered many people over the years. The Land of Elders excluded those from the heaven-opening realm, and only those from the Emperor realm could enter. Di Tian had a great advantage because they were all from the Emperor realm. Previously, in the Rainbow Tunnel, Ding Yi had led Di Tian's group to block the tunnel and caused chaos, resulting in countless casualties. However, he had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai many years ago and almost lost his life. Ever since then, he had been extremely wary of Yang Kai, so he had always given Yang Kai face. Whether it was on the Origin Magnetic Mountain or in the Rainbow Tunnel, he had always been kind to him. Ding Yi also had wounds on his body, so it was probably not a peaceful journey. There were less than 1,000 people at the foot of the mountain, but Di Tian had brought over 2,000 to 3,000 people, which was almost 2 to 3 times the number of people here. Who wouldn't be afraid? Such a huge force could completely control the situation here. In an instant, Di Tian's group had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Ding Yi carried the ghost head saber and looked around. Suddenly, his eyes focused on someone and he said angrily, "You're really looking for something by chance. You little thief, how dare you steal my sacred medicine? Now that I've caught you, let's see if you'll die." The saber pointed forward, and the target was the short man who had obtained the gourd vine. The short man frowned slightly, obviously finding it a little tricky. If Ding Yi was alone, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. The gourd vine's power was extraordinary. Even if there were 10 or 100 Ding Yi, it would be a piece of cake. However, Di Tian had too many people. If they really fought, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. After pondering for a moment, the short man said, "Ding Yi, sacred medicine is extraordinary, and it belongs to the capable. Since it chose me, it means that we are fated. Why do you have to force it?" "Fated your ass." Ding Yi was burning with anger. "If you hadn't interfered, this sacred medicine would have been in my pocket. You are despicable and shameless, secretly stealing my sacred medicine, and now you have the face to say this?" The short man snorted. "You keep saying that this is your sacred medicine. Call it and see if it responds to you." Ding Yi said angrily, "Call me grandpa and see if I respond to you." The two of them quarreled fiercely, attracting the attention of countless people. Yang Kai also showed a look of understanding. Previously, under the guidance of Pu Baixiong and the little mushroom, he had gone to look for the gourd vine, but who would have thought that someone would beat him to it? From the traces left behind, there should have been a battle, and it was a battle with quite a number of people. From the looks of it, it should be Ding Yi who led Di Tian's men and fought with the gourd vine. However, at the crucial moment, the short man took advantage of the situation. Anyone who encountered such a thing would probably be filled with anger and would definitely not let it go. Ding Yi had led a group of people to find this place. He probably did not expect to encounter this little thief who wanted to steal the saint medicine. However, since he had encountered him, he naturally would not let him go so easily. "Now that the saint medicine is in my hands, what are you going to do?" Although the short man was facing 1,000 people from Di Tian alone, he wasn't afraid at all. Ding Yi laughed sinisterly. "What else can I do? Of course, I'll kill you and take the sacred medicine back. In this life, no one can take advantage of me, Ding Yi." With that said, the cloak behind him shook, and the thousands of people under him immediately moved. Di Tian had been established for more than 10 years, and it was established when the great cosmological realm had just opened. All these years, under the leadership of Ding Yi, Di Tian's people were active in various places in the great cosmological realm. They had experienced countless big and small battles, and even resisted several waves of beast tides. At this moment, there was no need for the leader to say anything, and everyone carried out their duties. In an instant, thousands of people formed a formation and surrounded the short man. The short man's face became increasingly gloomy. Ding Yi, the Khanate fruit tree is right in front of us. If we can obtain the Khanate spirit fruit, wouldn't we obtain more benefits than a saint medicine? Can we settle our grudges after we fight for the spirit fruit? The short man suggested. Ding Yi pointed with his blade. In front of the enemy, I don't care about the spirit fruit. Tell me, do you want me to kill you with one slash, or do you want me to kill you with one slash? The short man shook his head and sighed. Looks like there's no way to be kind. Sigh, I didn't want to kill you, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As he said so, he shook the gourd vine. The 7 little gourds hanging on the vine rolled down and turned into little people in an instant. Each of them was wearing a green shirt, barefooted, and had a little gourd of different colors on their heads. One of the gourds raised his hand and said crisply, I'm eldest baby. Another gourd squatted down and said crisply, I'm second baby. Another gourd came over and cupped his eyes like a monkey looking at the sea. I'm third baby. The 4th gourd stood with his arms crossed and said solemnly, I'm 4th baby. With 2 whooshing sounds, 2 gourds flew up to the shoulders of the 4 gourds and stood on one leg. I'm 5th baby. I'm 6th baby. The last gourd flipped in the air and stood on top of the other gourds. He put his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. I'm 7th baby. The gourds said in unison, we're the 7 gourd brothers. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Beside him, Su Zhen's mouth twitched. This saint medicine is quite interesting. Pu Baixiong snorted. What a trick! On the other hand, the little mushroom had stars in her eyes. She clenched her fists and said, Gourd brothers, be careful. The 7 gourds turned their heads and chuckled at the little mushroom. Ding Yi's face darkened as he pointed his saber. Kill this little thief for me. Don't hurt the gourds. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming number of attacks were launched toward the short man. The gourds immediately rolled into a ball. Eldest baby rushed forward and shouted crisply, Look at my indestructible golden body. Golden light shone brightly, and a layer of golden light screen instantly enveloped a radius of 30 feet. When the countless attacks hit the light screen, more than half of them were offset by the light screen. Yang Kai's expression changed. 5th grade metal elemental. The power that eldest baby used was actually a 5th grade metal elemental power. The metal elemental power turned into a shield and was impregnable. Although there were many Tion's people, there were not many who could condense 5th grade power. When the power below the 5th grade bombarded the light screen, it only caused ripples to appear on the light screen. Only attacks with 5th grade power could cause a substantial impact on the light screen. However, there were too many attacks, so the defense gathered by the metal elemental power could not resist them. It only lasted for a short moment before it was broken. However, this short moment of effort had won the short man a chance to live. The other 6 gourds each activated their own power. Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements gathered and turned into layers of protection around the short man. After these 7 layers of protection were broken, all the attacks had disappeared without a trace. The short man snorted coldly. The gourd vine in his hand shook violently as he shouted, Go! 3rd baby and 4th baby immediately pounced toward the crowd. In midair, each of them took a deep breath and then exhaled. 3rd baby spat out an extremely pure water elemental power, while 4th baby spat out a blazing fire. Water and fire fused together and exploded. Among the crowd, an incomparably huge impact surged. Miserable cries rang out. Tion's hundreds of cultivators all suffered varying degrees of damage and fell from the sky like dumplings. At the same time, the gourd vine in the short man's hand shook again. 6th baby and 7th baby turned into 2 long streaks of yin and yang that crossed each other. From a distance, it was like an incomparably huge pair of scissors that cut through Tion's crowd. Chi-chi-chi, the sound of blood spurting out could be heard. Dozens of cultivators were cut in half at the waist. Their internal organs were exposed to the air and fell uncontrollably. There were people in midair who frantically stuffed their intestines back into their abdomens. However, they were unable to recover their lost vitality. All the cultivators who saw this scene were horrified. Yang Kai's expression also turned cold. He did not expect this gourd's sacred medicine to be so powerful. The 7 gourds corresponded to the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Each of them was at the 5th grade. An ordinary cultivator would not be able to contend against them. In just one exchange, Di Tian had suffered a great loss. He had lost as many as 200 men. No wonder this short man was so calm despite being surrounded by Di Tian. It turned out that he had something to rely on. Amazing! Su Jin praised. His eyes lit up as he looked at the gourd vine. Anyone who saw this thing would feel jealous. However, although the gourd vine was powerful, Di Tian had the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, he was experienced in battle. Although he suffered a loss, he did not panic. Facing the yin and yang scissors, thousands of people formed dozens of battle formations. With hundreds of people in each formation, they pressed forward and trapped the yin and yang scissors. There were also hundreds of elites who completely ignored the small gourds and charged toward the short man. There were still 3 gourds left beside the short man. They corresponded to the power of metal, wood, and earth respectively. Seeing the enemies closing in, the short man's expression did not change. He shook the gourd vine again. Eldest baby immediately turned into a streak of golden light and rushed forward. At the front of the battle formation, a cultivator reached out and grabbed eldest baby. He chuckled. "Little gourd, you dare to walk into the trap?" He had seen eldest baby use the indestructible golden body before and thought that the gourd's main power was defense. However, Ding Yi's expression changed. He shouted, "Careful!" As soon as he said that, he saw eldest baby throw out a punch. With a loud bang, the leading cultivator was hit by a powerful force. His body flew back uncontrollably. In midair, his arm exploded inch by inch. Even the bones were shattered. What great strength! Yang Kai sighed. Metal specializes in killing. This person was too careless. Su Jin also shook his head and sighed. After sending the leader flying, eldest baby suddenly spun. His hands and feet, along with every part of his body, turned into an indestructible weapon. In the blink of an eye, he had pierced through the battle formation. Dua's figure didn't stop. He turned into a golden drill and charged straight at him from the back. Another battle formation came from the side. The leader shouted, "Sacrifice to the inescapable net." A large net covered the sky and covered eldest baby's head. Chapter 4096. The large net was tough, and it was clear that it had been refined from extremely precious materials. Coupled with the fact that over 100 people had formed a battle formation to activate it, its power was truly extraordinary. It actually managed to trap the gourd within. No matter how the gourd tried to break free, it was temporarily unable to break free. The short man's face darkened slightly. Clearly, he had not expected Di Tian's group to be so difficult to deal with. Yang Kai could not help but look at them in a new light. All this time, he had thought that Di Tian's group was as loose as sand. Now, it seemed that Ding Yi had some tricks up his sleeve. He was actually able to gather this group of stragglers into an extraordinary force. A few more battle formations charged over, transforming into rolling torrents that crashed toward the short man. Meanwhile, the short man only had the earth-type and wood-type gourds left beside him. However, he remained calm. Seeing that he was about to be swallowed up by the battle formation torrents, he formed a seal with one hand. The 5th baby chuckled, and an earth-yellow light suddenly appeared on its body, enveloping the short man within. It formed a protective barrier that was even more sturdy than the eldest baby's indestructible golden body. The earth-type element was originally focused on defense, just like the earth-type power that Yang Kai had condensed. It was not surprising that he was able to condense the Dragon Shield secret technique to have such power. Amidst rumbling sounds, the attacks rained down one after another, but they were all blocked by the barrier of light. The remaining wood-type gourds spun and plunged into the ground. Immediately after, the ground cracked, and numerous roots rolled and extended underground like earth dragons, causing the ground to undulate. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous roots pierced out from the ground, piercing through one battle formation after another, instantly causing great damage to Di Tian. There was also the water baby and fire baby working together to unleash the fire and water explosion technique. There was also the yin and yang gourd brothers transforming into giant scissors that pierced through the void, weaving back and forth as they reaped the cultivator's life. The short man relied on a single gourd vine and the 7 small gourds on the vine to engage in a heated battle with Tion's group. Yang Kai gasped in amazement as he watched. The power of this gourd vine was actually so terrifying, which was something he never expected. This was definitely the most powerful holy medicine. Even though he had grapes and small mushrooms in his hands, he couldn't help but be a little envious of the short man's luck. To be able to obtain such a holy medicine, this guy's luck was really as good as the heavens. What a pity! This fellow's luck is pretty good, and his strength isn't bad either. It's a pity that he met Tion. Su Zhen sighed at the side. Yang Kai also nodded in agreement. Although the short man's performance was stunning, he was still alone after all, while Tion had the advantage in numbers. If this continued, he would be at a disadvantage sooner or later. The key was to see how long the Earth Child could protect him. Sure enough, in less than 30 breaths of time, Tu Hua suddenly blushed and said in a muffled voice, "I can't hold on anymore." The protective barrier it activated was now shaking and on the verge of collapse. It had endured too many attacks. Although it was a protective barrier condensed by the 5th rank earth element, it could not withstand the endless attacks. The short man's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Ding Yi suddenly shouted, "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." He had been watching coldly from the sidelines and did not participate in the battle. Even if his subordinates were injured or killed, he was still indifferent. It was obvious that he was looking for an opportunity to make the final decision. And now, it was time for him to make a move. An incomparably scorching power suddenly spread out from the demon-headed broadsword. Ding Yi raised the broadsword in his hand and slashed down fiercely with a cold and resolute expression. The moment Ding Yi moved, both Yang Kai and Su Zhen could not help but exclaim in surprise. They raised their heads to look at him because the scorching power lingering on his broadsword seemed to be somewhat unusual. Su Zhen exclaimed, "7th rank fire element." This Ding Yi had actually condensed the power of the 7th rank fire element. There was a flash of brilliance in Yang Kai's eyes, and then he came to a realization. In the great cosmological realm, if one wanted to condense the power of the 7th rank, one could only rely on the power of sacred spirits. Zhu Jiuyin had also said that there were indeed many 7th rank treasures in the great cosmological realm, but they had long been used up over the years. Yang Kai had wanted to find a 7th rank metal element treasure but could not find one. Zhu Jiuyin's million-strong army had searched every corner of the great cosmological realm but returned empty-handed. However, not having a 7th rank treasure did not mean that it was impossible to condense the power of the 7th rank. The inner cores of the sacred spirits were at least 7th rank. Ding Yi was able to display the 7th grade fire element because he had the help of a holy spirit. In other words, this guy was also a bearer. A holy spirit had helped him to condense the 7th grade fire element with the power of its own Niden. It was not strange when one thought about it. When sacred spirits looked for their own bearers, they would naturally choose a cultivator with good aptitude and great potential. Ding Yi was a nobody before entering the great cosmological realm, but after entering the great cosmological realm, he shone brightly and created Tion immediately. After all these years of wandering in the great cosmological realm, he had a reputation, so it was not surprising that he was targeted by a sacred spirit. And to be able to help him condense the power of the fire element, it was definitely a sacred spirit of the fire element. Yang Kai had seen at least 50 sacred spirits in the periphery of the Elder's land, and there were only a few sacred spirits of the fire element. He did not know which sacred spirit had favored Ding Yi. Just as he was thinking, the ghost head saber in Ding Yi's hand bloomed with a dazzling light. When the chirping sound was heard, a one-legged fire bird that looked like a crane flew out from the saber. Its wingspan was 1,000 feet, and it carried the power to burn the world and crash toward the short man. Bai Feng! Yang Kai and Su Zhen exclaimed in unison. Everything was clear now. Ding Yi was the bearer of the Bai Feng. The Bai Feng was a sacred spirit of the fire element, so it was not difficult for the power of the inner core to help Ding Yi condense the 7th grade fire element. However, Ding Yi was really impressive. His Dao seal could withstand the impact of the 7th grade fire element. Obviously, his foundation was solid and his foundation was not bad. Otherwise, even with the help of the Baifeng, he could not have achieved this. In the great cosmological realm, there were many rising stars who shone brightly. Every time the great cosmological realm opened, there would be countless experts of the younger generation. In the future, when they grew up, they would become giants of the 3,000 worlds. The Baifeng's fire was of the 7th grade, and the power of the Earth Child was only of the 5th grade. Naturally, it was impossible for him to block Ding Yi's angry attack. The huge Baifeng had just touched the Earth element defense when the defense shattered. The Earth Child fell to the ground, scared silly, and his eyes were blank. Seeing that the short man was about to die under the saber, who knew that he would suddenly clench his fist and smash it upward. "You're courting death." Ding Yi laughed when he felt that the situation was settled. His laughter came to an abrupt end. A ball of golden light burst out from the short man's fist, and the rich power of the golden lion fluctuated. The power of the golden lion was also of the 7th grade. The golden light was dazzling, and it turned into a huge exotic beast that crashed toward the Baifeng. Jianghu. Su Jin stared. A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he recognized the origin of the exotic beast. It was the image of the Holy Spirit Jianghu. When he was brought to the Elder's Land by Zhu Jiuyin, he was chased by Jianghu and the other 4 Holy Spirits. As a result, he and Zhu Jiuyin spent a lot of effort to reach the Elder's Land. He did not know what kind of enmity there was between Jianghu and Zhu Jiuyin, but he was the one who led the chase. Was this short man the bearer chosen by Jianghu? Before this, Yang Kai knew that many bearers hid their identities. After all, it was beneficial to hide one's identity in order to participate in the battle of spirit seizing. Except for a few bearers who were in the open, most bearers hid underwater. Ever since he entered the Elder's Land, Yang Kai had already met several bearers like this. Xiang Ying was one, Ding Yi was another, Feng Yu was another, and this short man in front of him was another. These were only the ones he had met. What about those he had not met yet? These bearers were all nurtured by the Holy Spirits behind them. Each of them had their own strengths. Just by looking at the battle before him, he knew that the final battle of spirit seizing would be a fierce battle. Whether it was Jianghu or the Baifeng, they were all veteran Holy Spirits who had lived for countless years. They spared no effort in nurturing their bearers, and even used the power of their own inner cores to help them condense the 5 elements. The strength of the 2 Holy Spirits was similar, so the power of the attacks unleashed by Ding Yi and the short man was similar as well. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the huge beast and the Baifeng clashed in midair. Cries and roars rang out incessantly, and golden and fiery light intertwined as a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Di Tian and the others were thrown off their feet, and even the thousands of spectators couldn't help but retreat. Ding Yi groaned, and his face was slightly pale. It was obvious that the technique he had just used had taken a toll on his body. The short man also took a few steps back, and one of his feet stepped into the ground. The ground cracked inch by inch, with the bottom of his feet as the center. The cracks were as dense as a spider web. The moment he steadied himself, the short man's face turned ferocious. He formed a seal with both hands and pointed at Ding Yi. A great danger descended and shrouded Ding Yi. Ding Yi's expression changed drastically. Although his aptitude was not bad, he was far from being able to withstand the power of the 7th grade fire element. In order to help him fight for the Khanate spirit fruit, the Baifeng used its secret inner core to forcibly condense the 7th grade fire element for him. As a result, his Dao seal became unstable, and he was constantly under the attack of the 7th grade fire element. When he did not use the power of the fire element, he could barely suppress it. Once he used it, his Dao seal would vibrate incessantly, and his strength would decrease sharply within an hour. The Baifeng's action was pulling up seedlings to help them grow. However, to a Holy Spirit, he only cared about the spirit fruit that could help him escape. As for whether Ding Yi lived or died in the future, it had nothing to do with him. Many Holy Spirits did things this way. The short man's timing was perfect. Ding Yi's mind was shaken, and he was using all his strength to maintain the Dao seal. At this time, how could he resist? A giant awl spun and pierced through the air, drilling towards his glabella. My life is over. Ding Yi shouted in his heart, and his face was full of unwillingness. Seeing that the giant awl was about to drill into his head, a strange power wrapped around him. His vision suddenly changed, and the space around him seemed to vibrate slightly. Then, the giant awl disappeared. When he looked around again, he was no longer where he was before. He had inexplicably moved a distance of several hundred feet. It was this strange movement that allowed him to escape. Chapter 4097. Tracing the source of that power, Ding Yi looked over and saw Yang Kai reaching out a giant hand towards him, space twisting and distorting around it. Understanding that Yang Kai had saved his life at a critical moment, Ding Yi was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude. Looking at the short man, Kai Yang grinned. "It's you, you bastard?" Before his voice fell, Ding Yi had already sent a palm towards the short man, causing the yuan qi in heaven and earth to tremble and transform into a giant blue hand that enveloped the world. The short man's face changed slightly as he took a deep breath and shook the gourd vine in his hand. With a series of whooshing sounds, the 7 gourd brothers flew over and landed on the gourd vine, turning into 7 small gourds. The power of the gourd vine soared, and with just a light blow, it broke the yuan qi hand. The short man did not hesitate and instead formed a seal with one hand before his figure suddenly disappeared. "Still want to run?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and urged his space principles to seal off the world. Faintly perceiving a trace of vitality, Yang Kai threw a punch in that direction. With a muffled groan, the short man's figure reappeared, but he had already rushed into the mountain, blood spurting from his mouth. Obviously, he had been hit by Yang Kai's punch and had suffered a great loss. Turning his head, he glared at Yang Kai with incomparable resentment before his figure disappeared again. Yang Kai frowned, his divine sense unable to perceive the short man's existence. Of course, this was due to the mysterious concealment technique this guy used, but more importantly, the situation on the mountain was somewhat strange, suppressing the extension of his divine sense. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the short man to escape so easily. Is there a grudge? Su Zhen looked at Yang Kai curiously. Just now, when Kai Yang had suddenly attacked, it had made him realize this point. Yang Kai stared at the spot where the short man disappeared and nodded lightly. Su Zhen said thoughtfully, "That divine technique just now should be the Dao breaking seal. Is this person from Ziqiong Blessed Land? But why haven't I seen him before? If he really is from Purple Jade Blessed Land, then Brother Yang will have to be careful." Yang Kai snorted, "Who cares if he's from Purple Jade Blessed Land or not? I'm going to kill him." Before entering the Old Land, in the colorful channel, Yang Kai had been attacked by the Dao breaking seal. If he had not strengthened the seal with Dao-E divine water, he would have suffered a big loss at that time. At that time, although he searched for the first time, he could not find the trace of the attacker. He still learned the information of the Dao-breaking seal from Chu Huasheng. He didn't expect to see this divine technique again in this place. In other words, it was most likely that the short man was the one who had ambushed them in the colorful channel. Moreover, the various methods and information he had displayed were consistent with Yang Kai's guess. First of all, this guy was proficient in a secret technique that could conceal his aura and figure. At that time in the colorful channel, Yang Kai was unable to find any trace of him. This point had been confirmed. The short man was also proficient in a secret technique that could conceal his aura and figure. Once again, there was no hatred for no reason, and no kindness for no reason. Yang Kai didn't know why he had ambushed him and wanted to kill him, but if this grudge was extended by Jianghu and Zhu Jiuyin, then it made sense. Jianghu and Zhu Jiuyin had a deep grudge against each other. As the bearer of Jianghu, the short man must have received instructions from Jianghu before he entered the Elder's Land. Jianghu wanted him to think of a way to kill himself inside and cut off Zhu Jiuyin's future. Su Zhen was a little troubled. "Brother Yang, if that person is really a disciple of Ziqiong Blessed Land, I'm afraid I can't help much." Although there was competition between the Blessed Land and Blessed Land, There were also good relations between them. The Divine Cauldron Heavens and Ziqiong Blessed Land had a good relationship. If the disciples of the two families met outside, even if they didn't support each other, at least they wouldn't make things difficult for each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to answer to their masters when they returned. Yang Kai said, "I won't make things difficult for Brother Su." Su Zhen sighed, but he didn't have any intention of persuading him. After pondering for a moment, he said, "If it's really a matter of life and death, Brother Yang, you must be careful of this thing." Yang Kai turned his head and saw Su Zhen playing with his identity token in his hand. Yang Kai's expression turned serious, and he nodded slightly. For a disciple of the Blessed Land like Su Zhen, the identity token wasn't just a symbol of status. There was a high possibility that it sealed a divine technique of his master. For a disciple of the Blessed Land who went out to train, this identity token was sometimes a life-saving trump card. For Su Zhen to remind Yang Kai of this, it was already very kind of him. At this moment, Ding Yi came over to express his gratitude. If it wasn't for Yang Kai using the great Tao of space to move him away at the crucial moment, he would definitely have been hit by that Tao-breaking seal. In his state at that time, if he was hit, his seal would definitely be at risk of collapsing. Yang Kai's simple help was a life-saving grace to him. "I can't thank you enough. Brother Yang, if there's anything you need me or DT on for, just let me know. I won't refuse." Ding Yi was extremely heroic. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, "What are you all standing there for? Go in and find that guy. I want to pull out his tendons and skin him alive." His face was ferocious, and it was obvious that he hated that short man. Among the 2,000 to 3,000 DT on cultivators, there were hundreds of casualties, but there were still a lot of them. Under Ding Yi's order, they rushed into the mountain. Yang Kai said, "This mountain seems to be a little dangerous. Tell your men to be careful." Ding Yi was stunned. He had just arrived here and fought with that short man, so he really didn't know about this. He quickly reminded his men. Everyone received the order and immediately became cautious. When the thousands of people who were gathered here saw that Tion's men were moving, they naturally couldn't hold back and rushed into the mountain. "Brother Yang, I'm going too. Let's meet at the peak." Su Zhen clasped his hands and walked up the mountain. He didn't know whether that short man was from Ziqiong Blessed Land or not, but he couldn't travel together with Yang Kai. Otherwise, if Yang Kai got into a conflict with that short man, he wouldn't be able to help either of them. After thinking about it, it was safer to travel alone. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Take care." After Su Zhen left, he stepped forward. As soon as he stepped into the mountain, he frowned, because this place was very strange. It was actually the same as the fog created by the little mushroom, which had the effect of suppressing divine sense, making it impossible for him to detect things too far away. Although he didn't know what mysteries this mountain had, he was sure that it was definitely dangerous. The deaths of those who entered this place before was the best proof. On the other side, Xiang Ying carried the purple bamboo and walked towards the peak of the mountain step by step. He looked at the old tree at the top of the mountain with a calm expression. 3,000 feet away, another young man was walking quickly. Someone turned to look at him and saw the saint-level medicine Aku squatting on his shoulder. He chuckled and said, "What is this strange thing? It's so ugly." Aku looked up at him with a bitter expression and said, "You're quite handsome, young man. You have the looks of a long life." That person laughed and tugged at the corner of his companion's clothes. He said, "This ugly thing can actually talk." With a crack, a bolt of lightning came and hit the person who spoke. The power of the lightning was extremely strong. No one knew where it came from, and there was no trace of it. Under the violent power, this person was directly blasted into pieces. Broken limbs and pieces of flesh flew all over the sky. His companion beside him was stunned. His body suddenly froze on the spot, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. If that lightning had been slightly off course, he would have been the one to die. Aku looked at him and said deeply, "You're quite handsome too." Just as he finished speaking, another bolt of lightning struck this person's body, and this person was also beaten to the point where not even his bones were left. The cultivators around were all shocked. Although they didn't know what had happened, they all instinctively moved away from Aku and looked at him as if he was a monster. Aku looked up at the sky and sighed heavily. "I'm so bitter." The cracking sounds were incessant. Previously, everyone gathered at the foot of the mountain and didn't realize the danger on the mountain. However, after stepping into the mountain, it was as if they had triggered some invisible restriction, and danger came one after another. The bolts of lightning that were born out of thin air had terrifying power. An ordinary cultivator couldn't withstand it at all. One bolt of lightning would usually take away a life. Yang Kai was also taken care of a few times. He had been vigilantly looking around. Although his divine thoughts were suppressed, he could still use them. It was just that the range was very small. Even so, he couldn't detect how the lightning was formed. By the time he discovered it, it was already too late. He could only resist it. Fortunately, his body was sturdy, and he was fine after taking a few bolts of lightning. He was just beaten until his whole body was numb and his clothes were tattered. "Be careful of that cloud of fog," Pu Baixiong suddenly shouted. He and Little Mushroom sat on Yang Kai's shoulders and were also vigilantly looking around. Now that they discovered something, they immediately warned him. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw a mass of gray mist drifting over, enveloping the dozen or so people not far away. Those people didn't pay much attention to it, but when the cloud of gray fog floated away from their location, a hair-raising scene appeared. More than a dozen white skeletons were left behind, scattered all over the ground. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen lives were strangely buried here. Not a single sound could be heard. After the cloud of fog swallowed the flesh of more than a dozen people, it floated toward another group of people. It was only at this moment that someone cried out in alarm, "This isn't fog, it's insects." The cloud of gray fog was actually made up of countless tiny insects that couldn't even be seen with the naked eye. Seeing the cloud of insects floating toward them, some people in the group immediately attacked in panic, bombarding it with divine technique. The cloud of insects broke apart, turning into more than a dozen streaks, breaking through the group of people in an instant and burrowing into their bodies through their nostrils. In an instant, these people trembled like sieves and screamed continuously, as if they were enduring great torment. However, it only lasted for a moment before the screams stopped. Flesh and blood disappeared, and the living creatures turned into dried bones. The cloud of insects grew much stronger and gathered together again, charging toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Only now did he realize how dangerous this mountain was. The lightning that appeared out of thin air was one thing, but if he had some means, he could still resist it. However, this cloud of insects seemed to be even more powerful than the lightning. It was simply impossible to guard against. Chapter 4098. The insect cloud silently flew towards Yang Kai, wrapping him up as his golden crow true fire ignited the insect cloud. In an instant, a series of crackling sounds filled the air as the insect cloud turned into a cloud of fire, burning the insects to ashes one by one. Along the way, there were many dangers. Not only was there the bombardment of thunder and the insect swarm, but there were also many unimaginable dangers. The ground suddenly split open, revealing an abyss that swallowed the cultivator and then closed, silently taking their lives. Some people didn't even know when their companions disappeared. When they turned around and saw that they were all alone, they immediately felt their blood run cold. Thousands of cultivators rushed into the mountain, and in less than an incense stick's worth of time, they had lost 20 to 30% of their cultivators. Moreover, the further up the mountain one went, the greater the danger, and the more frequent the crises became. Yang Kai was hit several times, but thanks to his solid foundation, he was able to survive. However, the other cultivators were not so lucky. Whether it was the thunder or the insect swarm, they were not easy to resist. When they were halfway up the mountain, the number of people decreased sharply. Those who still had the courage to continue either had great confidence in their own strength or had the mentality that they couldn't return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. Thus, they gave it their all. Xiang Ying and the young man who obtained Aku were far in the lead. As for Su Jin, he was a little behind. It was not that Su Jin's strength was inferior to the two of them, but everyone had their own strengths and weaknesses. The purple bamboo in Xiang Ying's hand was enough to destroy all kinds of methods, and with a tap of it, it was enough to annihilate the thunder and scatter the insect swarm. The young man who obtained Aku also had extraordinary means. Yang Kai suspected that he was a bearer chosen by a sacred spirit, but this person did not reveal himself, so Yang Kai couldn't figure out his background. And this was only what was on the surface. How many bearers were lurking in the water? After all, Yang Kai had seen more than 50 sacred spirits before, and each sacred spirit had its own bearer, so there were at least 50 bearers. The short man was still nowhere to be seen, and Yang Kai had no idea where he was. As Yang Kai moved forward, he looked left and right, searching for him. A spot of light suddenly lit up not far away. When the light first appeared, it was very weak, but in the blink of an eye, it became as bright as day. An extremely terrifying aura came from the light. Amidst the crackling sounds, the lightning snakes danced wildly and spread out with the light as the center. Pu Baixiong exclaimed, "Be careful!" Yang Kai had already reached out to grab the space in front of him, and as the space principles fluctuated, he suddenly raised his hand. With a loud bang, a thunderstorm exploded high up in the sky, enveloping an area of 300 meters. Even the void within that area collapsed, forming a huge black hole. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and secretly thanked his lucky stars. Fortunately, he sensed that something was wrong and moved the thunderstorm to midair. Otherwise, if it really exploded in front of him, even his half-dragon body would not be able to withstand it. Exhaling softly, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the mountain peak with a puzzled expression. Previously, when he was at the foot of the mountain, he had sensed that there was a subtle aura of world force permeating the mountain, and as he moved forward, this feeling became clearer and clearer. This made him feel a little confused. In the great cosmological realm, even the strength of divine spirits was greatly suppressed, and the small universe in the heaven-opening realm's body was completely sealed. Logically speaking, it was impossible for something like world force to exist. But it just so happened that there was one here. Where did this world force come from? Yang Kai could sense that the source of this world force was the old tree at the top of the mountain. What surprised him even more was that this world force was very mixed, as if there was more than one kind, but countless kinds of world force gathered together. "Grape, are you sure this is an innate fruit tree?" Yang Kai asked as he moved forward. Pu Baixiong sat on his shoulder, his two legs formed from roots swinging as he casually said, "What innate fruit tree? I don't know, but if you want to find a fruit tree, I know there is a fruit tree here." Yang Kai was speechless. From the foot of the mountain to the top, it was only a distance of 3,000 feet. Normally, any cultivator could cover this distance in an instant, but in this mountain, it took more than 2 hours. The first to rush to the top of the mountain was Xiang Ying. When he reached the top, he was not in a hurry to snatch the spirit fruit. Instead, he stood under the tree and looked up with a stunned expression. The second was the young man who had obtained Aku. As soon as this guy came up, Xiang Ying moved away from him without a trace. The reason was that the cultivator who went up the mountain with this guy had all died an unnatural death, which was an ominous sign. The third was Su Zhen. Yang Kai was the fourth to rush up, followed by Ding Yi and Di Tian's group. Behind them, the scattered cultivator finally reached this place after going through all kinds of hardships. There was no trace of the short man, but Yang Kai could feel that this guy was hiding somewhere. It was just that the suppression of spiritual sense in this place was too strong, making it difficult for him to find him easily. Everyone looked at this fruit tree in a daze. The crown of the tree was huge, covering the sky and the earth. On each of the branches, there were many spirit fruits. The spirit fruits were not big, only the size of a fist. They were sparkling and translucent, overflowing with light and color, beautiful and magnificent. "This is..." Su Zhen looked at the tree and the spirit fruits in front of him in a daze. As if remembering something, a look of contemplation flashed across his eyes. "This is not the primordial fruit tree," Xiang Ying suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded. He did not notice it at the bottom of the mountain, but when he saw this fruit tree, he knew that something was wrong. This was definitely not the primordial fruit tree, at least not the primordial fruit tree that those divine spirits were looking for. because those divine spirits had said that there was only one spirit fruit on the primordial fruit tree, and that one could only be plucked. Every time the land of the ancients opened, this would happen. After the spirit fruit was plucked, the primordial fruit tree would disappear. And that spirit fruit was the key to whether they could escape or not. There were more than 100 spirit fruits on the tree in front of them. There were thousands of them. Spirit fruits hung on the branches one after another, attracting the attention of others. Moreover, from those spirit fruits, faint traces of world force were emitted. The source of the world energy that Yang Kai felt before was actually from these spirit fruits. The fact that the spirit fruit contained the power of the world was simply unimaginable. There are so many spirit fruits, each of us can pluck a few. Ding Yi laughed heartily. Although there were 4,000 to 5,000 people rushing into the mountain, there were only a few hundred people who succeeded in reaching the peak. There were at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit fruits on this tree, so even if the hundreds of people divided equally, each of them could get a few pieces. Although they did not know what these spirit fruits were for, judging from their charm, they were extraordinary. However, with such a precious treasure in front of them, no one dared to act rashly lest they attract the attention of others. Ding Yi did not care about this and ordered one of his men, "Go, pluck one and taste it." That person's face turned bitter, and he could only bite the bullet and walk forward. He leaped and landed on a tree trunk. When he looked down, he saw that everyone below was looking at him eagerly, and no one had the intention to attack him. Only then did he feel relieved. He knew that the people below probably wanted him to be a pathfinder. If there was no danger in plucking the spirit fruits, they would probably fight for them in the next moment. Secretly praying, he raised his hand to grab a spirit fruit. It was cool to the touch, but there was nothing unusual about it. Just as he was about to pluck the spirit fruit, a sudden change occurred. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the man suddenly disappeared. Ding Yi's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Where did he go?" Yang Kai also looked dignified. His eyes were fixed on the person just now, but he did not notice how the person disappeared. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air, which was really strange. Seeing this scene, many people rejoiced. There was obviously a huge risk in plucking the spirit fruit. Fortunately, they were not in a hurry to snatch it just now. Otherwise, they would be the ones suffering now. A trace of relief flashed in Su Zhen's eyes, and there was a bit of fanaticism. He laughed loudly. "Sure enough, there really is such a thing in this world. I thought it was just a legend." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him. Su Zhen came from the divine cauldron cave heaven, and his background was extraordinary. Whether it was knowledge or experience, he was much better than his peers. After all, the inheritance and heritage of a cave heaven had existed for tens of thousands of years or even longer. Many secrets that ordinary people did not know were recorded in these cave heavens. Yang Kai had previously obtained a lot of information about the great cosmological realm from Su Zhen. Looking at him now, he seemed to recognize this strange fruit tree and should have seen some related records before. "Little fatty, what do you know? What the hell is this thing? Where did my people go?" Ding Yi was worried about the safety of his subordinates and hurriedly asked. Su Zhen glanced at him and was not annoyed. He had always had a good temper. He smiled slightly and said, "Leader Ding, don't worry, your people are not in any danger for the time being. They were just eaten by this fruit." Ding Yi's expression changed. "Eaten by the fruit? That's not dangerous?" Su Zhen chuckled. "It's good that there is no danger, but whether he can escape will depend on his own luck. If he can escape, he will have a great opportunity. If not, what will happen if he can't? Naturally, he will be trapped in the fruit for the rest of his life." Ding Yi said seriously, "This fruit can trap people? Leader Ding, don't underestimate this fruit. This fruit is very famous." Su Zhen chuckled. Aku's master said, "Brother, may I ask what this fruit tree is? And what is this fruit?" This was what everyone wanted to know. With such a precious treasure in front of them, it would be a headache if they could not figure out its origin. Learning from the mistakes of others, no one dared to make a move on the spirit fruit again. Su Zhen did not hide anything and said with a serious expression, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary 3,000 world tree." 3,000 World Tree? Everyone was surprised and looked at each other. Everyone present, except for Su Zhen, had not heard of this before. Chapter 4099. Su Zhen said, I once saw some scattered records in an ancient book in the sect. Although the records weren't complete, I'm sure this is the 3,000 World Tree. Everyone, please take a look. Are there 3,000 fruits on this tree? With his reminder, everyone hurriedly looked at the spirit fruits. Everyone present was extraordinary. With a single glance, they knew the number of spirit fruits. There were exactly 3,000, no more, no less. Su Zhen's expression was solemn. The 3,000 World Tree bears 3,000 world fruits. Each fruit is a world, corresponding to the 3,000 great paths. Each world fruit is a small world with its own system, just like the small universe in the body of a heaven-opening realm. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe it. The fruits were only the size of a fist, but they were small worlds? This was beyond their imagination. Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. His attention was on the spirit fruits just now, so he didn't realize the key point. Now that he heard Su Zhen say this, he couldn't help but wonder if this 3,000 World Tree was the World Tree mentioned by giant god Ada. The great battle in the astral plane had shattered the laws of heaven and earth. The astral plane was at risk of collapsing at all times. Although many great emperors worked together to maintain stability, the astral plane couldn't hold on for long. Yang Kai once asked Ada about it, but Ada didn't know much. He only told Yang Kai that this world tree was the key to reshaping the laws of heaven and earth in the astral plane. However, he hadn't heard anything about the world tree since he entered the universe world. He didn't expect to find something in the land of the ancients. If this 3,000 World Tree was the thing Ada mentioned, then it was the key to the survival of the astral plane. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but burn. He was secretly thinking about how to uproot this 3,000 World Tree. One fruit, one world. Someone murmured. So, that brother just fell into the world within the fruit? That's right. Su Zhen nodded. This is his opportunity. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Su Zhen said that the person was eaten by the fruit. Falling into the world within the fruit meant that he was eaten. If he can comprehend the mystery, then he can escape and the world fruit will be his. But if he can't, so what if I can't comprehend it? Ding Yi asked in a low voice. I'll be trapped in there for the rest of my life, and I'll never be able to get out. Su Zhen replied. These words sent chills down everyone's spines. No one knew what the world inside the fruit was like. If one was really trapped inside for the rest of their lives, it would not be a good ending. What are the effects of this world fruit? Another person asked, Brother, since you recognize this item, you must know its effects, right? Su Zhen chuckled. The effects of the world fruit are amazing. It's something that only exists in legends. It's a divine item that can help a heaven-opening realm cultivator break through to the first tier. What? Cries of surprise rang out. Everyone looked at Su Zhen in disbelief, wanting to see if he was joking, but Su Zhen's face was filled with fanaticism. How could he be joking? Help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by one stage? Are you serious? There's such a divine object in this world. Breaking through to the heaven-opening realm is extremely difficult. Can this fruit really help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by one stage? Breaking through to the heaven-opening realm required many years of accumulation. Every time one advanced by one stage, it would take countless amounts of time and resources. Moreover, there were many restrictions and it would not be limitless. Generally speaking, after a cultivator reached the heaven-opening realm, even if they had plenty of time and resources, they would only be able to advance by 2 or 3 stages at most. 2 stages accounted for 90% of the time, and there might not even be a single cultivator who could advance to the 3rd tier in several thousand years. After all, the heaven-opening pill was artificially refined. The more such a spirit pill was consumed, the less effective it would be for the cultivator until it had no effect at all. Of course, if one had the opportunity to obtain a naturally occurring heaven-opening pill, they would not have such concerns. There were many miraculous things in this world, and there was a type of heaven-opening pill that was naturally formed and extremely rare. This heaven-opening pill did not have any side effects, and anyone who obtained it could use its power to advance their own cultivation. However, this naturally occurring heaven-opening pill was extremely rare, and it would often be fought over by various blessed paradises the moment it appeared. An ordinary cultivator would not have the chance to obtain it. Beside the 3,000 world tree, several hundred cultivators were in an uproar, clearly shocked by Su Zhen's words. Su Zhen said solemnly, "I didn't really believe it at first, but after seeing these world fruits, I have no choice but to believe it. Breaking through to the heaven-opening realm is nothing more than expanding the mini-cosmos world in one's body, perfecting the power of that mini-cosmos world. Looking at these world fruits, every single one is a mini-cosmos world. If one can ingest and refine them, the benefits to a heaven-opening realm cultivator are unimaginable. It's only natural that they can help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Su Zhen's words were not wrong. The world fruits were filled with world might, forming a mini-cosmos world of its own. If a heaven-opening realm cultivator ingested and refined them, it would indeed help them expand the mini-cosmos world in their body, perfecting the power of their mini-cosmos world. For a moment, everyone's eyes burned with desire as they looked at the world fruits one after another, drooling. These were divine objects that could help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by a single grade. Everyone present had benefited greatly from the great cosmological realm. It could be said that as long as they could leave safely, it would not be much of a problem for them to advance to the heaven-opening realm in the future. If they could obtain a world fruit in advance, they would be able to advance to the 4th stage from the 3rd stage, the 5th stage from the 4th stage, and the 7th stage from the 6th stage. How many years of bitter cultivation would a single world fruit save? Even if they did not consume it themselves, if they sold it, it would definitely cause a great deal of competition among heaven-opening realm cultivators. But don't get too carried away, everyone. Su Zhen suddenly chuckled and said in a clear voice, "Although these world fruits are divine objects and have extraordinary effects, they are not omnipotent. These fruits are divided into 3 grades. The lowest grade world fruit can only help a low heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by 1 grade, the middle grade world fruit can help a mid-heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by 1 grade, and the high grade world fruit can help a high heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by 1 grade. These fruits are also divided into high, middle, and low grades?" Xiang Ying raised his brow. Su Zhen nodded and said, "That's what I read in the records. Don't ask me how to differentiate them, I don't know either. I only know that most of the spirit fruits on this tree are low grade, and only a few are middle grade. As for high grade, there may or may not be any, and even if there are very few of them." As he spoke, he sent out his divine sense to cover the fruits. However, although the fruits looked small, they actually formed a world of their own inside. All the probing divine senses were swallowed up, and no one was able to find any clues, let alone determine their quality. From the outside, there was not much difference between the fruits. They looked like they were carved from the same mold. However, even if there were no high-grade fruits, the fruits on this tree were enough to make one's eyes go red with envy. Ding Yi laughed loudly, "Serves me right for getting rich, huh?" Among the people present, Di Tian had the most people. With so many spirit fruits, even if they were to divide them equally, he would still get a lot. However, the prerequisite was that he could pluck the spirit fruits. Su Zhen seemed to know what he was thinking. He smiled slightly and said, "Although there are many world fruits, everyone only has 1 chance. If you pluck them, you won't be able to enter the world within the fruit again." What kind of bullshit logic is that? Ding Yi could not help but stare. Su Zhen said, "I'm not sure either. Actually, I've only seen some records from ancient records, so I don't know much about this fruit tree." Ding Yi pondered for a moment and said, "Only by entering the world within the fruit and comprehending its mysteries can we have a chance to obtain the world fruits?" Su Zhen nodded slightly. "That's what I saw." Ding Yi nodded and grinned. "Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try." As he spoke, he called out to his cultivator subordinates and selected a dozen or so people to forcefully pluck the world fruits. The dozen or so people all rubbed their hands together and arrived in front of the 3,000 world tree. Yang Kai and the others watched silently and had no intention of stopping them. They had many things they did not know about the 3000 World Tree, so they could use Tion to test it out. After a while, the dozen or so people used various methods to grab the world fruits one by one. However, no matter what they did, the world fruits did not move at all. All of their methods were like stones sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Someone even cast a divine technique at the world fruit out of indignation, but it was still swallowed by the fruit. The spirit fruit was unaffected, but the divine technique was gone. After a while, Dingyi called those people back. The results of the test were obvious. It was impossible to forcefully pluck the spirit fruit. They could only do as Su Zhen said and enter the world within the fruit. If that's the case, let's make a trip. Someone laughed loudly and stepped forward. He flew up to a tree trunk and reached out to grab a spirit fruit. The moment he touched it, his figure disappeared. As soon as this person moved, many of the remaining cultivator could not sit still anymore. They all flew to the 3000 World Tree and selected different spirit fruits. One figure after another disappeared mysteriously. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people were gone. Some of the remaining cultivator were still observing silently. Some hesitated, wondering if they should risk it all. After all, Su Zhen had said before that entering the world within the fruit had its risks. If they succeeded, they would pluck the spirit fruit, but if they failed, they would be trapped for life. There was no other possibility. Xiang Ying and the young man who obtained Aku also chose a spirit fruit and entered the world within the fruit. Ding Yi pointed his blade and shouted, "Brothers, the opportunity is right in front of you. Whether you can grasp it or not is up to you. I won't force you. Those who are content with mediocrity can stay, but those who want to soar, come with me." After saying that, he was the first to rush over. He found the spirit fruit at the highest point and grabbed it. His figure disappeared instantly. Tion and the others followed closely behind, each choosing their own target. Some shook their heads and sighed, going down the mountain. After all, not everyone had Ding Yi's courage. Su Zhen did not move, and neither did Yang Kai. Both of them wanted to find out the grades of these spirit fruits. Unfortunately, after looking for a long time, neither of them found anything. After a while, Su Zhen shook his head and said, "Brother Yang, I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Brother Su, take care." Chapter 4100. As he spoke, he secretly sent a voice transmission. What will happen if two people choose the same spirit fruit at the same time? He had been staying here, not only to distinguish the grade of the spirit fruit, but also to see this. Unfortunately, there were so many people just now, but none of them entered the world within the fruit together. They all chose different targets. Su Zhen's eyes flashed slightly, and he instantly understood Yang Kai's intention. He replied, "Brother Yang can try." He obviously didn't know what the consequences would be. After Su Zhen disappeared, Yang Kai set his sights on a certain world fruit. He grabbed it and disappeared without a trace. After a cup of tea, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was the short man who obtained the gourd vine. At this moment, he stared at the 3000 World Tree in front of him with a fanatical expression and laughed. "World fruit, there's such a divine object in the land of eternity." This person had been hiding nearby and only showed up now. He walked slowly to the fruit tree and shook the gourd vine, trying to grab a fruit. However, no matter how he tried, he couldn't get it. The fruit grew on the tree, and although it looked easy to pick, it was unusually strong. The short man tried several times but failed. He could only sigh, "It seems that I have to go into the world within the fruit." As he spoke, he grabbed one of the fruits. At this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. A great danger shrouded him, and a voice suddenly sounded in his ears, "Freeze!" The space around him suddenly froze, and his body froze on the spot. The world fruit was within reach, but he couldn't move it at all. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure slowly emerging in midair. He was shocked. How could he not know that he had fallen into an ambush? He was cautious by nature. If not, he wouldn't have hidden until now. Who knew that when he confirmed that everyone had entered the world within the fruit, there was still someone outside who had deceived his detection? That voice should be the carrier of Zhu Juin Yang Kai, who had made a name for himself in the great cosmological realm. He couldn't help but be shocked. He had no enmity with Yang Kai. It was only because of Jin Wu's instructions that he set up an ambush in the colorful passageway. He thought that he would definitely kill Yang Kai. Who would have thought that Yang Kai was only slightly injured? Only then did he realize that Yang Kai lived up to his reputation. Previously, in order to deal with Ding Yi, he had no choice but to reveal his identity. It was obvious that Yang Kai held a grudge against him. That guy had been hiding his whereabouts all this time in order to plot against him. In a split second, the short man had already understood everything. Although he was panicking in his heart, he did not panic and hurriedly used his mind to communicate with the gourd vine that was wrapped around his body. The 7 small gourds hanging on the vine faintly emitted a 7-colored brilliance. Yang Kai appeared from the void and strode towards the short man. He stretched out his hand and a huge crescent blade was formed. He coldly looked at the short man not far away and shouted, "Cut!" The moon blade pierced through the air, slicing through the void as it slashed toward the short man. This person was Jin Wu's bearer. Previously, he had plotted against him in the colorful passageway. Since the enmity had been formed, it would not end until one of them was dead. Yang Kai naturally would not be merciful. He had the shadowless gauze, so it was not difficult for him to conceal his presence. Just now, he seemed to have fallen into the world within the fruit, but in fact, he did not touch the fruit at all. Before that, he had already activated the shadowless gauze to hide his presence. After waiting for a while, the short man indeed exposed his whereabouts. This guy also had a method of concealment and obtained a sacred medicine like the gourd vine. If he did not take this opportunity to get rid of him, he would definitely be a problem in the future. Moreover, Yang Kai was also envious of the gourd vine and the 7 small gourds. Pu Bai Xiong and the small mushroom were sacred medicines and their value was inestimable. However, to Yang Kai, the gourd vine was undoubtedly more attractive. The 7 small gourds on the vine corresponded to the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements, and were all of the 5th rank. If he could snatch the gourd vine, it would mean that he would have an endless supply of 5th rank power to use in the future. He did not need it, but those in the star boundary did. He would kill without mercy. The moon blade whistled through the air and slashed in front of the short man in an instant. Just as the man's head was about to be separated from his body, the 7 small gourds wrapped around his body suddenly shone brightly. A rainbow-colored light lingered around him. Yin, yang, and the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, forming a solid layer of protection outside his body. With a boom, the moon blade slashed down, but it only cut a hole in the rainbow-colored protection, causing the man's body to tremble slightly. It did not cause much damage to the short man. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the short man had already broken free from the restraints of the law of space. He turned his head and glared at Yang Kai, saying resentfully, "I'll kill you sooner or later." Yang Kai snorted coldly and punched out. On the peak of his fist, a small black dot flashed and disappeared. Clips. The violent fist energy tore apart the rainbow-colored protection. The short man grunted and spat out blood. He grabbed at the world fruit with a panicked expression and instantly disappeared. Yang Kai strode over. When he turned his fist into a palm strike, he hit empty air. The short man had already rushed into the world within the fruit. Yang Kai did not hesitate and grabbed at the fruit as well. The short man had already been injured by him, so this was a good opportunity to take his life. Yang Kai naturally would not miss this opportunity and was determined to kill him. What made him feel at ease was that when he grabbed the world fruit, he clearly felt a suction force coming from the fruit, pulling his body into a bottomless abyss. It seemed that even if 2 people chose the same world fruit, they could still enter together. He could not help but feel a little curious and expectant. What exactly was the world within the fruit like? He activated his power to protect himself and was secretly on guard. In what seemed like an instant, Yang Kai suddenly arrived in a strange world. Looking around, his eyes were filled with astonishment. He saw that he was in a huge bubble at this moment, and there were even more bubbles around him. They were so densely packed that there was no end in sight. This entire world seemed to be composed of countless bubbles. What surprised him was that the world chi in these bubbles was abnormally abundant, and this world actually had its own world principles, and they were the kind that was relatively complete. With just a glance, Yang Kai realized that if he cultivated in this world, if he wasn't hindered by his aptitude, he could definitely reach the heaven-opening realm. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. This was just a world within the fruit, but it could actually allow one to reach the heaven-opening realm. The world fruit was truly extraordinary. No wonder it could help a heaven-opening realm cultivator directly break through. This should be a low-grade world fruit, because Yang Kai could sense that the third stage of heaven-opening realm was the limit here. This feeling was very vague, but he was certain of it. But before he could investigate anything else, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something unusual from the corner of his eye. He turned his head and saw a figure that appeared distorted under the folding of the bubble's membrane. The figure broke through the bubble's bubble and rushed into another bubble. It was the short man. Yang Kai and the other party had rushed into this world one after the other, and their positions were about the same. The other party had just taken a punch from Yang Kai, and his aura was weak at this moment. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. How could Yang Kai miss such a good opportunity? He shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" Pushing his space principles, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he chased after the other party. With a bang, Yang Kai felt like he had hit a mountain, and his momentum was immediately halted. He saw stars and felt a lump in his throat, and tears were about to flow out of his eyes. On his left and right shoulders, the little mushroom and Pu Baixiong were rolling around, crying out in pain. Yang Kai shook his head and took a step back. Looking up, he could not help but feel a little speechless. The thing in front of him was actually the thin film of the bubble. It was this thin film that had blocked his teleportation and prevented him from smoothly chasing after the other party. Raising his hand, Yang Kai grabbed the little mushroom and Pu Baixiong and threw them into the small sealed world before tearing open the thin film in front of him and rushing into the next bubble. Strangely enough, this thin film cut off his space principles, making it impossible for him to teleport, but it could not stop his tearing force. However, after Yang Kai rushed into the next bubble, the torn gap automatically closed. At this moment, Yang Kai had no time to think too deeply about this matter. Locking his eyes in the direction the short man had escaped, he broke through layer after layer of the thin film and chased after him. After a short while, Yang Kai laughed, "The heavens are helping me." Because in his field of vision, when the short man broke into the next bubble, a raging fire suddenly burst out from the bubble, burning him up and making him jump up and down, making him look quite miserable. Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, there was a loud crack and a bolt of lightning struck him, causing him to stagger. Looking around, Yang Kai's face changed as he saw that the bubble he was in was filled with countless lightning snakes that gathered together into a thunderstorm in the blink of an eye, causing him to feel numb all over and shiver uncontrollably. These bubbles also contained many dangers. At first glance, there seemed to be no difference between the bubbles, but after breaking into them, one would realize just how mysterious they were. 10 breaths later, Yang Kai rushed out of the lightning-filled bubble, and the short man also broke free at the same time. He clearly noticed that someone was chasing him from behind, but he didn't look back at all and simply fled. Yang Kai held his breath as he shuttled back and forth between the bubbles in pursuit. This chase went on for an unknown distance, sometimes closing the gap between them, sometimes distancing themselves. Yang Kai gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. If it weren't for these strange bubbles, with his space principles, wouldn't it have been easy for him to chase after this person? However, these bubbles could cut off his teleportation, causing him to feel quite resentful. A few days later, Yang Kai stopped, panting in exhaustion. Dozens of bubbles in front of him, the short man also sat down and sprawled out on the ground. After a few days of chasing, whether it was Yang Kai or this short man, both of them were a little exhausted and had to stop to rest. Yang Kai crazily stuffed spirit pills into his mouth and shouted, "Run, run as fast as you can. When this king catches you, he will definitely let you taste all the torture in the world." The short man struggled to get up and stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth, gasping for breath. What will it take for you to let me go? Yang Kai sneered. Let you go? Do you think it's possible? Not to mention that you attacked this king and tried to kill this king. As a bearer, there will be a life and death battle between you and me. Instead of waiting for trouble in the future, it's better to deal with you here and now. Chapter 4101. Seeing that Yang Kai was not going to give up, the short man was furious. Yang Kai, don't think I'm afraid of you. I just don't want to fight a meaningless battle and let others take advantage of me. Yang Kai laughed sinisterly. Killing you is not a meaningless battle. If you want to live, it's simple. Leave your gourd vine behind and I won't chase you. The man surnamed Go said angrily, then come and chase me. Let's see who's faster, you or me. If he had not been punched by Yang Kai, he would not have had to flee so pathetically. With the gourd vine in his hand, why would he need to fear anyone in the great cosmological realm? It was just that the punch from before made him feel really uncomfortable. If it were not for the protection of the gourd vine, he would have been smashed to pieces by that punch. The two of them continued to quarrel as they recovered. Obviously, neither of them wanted to let the other rest in peace. After an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai got up, tore open the membrane in front of him, and rushed forward. The man surnamed Go was shocked. He did not care that the spirit pill in his stomach had not completely dissolved and hurriedly fled. In the following dozens of days, the man surnamed Go could be said to be living a life worse than death. Yang Kai's recovery ability was obviously much stronger than his. Often, before he could recover much of his strength, Yang Kai would be full of energy and would chase after him, forcing him to flee in panic. The injuries on his body did not receive effective treatment and recuperation. Not only did he not recover much, but they also showed signs of worsening. He knew that this could not go on. If this continued, Yang Kai would catch up to him one day. At that time, he would not even have the strength to fight back. Over the past few days, the distance between Yang Kai and him was constantly closing. At first, there were still dozens of air bubbles between them, but now there were only a few air bubbles left. It could be said that they were very close. Along the way, he had also been constantly exploring the mysteries of this world in an attempt to comprehend the mystery of this place and then take the world fruit. Unfortunately, after so many days, he still did not gain anything. Not only him, but Yang Kai was also the same. This entire world was made up of countless bubbles. Each bubble was similar in size, and there was no difference at all. Although Yang Kai had chased the man all the way and forced him into a difficult situation, he was secretly anxious. After all, so many days had passed. Who knew what was going on outside? If they missed the closing time of the land of the ancients, wouldn't they be trapped here for the rest of their lives? At that time, he would not be able to leave, and he and the others would most likely suffer as well. Therefore, Yang Kai spared no effort in his pursuit. Only by getting rid of this guy as soon as possible could he explore the mysteries of this place. After another round of meditation, Yang Kai didn't have time to recover all of his strength. He got up, tore through the bubble's membrane, and charged toward the man surnamed Go. This time, the other party didn't run away. He just sat there cross-legged and looked over coldly. There was a trace of determination in his ferocious gaze. Yang Kai grinned. How could he not know that this guy had no choice but to fight with his life on the line? This was what he wanted to see. In a flash, Yang Kai had already rushed through several bubbles and arrived at the bubble where the man surnamed Go was. After several dozen days, this was the first time the two of them were facing each other at such a close distance. Condense! Yang Kai formed a seal with one hand and activated the space principle, immediately sealing the space inside the bubble. This way, the man surnamed Go would not be able to escape easily unless he broke through the space barrier. If the other party really did so, it would definitely give him an opportunity to take advantage of. It seems that you and I can only meet in life and death. What a pity, I didn't want to send you on your way so quickly, but you forced my hand. The man surnamed Go didn't panic. Instead, there was a sense of certainty in his voice. Saying so, he let out a long breath and slowly stood up. As he stood up, his originally somewhat dispirited aura began to soar. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and said, "It's still not certain who will send who on their way, so don't boast so early." It won't look good on you later. The two men's gazes collided and sparks flashed. In the next moment, the two of them attacked at the same time, as if they had discussed this beforehand. Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent a series of moon blades whistling forward, covering a large area and shattering space wherever the moon blades passed. The man surnamed Go formed a series of seals with his hands and sent a giant awl spinning through the air. Dao Breaker Seal. This divine technique was specifically designed to counter Dao seals and was extremely powerful. Yang Kai had suffered a loss once before, and Ding Yi had also almost lost his life to this technique. Having already seen it twice, Yang Kai was naturally prepared. He divided a part of his concentration to stabilize his Dao seal, not allowing it to move. At the same time, with a slight thought, the moon blade he sent out whizzed back towards the Dao Breaker seal, strangling it. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly, and in the blink of an eye, the Dao Breaker seal disappeared. The moon blade did not lose any of its power and once again struck towards the man surnamed Go. The man surnamed Go let out a roar as golden light filled his entire body. The power of the seventh stage metal elemental force surged, turning him into a golden man in an instant. He swung his fists and smashed them into the crescent blade, shattering it. The metal element was mainly used to attack and was very aggressive. Yang Kai's face was filled with envy. He had almost completely condensed the power of the 5 elements, and now he was only missing the metal element. He was secretly annoyed. Why wasn't the divine spirit looking for him Jianghu, but Zhu Jiaoyin instead? If it was Jianghu, he could use the power of his inner core to condense the 7th rank metal element. Once the 5 elements power was completed, he would be half a step into the heaven-opening realm. He only needed the yin and yang elements to enter the heaven-opening realm. Unfortunately, it was fate. Since Zhu Jiaoyin had found him to be the bearer, Jianghu would not let him go. This was the root cause of this battle. After breaking the moon blades, the man surnamed Go's momentum did not falter. His short figure was like a bull as he charged at Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yang Kai. His fist, which was surrounded by the 7th rank metal element power, was aimed at Yang Kai's chest. Before the fist arrived, the sharp aura had already eroded Yang Kai. He felt pain on his skin and his clothes were torn. However, he did not dodge. His expression was indifferent as he looked at the man surnamed Go mockingly. In the next moment, the man surnamed Go's expression changed slightly. No matter how hard he tried, his fist could not hit Yang Kai. It was always half a foot away from him. He clearly felt that he was constantly breaking through, but the distance between them was not shortened at all. It was very strange. When Yang Kai seized the Tai pure divine water, he encountered the restriction of heaven and earth. He gained a lot from comprehending it and opened a new door on the great path of space. After these days, he became more and more skilled in using this method of space extension. The man surnamed Go could not shorten the distance between them, just like how he could not shorten the distance between him and the white jade trough. The space between them was extending. It seemed to be motionless, but it was moving like thunder. After 10 breaths, the man surnamed Go ran out of energy and his momentum fell. At this moment, Yang Kai pointed his finger and said indifferently, "Die." On the tip of his finger, a small golden crow flew out and cried. It rapidly enlarged in the man surnamed Go's vision as if it was going to envelop him completely. The golden crow true fire was extremely terrifying. It was even stronger than his golden crow power, so if he was really burned by this golden crow, he would not have a good end. At this critical moment of life and death, the man surnamed Go no longer dared to hide his strength. With a shake of his arm, the gourd vine shot out as if it had a mind of its own, penetrating the golden crow's body and breaking it apart. It then went straight for Yang Kai's forehead. On the gourd vine, the power of yin and yang and 5 elements lingered, breaking through his space extension and arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's face changed slightly and he leaned back, barely avoiding this blow. The man surnamed Go did not show any mercy. He held the gourd vine in his hand and used it like a whip. With a shake of his hand, the gourd vine turned into circles and came down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai dodged several times, but he could not get rid of it. Seeing that he was about to be enveloped by the gourd vine, he immediately shouted and stretched out his hand, grasping the black dragon spear in his hand and thrusting it forward with his heart. There was no pattern to this spear attack. It seemed to be a casual attack, but it was exquisite as it hit the center of the countless circles. A violent force exploded as the man surnamed Go grunted and took a few steps back. Yang Kai suddenly broke free. Without stopping, the spear shot out like a dragon, filling the sky with spear shadows that enveloped the man surnamed Go. The sudden change in attack and defense shocked the man surnamed Go. He never thought that Yang Kai would have such outstanding attainments in the way of the spear. With his attack broken, he could only passively defend. For a time, the two were locked in a fierce battle inside the bubble. They were evenly matched. However, the more they fought, the more the man surnamed Go became alarmed. The spear in Yang Kai's hand was like a living creature, attacking the weak points of his defense every time, causing him to break out in cold sweat. It was not all luck that he was chosen by the Golden Crow. The divine spirits had their own criteria for choosing their bearers. If one's foundation was insufficient, the divine spirits would not favor them. He had relied on his own strength to become a bearer. He had been nurtured by the Golden Crow for many years, entered the land of the ancients, and obtained the gourd vine. He thought that no one in the entire great cosmological abyss would be his match, but who knew that someone would be able to take advantage of him? After several dangerous encounters, the man surnamed Go finally determined that he was not Yang Kai's opponent with his current means. The spear in his opponent's hand was definitely extraordinary, as it was able to clash with his gourd vines without being damaged. On top of that, there was also a faint divine spirit aura coming from it, making it difficult for him to react quickly. The man surnamed Go gritted his teeth and shouted, "I didn't want to use this move, but you have the ability to make me use it. It's your honor to die under this move." Yang Kai's heart trembled slightly. He knew that the guy in front of him was about to use some kind of trump card, but he still had some tricks up his sleeve. He immediately sneered, "How dare you boast so shamelessly? I'll knock your teeth out later." Whether I'm boasting shamelessly or not, you can experience it for yourself. The man surnamed Go snorted and shouted, "Rise." As he spoke, he shook the gourd vine, and the 7 small gourds on it rolled down one after another. Yang Kai swung his spear and retreated, his eyes cold and vigilant. He had seen the abilities of these 7 small gourds, and each of them was extremely extraordinary. He had been secretly on guard before, but who knew that the other party had not used it? Was he going to borrow the power of the gourds now? Chapter 4102. The 7 gourd brothers were all extraordinary and could summon the power of the 5th stage. An ordinary cultivator was no match for them. After all, there were not many cultivators who could summon the power of the 5th stage and could not resist the power of the 7 gourd brothers. However, Yang Kai was not afraid. The power of the 5 elements he could summon was at the 7th stage at the very least, so how could he be afraid of the 5th stage? The 7 gourd brothers rolled down the gourd vine and assumed different postures, looking majestic. Before they could announce their names, the man surnamed Go suddenly shook the gourd vine again. The gourd vine pierced straight through and under Yang Kai's stunned gaze. It pierced through eldest baby's back and came out from his chest. Strangely enough, although eldest baby was pierced through by the gourd vine, he was not injured at all. The gourd vine did not slow down and pass through second baby, followed by third baby, fourth baby. In the blink of an eye, the 7 gourd brothers were strung together like a gourd. Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness. He thought that the 7 gourd brothers were the man surnamed Go's final trump card, but who knew that there were more variables? Without any hesitation, he activated all of his strength. The roar of a dragon resounded, and the might of a dragon filled the air. The black dragon spear seemed to transform into a giant dragon as it pounced towards the man surnamed Go. The man surnamed Go just looked at Yang Kai indifferently, as if he was looking down at an ant. He shook the gourd vine and met the black dragon spear head-on. With a loud bang, Yang Kai only felt a terrifying force hit him head-on, and he was sent flying uncontrollably. Even the giant dragon phantom on the blue dragon spear dimmed from the impact. Yang Kai hit the bubble and spat out a mouthful of blood. his eyes widened. The power of the heaven opening? In that instant of contact, he actually felt the rich power of the heaven opening from the gourd vine. This power was far beyond the man surnamed Go's own power, and it was also beyond his current power. He suffered a great loss in just one exchange. At this moment, the 7 small gourds that were pierced by the gourd vine turned into 7 colored lights that surged into the gourd vine, causing the gourd vine to change colors and become extremely gorgeous. The power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements intertwined and fused within it, reinforcing and restraining each other, turning into a cycle that evolved into endless profundities. When a cultivator reached splitting the heavens, they had to condense the power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements to create a world within their body. Only then would they be able to unleash the might of the world without any external help. This was also the biggest reason why splitting the heavens were above the emperor realm. Yang Kai himself had not cultivated to this level, but he had seen others advance to split the heavens with his own eyes. When Bai Qi had broken through to the 5th stage, he had been observing from the side. At that time, it was fortunate that he had given Bai Qi some heaven and earth source liquid. Otherwise, Bai Qi would have already died. The scene of that day was still vivid in his mind, just like what he saw in front of him. Yin, yang, and the 5 elements intertwined and merged, reinforcing and restraining each other. The 7 small gourds on the gourd vine corresponded to the power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Just like how a cultivator could condense the power of the 7 elements, this gourd vine could actually evolve the power of splitting the heavens. Moreover, it was the power of a 5th stage splitting the heavens. After all, each of the small gourds displayed the power of a 5th stage splitting the heavens. In other words, what the man surnamed Go was holding right now was a powerful killing weapon that could freely unleash the power of a 5th stage splitting the heavens. Yang Kai's hair stood on end. Although he was powerful, he was far from being a match for a 5th stage splitting the heavens. He still had this much self-awareness. A 5th stage splitting the heavens was Yuhi's level. With his current strength, facing such an existence in his current state, only death would await him. Without even thinking about it, he turned around and tore through the bubble, madly fleeing. The originally favorable situation immediately turned into one of crisis. The man surnamed Go's cold voice came from behind him. "Where can you run to? Since you forced me to use this move, you can die without regrets." With the sound of something tearing through the air, Yang Kai felt a chill from head to toe, as if a poisonous snake was chasing after him. Turning his head, Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. He saw that the man surnamed Go was still standing in place, but the gourd vine in his hand continued to extend, bombarding him. Wherever it passed, the bubbles would explode, unable to stop the attack of the gourd vine. If this were any other place, Yang Kai could still use teleportation to dodge, but in this world of bubbles, his freedom was greatly restricted. Although he did his utmost to stimulate his space principles to extend the surrounding space, he was unable to stop the pursuit of the gourd vine. His principles were completely destroyed by the heaven-splitting power of the gourd vine, so he was unable to do anything. In just 3 breaths of time, the gourd vine was only a meter behind him. Yang Kai was unable to dodge. Sensing the terrifying power of the gourd vine, he clenched his teeth and turned around, pouring his strength into the blue dragon spear as he jabbed at the gourd vine. With a boom, Yang Kai was sent flying, blood wildly spurting from his mouth. The gourd vine's attack was also blocked. Once again slamming into the membrane, Kai Yang's body emitted a series of cracking sounds. Even his bones had been broken in that instant. The pain was heart-wrenching, but his eyes lit up. Not only was he not startled, his eyes instead revealed a look of ecstasy. Previously, he had been shocked by the heaven-splitting power of the gourd vine and really believed that the man surnamed Go could display the power of a 5th stage heaven-splitting, but now that he had come into contact with it, he realized that he had been scaring himself. After fusing with the 7 small gourds, the gourd vine could indeed display the power of a 5th stage heaven-splitting, but the man surnamed Go's strength was insufficient, so he was unable to fully activate the power of the gourd vine. The power he could display now was at most the power of a 2nd or 3rd stage heaven splitting. Otherwise, even with the blue dragon spear blocking that attack, he would not have been able to survive. Perhaps this was also related to the special world principles here. This was a low-rank world fruit, so its limit was the third stage heaven splitting, so it was difficult for it to contain power beyond that level. And at this level, if it was at this level, then he could fight. Realizing this, how could Yang Kai still try to escape? Instead, he arched his back and instead of retreating, he charged towards the man surnamed Go. The other party stood in place, his eyes drooping as he softly said, "Did you notice? So what if you did? The power of a heaven-splitting realm is not something a mere emperor realm master like you can resist." The gourd vine pierced through the air again, but Yang Kai's spear shadows filled the sky as he displayed the full power of the great unrestrained spear technique. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of collisions occurred, and the bubbles were annihilated one after another. Violent energy swept out and a brilliant halo of light exploded. Yang Kai was once again sent flying, but before he could stabilize himself, the gourd vine had already closed in on him, its heaven-splitting power sweeping out in all directions, intent on killing him. Yang Kai swallowed the surging blood in his throat, gritted his teeth, and waved his spear in a desperate struggle against the gourd vine. He was sent flying again and again, coughing up blood time and time again, a tragic sight to behold. He was completely at a disadvantage, unable to fight back against the man surnamed Go. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry, and his blood-filled eyes were filled with confidence. The man surnamed Go flew into a rage. "Why haven't you died yet?" Saying so, he sent Yang Kai flying again, gasping for breath. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Kai Yang grabbed his twisted left arm and twisted it slightly, reattaching it back into his body. Grinning, he said, "My life is very tough, you won't be able to kill me with your abilities." He had the wood attribute condensed from the immortal tree's essence and a dragon vein, so in terms of recovery ability, there were few people in this world who could surpass him. As long as he wasn't killed in a single blow, no matter how serious his injuries were, he could recover. Although the heaven-splitting strength of a second or third stage cultivator was powerful, and Yang Kai was unable to fight back, they still couldn't kill him here. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai wiped the blood from his eyes, allowing his vision to recover slightly before looking at the man surnamed Go with a playful expression. "How long can you last?" Yang Kai slowly said, "As an Emperor Realm Master, how could you not pay a price for forcibly using heaven-splitting strength? I'm afraid this price is not small, otherwise you wouldn't have been hiding it all this time and would have used this move long ago. Is your Dao seal still stable? Can your body still hold up? It looks like the one who's going to die is you, bastard." Yang Kai pointed his spear forward in an extremely provocative manner. The man surnamed Go's face was extremely gloomy. Yang Kai was right. As an Emperor Realm Master, forcibly using heaven-splitting strength was indeed impossible without paying a price. Every time he activated the gourd vine, it would cause damage to Yang Kai, but it would also cause a huge impact to his body, soul, and Dao seal. If this continued before he could kill Yang Kai, he would likely die from the backlash of this gourd vine. The man surnamed Go gritted his teeth and declared, "Before I die, I will definitely drag you down with me." Saying so, he suddenly shook the gourd vine again and madly poured his strength into it, causing a seven-colored light to rapidly circulate around it. At the same time, the man surnamed Go's flesh and blood began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, he had consumed too much of his strength and could not bear it any longer. The arm holding the gourd vine began to bleed profusely. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, knowing that the other party was going all out. Success or failure would all depend on this move. This was the moment he had been waiting for. In the next moment, the gourd vine tore through the air. This attack was even more terrifying than the previous ones, giving Yang Kai a feeling that it had surpassed the low-rank heaven-splitting strength and had reached the mid-rank. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he shouted, "Golden Crow casts sun." A loud and clear bird cry rang out as a golden sun slowly rose from behind him. In an instant, it emitted a dazzling light, and a terrifying aura surged from the sun. Golden crows were dancing and frolicking in the sun, causing the expression of the man surnamed Go to change slightly. He had long heard that Yang Kai had comprehended a divine technique Dharma idol, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Even though they were enemies, he could not help feeling admiration for this young man. This kind of talent was truly extraordinary. When the first elder of the Scarlet Star sect saw the Golden Crow caste's Sun Divine Technique Dharma idol, he had said that with this divine technique Dharma idol, even if Yang Kai was only in the Emperor realm, he had the qualifications to compete with a low-rank heaven-splitting strength. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of this divine technique Dharma idol was. Yang Kai raised his spear and thrust the great sun at the tip of his spear, sending it crashing towards the gourd vine. Chapter 4103. Yang Kai had the Golden Crow casting Sun Divine Technique aspect, while the man surnamed Go had the gourd vine's heaven-splitting power. Both of them could display power on par with a low-rank heaven-splitting master, so it could be said that they had met their match. In the world inside the fruit, the great sun shone brilliantly as the gourd vine pierced through the heavens and shattered the void. The collision of the two was like the collision of two stars. With a loud bang, a terrifying shockwave spread out and the surrounding bubbles burst one after another, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes were bloodshot as he poured all of his strength into this spear attack, but how could the man surnamed Go not do the same? Hong Hong Hong. The heavens and earth changed color as countless void cracks appeared in the world inside the fruit. Obviously, this world could not withstand the impact of this violent power. Yang Kai coughed up blood as he was sent flying backwards. The great sun was annihilated. The man surnamed Go coughed up a mouthful of blood as his face suddenly paled. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body as the 7-colored light on the gourd vine dimmed and 7 new gourd fruits were formed as he was sent flying like a ragged sack. This collision resulted in both sides suffering heavy losses. Neither Yang Kai nor the man surnamed Go was able to gain the slightest advantage over the other. As soon as he landed, Yang Kai urged his strength to get up, but unexpectedly he was unable to do so. The blow just now had exhausted almost all of his strength, and at this moment, whether it was his physical body or his Tao seal, they had both reached their limits. If he tried to force himself, it might leave behind some irreparable damage. Yang Kai was shocked, never having expected that this battle would end up like this. He secretly reflected that he could not underestimate the heroes of the world. This man surnamed Go was not famous before, but now he possessed such terrifying strength, and this was only a divine spirit bearer, so what kind of amazing abilities did the others have? Of course, this guy's ability was based on the gourd vine. Fortunately, he could not get up, and the man surnamed Go was also lying there motionless. This guy had forcibly stimulated the heaven-splitting power with his emperor body, so the damage he suffered was not much better than Yang Kai's. The bubbles in the world continued to burst as if a chain reaction had been set off by the impact of the two people's strength. They could not be stopped at all, and the rate at which they were bursting was becoming faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, all the bubbles had burst, leaving only a palm-sized bubble floating in the air. This bubble was heaven-splitting fruit had not been noticed by Yang Kai or Go. They had chased after each other and broken through countless bubbles, but they had never seen this one before. When the other bubbles burst, it became extremely unique. Yang Kai blinked his blood-red eyes and stared at the bubble, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he realized that this bubble should be the key to this world fruit. If he could refine this bubble, he might be able to obtain this world fruit. At this moment, he did not even had the strength Kai. Yang Kai had only crawled a few steps when he suddenly felt something tighten around his ankle. Turning his head, he cursed in his heart. His attention had been attracted by the bubble and he had completely forgotten about Go. The other party had actually used the gourd vine to wrap around his ankle, and in the next moment, Yang Kai was pulled behind Go by the gourd vine, tumbling several times before he could stabilize himself. Yang Kai had been relatively close to the bubble, but after being pulled by Go, he was now even closer to the other party. Obviously, Go had also realized the uniqueness of the bubble, and at this moment, he also began crawling towards it. What made Yang Kai feel lucky was that although he had been pulled back by the gourd vine, he had not suffered any damage. Obviously, Go did not have the extra strength to deal with him, otherwise he would not have let him go so easily. Yang Kai was furious and chased after him with all his might. At this moment, the two of them wriggled forward like two maggots, approaching the bubble little by little. Go's injuries were obviously more serious, and he was soon overtaken by Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him with disdain and said, "Wait until I get this world fruit, then I'll come and take your dog life." Go's face darkened, and he did not say a word as he swung the gourd vine in his hand again. Yang Kai was dragged back again. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he cursed as he raised the black dragon spear in his hand and poked at the gourd vine. With a cry, the 7 gourd vines on the gourd vine all grew eyes and stared at Yang Kai pitifully, saying in unison, "You're hurting us." Yang Kai ignored them and poked with all his strength, finally breaking free from the gourd vine. Go shook the gourd vine, and the 7 small gourd vines on the gourd vine rolled down and turned into the 7 gourd brothers. However, at this moment, the 7 gourd brothers were also dispirited. It was obvious that the collision with Yang Kai just now had caused them to suffer great injuries as well as Yuan Qi. The 7 gourd brothers were lying on the ground. Eldest baby said weakly, "I am eldest baby." Second baby said, "I am second baby." Third baby said, "I am third baby." The 7 gourd brothers announced their names one by one and huddled together like a mountain, saying in unison, "We are the 7 gourd brothers." Go was furious. "Shut up, all of you. Hold him back." The 7 gourd brothers immediately hugged Yang Kai, grabbing his hair and arms. It was unknown which one of them ran to Yang Kai's side and hugged Yang Kai's leg, assuming a posture that prevented him from moving forward. Yang Kai was speechless as he watched Go slowly approach the bubble. With a thought, he summoned Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom. Grape asked in surprise, "What's going on?" He and Little Mushroom were taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai after entering this fruit world, so they knew nothing about what had just happened. As soon as they came out, they saw the 7 gourd brothers making things difficult for Yang Kai and couldn't help feeling surprised. Little Mushroom grabbed her mushroom cap with both hands and asked weakly, "Gourd brothers, what are you doing?" How could the 7 gourd brothers have time to pay attention to her? All of them were crawling onto Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai called out, "Don't just stand there, hurry up and help get them away." Pu Baixiong rolled his eyes and suddenly put his hands on his hips as he stood beside Yang Kai and laughed, "Little bastard, it seems you've also had a day like this." Looking down at Yang Kai with a smug look on his face, he laughed arrogantly. Yang Kai's face went black. Pu Baixiong was a traitor, and now that he had fallen from grace, there was no telling how Pu Baixiong was going to humiliate him. "When you bullied this Uncle Pu, you didn't expect this moment to come, did you? When you picked my grapes, you didn't expect this moment to come, did you?" Pu Baixiong squatted down and pinched Yang Kai's nose with his 2 roots, making it difficult for him to breathe. Yang Kai angrily shouted, "What do you want? I'm warning you, don't be so arrogant, or you'll suffer." Pu Baixiong snorted twice and stood up. "You dare threaten this uncle? If it weren't for you being a good boy, this uncle wouldn't have cared if you lived or died." After pausing for a moment, he grinned meaningfully, "Call me Uncle Pu and I'll help you." "Uncle Pu." Yang Kai opened his mouth. Pu Baixiong was startled, blinked, and said angrily, "Why don't you feel the slightest sense of shame?" Shaking his head for a moment, he walked over to Kai Yang's body and kicked away the gourds that were wrapped around him. The little mushroom was trembling in fear as it watched from the side. However, Pu Baixiong was only a sacred medicine that had transformed, and his sacred medicine couldn't compare to the 7 gourds at all, so it had no battle power at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the 7 gourds had used up too much energy, how could he have bullied them? After kicking away 2, the other 2 7 gourds pounced on him and grabbed his roots to wrestle with him, causing Pu Baixiong to cry out loudly, "Stop fighting, stop fighting, stop fighting." The little mushroom was trying to mediate from the side, but it was caught off guard and was punched by someone. Its eyes turned black as it sat on the ground and cried loudly, its tears flowing like a river. Pu Baixiong's 4 roots were grabbed by the 2 7 gourds and couldn't move. He turned his head and shouted at the little mushroom, "What are you crying for? Go and grab the vines." The little mushroom cried even more fiercely. Pu Baixiong shouted, "Why aren't you going? Uncle Pu is going to beat your 7 gourd brothers to death." The little mushroom was shocked and hurriedly stopped crying. It crawled up and rushed toward the man surnamed Go. The commotion here naturally couldn't escape the observation of the man surnamed Go. He wriggled his body and moved toward the remaining bubble step by step. At this moment, he was only 300 meters away from the bubble. Seeing the little mushroom rush over, he snorted coldly and didn't care. He had seen the 2 sacred medicines Yang Kai had before, and they didn't seem to have much battle power. Although he had a weak body, he wasn't afraid of a mere sacred medicine. If it really pissed him off, he wouldn't mind swallowing it in one go. The little mushroom rushed in front of him and stared at him. It suddenly bowed deeply and said crisply, "Can you give me your 7 gourd vines?" Scram. The man surnamed Go shouted angrily. The little mushroom's face turned pale as it took a few steps back in fear. It turned its head to look at the 7 gourds and Pu Baixiong who were tangled together. It gritted its teeth and suddenly opened its mouth to blow at the man surnamed Go. "I'm going to save the 7 gourd brothers, you can sleep for a while." The man surnamed Go suddenly felt the world spin around him. His soul sank as boundless tiredness flooded his mind and drowned him. The man surnamed Go didn't say a word before his body suddenly relaxed and he fell to the ground, snoring loudly. I'm sorry. The little mushroom kept bowing and apologizing. It rushed to the man's large hand and struggled to pry open his palm, grabbing the 7 gourd vines. With a light shake, the 7 gourds that were entangled with Yang Kai and Pu Baixiong turned into 7 streaks of light and rushed into the 7 gourd vines. In the next moment, 7 gourds appeared on the 7 gourd vines, each of them saying, so tired, now I can have a good rest." After saying that, they all closed their eyes and quietly hung there without moving. Although they were sacred medicines and had strong vitality, they had been driven by the man surnamed Go to fight Yang Kai. They had consumed a lot of energy, so they had to take a good rest. Chapter 4104. Without the restraints of the gourds, Pu Baixiong regained his freedom and lay on Yang Kai's body with his arms and legs spread out. He laughed and said, "Stinky brat, you took advantage of me. You also got the gourd vine. Let me tell you, these little gourds have delicate skin and tender flesh. They taste delicious. If they can be stewed, what are you going to do?" As he spoke, Pu Baixiong was shocked, because he was suddenly caught in Kai Yang's hand, and his eyes were staring at the top of his head. Looking at Yang Kai's eyes, how could he not know what Yang Kai was planning? He quickly covered his head with his roots and shouted, "Stinky brat, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. I just helped you." Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and said, "One, just one. You have so many grapes, it doesn't matter if you lose one." Regardless of whether Yang Kai agreed or not, he reached out and plucked a grape from Pu Baixiong's head and threw it directly into his mouth. The pure medicinal power exploded in his mouth and Yang Kai felt that his exhausted body was suddenly greatly nourished and his strength quickly returned. Yang Kai had tried the effect of these grapes before and knew that its medicinal power was extraordinary. If not, he would not have had such thoughts about Pu Baixiong. Although the man surnamed Go was knocked unconscious by the small mushroom, who knew when he would wake up? It was better to recover his strength as soon as possible. Pu Baixiong held his head with both hands and sat on Yang Kai's chest and cursed, "Little heartless brat, Uncle Pu saved you for nothing." While cursing, his roots danced and swept Yang Kai's body, but with his strength, how could he hurt Yang Kai? In less than half an incense stick's time, Yang Kai was full of energy again. Although he had not fully recovered, he had at least recovered 60% of his strength. The effect of the grapes was still working, and with his own recovery ability, it would only take a few days for him to return to his peak. Pu Baixiong stood up and quickly shut his mouth. He didn't dare to make any more noise. He timidly glanced at Yang Kai. Seeing that he didn't intend to settle accounts with him, he flattered, "Master, that gourd vine is good stuff. Don't miss it." There was no need for him to say this. Yang Kai had suffered a great loss before. It could be said that the reason why the man surnamed Go could fight him to such an extent was because of the power of the gourd vine. While the man's strength was not bad, There was still a gap between him and the current Yang Kai. He called Little Mushroom over and took the gourd vine from her hands. Yang Kai waved it casually, and the 7 gourds on the vine said in unison, "Don't be noisy, we're sleeping." Pu Baixiong said from the side, "Master, this gourd vine is very particular. Whoever holds the vine will be able to control these 7 little things." "You don't need to refine it?" Yang Kai was surprised. Pu Baixiong thought deeply and said uncertainly, "There's no need, right?" Yang Kai thought about it and felt that it was as Pu Baixiong said. The gourd vine didn't need to be refined to display its power. After all, it was a saint medicine, an existence of the same nature as Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom. How could something like this be refined? This also explained why Little Mushroom was able to make the gourds return to the vine after obtaining it. Yang Kai was overjoyed. This gourd vine was a great killing tool. Now that he had obtained it, his strength would soar by a large margin. However, this was still an external force. For a cultivator, their own strength was the foundation. Although Yang Kai was happy, he didn't let it go to his head. For him, the greatest value of this gourd vine was the 5th grade strength it contained. With this saint medicine in hand, it meant that he would have an endless supply of 5th grade strength to use in the future, and he could continuously create 5th grades splitting the heavens. This thing was priceless. If this thing was taken out into the outside world, it would definitely be a treasure that could suppress the destiny of a region. It couldn't be exposed easily, otherwise, it would definitely lead to a fatal disaster. Carefully putting the gourd vine into his sealed world bead, Yang Kai found that his sealed world bead could accommodate it. Only then did he relax and directly plant the gourd vine in his medicine garden. Although the sealed world bead was also a world of its own, its world principles were not perfect. It could accommodate ordinary living creatures, but it couldn't accommodate heaven-opening realm existences because heaven-opening realm cultivators had miniature universe worlds inside their bodies. Forcibly accommodating them would only cause the sealed world bead to become unstable, and in serious cases, it might even break. Grabbing Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom, Yang Kai put them on his shoulders and stepped forward, arriving next to the man surnamed Go in a flash. The sound of his snoring was endless. This guy was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Although Little Mushroom wasn't good at frontal conflict, she was still the human form of the profound colored illusory mushroom. If he didn't find a way to save her, it wouldn't be surprising if this man surnamed Go slept for a year or so. Yang Kai leaned over, took off the man's space ring, and searched it carefully, but he couldn't find an identity token. He had used the Tao-breaking seal time and time again, so Su Zhen had even suspected that he came from Purple Jade Blessed Land. If this was the case, then he must have an identity token on him. This identity token was not only a symbol of identity as a disciple of Purple Jade Blessed Land, but it was also likely to contain the divine technique left behind by their masters. If their life was in danger, this divine technique would be triggered. How could Yang Kai not be careful? However, there was no identity token on him, which meant that this guy wasn't a disciple of Purple Jade Blessed Land. Being able to use the Tao-breaking seal was probably taught to him by Jianghu. Just like how Zhu Jiuyin had taught Yang Kai the reverse yin-yang 5 elements profound universe, it was very likely that Jianghu had a bearer from Purple Jade Blessed Land many years ago, so it wasn't surprising that he knew about the Tao-breaking seal. After confirming that there was no danger, Yang Kai slammed his palm down, his strength surging, and with a muffled groan, the sleeping man surnamed Go exploded into dust, not even his bones remaining. Since the other party had tried to take his life, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't show any mercy. After dealing with this man surnamed Go, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the only bubble. If his guess was correct, this bubble was the key to this world inside the fruit. Previously, this entire world had been composed of countless bubbles, each of which was extremely large, but this bubble was only the size of a palm. Yang Kai walked up to the bubble and carefully examined it, but he couldn't find anything special about it. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, easily holding the bubble in his palm. With a slight force, the bubble burst with a bang. Pu Baixiong called out in shock, "Master, you broke it." Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. He didn't use much strength just now, He didn't expect the bubble to be so fragile. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, his vision flashed. When he came back to his senses, he was already standing under a large tree. The tree's canopy covered the sky, and there were thousands of sparkling and translucent fruits hanging on the branches. It was the 3,000-world tree. It's out? Yang Kai was puzzled, and just as he was puzzled, he felt an extra object in his hand, and when he looked at it, it was a world fruit. He didn't know when he had plucked the fruit. The fruit wasn't big, only the size of a palm, about the same size as the bubble. It was crystal clear, fragrant, and enticing, causing Yang Kai's Adam's apple to move. Pu Baixiong's eyes lit up as he stared at the world fruit. The little mushroom swallowed its saliva and said, "This fruit looks delicious." Yang Kai carefully sensed it and found that it was indeed a low-grade world fruit, which could allow a low-grade world fruit to advance by 1 grade, with the limit being the 3rd grade. In other words, it was useless for a 3rd-grade world fruit, as it couldn't advance to the 4th grade, which was the middle-grade world fruit. Only the middle-grade world fruit was effective for a 3rd-grade world fruit. Yang Kai put away the world fruit and thought back carefully. He had caught the last bubble in the world within the fruit, and then he had plucked the world fruit. Now, it seemed that the last bubble was indeed the key. He couldn't help but feel lucky that he had broken all the other bubbles in his battle with the man surnamed Go. Otherwise, where would he have found such a small bubble? This thing was hidden in countless bubbles, and it was pitifully small, so no one would pay attention to it. It was only a low-grade world fruit, so even if it was valuable, it wouldn't be too valuable. Yang Kai looked up at the world tree, and when he glanced at it, he was stunned. At this moment, there were still 2,999 fruits left on the tree. In other words, the one he had put away was the only one that had been plucked. Had the others not come out yet? Previously, there had been hundreds of people who had entered different worlds within the fruit. Yang Kai had been entangled with the man surnamed Go for many days, so he had thought that he was the slowest. Who would have thought that he would come out first? After looking around for a moment, Yang Kai looked down the mountain and was startled. Pu Baixiong followed his gaze and asked suspiciously, "Master, what are you looking at?" "Those people." Yang Kai stared down and saw that there were many cultivators moving forward, wanting to go down the mountain. These cultivators were the ones who had previously retreated. Su Zhen had said that although the world fruit was amazing, if they were trapped in the world within the fruit, they would never be able to escape for the rest of their lives. At that time, many people were afraid and returned the way they had come. However, the path up the mountain was difficult, and the path down the mountain was also very dangerous. From time to time, there would be insect mists and lightning attacks, causing them to be flustered. Grape was puzzled. "What's there to see about those people?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Don't you find it strange? We've been in the world within the fruit for at least a month. Why haven't they come down the mountain yet?" Grape seemed to think seriously for a moment and nodded. "Now that you mention it, it is indeed strange." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Unless the time in the world within the fruit is different from the outside world. He had been entangled with the man surnamed Go in the world within the fruit for more than a month, but not much time had passed in the outside world. With a wave of his hand, one of the cultivators was pulled closer. This person was the closest to Yang Kai and was in the middle of dodging a lightning attack. When he suddenly returned to the mountain peak, he wanted to cry but had no tears. "Lord Yang, please spare my life. I am Di Tian, and my leader is also friends with you. Master, please spare my life." Yang Kai gently said, "Don't be afraid, I have something to ask you." "Please ask, Master. I will tell you everything I know." "How long has it been since your leader entered the world within the fruit?" The cultivator was startled. He didn't know why Yang Kai would ask about this, but he didn't dare to hide anything. He hurriedly said, "Only the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." As expected, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Just as he had guessed, the time in the world within the fruit was completely different from the outside world. Chapter 4105. He had been a little worried that he had spent too much time in the world within the fruit and was in danger of falling into the land of immortality. Now, it seemed that this worry was unnecessary. No wonder he had taken the lead before the others had come out. The time in the world within the fruit was different from the outside world. He had spent more than a month in the world fruit, but only a few minutes had passed in the outside world. Letting go of Di Tian's cultivator and patting his shoulder, Yang Kai said, "Be careful when you go down the mountain." The cultivator was a little bewildered, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. He thanked Yang Kai and went down the mountain again. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the fruits on the tree. His eyes flickered. Suddenly, his figure blurred as he pounced in front of a fruit and reached out to grab it. However, he didn't fall into the world fruit like last time. Instead, an unimaginable repulsive force came from the fruit. No matter how hard Yang Kai tried, he couldn't hold his hand tightly, let alone touch the world fruit. He tried a little harder, but the world fruit actually bounced him back. Seeing this, Pu Baixiong scratched his head and said, "Master, didn't that little fatty say that only one person can enter the world fruit? Everyone only has one chance to obtain the world fruit. Now that you've already obtained one, how can you enter again? There's no harm in trying." Yang Kai was a little unhappy. Although he had obtained a world fruit, it was only a low-grade world fruit. It could only help the cultivator reach the 3rd grade to split open the heavens. Such a fruit wasn't very valuable, so he naturally wasn't satisfied. Unfortunately, it was just as Su Zhen had said before. Everyone only had one chance. He couldn't even touch the world fruit now. He tried a few more times, but he still failed. Yang Kai didn't give up and walked around the world tree in circles. There were so many fruits hanging on the tree, and he had only obtained one. How could he give up? Not to mention the extremely rare high-grade world fruit, even if he could obtain a mid-grade one, this trip wouldn't have been in vain. After a while, Yang Kai seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up as he stopped and looked up with shining eyes. Pu Baixiong was speechless. "Master, what do you want to do now?" Yang Kai ignored him and instead took him and the little mushroom into the small sealed world, immersing his divine sense into the small sealed world and communicating with Meng Hong and the others for a while. After a short while, with a thought, 2 figures appeared in front of him. They were Meng Hong and Lang Qingshan. Both of them raised their heads to look at the sky, their eyes filled with infatuation. After a while, Meng Hong said, "This is the 3,000 Worlds tree. That fruit can help a heaven-opening realm cultivator directly advance by 1 stage?" Although he was born in the Great Moon Prefecture, the Great Moon Prefecture was not a big force. He had never heard of a thing like the 3,000 World Tree before. It was an existence that could help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by 1 stage. What kind of heaven-defying divine object was this? Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, this is the 3,000 Worlds tree, and the fruit is the world fruit. However, the world inside the fruit is dangerous. If you fall into it, you may never be able to escape. Brother Meng, please consider it carefully." Meng Hong shook his head and said, "With such a lucky chance placed before my eyes, if this Meng doesn't risk my life and take a gamble, then what's the point of cultivating? Just stay at home and embroider." His eyes were full of eagerness. Ever since he entered the great cosmological realm, his journey had been smooth sailing. First, he met Yang Kai and followed Yang Kai to Red Star City. Although he suffered a setback emotionally, he gained back what he lost. He broke through and stood up, condensing the 5th grade fire element. Over the years, he had condensed the 3 powers of earth, metal, and water. The remaining materials of the wood element had also been collected. He only had to wait for the time to refine them in the future to have hope of advancing to the 5th grade heaven-opening realm. However, he also knew that all of this was relying on Yang Kai's protection. The 5th grade fire element was given to him by Yang Kai, and the other materials were also collected in Red Star City. If not for Yang Kai's support, he would not have been able to achieve so much. He engraved this kindness in his heart, but it was also as heavy as a mountain. He had been thinking about how to repay this kindness. Now, the fruit hanging all over the 3,000 Worlds tree was an opportunity. Yang Kai did not know what he was thinking. Seeing that he could not persuade him, he did not say anything more and only reminded him to be careful. Meng Hong smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Yang. I will definitely return safely." After saying that, his figure flashed and rushed toward a world fruit, directly rushing into the world within the fruit and disappearing. At the side, Lang Qingshan was dumbfounded. Although he had heard Yang Kai explain the various miracles of the world fruit, hearing about it was one thing and seeing it with his own eyes was another. "Master, what should I do?" Lang Qingshan asked. "Go in and bring me in as well." Yang Kai smiled. Lang Qingshan was puzzled at first, but then he suddenly understood. Yang Kai threw the sealed world bead to him and said solemnly, "I don't know if I can go in smoothly. If I can't, summon everyone else. At that time, we will work together to decipher the mystery of the world within the fruit." Lang Qingshan took the sealed world bead and responded solemnly. He turned his head to look at the fruit tree and said, "Master, which fruit should I choose?" "It's up to you, it depends on your luck." As Yang Kai spoke, his figure flashed and entered the small sealed world bead. His mind penetrated the small sealed world bead and observed the situation outside, secretly praying. He had tested before and found that he could no longer approach the world fruit with his own strength, let alone enter the world within the fruit. However, there were still dozens of people hidden in the small sealed world bead. Did those people count as having entered the world fruit? Yang Kai was not sure before, but after seeing Meng Hong enter the world within the fruit successfully, he was sure that those people hidden in the small sealed world bead did not count as having entered the world fruit. This way, he could also hide in the world fruit and let others bring him in. This was a trick that only Yang Kai could use. There were many people hidden in the small sealed world bead and each of them had a chance to enter the world within the fruit. If everything went well, he would be able to harvest at least dozens of world fruits. With so many world fruits, there would definitely be mid-rank ones, maybe even high-rank ones. However, all of this was just his own conjecture. Whether it was true or not, he could only wait for Lang Qingshan to verify it. Under Yang Kai's close attention, Lang Qingshan's eyes locked onto a world fruit. His figure leaped and like a rock spreading its wings, he pounced towards the fruit and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, Lang Qingshan was already inside the world within the fruit. In the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to him, was dumbfounded and asked in astonishment, "Qingshan, what happened to you?" Lang Qingshan was puzzled and replied, "Master, please instruct me." "Look at yourself." Yang Kai quickly reminded him. Lang Qingshan released his divine sense and scanned himself, then froze on the spot. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Scabby had approached Yang Kai and asked. The others also looked puzzled, wondering what had happened in the outside world to make Yang Kai so surprised. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and waved his hand. The scene of the outside world immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned when they looked at it. Immediately after, Scabby Head laughed out loud while holding his stomach. "My lord, could that dumb guy be Lang Qingshan?" Yang Kai nodded, "It should be him." Scabby Head laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. "How did it become like this?" someone asked in surprise. Yang Kai didn't know how to answer. His figure flickered and he got out of the small sealed world bead and came to the world within the fruit. He was full of vigilance. After all, he had entered the world within the fruit once before and picked a world fruit. Now that he had entered again by cheating, he didn't know if there would be any abnormalities. There was indeed an abnormality. The world principles of this world within the fruit were corroding his body. Yang Kai could clearly feel some unexpected changes in his body, but it didn't push him out. He scanned with his divine sense and sighed, "Sure enough." "Master?" Lang Qingshan's voice sounded from the side, sounding uncertain. Yang Kai wanted to nod, but he couldn't. He could only respond. "Master, why am I?" Lang Qingshan's voice sounded a little flustered. "It should be caused by the world principles of this world. Once you leave this world, you will naturally return to normal. Don't worry too much," Yang Kai comforted. In the small sealed world, the group of people stared at the scene outside in a daze. There was no sign of Yang Kai or Lang Qingshan in the scene, only two swords. The two rusty iron swords looked like scraps that had been left in a corner for many years. However, the faces of Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan were still on the surface of the two swords. They looked very funny, especially Lang Qingshan, who had a sad look on his face, almost catching up to Aku. Master has also become like this, Scabby Head said in surprise. Could it be that as long as you enter this world, you will become a sword? What a strange world. Outside, Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. The world inside the fruit he had entered before was made up of countless bubbles and had no effect on the cultivator's body, but the world in front of him now caused him to transform into a sword. It seemed that the worlds inside each of the world fruits were different. Fortunately, he had entered this world safely with the help of the small sealed world. As a rusty sword, he had no hands or feet. Yang Kai tried to sense his own strength, but he couldn't mobilize it at all. He tried to walk around, but the rusty sword that he had transformed into bounced forward. This is a little troublesome. On the surface of the sword, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Lang Qingshan looked at him anxiously, not knowing what to do. At this moment, a series of knocking sounds were heard. Lang Qingshan was startled. Master, someone is coming. Yang Kai turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. He was speechless. A sword is coming. Not far away, a rusty sword that looked similar to them was bouncing toward them. It didn't take long for it to reach them. Lang Qingshan took a step forward and said, Brother. Before he could finish, the rusty sword suddenly jumped up high and slashed at Lang Qingshan's head. Chapter 4106. Lang Qingshan was shocked and instinctively wanted to dodge. However, he had transformed into a rusted sword and was no longer his original body. Due to the inconvenience, he fell to the ground. He was only a rusted sword now. If he were to be hit by such an attack, he would probably break into two. With a clang, Yang Kai charged over and blocked the rusted sword. The sword trembled slightly from the impact and rust flew everywhere. Lang Qingshan was still in a daze. Yang Kai was already engaged in a fierce battle with the rusted sword. He shouted as he fought, Get it! Lang Qingshan no longer hesitated after receiving the order. He stood up and attacked from the side. In the small sealed world, Scabby Head and the others were dumbfounded. The three rusted swords that looked similar were fighting in full swing. It was a strange scene no matter how one looked at it. It was the first time Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan faced an enemy in such a strange manner. However, under the suppression of the world's laws, they couldn't exert any of their strength. At first, the two of them weren't used to it. They were hit by the rusted sword a few times and a few cracks appeared on their swords. However, as time passed, the two of them gradually gained control of their bodies. With their combined strength, the rusted sword could only parry their attacks. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai chopped down and the rusted sword shattered on the spot. It turned into countless fragments and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan stopped and looked at each other. They were speechless. Although the battle didn't last long, it was still quite difficult. Whether it was Yang Kai or Lang Qingshan, the rusted sword that they had transformed into had some cracks. It was already a rusted sword. Now that there were new cracks, it might not be able to support the next battle. At this moment, a weak light suddenly flew out from the broken rusted sword and entered Yang Kai's body. Immediately after, the cracks on Yang Kai's body healed quickly. Not only that, even some of the rust on his body fell off. Yang Kai also felt that he had gained some strength out of nowhere. Master, this is... Lang Qingshan looked over in confusion. He did not understand why Yang Kai would have such a change. Yang Kai carefully sensed it for a while, and his eyes lit up. I understand now. There is a strange energy in this sword that can nourish and strengthen us. And the target of this nourishment is the one who dealt the final blow. The rusted sword was broken by Yang Kai, so the energy in the rusted sword automatically flowed into Yang Kai's body. Lang Qingshan did not get a share of it. Lang Qingshan came to a realization and said, I see. If that's the case, Master, shouldn't we look for more of these guys? Of course. Yang Kai nodded, his sword blade trembling slightly. Moreover, I estimate that the key to unlocking the mysteries of this world lies here. Without any hesitation, the two swords skipped on the road together. Not long after, they saw three swords coming at them head-on. These three swords were also rusted and looked like they had not been used for many years. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan looked at each other. The latter said, "Master, I'll distract two of them. Come help me after you've destroyed the last one." "Be careful," Yang Kai exhorted. Lang Qingshan responded and rushed towards the three swords. He had only taken a few steps when the swords noticed him and rushed towards him. Lang Qingshan turned around and ran. Yang Kai attacked horizontally and targeted one of the rusted swords. Finally, he attracted its attention. The long sword that Yang Kai transformed into had been nourished previously. Its body was complete and it looked better than before. Its blade was sharper and it knew how to dodge more agilely. In a one-on-one fight, this rusted sword was no match for him at all. In just a moment, Yang Kai shattered the rusted sword. As expected, a strange energy gushed out from the fragments and entered Yang Kai's body. It made him feel like his strength had increased. Before he could feel it carefully, Lang Qingshan had already lured the other two rusted swords back. Yang Kai faced them directly. With Lang Qingshan's help, he shattered the other two swords in no time. Yang Kai gave the opportunity to shatter the two rusted swords to Lang Qingshan so that he could become like him. In the following days, the two of them searched for prey and kept strengthening themselves. This world was a world of swords. The rules were strange. The cultivator who entered this world would also transform into a sword. He could not use his own strength at all. Some of the swords were strong while some were weak. Generally speaking, the strength of a sword could be inferred from its appearance. When Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan first entered this place, they were both rusted swords, the lowest level of existence. After killing some swords and receiving nourishment, the rust on their bodies quickly fell off and turned into bronze swords, glowing with a bronze luster. After a while, the bronze swords turned into black iron swords. They were many times stronger than before. The two of them were proficient in cooperation. They killed along the way. Even if there were only the two of them, they were not afraid when facing enemies dozens of times stronger than them. They could often kill all the enemies. The most dangerous time was when the two of them provoked a silver sword. They were chased by the silver sword for a day and a night. Lang Qingshan was almost cut in half at the waist in order to cover Yang Kai's retreat. Fortunately, Yang Kai turned around and saved him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone in the small sealed world was also frightened. After nearly a month of exploration, the two of them gradually gained a full understanding of this world. It was another crazy massacre. Hundreds of bronze and black iron swords were shattered. Broken blades were scattered all over the ground. Strange energy poured into Yang Kai's body from all directions. The black iron sword that he transformed into stood in the middle of the battlefield. The body of the sword faintly showed signs of turning from black to white. The blade also became sharper and sharper, flashing with a cold light. When the last ray of light flew out from a broken black iron sword and entered Yang Kai's body, a clear sword cry resounded in the world. The light on Yang Kai's body flowed endlessly. The black iron sword quickly evolved into a silver sword. The power that was several times stronger than before flowed through the sword. Yang Kai could not help but feel that he could cut through everything. "Congratulations, Master! Congratulations, Master!" Lang Qingshan said from the side. He still had a black iron sword body. In this battle, although he had put in a lot of effort, he hadn't managed to break any of the swords. All the benefits had flowed into Kai Yang's body, all for the sake of allowing him to advance to a silver sword. Yang Kai opened his eyes and smiled. "Let's go, Qingshan. Let's take revenge." Previously, when they were chased by that silver sword, the two of them almost died in this world. Now that Yang Kai had the qualifications to compete with him, he naturally had to get back at him. Half a day later, the two of them arrived at the top of a valley. This valley was surrounded by mountains on three sides. At the foot of the mountain, thousands of long swords of different grades were busy working. The clanking sounds were endless. When the two of them came here last time, they realized that these swords seemed to be mining a type of mineral. The mineral was very special. The energy that it contained could allow any sword to grow tremendously. The one that was guarding this place was a silver sword. He had 50 black iron swords and over 200 bronze swords under his command. As for those rusted swords, There were thousands of them. To Yang Kai, this valley was a huge piece of meat. If he could destroy this valley, his power would definitely skyrocket again. Lang Qingshan's advancement to a silver sword would also be set in stone. Master, what should we do now? Do you need me to lure some of them away? No need. Yang Kai looked straight at the only silver sword at the bottom of the valley. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. I will go take care of it. You be careful. As soon as he finished his words, he leaped down from the top of the valley. The wind whistled and the blade shone with a cold light. The silver sword that was guarding this place seemed to have sensed something. The sword tilted and looked up. An old face appeared on the sword and shouted angrily, "Bastard, you still dare to show yourself." Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan had met him before and escaped from his pursuit. Naturally, he would not forget Yang Kai's face. The swords in this world all had their own consciousness. However, the lower the grade, the lower the consciousness. Those rusted swords could not communicate at all. At the level of a silver sword, their intelligence was more complete. As he spoke, the old silver sword turned around and faced Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed, "Old dog, don't be so arrogant. This time I will take your life." Bringing with it a ferocious momentum, it slashed down towards the old silver sword. With a hong sound, the old silver sword was sent flying several tens of meters. Kai Yang also felt dizzy, but fortunately he had already anticipated this, so he quickly recovered. Without losing any of his momentum, he continued to charge forward. There were guards beside the silver sword. They were a few black iron swords and a dozen bronze swords. At this moment, they all rushed forward and surrounded Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his sword and attacked crazily. After a series of clanking sounds, the black iron swords and bronze swords exploded. Streams of energy flew out from the fragments and entered Yang Kai's body, increasing his strength again. Seeing this, the silver sword shouted angrily, "Get out of my way." In this world of swords, every increase in grade meant a huge increase in strength. Those black iron swords and bronze swords were no match for Yang Kai. They would only be courting death if they forced their way forward. They would also strengthen Yang Kai's strength. Naturally, the old silver sword did not want to see this scene. After ordering his subordinates to retreat, the silver sword faced Yang Kai. The two silver swords immediately turned into two white lights, causing sand and stones to fly. At the same time, Lang Qingshan also broke into the valley. Those black iron swords in the valley saw this and naturally swarmed forward. Lang Qingshan did not bother with them at all. He jumped around in the valley, looking for those bronze and rusted swords. He killed them one by one and devoured their strength to strengthen himself. In an instant, the valley was divided into two battlefields. One was the life and death battle between Yang Kai and the pale silver sword. The other was Lang Qingshan leading countless long swords in circles in the valley. The scene was very lively. Yang Kai had just been promoted to a silver sword. Logically speaking, his sword was not as strong as the old silver sword, and his blade was not as sharp. After all, the old silver sword had been promoted for a long time and had been at this level for a long time. In a battle between the two, Yang Kai should be at a disadvantage and not be his opponent. But in fact, the two silver swords were evenly matched. Most of the time, Yang Kai even had the upper hand because Yang Kai knew how to change, and the old silver sword's moves were too rigid. Chapter 4107. After fighting for a while, the old silver sword was completely at a disadvantage. Yang Kai tried to clash with it several times, wanting to cut it in half. In the end, not only did he not gain any advantage, he was also at a disadvantage. After all, the old silver sword had been immersed in this level for a longer time. Whether it was the hardness of the sword or the sharpness of the blade, it was not something that Yang Kai could compare with. After each clash, not only did it not damage the old silver sword, it even caused a few small cracks to appear on Yang Kai's sword. Seeing a good opportunity, the old silver sword switched from defense to offense and quickly took the initiative. Yang Kai fought and retreated, and soon came to the place where a group of black iron bronze swords were gathered. He turned around and shook his sword, shattering the black iron silver swords, absorbing their power to repair himself. When the sword was complete, he turned around and attacked again. After a few times, the old silver sword cried out loudly, but there was nothing it could do. After half an hour, the old silver sword's body also had a few small cracks. Although its body was much sturdier than Kai Yang's, it still couldn't withstand Kai Yang's continuous attacks, so it would eventually be damaged. Sensing that something was wrong, the old silver sword immediately retreated, rushing towards its subordinates not far away. How could Yang Kai not know what it was thinking? It clearly had the same idea as him, wanting to kill those low-level swords to nourish himself and repair his sword. Therefore, as soon as it made a move, Yang Kai immediately rushed forward and killed the black iron bronze swords before the old silver sword could make a move, causing its plan to fail. The old silver sword was even angrier. It felt that the opponent in front of it was as cunning as a ghost and very difficult to deal with. After another 2 hours of fierce fighting, Kai Yang continued to fight unscathed. On the other hand, the old silver sword's body was in tatters, as if it could break apart at any moment. It had tried countless times to kill its own subordinates to make up for its injuries, but Kai Yang had acted before it could. The few times it succeeded, it didn't gain much from it. Under this situation, the old silver sword became more and more unbearable, but Yang Kai's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Suddenly, the old silver sword staggered and almost fell to the ground. How could Yang Kai miss such a good opportunity? His eyes lit up as he rushed forward and slashed at the gap in the opponent's sword. If this slash landed, Yang Kai had an 80% chance of breaking the silver sword. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a trace of inexplicable horror, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. Almost instinctively, Yang Kai dodged to the side. At the same time, the old silver sword that was about to fall to the ground suddenly steadied itself. A strange smile appeared on the old face on the sword. It turned the sword around, and at the tip of the sword, a sharp ray of light was emitted. It faced Yang Kai's sword. Sword ray! Yang Kai was shocked. How could he not know that he had fallen into this old ghost's trap? This old man had been holding back and pretending not to be a match for him, all for the sake of this moment. This was the first time he had encountered a silver sword, and he had never known that a silver sword could actually spit out sword aura. Although he did not know how powerful this sword aura was, he was sure that if he was hit by it, he would not have a good ending. Fortunately, he had sensed that something was wrong and twisted his body. The sword aura brushed past his sword. Yang Kai clearly heard the sound of something shattering. His heart sank and he did not care. He aimed at the biggest gap on the old silver sword's body and slashed down. With a crisp cracking sound, fragments flew everywhere. The expression on the old silver sword's face was one of horror. Yang Kai's slash had almost cut him in half. He had been pretending to be weak, and had been beaten to a pulp by Yang Kai. He had wanted to trick Yang Kai, but who knew that Yang Kai's battle instinct was extremely strong. He had seen through the danger at the most critical moment and avoided the fatal blow. This had put him in an extremely awkward situation. Yang Kai also fell to the ground. On the sword body, there was a huge gap that was extremely terrifying. It was just a little bit more and it would have broken. This time, it was a lose-lose situation. In the next instant, the two silver swords flipped over and charged towards the nearby black iron bronze swords at the same time. At this moment, whether it was Yang Kai or the old silver sword, they no longer had the capital to fight with the other party, so they could only first kill the lower-level existences to repair themselves. A white light came from the sky and blocked the old silver sword's path. On the sword, Lang Qingshan's face was cold and resolute. Yang Kai and the old silver sword had been fighting for such a long time. Lang Qingshan had killed 200 to 300 swords and successfully promoted himself to the silver sword. At the crucial moment, he came to help Yang Kai. The old silver sword's face turned ashen. He froze on the spot and did not dare to move. After a while, Yang Kai returned. His sword body was still a little damaged, but after absorbing a lot of energy, it was no longer in danger of being damaged. Be careful of its sword aura. Yang Kai stared at the flickering sword aura on the old silver sword and warned Lang Qingshan. The sword aura was too powerful. If he had not dodged in time, he would not have ended up well. Master, be careful too, Lang Qingshan said. He leaped and slashed at the old silver sword. At the critical moment of life and death, the old silver sword was not willing to wait for death. He immediately fought with Lang Qingshan. Yang Kai came from the side and joined the battle. With 2 against 1, even if the old silver sword could still emit sword aura, the outcome would not be good. In less than 10 minutes, Yang Kai found an opportunity and slashed at the huge gap. A crisp sound was heard. The old silver sword was broken into 2. Rich light gushed out from the broken sword and rushed into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai looked at himself and saw that the damaged parts on his sword body recovered quickly. There was a silver luster and it was more stable than before. Killing an opponent of the same level was obviously a huge gain for him. Not only that, after devouring the essence of the old silver sword, Yang Kai clearly felt that he had something else. His heart skipped a beat. On the tip of the sword aura was emitting. Ha! Yang Kai could not help but laugh. Yang Kai was envious when he saw the sword aura that the old silver sword used. He thought that he would need more time before he could possess the sword aura. Who knew that his dream would come true at this moment? Now, it seemed that after devouring the power of the old silver sword, he had also inherited its ability. With the sword aura, Yang Kai's ability had increased by more than 30%. Master, what should we do with these guys? Should we kill them all? Lang Qingshan looked ahead and asked. There were originally thousands of long swords of different levels in the valley. However, Lang Qingshan had killed 200 to 300 of them. When Yang Kai and the old silver sword were fighting, they had also killed many of them. Now, only half of them were left. Most of them were rusted swords and some were bronze swords. There were only slightly more than 20 black iron swords. At this moment, these swords were pushing pieces of ores to Yang Kai. The faces on the swords were obedient and they stood there neatly. Lang Qingshan was stunned. They seemed to want to submit to you. Yang Kai naturally saw this. It seemed that after he killed the old silver sword, the long swords in the valley did not have the courage to resist. In other words, this was the rule of this world. Since they are willing to submit to me, I won't kill them. Yang Kai glanced around. After killing so many swords, both Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan could feel that if they wanted to improve themselves, it would be best to kill existences of the same level as them. Killing those of lower levels would not improve them much. Although there were many long swords in the valley, even if they were all killed, they would not be of much help to the 2 of them. On the contrary, the ores that they offered caught Yang Kai's attention. Before he came, he realized that there seemed to be some special energy in the ores that could strengthen the swords. These ores were similar to the swords. They were divided into a few levels. Miscellaneous ores, bronze ores, black iron ores. Yang Kai even saw a small piece of silver ore that was the size of a fist. He turned his sword around and skipped to the silver ore. He stabbed his sword into it. As expected, Yang Kai felt a surge of energy flowing into his body, making him slightly stronger. However, this kind of strength was not as good as the benefits from killing a silver sword, but it was better than nothing. After a short while, the energy in the silver ore was completely devoured by Yang Kai. It turned into dust and scattered on the ground. After devouring some black iron ores, he realized that the result was the same. About every 10 ores that he devoured was equivalent to the benefits of killing a sword of the same level. But if that was the case, Yang Kai could understand why the old silver sword had kept his subordinates alive. Keeping them here to mine would allow him to have a steady stream of harvests, while killing them was just a one-time benefit. In the long run, it was naturally better to keep them alive. After letting the hundreds of swords continue to mine the ores, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan began to devour the energy in the ores to strengthen themselves. 5 days later, when Yang Kai was devouring the energy in the ores, Lang Qingshan rushed in with a few black iron swords. He said excitedly, "Master, we found a foothold. There are 3 silver swords in it." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Where?" Lang Qingshan wanted to point in a direction, but unfortunately, he did not have any limbs. He said helplessly, "It's a day's journey to the northwest." How's the enemy's strength? Lang Qingshan said solemnly, there are quite a lot of them. There are more than 5,000 of them. Other than the 3 silver swords, there are at least 200 black iron swords. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Indeed, there are quite a lot of them. However, a lot of them might not be enough. Qingshan, bring all of them. We're going to battle. Lang Qingshan said excitedly, yes. He had been absorbing the energy in the ores for the past few days, but the results were minimal. Yang Kai finally realized that absorbing ores alone would not work if he wanted to increase his strength quickly. If he really wanted to stay here for many years, it would indeed be a long-term plan. However, he was in a hurry to solve the mystery of this world and obtain the world fruit. How could he waste time? It was faster and more practical to kill beings of the same level. The 3 silver swords were equivalent to years of accumulation of ores that he had devoured. Chapter 4108. This was also a mountain valley, but it was several times larger than the one Yang Kai had plundered. Along the mountain walls, there were many mine shafts, and many different colored swords could be seen weaving in and out of them, mining for ores. 3 silver swords each occupied a corner, and countless ores were piled up in front of them, absorbing energy. Yang Kai stood on the hillside with Lang Qingshan beside him. Behind them were hundreds of miscellaneous soldiers. Although they had hundreds of swords, they were completely incomparable to the enemy's formation. In terms of numbers, the enemy was 10 times more than them. If they were to really fight, the hundreds of swords on their side would not even be enough to fill the gaps between the enemy's teeth. Master, the silver sword in the middle should be the strongest, and the ones on the left and right are slightly weaker. Looking at their colors, the silver sword in the middle should be able to absorb sword rays, said Lang Qingshan. Yang Kai nodded. Lang Qingshan was right. The 3 silver swords had different strengths and weaknesses, and it was obvious from the color of their colors. The one in the middle was indeed stronger, and its color was deeper than Yang Kai's. Although the other 2 silver swords were not as strong as Yang Kai's, they should be stronger than Lang Qingshan. Of course, this was only judging from the toughness of the sword and the sharpness of the blade. If they were to really fight, it was hard to say who would be stronger. Yang Kai had just leveled up to silver sword, and he had already cut down a sword that could absorb sword rays. He had relied on his years of battle experience. These silver swords were guarding a corner, and they relied on the energy in the ores to strengthen themselves. Although they were not bad, it was hard to say how much they could perform in a fight. Master, please tell me what to do, asked Lang Qingshan in a serious tone. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and observed for a while. He then said slowly, Qingshan, do you have the confidence to deal with the silver sword in the middle? The 3 silver swords each occupied a corner, which gave Yang Kai a chance to break through one by one. The one in the middle was the strongest, and if he were to really fight with it, it would take a long time to determine the winner. However, if he could kill the other 2 swords and then deal with it, it would be much easier. Yes, answered Lang Qingshan in a deep voice without hesitation. Then be careful. I'll help you after I kill the other 2 silver swords. Yang Kai warned, turned his head, looked at the hundreds of swords he brought, and ordered, charge. There was a limit to the strength of these several hundred soldiers. Rather than that, it was better to use them as a distraction. Even if they were all wiped out, Yang Kai would not feel the pinch. The hundreds of swords were submissive, and the 20 or so black iron swords that were leading the group all had a terrified expression on their faces. They all had their own intelligence, so they naturally knew what would happen if they rushed over. Seeing this, Yang Kai turned his sword and shattered the 2 black iron swords in front of him. He said coldly, "Go down, or I'll kill all of you." This act of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys had some effect. Although the remaining long swords looked uneasy, they were intimidated by Yang Kai's majesty and did not dare to delay any longer. Under the lead of the black iron swords, they rushed down the valley. As soon as he moved, the long swords in the valley immediately sensed it. The 3 silver swords also stopped devouring the ore's energy and looked over. "Master, I'm going." Lang Qingshan shouted and went straight for the strongest silver sword in the middle. He charged all the way and was unstoppable. Now that he was also a silver sword body, long swords that were lower than this level could not compete with him at all. He opened up a path in the enemy's army, leaving behind countless broken swords. Seeing that the attention of the swords in the valley was attracted, Yang Kai moved slowly. He did not rush down the valley directly, but ran towards another mountain peak. Clanking sounds could be heard at the foot of the mountain. The hundreds of swords on his side were broken one by one. Rays of energy flowed and entered the bodies of the killers, strengthening their strength. Looking at the situation, the entire army would be wiped out in less than half an hour. Yang Kai had already expected this, so he did not care and quickly arrived at the mountain peak. Looking down, a silver sword was watching the battlefield below, oblivious to the danger that was already above its head. Yang Kai leaped up and slashed at the silver sword. The wind whistled, and on the tip of the sword ray was like the tongue of a spirit snake, full of murderous intent. When the silver sword realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Yang Kai slashed at the hilt of the sword, and the sharp sword ray broke the body of the sword, shattering it into pieces. With just one strike, Bai Yinjian had lost his life. Of course, the battle in the valley attracted its attention, and Yang Kai took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, the biggest reason was the contribution of the sword ray. It was originally slightly weaker than Yang Kai, so it would not have a good ending if it was hit by the sword ray. Even if Yang Kai was hit by the sword ray, he was almost cut into two. Yang Kai did not stop, and after destroying the silver sword, he immediately rushed to the other silver sword. Behind him, a thick light entered his body, making Yang Kai's sword ray more condensed and powerful. In the valley, chaos ensued. Countless long swords blocked the way. Yang Kai swung his sword, and the sword ray flickered, reaping the lives of those long swords. Everywhere he passed, the wind screamed and the crane screamed. Behind him, rays of light followed, creating a dazzling brilliance. Seeing Yang Kai so fierce, the silver sword was obviously frightened. It did not dare to stay in the same place, and rushed toward the silver sword in the middle, obviously wanting to seek protection. But how could Yang Kai let it do as it wished? Putting all his strength into it, the sword ray suddenly grew. After he killed the first silver sword, he obtained the power of the sword gleam. However, the sword gleam was only 3 inches long. After he killed the second silver sword, the sword gleam grew by 2 inches. Along the way, he killed countless other long swords. At this moment, the sword gleam was 6 inches long. At this moment, with all his strength, the sword ray grew by another inch. But even so, the distance between him and the silver sword was getting farther and farther, because there were too many long swords blocking his path. There were black iron swords, bronze swords, and even rusted swords. Although they were not Yang Kai's opponent, they were able to obstruct his advance. Moreover, the continuous attacks made Yang Kai's sword tremble. Many ants could always bite an elephant to death. In just a short while, Yang Kai's body had some grain-sized cuts, but after killing the enemy swords, these cuts quickly healed and repeated. In the small sealed world, Scabby Head and the others had been paying attention to the scene outside, and at this moment, they were all shocked. If Yang Kai could not stop this silver sword, Lang Qingshan would be in danger after it converged with the one in the middle. Lang Qingshan was not the opponent of the silver sword in the middle, and at this moment, he was surrounded by danger. If it were not for Lang Qingshan's rich combat experience, he would have been dead by now. However, although they were very worried, there was nothing they could do to help. Yang Kai could not even activate the small sealed world at this time, so he could not release them. Even if he could release them with the strange rules of this world, they were just rusted swords, unable to play the slightest role. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Seeing the silver sword getting farther and farther away from him, Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. Raising his sword, the tip of his sword suddenly lit up and he slashed out, shouting angrily, "Die!" On the tip of the sword, a sword ray suddenly shot out and turned into a stream of sword chi. Wherever it passed, it destroyed hundreds of swords in an instant and slashed directly onto the body of the silver sword. After unleashing this attack, Kai Yang fell to the ground, the silver light on his body becoming incomparably dim. This strike had drained all of his strength. In the small sealed world, someone's face turned pale. It's over. Scabby Head's eyes lit up. What's over? Master One. Many people didn't know why he said this, but they understood in the next moment. Rays of light suddenly shot into Yang Kai's body from all directions, causing his dull luster to regain its former luster. These rays of light were the energy from the swords he had just killed. Yang Kai's strike just now had drained him of his strength, but he had also killed a lot of enemies, so he was instantly replenished. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, sure enough, when I obtained this sword light, Yang Kai had thought that since there was sword light, would there be sword chi after cultivating it to a certain extent? Now that he had gone all out, he had really managed to produce sword chi, but his foundation was still too weak, so a single sword chi had drained him of all his strength. The countless long swords around all looked over in horror, but none of them dared to move forward. The sword chi just now had really frightened them. Yang Kai coldly snorted and stepped forward, arriving in front of the silver sword. This silver sword was cut by his sword chi, but it didn't shatter immediately. However, the sword was now covered in cracks, as if it would shatter with a single touch. Seeing Yang Kai standing in front of it, the silver sword wanted to get up, but the slightest movement would cause fragments to fall off. Yang Kai didn't show any mercy, cutting it into several pieces with a single slash. Another stream of dense energy flowed into his body. In a flash, Kai Yang was brimming with energy. Furthermore, he was even stronger than before. Looking over, Lang Qingshan was in imminent danger. He was being beaten up by the strongest silver sword, causing him to jump up and down. There was already a gap between them, so Lang Qingshan didn't dare to face it head-on. Instead, he often circled around it. As a result, the already disadvantaged situation became even worse, and there were many cracks on the sword's body. If this situation continued, if Yang Kai didn't go to help, Lang Qingshan would die here in less than half a cup of tea's time. At this critical moment, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Qingshan, back off." Without hesitation, Lang Qingshan left the battle circle, and Yang Kai came out from behind him, facing the enemy's sword. Half an hour later, along with a crisp cracking sound, the last silver sword shattered. Yang Kai's body was in tatters, but he stood on the spot, bathed in energy, and the damaged parts were quickly repaired. This silver sword was originally stronger than Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had killed 2 of its companions and many of its subordinates, and directly grew to a level where they were evenly matched. Their strengths were similar, so how could it be Yang Kai's opponent? Even though it fought with its life on the line, it still couldn't avoid following in its companion's footsteps. Chapter 4109. The clamor gradually died down as the 3 silver swords were cut in half one after another. The thousands of swords in this mountain valley had no leader and had actually given up all resistance. Just like in the first mountain valley, the black iron swords pushed the pieces of ore in front of Kai Yang, expressing their allegiance. Perhaps this was the rule of the world in the fruit. As long as one could kill the enemy leader, he would be able to take over the forces under his command. When they came here, they brought hundreds of miscellaneous troops. After this battle, they gained 10 times the number of troops. It could be said that they gained a lot. Furthermore, the ores in this valley were much more abundant than the previous one. Many of them were silver ores. If they could devour them, it would be greatly beneficial to Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan. In this battle, the hundreds of swords brought by Yang Kai suffered a great loss. It could be said that they were completely annihilated. Many of the thousands of swords in the valley were also damaged. Letting Lang Qingshan shatter those broken longswords would increase his strength on one hand, and on the other hand, it would save him some extra burdens. In the next few days, the 2 of them stayed in the valley and devoured the energy in the ores. Normal ores were not useful to them. They only devoured silver ores. They rewarded the ores below silver ores, which greatly increased the strength of many black iron swords. 7 days later, Lang Qingshan successfully cultivated the sword ray and improved his strength. During this time, Yang Kai also sent out dozens of troops to gather information. If he and Lang Qingshan wanted to continue growing, they could only search for more silver swords to kill. However, they were not sure where the silver swords could be found in the world in the fruit, so they could only gather information slowly. The troops returned one after another, bringing good information to Yang Kai. Another 2 days later, the army set off. Under the leadership of Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan, thousands of swords marched out in a mighty manner. In less than 3 days, they arrived at a stronghold guarded by a silver sword. This stronghold was similar to the place where Yang Kai first annihilated. There was only one silver sword guarding and only a few hundred swords under Yang Kai's command. How could they resist the fierce army of Yang Kai? Thousands of swords charged forward and tore apart the enemy's formation. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan took the opportunity to attack. The silver sword did not even have the chance to form a sword ray, and was shattered by Yang Kai's sword after 2 rounds. The leader was dead, and the remaining swords had all surrendered to him. Without stopping, Yang Kai led his army of swords to the next stronghold guarded by a silver sword. They swept through the strongholds one after another. Some were crushed and some were bitterly fought. The army under their command grew from thousands to tens of thousands, and then to hundreds of thousands. It was like a rolling snowball. The increase was not only in quantity, but also in quality. There were many more silver swords under his command. These silver swords were originally black iron swords, but after Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan fought for a long time and killed countless opponents, they were able to absorb the power of their opponents and level up. In the army of 100,000, apart from Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan, there were more than 50 silver swords and thousands of black iron swords. Yang Kai had experience in leading an army, so he divided the army of 100,000 into more than 50 small teams. Each silver sword led a team, and they fought together on the battlefield. Even if the enemy outnumbered them, they could still win. On top of a tall mountain, the army was resting. Yang Kai stood on top of the mountain. His body was glossy, and there were signs of him transforming to the next level. Lang Qingshan stood behind him. "Qingshan, how long have we been here?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. Lang Qingshan answered without hesitation, "Master, it'll be half a year in 4 days." Half a year. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Previously in the world of bubbles, they were delayed for about a month. He thought that they had spent enough time, but who knew that they would be delayed for half a year in the world of swords? Even though the time in the world of swords was different from the outside world, it was still too long. In the past half a year, although Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan had gained a lot and had been growing, they still had no idea how to solve the mystery of this world. Yang Kai thought that he could see hope if he continued to fight, but he was still confused. This was a little worrying. Without knowing how to solve the mystery of this world, there would be no goal. Without a goal, there would be no motivation to work hard. It was no wonder that Su Zhen had said that the world within the fruit was dangerous. If one could not decipher it, it was very likely that one would be trapped in it for the rest of one's life. He and Lang Qingshan were currently trapped in this world. So what if they had an army of 100,000? What made Yang Kai even more depressed was that he had reached the end of the silver sword level. Even if he killed other silver swords, his strength wouldn't increase, but he still couldn't advance to the next level. Not only him, but Lang Qingshan too. Although Yang Kai grew faster than Lang Qingshan, in the past half a year, the army had wiped out one stronghold after another. Many silver swords had died in Lang Qingshan's hands. After devouring so much energy, Lang Qingshan had reached a bottleneck. Kai Yang even suspected that there was no such thing as a next stage. Perhaps in this world of swords, the silver sword was the highest level. If that was the case, how could they get out of this world? He had asked the silver swords under his command, but they had no idea. These silver swords were all upgraded step by step from black iron swords, so the information they knew was limited. At this moment, a silver sword leaped to the top of the mountain with an excited expression. "Leader, leader, we found the enemy." Yang Kai turned around and glanced at it. He asked casually, "How many?" "About 10,000. The silver sword came to Yang Kai's side and pointed down the mountain. "They will pass by below in about an hour." Yang Kai pondered for a while and said, "Qingshan, you go and handle it." Although 10,000 was not a small number, it was still not enough in front of his army of 100,000. There was no need for him to take action in such a situation. Anyway, there was no benefit in killing more, so he might as well save some energy. Lang Qingshan left with the order. Yang Kai looked up at the sky with a deep gaze. The information he got from the spies was not wrong. In less than an hour, an army of swords appeared in Yang Kai's vision. It was strange. In this strange world, the swords that had strongholds would usually stay in a corner and would not move easily. They would only look for another stronghold if all the ores in their stronghold were mined. The army of swords in front of him should be on the way to find a new stronghold. However, after Yang Kai took a glance, he was suddenly stunned and frowned slightly. The number of silver swords in this army seemed to be a little too many. In the army of swords, it would be considered good if there were 6 or 7 silver swords. However, Yang Kai saw that there were at least 30 to 40 silver swords. Such a ratio was really frightening. One must know that Yang Kai's army of 100,000 only had 50 silver swords. However, even so, Yang Kai was not too worried. In this half a year, his army had participated in countless battles, big and small. There were even a few chaotic battles between the army of 100,000. It should not be a problem to take down the enemy. To be safe, Yang Kai still sent a message to Lang Qingshan with a silver sword, asking him to be vigilant. After a while, the battle started. Therefore, the information from the spies was more timely. The army of 100,000 had already set up an ambush nearby. When the army of swords walked into the ambush, 50 silver swords under the lead of the silver swords rushed out from all directions and rushed towards the center. What followed was an intense hand-to-hand battle. The sword lights of the silver swords flickered as streaks of silver sword chi filled the air. The black iron swords and the bronze swords fell like straws. In such a battlefield, they had no power to fight back. Every second, there would be swords being shattered. Pure energy would surge out from the swords, nourishing the slayers and increasing their strength. Yang Kai looked down at the entire battlefield. After observing for a while, he retracted his gaze. Although the army of swords was not ordinary, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. It was impossible for them to be a match for him. It was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. After an hour, the army of swords was left with 30%. They kept shrinking the defensive circle and resisted with difficulty. Lang Qingshan was in the middle of the army, commanding and coordinating the situation. He had the demeanor of a general. After another 30 minutes, the army of swords was left with less than 10%. The defensive circle shrunk again. Lang Qingshan naturally did not hold back. He mobilized his army to attack crazily, hoping to take down the enemy in one go. At this moment, a golden light suddenly spread out from the center of the defensive circle. This golden light was very weak at first, but in the blink of an eye, it was extremely dazzling. Yang Kai's attention was immediately attracted. When he looked down, he saw a layer of golden light fluctuating from the center of the defensive circle. It spread out crazily and instantly covered an area of 1,000 feet. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. He saw that in the midst of the enemy army, a golden sword was rising slowly. The sword halo fluctuated and spread out like ripples. As the ripples spread out, all the long swords that were covered by the ripples stopped fighting. On the surface of the swords, pairs of eyes stared at the golden sword. Their faces were filled with worship, as if they were looking at their king. Yang Kai also fixed his eyes on the golden sword. Although it was only the body of the sword, he could feel his heart beating wildly. Golden sword. There was actually a golden sword in this world. This was something he had never encountered before. Up until now, the strongest he had encountered was only a silver sword. He himself had cultivated to the peak of the silver sword, and could not improve any further. He had never thought that he would actually see a gold sword. And this golden sword was definitely something that surpassed the silver sword. Yang Kai suddenly had a feeling of seeing the moon through the clouds. He was still at a loss and did not know where the future was. But after seeing this golden sword, he suddenly had a goal. Before he could rejoice, there was a sudden change in the battlefield. All the swords that were covered by the golden sword halo, regardless of friend or foe, turned around and attacked Yang Kai's army. Chapter 41:10. Betrayal at the last minute. In this world of swords, all the swords were of different grades. Although there was no such thing as loyalty, Yang Kai had never encountered such a thing in his half a year of leading the army. The army under his command had actually betrayed him. All of his subordinates who were covered by the Golden Sword's halo turned around and attacked their original comrades. The situation was originally one-sided, but because of the appearance of the Golden Sword, it became a complete mess. Lang Qingshan obviously did not expect such a change. He quickly arranged the troops and slowly stabilized the situation. There were not many swords that betrayed him. After all, the Golden Sword's halo only covered an area of 1,000 feet. Anything beyond this area would not be affected. Even so, there were thousands of swords that betrayed him. What made Lang Qingshan feel even more pained was that there were 7 or 8 silver swords among these swords. Before he could think of a countermeasure, the gold sword suddenly turned, and a gold sword chi slashed out, slashing into the army. The golden sword chi swept through everything in its path, destroying everything in its path. All the long swords that came into contact with it were shattered. Even the silver swords were no exception. They could not withstand the sword chi for even a moment. The golden sword slashed out a few more beams of sword chi, causing great damage to Yang Kai's army. Even with Lang Qingshan's coordination, the golden sword's existence seemed to be a natural deterrent to all the swords. The army hesitated to move forward, and some even kept retreating. The situation was chaotic. Lang Qingshan saw the situation and knew that there was no turning back. He could only withdraw his troops and gradually retreat. After half an hour, the battlefield calmed down. The debris on the ground were all left by Yang Kai's army. The Golden Sword originally had 10,000 swords, but their numbers were not reduced by much. Although many of its subordinates were killed, it still managed to gather a portion of Yang Kai's army. At the moment, there were still 7,000 to 8,000 swords. Watching this battle, Kai Yang's eyes lit up as he stared at the Golden Sword. He estimated that if he were to rush down and fight it to the death, what would his chances of victory be? Just as he was thinking, the Golden Sword suddenly raised its body. On the sword's surface, a dignified face met with Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Not good. In the next moment, the Golden Sword slashed in the air, and a beam of Golden Sword chi struck towards Yang Kai's head. With a boom, the mountain that Yang Kai was standing on was split in half. Dust flew everywhere, and the mountain fell to the sides. *schwa**, the Golden Sword flew over and hovered mid-air, looking around for any trace of Yang Kai, but after a long time finding nothing, he turned around and returned to his camp. Rumble, the mountain fell, and the Golden Sword's army slowly moved away. Half an hour later, under the collapsed mountain peak, a white light rushed out, its luster dim, and on the surface of this sword was Yang Kai's face, his expression fluctuating uncertainly. He wasn't its opponent, not at all. Although he hadn't met it head-on, just by looking at the Golden Sword chi, Yang Kai knew that he wasn't its opponent. If he were to fight it alone, he wouldn't be able to last half a cup of tea's time. Using a sea of people would not work either. That kind of existence could intimidate and subdue lower-level beings. No matter how many swords there were, they would not be able to cause any damage to it. Lang Qingshan gathered the remaining troops and returned. Seeing the mess, he was shocked. Looking at Yang Kai's dim sword, he was also shocked. "Master, are you okay?" Lang Qingshan asked nervously. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He looked at Lang Qingshan and said, "Qingshan, do you see that sword?" Lang Qingshan smiled bitterly. "That Golden Sword's power is unparalleled. I did not do my job well. Please punish me, master." He had lost a lot in this battle. He had just counted the numbers. Out of 100,000, there were only 70,000 left. He had lost 30,000 in this battle. Furthermore, he had lost more than 10 silver swords. Yang Kai's forces had shrunk by 30%. This made him blame himself. Yang Kai said, this battle's defeat was not because of the battle. It was because the Golden Sword was too strong. But it could fly. Interesting. Even though Yang Kai had trained to the peak of the Silver Sword, he could not fly for a long time. At most, he could only jump. But the Golden Sword was not only terrifying, it could also fly. As for the loss of his men, Yang Kai did not care at all. This was the world of swords. What he did not lack the least was military strength. 100,000 was the number he had purposely maintained. If he was willing, he could have accumulated at least 500,000 or more in this half a year of war. So what if he lost a little bit of military strength? It could be replenished very quickly. However, the existence of the golden sword allowed Yang Kai to see a glimmer of light in the darkness. Since he had the golden sword, it meant that he could also advance to that level. And after advancing to that level, he might be able to peek into the mystery of this world. The key was, how could he advance? What was the mystery behind this? He had already tried to kill a silver sword of the same level, but it did not have any effect on him. Since he did not rely on this method to advance, could it be that he needed to comprehend something? But as a sword, what the hell could it comprehend? After a few days, the army occupied a stronghold. This stronghold was not small at all. There were 20,000 soldiers and more than 10 silver swords. The leader was about the same as Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan. They had all trained to the peak of the silver sword. After a great battle, this stronghold was breached. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan worked together and defeated the leader. However, they were not in a hurry to kill him. On the surface of the leader's sword, a middle-aged man's face appeared. He looked terrified and uneasy. "Let me ask you something." Yang Kai looked at him calmly. "If you can answer me, I will not kill you." That silver sword was like a drowning person who grabbed onto a straw. He quickly said, "Say it." "How can I advance to a golden sword?" Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes. That silver sword was stunned. He did not expect Yang Kai to ask such a question. However, he still answered honestly, "With the golden liquid, you can advance to a golden sword." Golden liquid? Yang Kai was suspicious. "What is that? Where can I find it?" That silver sword said, "There might be golden liquid in the gold mine." Gold mine? Yang Kai was stunned. He glanced at the ores nearby and was stunned for a long time. Then he could not help but laugh. It turned out that the key was here. It was the place that he had neglected. He was curious at first. Why did those silver swords occupy so many strongholds and let their subordinates mine the ores? If it was just to increase their strength, the efficiency was too low. Now, it seemed that it was not just to increase their strength, but to prepare for the advancement to a golden sword in the future. That gold mine must be very rare. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have led his army to occupy so many strongholds and not found a single one. The silver sword in front of him must have been immersed in this level for a long time. Otherwise, he would not know these things. The silver swords under Yang Kai's command were all upgraded step by step from black iron swords. How could they know these secrets? He understood. The key to advancing to a golden sword was still in those ores. "Qingshan!" Yang Kai called. Lang Qingshan leaped into the air and slashed, cutting that silver sword leader who was already full of cracks into pieces. Yang Kai turned around and looked at the huge mine below. He grinned, "Let them mine." Lang Qingshan nodded and immediately passed down the order. In an instant, clanking sounds could be heard in the mine. Yang Kai did not stay idle. He left Lang Qingshan to guard the mine and divided 10,000 swords to lead them to occupy other strongholds. Gold mines were rare, and they might not be found in this mine. Naturally, Yang Kai had to be more prepared. Along the way, Yang Kai conquered strongholds after strongholds. His army grew like a rolling snowball. Every time he conquered a stronghold, he would leave a silver sword to guard it. In a month's time, Yang Kai had already taken control of 6 strongholds. Every stronghold had tens of thousands of soldiers, and they mined day and night without rest. Yang Kai was in charge of one of the strongholds. Lang Qingshan followed his orders and patrolled between the strongholds. Once there was news of a gold mine, he would report back immediately. Yang Kai did not trust those silver swords under his command. If the gold mines were to be digested by them, it would not be worth it. He could only let Lang Qingshan work harder. Days passed. Every day, countless ores were mined. However, the gold mine that Yang Kai was looking for was nowhere to be found. He knew that gold mines were rare, but he did not expect it to be this rare. He now had at least 300,000 soldiers under his command. They were mining in 6 different places, but they still could not find it. After a full 4 months, Lang Qingshan excitedly brought good news. He told Yang Kai that a gold mine had been found in one of the strongholds. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly followed him. When they arrived at the stronghold, they saw a shiny gold ore placed on an empty ground. It was heavily guarded, and no swords could get close to it. Yang Kai suppressed his excitement and walked forward. He realized that the gold mine was only the size of a wash basin. Its surface was uneven, and it had a mesmerizing luster. Yang Kai stared at it for a long time until Lang Qingshan called him. He sighed, "It's been almost a year. I hope there will be good results." As he said that, he leaped and plunged into the gold mine. A pure energy flowed into Yang Kai's body through the sword. Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was something else in the gold mine. It was probably the so-called golden liquid. He was overjoyed. He knew that he was close to leveling up. As expected, as the energy from the gold mine flowed in, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his power was growing rapidly. The bottleneck of the silver sword was broken. On the sword, the surface of the sword that was originally shining with a silver luster was now replaced by streaks of golden light. On the sword, a golden halo began to circulate. Chapter 41:11. This was an arduous battle. On the plains, the 2 armies clashed, and the battlefield turned into a meat grinder. Swords were shattered one after another, and their light dimmed. On the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of swords fought without rest. On one side was the army led by Yang Kai, and on the other side was the army led by another Huang Jinjian. Previously, they had occupied 6 strongholds, and had 300,000 soldiers under them. After spending 4 months to find a gold mine, Yang Kai had successfully leveled up to Huang Jinjian after devouring the energy within the gold mine. This was too inefficient. If they wanted to find another gold mine, who knew how long they would have to wait? If Yang Kai wanted to continue leveling up, it would be better for him to look for other Huang Jinjian. In this world of swords, there were not many golden swords. Scouting teams were sent out one after another, and only after a month of hard work did they manage to find one. What was there to hesitate about? Yang Kai immediately gathered his troops and started the battle. Hundreds of thousands of swords clashed, and the battle was in full swing. Swords were constantly being destroyed, but there were also swords that obtained enough energy to level up. However, the real deciding factor was not them, but the battle in the sky. High up in the sky, 2 Huang Jinjian shuttled back and forth. The swords danced in the sky, and streaks of Huang Jinjian's sword qi tore through the void. The speed of the 2 swords was extremely fast. One of them was undoubtedly brighter, while the other was slightly dimmer. On the battlefield, Lang Qingshan raised his head to look at the dimmer Huang Jinjian. That was Yang Kai's Huang Jinjian. He had only leveled up not long ago, and naturally could not compare to the other veteran Huang Jinjian. Whether it was the toughness of the sword, the sharpness of the sword, or the power of the sword light, he was slightly weaker than his opponent. However, he now had the qualifications to compete with Huang Jinjian. He would not be like before, where he could not fight back against Huang Jinjian. As long as he had the qualifications, he would have a high chance of winning. This was why he dared to attack Huang Jinjian's army. Yang Kai knew that he wasn't strong enough, which was why he fought with all his might. Huang Jinjian probably didn't expect Yang Kai to be so ferocious. Even though he had a stronger foundation, he was still beaten silly by Yang Kai. However, in the end, they still had the advantage in terms of capital. After stabilizing their footing, they defended and counterattacked, causing Yang Kai to continuously suffer losses. After half a day, Yang Kai's sword was already chipped. Although his opponent was not much better off, his situation was obviously better than his. Every time Yang Kai attacked, he would injure his opponent by 800 while sacrificing 1,000 of his own. If this continued, he would definitely lose his life here. However, even though he knew this, he had no intention of changing his mind and continued to do as he pleased. Another 2 hours later, the golden sword actually turned around and charged downwards. It still had the strength to fight, and was in a better state than Yang Kai. However, it was also injured, and it wanted to recover from its injuries. The best way to recover was to kill the swords on the battlefield and devour their power. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he roared, "Qingshan!" He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and it was finally here. After nearly a year of fighting, he realized that these swords were all afraid of death. Once they suffered more than a certain degree of injury, they would prioritize repairing themselves first. Only when they were forced to the point of no return would they fight to the death. The golden sword's action meant that it was already injured to a certain extent. In a flash, the golden sword was already close to the battlefield. With a turn of the sword, a golden sword chi slashed towards the dense sword formation. It covered a large area and couldn't differentiate between friend and foe. This golden sword chi was extremely sharp, and no one below the golden sword could block it. "Don't even think about it," Lang Qingshan roared. On the surface of the sword, his face was cold and resolute. Behind him, more than 30 silver swords charged forward with him as the leader. This was a team specially built to deal with situations like this. Every silver sword in the team was trained to the peak. As long as they had the golden liquid, they would be able to level up. Streaks of silver sword chi slashed out from these silver swords, turning into more than 30 streaks of light, and clashed with the golden sword chi. Boom, boom. Although the silver sword chi couldn't compare to the golden sword chi, more than 30 streaks could still weaken its power. Boom, boom. The silver sword team led by Lang Qingshan slashed again and again. After 3 consecutive slashes, a total of nearly 100 silver sword chi were shattered by the golden sword chi. However, more than half of the golden sword chi's power had been weakened, and its luster was much dimmer than before. There was no more time to continue slashing out sword chi. Without hesitation, Lang Qingshan led the silver swords behind him to scatter. He didn't dare to face the golden sword head-on. Even though more than half of the golden sword chi's power had been weakened, it was still not something that these silver swords could block. Once they were hit, they would be crushed into pieces. Just as the golden sword chi was about to slash into the group of swords, another golden sword chi slashed out from the sky. This golden sword chi directly slashed at the first sword chi, causing it to crumble. However, the remaining power didn't diminish as it blasted into the group of swords. In the blink of an eye, thousands of swords were shattered. Thousands of streaks of light flew out and rushed into Yang Kai's body. The injuries on Yang Kai's body were slowly mended. The golden sword chi that came later was naturally slashed out by him. It shattered the enemy's sword chi, stopped its plan, and mended his own body at the same time. With this, Yang Kai's strength immediately surpassed that of the golden sword. Without hesitation, he attacked again. On the surface of the golden sword, a face appeared to be shocked and angry. It felt that its opponent this time was extremely sinister and cunning. How could he come up with such a sinister idea? It didn't have time to curse and could only respond to Yang Kai's bombardment. However, Yang Kai was nourished, but its sword body was still damaged. The power it could use was not as strong as it was at its peak. This time, it was completely at a disadvantage. In the next few hours, the golden sword tried to repair its body many times. However, in the battlefield, the silver sword squad led by Lang Qingshan did nothing but watch its movements. Wherever it went, the silver sword squad would follow. Once they noticed that it was trying to repair its body, they would immediately block its golden sword chi and wear down its power. Then, Yang Kai would shatter it. After 7 or 8 consecutive attacks, the golden sword didn't succeed even once. After a full day and night, the golden sword couldn't even maintain its flying power. The sword body swayed in midair, and the golden sword chi couldn't be slashed out. It could only emit sword light at the tip of the sword. It was an arrow at the end of its flight. Its power was completely worn down. This time, it was its turn to fight with its life. Yang Kai was calm and leisurely dealt with it. Finally, the golden sword's last bit of power was drained. It fell from midair and stabbed into the ground. On the surface of the sword, its face was haggard and it looked defeated. Yang Kai slowly landed in front of it. He held his sword horizontally and slashed down. The golden sword closed its eyes and waited for its death. However, Yang Kai's blade suddenly stopped 3 inches away from it. He grinned and shouted, "Qingshan." Lang Qingshan immediately rushed over and said respectfully, "I'm here." "Kill it." Yang Kai said, "I've tested it just now. It really doesn't have any power left." Lang Qingshan was stunned and said, "I don't deserve it." He also knew that if he cut down this golden sword, there was a 90% chance that it would also be promoted to a golden sword. But after all, this was the result of Yang Kai's 2 days of hard work. How could he take it? Yang Kai said, "If you become a golden sword, we won't have such a tough battle if we meet it again. I'll only gain some power by slashing it. It won't benefit me much. Quickly, don't give it a chance to recover." After hearing what Yang Kai said, Lang Qingshan didn't hesitate anymore. He responded and slashed at the golden sword. With a clang, Lang Qingshan's body shook. However, the golden sword was undamaged. After all, there was a gap between the two. Although the golden sword had lost all its power, its body was still very strong. Lang Qingshan didn't believe it. He aimed at a spot and slashed a few more times. However, he failed. On the surface of the golden sword, a mocking expression appeared on its face. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai's sword floated up slowly and came before the golden sword. He aimed the tip of the sword at a spot and a golden sword radiance was emitted from the tip of the sword. With a gentle slash, a huge gap was created on the golden sword and it almost broke it. Lang Qingshan knew what he meant. He aimed at the gap and attacked it fiercely. After half an hour, he finally broke the golden sword into 2. Golden radiance flowed out from the golden sword and rushed towards Lang Qingshan. It turned into a cloud of golden mist and emitted a dazzling divine light that shrouded him completely. After the golden radiance dispersed, what stood before Yang Kai wasn't a silver sword anymore. It was a golden sword just like him. On the blade, golden radiance was flowing, making it look very majestic. "Thank you, Master." Lang Qingshan was very grateful. He felt the increase in his power and his face was filled with joy. If he wanted to upgrade his golden sword, he had to either swallow the golden liquid in the gold or he had to kill a golden sword and swallow its power. Yang Kai used the former method, while Lang Qingshan used the latter. Turning around, Yang Kai looked down at the battlefield. With the death of the golden sword, the noise on the battlefield immediately stopped. The army under its command also gave up on resisting. They all looked at Yang Kai with a look of worship. It had always been like this in this world. As long as one could kill the leader of the enemy, one could smoothly take over the forces under his command without any hindrance. Yang Kai had 300,000 soldiers and 400,000 golden swords. A total of 700,000 swords had fought for 2 days and 2 nights in this battlefield. At this moment, only half of them were still alive. Although their numbers had decreased significantly, their power didn't decrease at all. Among the 300,000 soldiers, there were plenty of silver swords and countless black iron swords. In such a battlefield, as long as one wasn't smashed into pieces, those who were lucky enough to survive would be able to grow tremendously. Chapter 41:12. With a loud crack, a golden sword was shattered into pieces. Golden light flowed out from the sword and covered Yang Kai, nourishing his sword and strengthening his power. Another year had passed since he helped Lang Qingshan to destroy the first golden sword. In this 1 year's time, he had led the army to conquer the north and south of the world of swords. There were bitter battles, but there were also battles where he had crushed one army after another. Countless golden sword soldiers had died under his and Lang Qingshan's joint efforts. At that moment, both he and Lang Qingshan had reached the pinnacle of the golden sword and could not improve any further. Not only that, but there were also more than 10 golden swords in his army. He and Lang Qingshan could not improve any further. Naturally, they could only benefit their subordinates. However, he had the situation under control. He did not want his subordinates to be too powerful to avoid any unforeseen events. After more than a year of fighting, his army had increased to 1 million. Among the 1,000,000-strong army, there were no rusted swords or bronze swords. The lowest grade was black iron swords and the core strength was silver swords. One could only imagine how many swords the army he led had shattered in the past year or so. Otherwise, they would not have grown so much. The reason why he had mobilized so many people was for the final battle. More than half a year ago, Yang Kai had led his army and discovered a huge stronghold. There were more than 1,000,000 swords in the stronghold, which was not inferior to his current army. There were also more than a dozen golden swords. That stronghold was the only stronghold left in the world of swords. As long as the stronghold was destroyed, Yang Kai would have no opponents in this world. By then he and Lang Qingshan might be able to leave this world. It was also the only opportunity he had found. Therefore, he could not afford to lose it. After a short rest, the army set off. The 1,000,000-strong army was majestic. Sword aura soared into the sky. Everywhere they passed, the weather changed. Half a month later, they finally arrived at the last stronghold. Looking from afar, the sword aura was awe-inspiring. Among the enemy's army, golden swords were everywhere and silver swords could be seen everywhere. Without any unnecessary probing, Yang Kai took the lead and raised his 1,000,000 swords. The army charged. Although the other party was suddenly attacked, they did not panic in the face of danger. They quickly formed a formation, waited for the exhausted to be exhausted, and defended and counterattacked. More than 2,000,000 swords were engaged in the final battle between heaven and earth. There were swords being shattered at every moment. Even if they were silver swords, in such a huge battlefield, their individual strength was insignificant. They could not guarantee their own safety at all. Often, a moment of carelessness would result in their swords being broken and their bodies being shattered. Only those golden swords could change the tide of the battle. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan worked together and moved around the battlefield. They were looking for their opponent's golden swords to kill them. Both of them had reached the pinnacle of the golden swords. Even if they were alone, the power they could unleash was incomparable to an ordinary golden sword, let alone the two of them working together. In the enemy's formation, dozens of gold swords were shattered one after another. On the other side, they had also suffered a great loss. Half of the gold swords had died. But looking at the overall situation, such a loss was worth it. After a few days of fierce fighting, the 2,000,000 army was reduced to 1,000,000. 70% of them were Yang Kai's army, and the remaining 30% were the enemy's. At this point, the outcome was decided. Among the enemy's ranks, there was only one golden sword left, and even though countless of its subordinates had been killed or wounded, this golden sword had remained indifferent these past few days, but Yang Kai felt an indescribable pressure from this golden sword. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With Yang Kai as the leader, 7 gold swords stood in the void and faced off against the only gold sword in the enemy's formation. That gold sword was floating on a throne. On the sword's surface, there was a face that looked dignified. It was like a giant. Even if heaven and earth were to collapse in front of its eyes, its expression would not change. This gold sword was different from the ones that Yang Kai had seen before. On the sword's hilt, there was a purple gemstone that was emitting a purple light. It was very strange. Yang Kai stared at the purple gemstone and couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what was so special about this purple gemstone. On the sword's surface, its eyes looked up and glanced at Yang Kai and the others. Its dignified voice rang out, "Submit or die." Yang Kai turned his sword and shouted, "Kill!" Chi 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 chi. Streaks of gold sword chi swept across the void and slashed forward, tearing apart the heaven and earth. Countless long swords rushed forward to save their leader. However, the gold swords in the enemy's formation had all been killed. At this moment, there were only silver swords at most. How could they block the gold sword chi? Upon contact, those silver swords fell apart. Even so, those silver swords were not afraid of death and continuously used their bodies to block the gold sword chi. As the gold sword chi slashed through, countless silver swords were left behind. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved. The power of the gold sword chi was worn down. When the gold sword chi slashed in front of the enemy's commander, it suddenly collapsed and didn't cause any damage. In order to block the gold sword chi, tens of thousands of silver swords were shattered in an instant. What was extremely strange was that these silver swords that were shattered by Yang Kai and the others didn't fly towards Yang Kai. Instead, They all rushed towards the enemy's commander's body. On the sword's hilt, the purple gemstone flashed slightly. Then the sword turned around and slashed out. The heaven and earth lost their color. It was impossible to describe the elegance of this sword with words. What the enemy slashed out was not gold sword chi, but a purple thunderbolt. With a cracking sound, it was as if thunder had exploded. On the battlefield, regardless of the enemy's level, all the long swords trembled slightly. Yang Kai's expression changed and he quickly shouted, "Qingshan, dodge." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately dodged to the side. The purple thunderbolt brushed past the sword. At this moment, time seemed to have become extremely slow. Yang Kai clearly saw that the part of his extremely sturdy gold sword that was brushed by the thunderbolt actually melted. He was immediately enveloped by a great shock. One must know that he had cultivated to the peak of the gold sword. He originally thought that in this world, there was no power that could hurt him. Who knew that in front of this purple thunderbolt, his sword would be so weak? His and Lang Qingshan's reactions were faster and they managed to dodge in time. However, the remaining 5 subordinates weren't so lucky. The purple thunderbolt brushed past Yang Kai's sword and blasted into the place where they were. Without a sound, the 5 gold swords disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving no trace of their existence. They were actually vaporized in an instant. The power of a single strike, how terrifying! When he turned back to look, Yang Kai no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. His gaze was fixed on the purple gemstone on his opponent's sword hilt. He knew that the gemstone was the reason for all of this. This world had its own rules. The one who killed could obtain the power of the one who was killed to strengthen himself. However, the gemstone had the power to change this rule. Just now, Yang Kai and the others had shattered tens of thousands of silver swords. However, the power of the silver swords didn't enter their bodies. Instead, it was absorbed by the enemy's commander and turned into this shocking strike. At this moment, after the 5 gold swords were shattered, 5 rays of golden light entered the sword once again. On the sword hilt, the purple gemstone flashed slightly again. Yang Kai's heart raced. He could only feel the aura of death rushing towards him. Before he could finish his thoughts, another purple thunderbolt broke through the air and pounced towards him like a purple snake. He couldn't block it. Yang Kai immediately dodged to the side. Unexpectedly, the purple thunderbolt couldn't get rid of it and chased after him. Yang Kai could only move around in the air, trying to get rid of his opponent's pursuit. After a few attempts, he realized that he couldn't get rid of it at all. Within the purple thunderbolt, there was an aura that had locked onto him like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. His body fell rapidly and directly rushed into the depths of the ground. On the tip of the gold sword, the sword radiance flickered and broke open a passage in the ground. After a long time, Yang Kai broke out of the ground. The purple thunderbolt behind him had finally exhausted its power and dissipated in the air. Looking over, Lang Qingshan was already fighting with the gold sword fearlessly. What surprised Yang Kai was that the gold sword wasn't as strong as he imagined. Its power was about the same as his and Lang Qingshan's at the peak of the gold sword. This could be deduced from the fact that Lang Qingshan was evenly matched with the gold sword. Its power was built on the purple gemstone and the power of the purple thunderbolt. The purple thunderbolt needed to absorb a large amount of energy to form. For the first attack, it had absorbed the energy of tens of thousands of silver swords. For the second attack, it had absorbed the energy of 5 gold swords. If there wasn't any energy for it to absorb, it might not be able to use the power of the purple thunderbolt. In a flash, Yang Kai saw through everything. Without any hesitation, he pounced into the battlefield and attacked the gold sword ferociously with Lang Qingshan's power. In an instant, rays of sword radiance flashed. It was extremely dazzling. The 3 gold swords were in full swing. They were all at the peak of their power. However, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan were fighting 2 against 1. Naturally, they had the absolute advantage. In the past 2 years of battles, the 2 of them had worked together more than once to fend off the enemy. Their cooperation was seamless. They didn't need to communicate much to know each other's thoughts. The situation was one-sided. Looking at the gold sword's expression, it didn't panic. Instead, there was a faint mocking look on its face. Yang Kai didn't know why it could be so calm. However, from his observation earlier, as long as it didn't have the chance to absorb the energy, it wouldn't be able to use the purple thunderbolt. Without the purple thunderbolt, he and Lang Qingshan would definitely be able to defeat the gold sword. Just as he was thinking about that, the purple gemstone on the gold sword suddenly flashed. Chapter 41:13. Along with the flickering of the purple light, an inexplicable force gushed out and spread in all directions. In the next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed. Under the influence of this force, he saw traces of golden aura gushing out from his sword and into the enemy commander's body. Not only him, but also Lang Qingshan. The two of them looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. The last golden sword in the enemy's formation could absorb the power of the other long swords by force. Realizing this, both Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan continued to seal their aura to prevent the loss of their power. They had reached the peak of the golden sword and their swords were strong enough to fight against the purple light. However, the other long swords on the battlefield did not have this ability. Cracking sounds could be heard continuously. The long swords were broken into pieces one after another. From the broken long swords, rays of different colors escaped and rushed toward the enemy commander from all directions. In an instant, tens of thousands of swords were broken into pieces. The purple lightning appeared again. Like a lightning dragon, it rushed toward Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan. The two of them did not dare to block it and dodged to the left and right. The lightning dragon ignored Yang Kai and chased after Lang Qingshan. It looked like it was going to kill him. Seeing this, Yang Kai came back and attacked the golden sword again. His sword aura swept across the heaven and earth and bombarded the golden sword. As for Lang Qingshan's life, he did not care at all. The purple lightning was too terrifying. Anyone who came into contact with it would die on the spot. He could only pray that Lang Qingshan was smart enough to escape from the pursuit of the lightning. After a fierce battle, Yang Kai and the golden sword were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other as they were both at the peak of their level. Although Yang Kai was touched by the first purple lightning and damaged his sword, in terms of battle experience, the golden sword was definitely not comparable to him. This was also the reason why he could not be at a disadvantage in the fierce battle. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Lang Qingshan finally flew back with his head covered in dust. Kai Yang stole a glance at him and discovered that his sword was also damaged. He must have been accidentally grazed by the purple lightning, but his life was not in danger. He did not immediately go to help Yang Kai. Instead, he ordered his 700,000 soldiers to quickly retreat and get them far away from the battlefield. When Yang Kai saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief and praised himself for being smart. If it were him, he would also withdraw his army at the first moment. The purple gemstone on the hilt of the gold sword was too strange. Not only could it absorb the energy of the sword that was slain by others, it could even forcibly absorb the energy. Their 700,000 strong army was only there to provide resources for the other party to use the purple lightning. Soon, the 700,000 strong army disappeared. After a while, Lang Qingshan returned. The damaged sword had been completely repaired, and the luster on the sword was bright and dazzling. Obviously, he had taken the opportunity to repair his injuries. After rejoining the battlefield, the two of them exchanged a glance. There was no need for discussion. They already understood each other's thoughts. Grind it to death. The gold sword's strength was nothing to be afraid of. With the two of them working together, it could not defeat them at all. The only thing that made them fearful was the purple gemstone on the hilt and the terrifying attack made by using the gemstone. However, it was not without a price for the other party to use the purple lightning. For the first attack, it absorbed the energy of tens of thousands of silver swords. For the second attack, it absorbed the energy of 5 gold swords. For the third attack, which was the one just now, it also absorbed the energy of tens of thousands of swords, causing them to shatter on the spot. Now that Yang Kai's 700,000 strong army had retreated from the battlefield, there were only about 150,000 of the enemy's army left. At the very most, it could still use the purple lightning 5 times. As long as they could avoid these 5 attacks, they would be able to clinch victory. Instead of waiting passively, it was better to take the initiative to attack. After giving Lang Qingshan a look, he left him alone to restrain the enemy. In a flash, Yang Kai charged into the enemy's army. The enemy's formation was in chaos. Although the 100,000-strong army seemed to be a lot, none of them could really fight. Yang Kai's gold sword aura slashed out. Each of the sword auras could reap countless swords, shattering them into pieces. As expected, even though the swords were shattered by Yang Kai, the energy that escaped from their bodies did not flow into Yang Kai's body. Instead, it was absorbed by the purple gemstone. The purple glow on the purple gemstone was getting brighter and brighter. Qingshan, be careful. When he felt that it was about time, Yang Kai slashed out again. Hundreds of swords were shattered on the spot. After the hundreds of light rays flowed into the purple gemstone, the purple glow finally reached its limit. The enemy's commander shook his sword and a purple lightning struck out towards Lang Qingshan, who had been tangling with him. Lang Qingshan was already prepared. When Yang Kai shouted that sentence, he had already escaped from the battlefield. He did not escape to any other place. Instead, he dashed towards the enemy's army in an attempt to use the energy of the swords to wear down the purple lightning. At the same time, Yang Kai had already clashed with the gold sword. Once again, they were fighting in a circle. Kachacha, wherever the purple lightning passed, countless swords were shattered. Countless streams of light flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of swords were shattered again. The purple gemstone on the hilt of the gold sword was shining with a purple glow. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He could no longer be bothered to tangle with the enemy and quickly escaped. In the next moment, the gold sword slashed down with a purple lightning. Yang Kai turned around and ran. The gold sword turned into a gold light as the purple lightning chased after it. "Master!" Lang Qingshan suddenly shouted. Yang Kai looked to the side and realized that he was charging towards him. His eyes lit up as he understood his intention. His body swayed and he also charged towards him. 2 gold light rays pierced through the sky. Each of them was chased by a purple lightning bolt. The 2 of them were very close to each other in an instant. Just as they were about to collide, both of them turned their bodies and brushed past each other's swords. They avoided each other by a hair's breadth. They avoided each other, but the purple lightning bolts that were chasing after them were not as agile. The 2 purple lightning bolts collided with each other. Instantly, electric snakes danced in the air and created a huge hole in the void. The 2 purple lightning bolts were destroyed just like that. Yang Kai's heart was lifted. He ordered Lang Qingshan, again. After saying that, he turned around and charged towards the gold sword. Lang Qingshan used the same trick and charged into the enemy's formation to start a massacre. According to Yang Kai's estimation, the 100,000-strong army could only support 5 purple lightning bolts. Previously, Yang Kai destroyed tens of thousands of them. Then, Lang Qingshan led the purple lightning to destroy tens of thousands of them. Now, there were less than 100,000 of them left. As long as the 100,000-strong army was wiped out, the gold sword would be unable to perform a killer move like the purple lightning. Without the purple lightning, how could the gold sword be a match for him and Lang Qingshan? After another 30 minutes, Lang Qingshan destroyed tens of thousands of swords and the 3rd purple lightning bolt was unleashed. Yang Kai, who was prepared, immediately led the lightning into the enemy's formation. In an instant, tens of thousands of swords were destroyed and the 4th lightning bolt was unleashed. It slashed towards Lang Qingshan, who was entangled with the gold sword. The 2 of them used the same trick again. It was thrilling but perfect as they led the 2 lightning bolts to attack each other and wear each other down. Looking at the situation, the gold sword was flustered and exasperated, but there was nothing he could do. After such a torment, there were less than 30,000 swords left. The power of these swords could only support 1 purple lightning bolt at most. At this moment, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan were no longer in a hurry to kill the swords. Instead, they pounced on the gold sword together and beat it up. Even though the gold sword understood Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan's intention, it had no choice but to activate the power of the purple gemstone. It absorbed the power of the remaining tens of thousands of subordinates and slashed out the last purple lightning bolt. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan retreated simultaneously while the purple lightning bolt was targeting Lang Qingshan. Without hesitation, Lang Qingshan immediately escaped. On the sword that Yang Kai had transformed into, he grinned, "Now, it's only you and me left. Let's fight to the death." He was not worried about Lang Qingshan's safety. This kid was able to escape from the pursuit of the purple lightning previously. This time he would definitely be fine. At most, he would be slightly injured. However, with the 700,000-strong army on his side, even if Lang Qingshan was injured, he could repair himself anytime. The gold sword probably realized that this was the final battle. Its initial calmness was long gone. On the sword, its dignified face was solemn. On the tip of the sword, the golden sword radiance was flickering like a snake's tongue. Just as Yang Kai finished his sentence, he had already slashed towards the gold sword. The golden sword aura sliced through the void and arrived in front of the gold sword in an instant. The gold sword countered the attack with sword aura as well. In an instant, it was in full swing with Yang Kai. Both of their strengths were on par. The situation was in a stalemate. However, Yang Kai knew that he had already won. After an hour, Lang Qingshan returned in one piece and joined the battle. With 2 against 1, the gold sword quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not turn the situation around. Half a day later, as Yang Kai slashed his sword, the gold sword's body let out a crisp sound and broke into 2. On the half sword, the dignified face slowly disappeared. What remained was unwillingness and anger. Golden radiance overflowed from the gold sword and surged into Yang Kai's body. Within the golden radiance, there was a touch of purple that was extremely dazzling. Yang Kai's damaged sword body quickly recovered. Not only that, a purple whirlpool appeared on the hilt of his sword. The whirlpool spun continuously and quickly turned into a purple gemstone. The purple gemstone was the one that the gold sword used to possess. Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't expect that after killing the enemy, this purple gem would also be inherited by him. This item caused him and Lang Qingshan to suffer a great loss. However, it was useless to have it now. This was the final battle. After this battle, in the world of the sword, Yang Kai was invincible. All of his strongholds were wiped clean. Chapter 41:14. Without an opponent, the purple gem was of no use to him. Yang Kai stood still as he recalled his encounters in this world of swords. He couldn't help but sigh. This world was much more dangerous than the previous bubble world. In this world, one could be crushed to pieces at any time. He secretly rejoiced that he could use the small sealed world to enter this world. Otherwise, if Lang Qingshan entered this world alone, he might have been trapped forever. Many of the thrilling battles were won by him and Lang Qingshan by working together. Putting everything else aside, it was almost impossible for one person to defeat the final golden sword by himself in this last battle. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but worry about Meng Hong. This guy also entered a world of fruits. He wondered what was happening to him now. He had stayed in this world of swords for a full 2 years, so a few days should have passed in the outside world. Yang Kai stood still and waited for a long time. On the surface of the sword, his brows slowly furrowed. He looked at Lang Qingshan and asked, "Qingshan, do you feel anything?" Lang Qingshan replied, "No." "Master, do you feel anything?" Yang Kai's face couldn't help but sink. The biggest problem was that he didn't feel anything. He thought that after this final battle, he could leave this world and obtain a world fruit. Who knew that until now, there was still no movement. He and Lang Qingshan had raised their strength to the limit of this world. They had also spent a lot of effort to kill the last powerful enemy. It was certain that there were no more opponents in this world. Why couldn't they leave? Where was the opportunity to leave this world? Thinking back to the last world, he had fought a heaven-shaking battle with the man surnamed Go. He had displayed power that surpassed the heaven-opening realm, shattering all of the bubbles and leaving behind a crucial one. Only then had he found an opportunity. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He asked, "Where's the army?" Please follow me, master, Lang Qingshan said and quickly led the way. The 700,000 soldiers were evacuated from the battlefield and settled on a plain, so as to not provide any help to Huang Jinjian. It was about 1,000 miles away from here. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly arrived at their destination. Yang Kai slowly descended, and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers stared at him. Their eyes were filled with worship. These hundreds of thousands of swords were elites who had followed Yang Kai all the way to the north and south. Although there were no more golden swords, there were still plenty of silver swords. Yang Kai didn't say a word as he activated the power of the purple gem on his sword hilt. The purple light shook slightly and turned into a circle of ripples that spread in all directions. As the ripples spread, the long swords shattered one after another, and the sound of cracking could be heard incessantly. Countless rays of light rushed towards Yang Kai, making the purple gem on his sword hilt even brighter. Soon, the purple gem's light reached its limit. At the tip of Yang Kai's sword, the purple light flickered, and the purple lightning showed signs of reappearing in the world. The terrifying aura made Lang Qingshan retreat a great distance. The purple light was dazzling, and it was enough to unleash the purple lightning. After all, the gold sword only needed to expend tens of thousands of sword energy to unleash this attack. At this moment, more than tens of thousands of long swords shattered. However, Yang Kai wasn't satisfied. He desperately suppressed the eruption of the purple lightning and activated the power of the purple gem. Crack, crack, crack. The number of shattered long swords quickly reached 100,000. The aura coming from Yang Kai's sword had far surpassed the gold sword's aura, and it made Lang Qingshan's heart skip a beat. The purple light was still fluctuating, and the long swords continued to shatter. 150,000, 200,000. Soon, it was approaching 300,000. Half of the army of 700,000 was shattered in an instant. Yang Kai's sword was trembling non-stop, and fine cracks appeared on his sword. It was obvious that he was under great pressure, and once he couldn't take it anymore, he would immediately be shattered into pieces. Lang Qingshan wanted to stop him, but he didn't dare to disturb Yang Kai, for fear of causing an accident. As the 400,000 swords shattered, more and more cracks appeared on Yang Kai's sword, and it looked like it would shatter at any moment. When the 500,000 swords shattered, along with a crack appeared on the purple gem on the sword hilt. At the limit, Yang Kai could no longer suppress the majestic power in the sword. He turned the sword around and slashed the sky. Such purple lightning gushed out from the tip of the sword, and gathered into a ray of purple light that shot into the sky, causing the universe to tremble and the void to shatter. A hole appeared in the sky. Yang Kai's body tilted, and he fell from the sky. His entire sword was shattered, and it was dim. The attack just now had exhausted all of his power. However, his gaze did not move as he stared at the hole in the sky. After a while, he looked happy, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Before his laughter died away, a force enveloped him, and he slowly disappeared under Lang Qingshan's stunned gaze. In the next moment, Lang Qingshan's vision turned black. When he came back to his senses, he was already under the 3,000 Worlds tree. Yang Kai was standing in front of him, holding a glowing world fruit in his hand. He was out. Lang Qingshan couldn't help but sigh in relief. When Yang Kai swallowed the power of 500,000 swords, he was really afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to withstand it and would explode. However, now it seemed that his master was right. The opportunity to leave that world was the purple gem. As long as he swallowed enough power and slashed with a powerful enough attack, he would be able to break through the world and return. He had the same thought as Yang Kai. There were no enemies in that world, and even if he had the purple gem, it would be useless. Who knew that it would be the key? Staring at the world fruit in Yang Kai's hand, Lang Qingshan's expression changed. Master, is this a middle-grade world fruit? Yang Kai couldn't stop smiling. Yes, this is a middle-grade world fruit. The world fruit he had previously obtained was only a low-grade one. It could only allow a cultivator to reach the third stage of splitting open the sky. It wasn't very valuable. After all, it wasn't difficult to reach the third stage of splitting open the sky if one worked hard. However, this middle-grade world fruit was different. This was a treasure that could allow a cultivator to reach the 6th stage. A 6th stage of splitting open the sky would be a powerhouse anywhere. Even the lady boss was only at the 6th stage, and Yuhi was only at the 5th stage. The value of this world fruit was immeasurable. Especially for those 5th stage of splitting open the sky, it was a treasure that could allow them to reach the heavens in a single step. Putting away the world fruit carefully, Yang Kai turned his head to take a look. He realized that everyone who had left the mountain had disappeared. After all, he and Lang Qingshan had stayed in the world of swords for 2 years. The flow of time was different. A few days had passed in the outside world, so those who should have left should have already left. Looking up at the 3,000 world tree, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There were actually a few fruits missing from the tree. In other words, when he and Lang Qingshan were exploring the world of swords, a few of them had already obtained world fruits. He wondered what grade of world fruit they had obtained. However, no matter what grade of world fruit they obtained, they wouldn't have obtained as much as he did. After experiencing it once, Yang Kai was familiar with entering the world fruit again. He put Lang Qingshan into the small sealed world bead and hid inside it himself. Then he handed the sealed world bead to Scabby Head for safekeeping. Scabby Head stood on the tree, found a world fruit, and plunged into it. After entering the world of fruits, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan appeared together. The 3,000 world tree was special. It bore 3,000 world fruits that could help a heaven-splitting cultivator advance by 1 stage. However, everyone only had 1 chance to enter it in their lifetime. If they succeeded, they would pluck the fruit. If they failed, they would be trapped inside forever. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan could be considered to have entered the world fruit before. If they didn't use such fraudulent means, they wouldn't have been able to enter at all. However, Yang Kai's sealed world bead had nearly 40 people hidden inside. If he had enough time and everything went smoothly, he could obtain dozens of world fruits here. Compared to the primordial fruit tree and the primordial spirit fruit, Yang Kai was undoubtedly more interested in this world fruit. As soon as it appeared, Yang Kai immediately sensed the aura of this world. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed because the aura of this world wasn't too strong. It should only be a low-rank world fruit. The 3 of them didn't transform into anything else and still maintained their original appearances. However, their strength was greatly suppressed. They couldn't even display 30% of their usual strength. This should be due to the world principles of this world. What's this? Scabby Head suddenly noticed something and looked down at his waist. There was a bulging cloth bag hanging there. He didn't know what was inside. Master has one too. I have one too. Lang Qingshan looked at Yang Kai's waist and then at his own. He found that everyone had an extra cloth bag. You'll know what's inside after taking a look. Scabby Head chuckled and took down the cloth bag. He opened it and said in astonishment, "So many insects." At the same time, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan also opened their own cloth bags. They found that it was just as Scabby Head said, there were some strange insects in the cloth bags. There weren't many of them, only a few dozen of them. They were all as white as silkworms. Yang Kai scanned them with his divine sense and didn't feel any strong energy from them. Instead, he could clearly feel that there was a faint connection between his divine sense and these insects. What are these things for? Scabby Head was puzzled. Lang Qingshan had the experience of exploring the world fruit before. He pondered and said, they might be related to unlocking the secrets of this world. How do you use them? Have you eaten them? Scabby Head pinched one of the insects and examined it carefully. Not only did he sniff it, he even stuck out his tongue and licked it. Lang Qingshan's face turned pale. Something's coming. Suddenly, Kai Yang's brow furrowed. Raising his head, he saw several dozen monster wolves with bodies as large as oxen. They were baring their fangs as they surrounded them from all directions. Soon, they had surrounded the 3 of them. These demon wolves were all emitting a ferocious aura. They kept howling and looked like they were not to be trifled with. Chapter 41:15. Master. Lang Qingshan's expression was solemn as he quickly moved closer to Yang Kai. The Scabby Head also swallowed his saliva secretly as his face turned pale. The three of them stood back to back as they secretly activated their powers, ready to attack at any moment. A wolf howl was heard as the dozens of demonic wolves pounced forward. Yang Kai flicked his finger and a crescent blade slashed forward. However, the power of the crescent blade was not as strong as usual as it was only a foot long. The crescent blade slashed on the shoulder of a demonic wolf and only left a scar on its body. It was not able to kill it on the spot. Yang Kai's face turned gloomy. This strange world was suppressing one's powers to a certain extent. If not, the crescent blade would not be so weak. On the other side, Lang Qingshan and the Scabby Head were also exerting their powers. However, their foundations were not as strong as Yang Kai's and they were also being suppressed. Even if they tried their best, they could only cause slight damage to the demonic wolves. The dozens of demonic wolves surrounded the three of them and took turns to attack them. The smell of fresh blood stimulated their nerves and made them even more violent and savage. Yang Kai and the other two tried to break out of the encirclement but could not find a suitable opportunity. If this continued, the three of them would definitely be torn into pieces by the dozens of demonic wolves. "Master, I can't hold on any longer." The Scabby Head suddenly cried out in pain as his arm was bitten by a demonic wolf. Blood immediately flowed out. Yang Kai's thoughts turned rapidly as he tried to think of a way to break out of this situation. Everything in this world was traceable. For example, when he first entered the world of bubbles, the opportunity to leave was in a bubble. When he entered the world of swords for the second time, he could kill other swords to strengthen himself and walk to the peak step by step. There should be some rules in this world, some rules that he had not discovered. As long as he could make use of these rules, he should be able to escape. With that thought, Yang Kai looked at the cloth bag on his waist and reached out to grab a bug from it. A demonic wolf in front of him leaped up high as its fangs shone with a cold light. Yang Kai activated his divine telekinesis and threw the bug at the demonic wolf. Strangely enough, after the insect left his hand, it suddenly exploded into a ball of dazzling white light, which instantly enveloped the demon wolf. The originally aggressive demon wolf, after being enveloped by the white light, seemed to have suffered a great blow. It fell from the sky and shook its head. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt a faint connection between him and the demon wolf's soul. He seemed to be able to control the demon wolf. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian immediately drove his spiritual perception to suppress the other party. The monster wolf still wanted to resist, but Yang Kai's divine sense was so powerful that it could not resist at all. In just a breath's time, the white light poured into the monster wolf's body. With a thought from Yang Kai, the demon wolf immediately turned its head, opened its bloody maw and bit down on its companion's throat, causing him to spurt out blood and stagger back. This insect can control these demon wolves. Yang Kai shouted. Hearing this, Lang Qingshan and Scabby Head did not hesitate. They took out bugs from their cloth bags and imitated Yang Kai's action, throwing the bugs out. The bugs exploded into white light and covered the monster wolf's body. After the white light completely poured in, the monster wolf would be controlled by the three of them. The situation instantly turned for the better. Yang Kai threw the bugs out of the cloth bag one by one and subdued the monster wolves one after another. Lang Qingshan and Scabby Head did not stay idle and did the same thing. Soon Yang Kai found the trick. These bugs, he named them beast-taming bugs for the time being. They could be used like secret treasures, but they were one-time use secret treasures. After they were used, they would turn into a white light that shrouded the monster wolves. At this time, it was time for the owner's divine sense to fight with the wolf's divine sense. If the owner could suppress the wolf's divine sense, the white light would pour into the monster wolf's body and subdue it. If the owner could not suppress the wolf's divine sense, the white light would collapse and the beast-taming bug would die. Even the cultivator would be injured. Scabby had suffered a loss. He used too many beast-taming bugs at one time. As a result, he could not control them. Two of the white light exploded, causing blood to flow out of his nose and his face to turn pale. Time passed slowly. Originally, the three of them were besieged by dozens of monster wolves, but with the help of these beast-taming bugs, the situation immediately turned for the better. After an incense stick worth of time, half of the dozens of monster wolves had died, and the remaining half had been subdued by the three of them. Scabby Head gasped for breath and could not help but feel a sense of relief. Previously, in the sword world, although he had been observing Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan's experience through the small sealed world bead, he had only been watching from the sidelines. Although he often trembled with fear, after all, he had never experienced it himself. Now, after experiencing it, he realized that these sword worlds were not so easy to explore. If it were not for his master understanding the mysteries at the critical moment, they would have been doomed in the first battle. "Master, is this the beast-taming world?" Lang Qingshan asked. Yang Kai nodded. From the current situation, it seems so. However, whether it was true or not, they would have to explore it for a while to know. A few days later, their previous guess was confirmed. This was indeed the beast-taming world. In this world, there were countless large and small groups of monster beasts. The strength of Yang Kai's trio was greatly suppressed, so if they wanted to win, they could only rely on the strength of their monster beast subordinates. The monster wolves they had subdued before were just the most ordinary monster wolves. Among the groups of monster beasts, there were even monster kings. Relying on the white beast-taming insects in the cloth bag was impossible to subdue. Yang Kai tried several times, but the white light would shatter. It was not that his divine sense could not suppress the other party, but that the white beast-taming insects could not withstand the collision of the two divine senses. Yang Kai guessed that there should be higher-grade beast-taming insects above the white beast-taming insects that could deal with these monster kings. After the trio suffered a loss in a group of 100 monster beasts, they embarked on the path of searching for beast-taming insects. Soon they reaped some benefits. Sure enough, there were higher-grade beast-taming insects above the white beast-taming insects. Black, blue, purple and so on. Using those higher-grade beast-taming insects, Yang Kai's trio quickly subdued monster kings one after another. Once a monster king was subdued, the monster beast under its command would also be subdued. Among these monster kings, there was a huge difference in strength. Yang Kai divided them into 3 levels: 100 Monster King, 1000 Monster King, and Myriad Monster King. The 100 Monster King commanded 100 Monster Beast, the 1000 Monster King commanded 1000, and the Myriad Monster King commanded 10,000, extremely powerful. A month later, the trio each led a myriad monster army and engaged in a decisive battle with the last group of monster beasts. The number of beasts in this group was extremely large, at least 100,000 in number, and the Beast King's appearance was also extraordinary, its body covered in golden fur and as sturdy as a house. Yang Kai stared from afar and clearly felt that the mood of the myriad Beast King beneath him was somewhat uneasy. The opponent's Monster King actually had a strong deterrent effect on myriad Monster Kings. This was no longer a Monster King, but a Monster Emperor. The battle soon broke out, and countless monster wolves were killed or injured. Although the opponent's numbers were huge, and they were led by a Monster Emperor, Yang Kai's trio split up and cooperated with each other, killing the enemy while also subduing the Monster Kings in the enemy camp, quickly gaining an absolute advantage. After another 3 days of bitter fighting, Yang Kai finally succeeded in subduing the Monster Emperor, even though he was bitten by it. When the Monster King was subdued, a gentle force wrapped the trio and sent them out of this world. The trio appeared under the world tree again. Yang Kai was covered in blood, but he was still grinning wildly. He had obtained another world fruit, although it was only a low-rank one. After a little rest, Yang Kai repeated the same trick, releasing another person from his sealed world bead and having him take him into the world inside the fruit. Time passed day by day, and more people entered the world inside the fruit. The more people there were, the stronger they would be. When others entered the world inside the fruit, they would generally fight alone, but Yang Kai had many people working together, so he naturally had a huge advantage. There were all kinds of strange worlds. There were worlds that needed to be conquered by force, worlds that needed to be cultivated to the limits of that world, and worlds that could only be freed by breaking through the suppression. There were also natural mazes that made it impossible for people to find their way in. There were all kinds of worlds, and there were many more. However, Yang Kai soon concluded that a low-rank world fruit didn't take too long to break through, at most 3 months, but a mid-rank world fruit was much more difficult to break through, taking at least 1 to 2 years. This was the time inside the world inside the fruit, which was different from the outside world. As such, Yang Kai wasn't too worried. He had spent several years inside the world inside the fruit, but only a dozen or so days in the outside world. One day, one of his subordinates rushed into the world fruit with the sealed world bead. Yang Kai immediately walked out of his sealed world bead and released the dozen or so people who had entered the world fruit before him. However, before he could investigate the grade of this world, he suddenly felt a huge repulsive force enveloping him. When he came back to his senses, he was already standing under the 3,000 world tree. Not only him, but the dozen or so people he released also felt the same. Lang Qingshan was stunned. What's going on? Yang Kai was also puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, so he had no idea why he was being repelled by the world fruit. At this moment, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the earth shook and a root suddenly stretched out from the ground like a long whip, sweeping towards Yang Kai and the others. This root was the root of the 3,000 world tree. No one had expected such an unforeseen event. In a moment of carelessness, half of the people were swept away and rolled down the mountain. Yang Kai dodged quickly and managed to avoid this blow. Turning his head, he saw that the people who had been swept down the mountain were not in danger of losing their lives, but all of them were in a sorry state. Only then did he relax. "Ayah!" A scream rang out. It turned out that Mangy Head had also been swept down, followed by everyone else. Yang Kai moved left and right, avoiding the root sweep again and again. While he was dodging, he suddenly felt someone's gaze on him. He quickly looked over and couldn't help but be surprised. An old face appeared on the trunk of the Trichiliacosm tree, and it was glaring at him angrily. Chapter 41:16. Yang Kai was a little embarrassed by his stare. How could he not know that his repeated cheating had been detected by the 3,000 world tree? In this land of eternity, many sacred herbs had developed intelligence. Even Pu Baixiong and the little mushroom were like that, let alone the 3,000 world tree. It was just that he had not shown it before, but Yang Kai had repeatedly used the sealed world bead to exploit loopholes and enter the world fruit, harvesting more than a dozen fruits by himself. Such insatiable greed was something the world tree could not tolerate even if it had 3,000 fruits. If Yang Kai continued like this, who knew how many fruits it would have left? Therefore, when they sensed Yang Kai's aura again, they immediately sent him and his dozen or so subordinates out of the world fruit, not giving them a chance to gain experience at all. Furthermore, they were sent down the mountain to sever their hopes. Its roots danced and whipped Yang Kai again with great force. It didn't want to take Yang Kai's life, but just send him down the mountain. Yang Kai activated the law of space and dodged again and again. Although he had gained quite a lot, obtaining more than a dozen world fruits, and even 2 middle-level world fruits, he hadn't seen a single high-level world fruit. How could he give up? A high-grade world fruit could help a high-grade sky splitter advance by 1 grade. If he could reach the 7th grade in the future, he could use a high-grade world fruit to directly advance to the 8th grade. How many 8th grade sky splitters would there be in the Blessed Enclave? At this level, he was definitely an overlord. When the time came, not only could he establish himself in the 3,000 world fruit, but he could also achieve great things. While dodging, Yang Kai begged, "Old tree, calm down, calm down. Go in one more time, one last time." The world tree's expression became even angrier. Why would it care about him? Its roots danced more and more wildly, but Yang Kai activated the law of space and his body moved erratically. How could it hit him? In anger, more than a dozen roots broke out of the ground and turned into an inescapable net that enveloped Yang Kai. At the foot of the mountain, Lang Qingshan and the others looked up and were dumbfounded. Scabby Head's mouth twitched. This world tree must have been driven mad by our master. Lang Qingshan exclaimed, "Oh no, the master is in danger." As he spoke, he immediately rushed up the mountain. More than a dozen people followed closely behind, avoiding the fog and lightning as they trekked arduously. On top of the mountain, Yang Kai moved left and right, but the dozen roots of the Tree of World were like dozens of long whips that sealed the sky and the earth, greatly reducing the space he could move. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck by one of the roots. He felt a strong force rushing toward him, and there was a sweet taste in his mouth. Yang Kai hugged the root, swallowed the rolling blood, and said with a cheeky smile, "Can't I do it just once? Old Shu, take that fruit." Although he didn't remember to check the grade of the world fruit, he was sure that it was definitely not a low-grade world fruit. It should be a mid-grade one, and there was a very small chance that it was a high-grade one. If he could negotiate with the 3,000 world tree, he could at least get the world fruit. The 3,000 world tree didn't seem to hear him. It swung its roots a few times, but it couldn't get rid of Yang Kai. In anger, the dozen roots whipped toward Yang Kai through the air and hit him. Yang Kai kept groaning. After 3 breaths, he felt that he couldn't take it anymore. Although the world tree didn't want to kill him, it was uncomfortable to be whipped by the roots. Helpless, he could only shout, "Dragon form!" His body suddenly expanded, and he turned into a half-dragon with dragon horns on his head. His hands turned into dragon claws, and 2 streams of dragon breath came out of his nostrils. His whole body was covered with dragon scales, and each scale had natural patterns on it. They were hard and thick. Dragon whiskers fluttered under his chin. His huge body stood on top of the mountain. Although he wasn't as majestic as the world tree, he wasn't far behind. In the great cosmological realm, he had swallowed countless dragon blood pills, which made his dragon form body faintly show signs of transforming into a true dragon race. He was much stronger than before. Asterisk pa 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 asterisk sounds rang out incessantly as the dozen or so roots continuously whipped Yang Kai's back, creating a series of loud bangs. However, this was still within an acceptable range. The defense of the dragon form body was much stronger than that of the human body. Yang Kai chuckled and looked at the world tree. "Old tree, this is your last chance. Enter again, and I won't pester you anymore." He couldn't forget about the world fruit just now. As he spoke, he wrapped the root in his hand around his waist. Very quickly, he wrapped it around his waist a few times, making it clear that he wasn't going to give up just like that. The world tree's attacks became more and more violent. This time, even Yang Kai's dragon form body couldn't take it anymore. The dragon scales on his back flew, and blood flowed. However, Yang Kai's recovery ability was extremely strong. The power of the wood element in his Dao seal circulated, and his dragon blood was stimulated. His wounds healed continuously. The stalemate lasted for a full incense's time before the 3,000 Worlds tree's attacks suddenly stopped. On the tree, the old face sighed heavily. Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Old tree, you agree?" The 3,000 Worlds tree looked at him in disgust. Then a root whipped at him. Yang Kai smiled. "Old tree, why do you have to do this? Such an attack on me, ugh." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his hand become lighter. The root that he had been holding on to suddenly broke apart on its own accord. Immediately after, Kai Yang was struck by a powerful force, his body uncontrollably falling down the mountain. In mid-air, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the 3,000 Worlds tree's attitude to be so tough. It would rather break one of its roots than let him stay on the mountain peak. With a bang, Yang Kai landed heavily on the ground. He quickly got up and looked at the root in his hand, speechless. Although this root was voluntarily abandoned by the 3,000 Worlds tree, it showed no signs of withering. Instead, it was full of vitality. Yang Kai's heart moved. He then stuffed it into the sealed world bead. When he looked up again, the mountain was covered in fog and lightning. Soon he couldn't see the scene inside. Yang Kai didn't give up. He jumped into the fog and only lasted for a dozen breaths before running back. The fog was too terrifying. It was made up of countless tiny insects. Even his dragon form couldn't withstand it. In just a short while, his body was stained with blood, and a lot of his vitality was lost. Figures flashed around him. It was Lang Qingshan and the others who were sent out. Although they were covered in dust, their lives weren't in danger. It should be the result of the world tree's protection. Otherwise, with the current situation on the mountain, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. When they turned around and saw Yang Kai's swollen face and bloody body, they couldn't help but be shocked. Moreover, it was the first time they saw Yang Kai use the dragon transformation technique. They couldn't help but be shocked. Only now did Lang Qingshan and the others know that Yang Kai actually had the bloodline of the dragon race. Judging from its appearance, this bloodline was quite extraordinary. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at them with a ferocious expression. He was angered by the 3,000 Worlds tree. This old tree was too stubborn. It would rather give up one of its roots than give him one last chance. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai roared, "Old Shu, everyone has only one chance to enter the world fruit field. What do you mean by blocking this mountain and not letting us in? I still have a few dozen people here who want to go in. You can't deprive them of their qualifications. That's unfair." Saying so, he raised his hand and released the remaining people hiding in the small sealed world bead. Lang Qingshan and the others were speechless. They had used Yang Kai's fraudulent means to enter more than a dozen world fruits and obtain them. Now, Yang Kai was actually talking about fairness to the world tree. Yang Kai continued, "At most, I won't go in. You have to let them in, don't you?" As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He listened carefully. In the next moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the heavy fog and screamed. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the person. After taking a closer look, he was stunned. "Brother Meng?" The one who rushed out of the fog was Meng Hong. Meng Hong was still in shock. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw a huge dragon head pointing at him. However, after seeing the appearance of the dragon head, he hesitated. "Brother Yang?" Yang Kai nodded and put him down. He transformed back into his human form and asked in confusion, "Brother Meng, why did you come out at this time?" Meng Hong's appearance was too coincidental. Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. Meng Hong said, "I don't know. I was training in that world when a force suddenly expelled me." "Huh? Is this the world fruit?" Saying so, he suddenly looked at his palm and found that he had obtained a world fruit at some point. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but be speechless. He knew that the reason why Meng Hong could withdraw halfway and even obtain a world fruit for free was all because of the world tree. It should have sensed the relationship between Meng Hong and himself, so it directly sent him out. Realizing this, Yang Kai sighed slightly. He knew that it was impossible for him to enter the world fruit again. The 3,000 World Tree was willing to cut off one of its roots, send Meng Hong out, and even give him a fruit for free. It wanted to make Yang Kai give up completely. Meng Hong's luck was pretty good. The world fruit in his hand was a middle-grade one. He had wandered in that world for a few years, fighting alone. He didn't know how to escape. He had thought that he was dead for sure, but who would have thought that there would be such a twist? To be honest, he still couldn't believe it. He felt like he was in the clouds. The two disciples from Great Moon State stepped forward and briefly explained what had happened. Only then did Meng Hong learn that he was able to escape so easily because of Yang Kai's pestering with the 3,000 World Tree. He couldn't help laughing. He had wanted to take a world fruit and give it to Yang Kai to repay his kindness, but in the end, it was Yang Kai who had saved him once again. Now that he had eaten and drank, it was a bit hard to explain. "Brother Yang, please accept this world fruit." Meng Hong handed the fruit in his hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Brother Meng, I've already gained a lot. Moreover, you'll need this when you advance to the 5th stage Heaven Splitter. There's no need to give it to me." Chapter 41:17. Yang Kai was not being hypocritical. World fruits were rare, but he had already obtained a lot of them. He had 13 low-rank world fruits and 2 mid-rank world fruits, so there was no need for him to covet Meng Hong's things. Meng Hong shook his head. "This time, my 3 brothers were protected by Brother Yang in the Great Void Realm. If it weren't for Brother Yang, my 3 brothers would have been dead by now. Brother Yang also lent us many treasures to help us condense heaven's splitting power. If it weren't for Brother Yang, how could this Meng have achieved what he has today? This Meng has nothing else but this fruit. What's more, this Meng was only able to obtain this fruit thanks to you. Please don't refuse, Brother Yang, otherwise, this Meng will have no face to see anyone in the future." Seeing that Yang Kai still wanted to say something, Meng Hong pretended to be angry and said, "Brother Yang, if you refuse again, it means you are looking down on this Meng Hong. This world fruit. I don't want it." Saying so, he casually threw the world fruit up the mountain. Everyone around him exclaimed, Yang Kai reached out and caught the fruit, speechless. Since Brother Meng has such good intentions, I won't stand on ceremony. I will keep this fruit for now, and if Brother Meng needs it in the future, feel free to ask for it from me. That being said, Yang Kai also knew that since Meng Hong had made his attitude clear today, he would not take this fruit back no matter what. Sure enough, Meng Hong laughed and said, "This Meng is confident that he can break through to the 6th grade with his own ability." Seeing the two of them push back and forth over a priceless middle-tier world fruit, the dozens of onlookers were somewhat dumbfounded. This was a treasure that even powerful heaven-opening realm cultivators would fight over, but now, it was being pushed back and forth by these two, and it had almost been tossed into the fog. After taking everyone back into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai checked his harvest. The 16 world fruits could be said to be a bountiful harvest. The 13 low-grade world fruits could be ignored for now. Even if they were valuable, they wouldn't be too valuable. After all, they could only help a low-grade world fruit advance by 1 grade, and the limit was the 3rd grade. However, the 3 mid-grade world fruits were different. The upper limit of a middle-grade world fruit was the 6th grade. In other words, it was best for a 5th-grade world fruit to split open the sky. Such a treasure was extremely rare. What made Yang Kai feel slightly regretful was that he didn't get a high-grade world fruit this time. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh, feeling that he was indeed a little greedy. Su Zhen had said that although the 3000 world tree bore 3000 world fruits, most of them were low-grade, with only a few middle-grade ones. As for high-grade ones, it might or might not. Obtaining 3 middle-grade ones this time was already a great fortune. Apart from these world fruits, there was also an unexpected gain. It was one of the world tree's roots. Yang Kai had previously transformed into a dragon and shamelessly wrapped this root around his waist to bargain with the world tree, angering it. The world tree then cut off its own roots and pulled him down the mountain, resulting in this root falling into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai had casually thrown this root into the sealed world bead before, but when he poured his divine sense into the sealed world bead to investigate it, he couldn't help feeling surprised. This root had actually pierced into the ground of the sealed world bead and turned into a small sapling that swayed gently in the wind. Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. This root was worthy of being the root of the world tree. Its vitality was really strong, and after just a short while it had sprouted new branches and leaves. If that was all, Yang Kai could clearly feel that this little sapling was like a bottomless pit. The world energy of the entire sealed world bead was madly pouring into this little sapling, and as the little sapling grew, the world principles of the sealed world bead were rapidly perfecting and stabilizing. Below the ground, invisible to the naked eye, the roots of the little sapling had soared by more than 100 acres. Tiny roots were still spreading out at an extremely fast speed, showing signs of covering the entire sealed world bead. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and his throat went dry. The roots of this world tree could perfect the world principles of the sealed world bead and stabilize it, so what would happen if it was transplanted back to the star boundary? Back then, Yang Kai asked the giant divine spirit Ada about the survival of the star boundary, but Ada only mentioned the world tree. Yang Kai had only been in this world for a short time, so his foundation was still unstable, so he hadn't had time to carefully inquire about the world tree. There was a 3000 world tree in the Elder Land. Was the tree of world the tree of world that Ada had mentioned? When he heard Su Zhen talk about the 3000 world tree before, Yang Kai had a guess, and now, looking at the situation of this little sapling, he vaguely confirmed it. The world tree that Ada mentioned might really be the 3000 world tree. If that was the case, then the biggest gain from this trip to the Elder Land wasn't the 3 saint medicines or the 16 world fruits he had just obtained, but the roots of this world tree. Yang Kai couldn't help but have the urge to look up to the sky and laugh wildly. He had worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. However, he had to wait until he returned to the star boundary to verify this. Previously, he had bought a star in the star market and searched for the location of the star boundary. Comparing the traces he had left along the way and the place where he had parted with Zhang Ruoxi, he already had some ideas, but as for the specific location of the star boundary, he still had to personally investigate it. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai decided not to suppress the growth of the little sapling. Although the growth of the little sapling required a terrifying amount of world energy, the feedback to the sealed world bead was also extremely significant. As a result, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. As for the consumed world energy, Yang Kai had countless source crystals, so he could completely replenish the sealed world bead by exploding them. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai finally took care of everything and let out a long sigh of relief. Now that he had angered the 3,000 world tree, there was no hope for more world fruits. The Elder Land had been open for so many days now, so any good things and opportunities had probably already been found. Now, all that was left was the spirit-seizing battle. Originally, he wanted to find a suitable metal attribute treasure in the Elder Land, but unfortunately, he had no clue. Zhu Jiuyin had told him that in the entire great cosmological realm, there were only 2 places that had metal attribute treasures that Yang Kai needed. One was the Golden Vulture Palace, which was Jianghu's territory. Jianghu was a metal attribute divine spirit, so the power of his monster core was completely in line with Yang Kai's needs. As long as Jianghu helped, Yang Kai could easily capture him with his 7th grade metal attribute hand. However, Jianghu was Zhu Jiuyin's sworn enemy, so how could he help Zhu Jiuyin's bearer? The bearer he chose was ordered by Zhu Jiuyin to kill Yang Kai several times, but unfortunately he was killed by Yang Kai in the world fruit. The second place was the Elder Land. There were many opportunities in the Elder Land, so there might be metal attribute treasures that Yang Kai needed. But until now, Yang Kai had not discovered anything. Just as he was pondering, heaven and earth suddenly shook slightly, as if thunder was rolling across the earth. Yang Kai's expression turned serious, and he quickly released his divine thought to investigate. A moment later, the same thing happened again. This time, Yang Kai clearly noticed that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something and was rapidly gathering in one direction. He turned his head and looked in that direction, using his full vision to observe. Heaven and earth were moving strangely, and it was obvious that something abnormal was happening. Perhaps some precious treasure was about to be born. In his field of vision, rays of light flew toward the place where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was gathering. They probably had the same idea as Yang Kai, which was that they sensed something abnormal and wanted to get close to him. Yang Kai did not hesitate for too long. He flew up and rushed in that direction. Heaven and earth shook several times along the way, until a certain moment, the shadow of a fruit tree suddenly appeared in midair. This fruit tree was carved out of ice and jade, crystal clear and beautiful. As the spiritual chi of heaven and earth poured in, it kept solidifying. The primordial fruit tree. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He was still wondering where the primordial fruit tree was hiding. Although he found the old tree under Pu Baixiong's guidance, that old tree was not the primordial fruit tree, but the 3,000 worlds tree. Only now did he realize that the primordial fruit tree was traceless and untraceable. It would only reveal itself under special circumstances. Did someone trigger the opportunity for the primordial fruit tree to reveal itself? Maybe it was not because of someone, but because the time was right and the primordial fruit tree revealed itself. But no matter what, since the primordial fruit tree had appeared, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Those bearers were all entrusted with the mission of the divine spirits behind them. If they succeeded, they would reach the sky in a single step, but if they failed, their lives would be in danger. Under such circumstances, who would dare to not work hard? Take Yang Kai for example. He and the others were still in Zhu Jiuyin's hands. If he wanted them to escape safely, he had to get the primordial fruit tree. Figures gathered from all directions towards the place where the primordial fruit tree appeared. At this time, those divine spirit bearers who had been hiding could no longer care about hiding themselves. Time passed, as the primordial fruit tree swallowed the aura of the heaven-devouring great emperor, it became more and more solid. More than 2 hours later, Yang Kai arrived at the place. Looking around, there were already a lot of people gathered here. There were more than 30 people that he knew and didn't know. Su Zhen, Ding Yi, and Xiang Ying were also there. These 3 guys had entered the world in the fruit tree like him before, but he had taken advantage of the loopholes and entered and exited the world fruit more than a dozen times, wasting a lot of time. It was natural that they could come out first. To be able to come out of the world in the fruit tree, they must have obtained a world fruit. Not only them, but Chu Huashang and Gu Pan also came. The two girls gathered together and whispered something. Seeing Yang Kai, the former's eyes lit up and she waved enthusiastically to Yang Kai. "Little brother Yang, over here." Yang Kai smiled slightly, nodded slightly to Su Zhen and others, and fell beside Chu Huashang. Ding Yi was envious of the other side. Chu Huashang is a disciple of Yin and Yang Wonderland. Her cultivation method is special. She is also a disaster-level existence. Ding Yi has long been looking straight at her. He wants to come over and get close to her, but he doesn't have the courage. He is afraid of offending the beauty. Now seeing others so enthusiastic about Yang Kai, he naturally envies and admires. Senior Sister Chu, Junior Sister Gu. Yang Kai said hello. Chu Huashang looked at him with a smile. Her eyes were full of peach blossoms, and the waves were flowing. "Little brother Yang, the primordial fruit tree has been born, and it may be chaotic when fighting. Little brother Yang should protect me more." Chapter 41:18. Under the watchful eyes of the public, she was bold and direct, and she did not care about the eyes of others. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't buy this and simply laughed. "Senior Sister Chu, you're making things difficult for me. As far as I know, this primordial fruit tree will only produce one primordial spirit fruit each time. When the time comes, everyone will inevitably fight over it. If we don't fight each other, how can we protect each other? It is precisely because there is only one primordial spirit fruit that these bearers must go all out, so even if Su Zhen has a good relationship with her and Gu Pan, they do not stand together. This was because every bearer who came here was a competitor. They have been vigorously cultivated by the Holy Spirits behind them and shoulder the expectations of the Holy Spirits. If they fail, it will make the Holy Spirits' plan fail. It is very likely to anger those Holy Spirits, and their lives will be in danger. In history, there were many bearers who failed to win the primordial spirit fruit and died in the hands of the Holy Spirits. The Kuan Sha killed the bearers. The water element treasure moon essence that Yang Kai refined was brought out from the land of no elders by a bearer of the Kuan Sha. After this person was killed, the moon essence was useless to the Kuan Sha and was given to the sea race. Not only the Kuan Sha, but most of the Holy Spirits will do the same, get their benefits but can't satisfy them. How can they give up? Chu Huashang smiled and said, "Why is little brother Yang so unreasonable? My plan is like this. We can join forces to resist the enemy first. Little brother Yang has been in this land of no elders for so many days. You should have met some bearers and know their means. It is always better to work together than to fight alone. As for the primordial spirit fruit, it depends on your own means." Yang Kai heard the words and nodded. Chu Huashang's proposal was also good. Although he was powerful, if he used all his strength, no one present was his opponent, but the tiger couldn't stand the wolf, and the two fists couldn't beat the four hands. If his performance was too strong and caused public anger, he would not get any good. At this time, one or two allies can share some of the pressure. Junior Sister Gu also means this? Yang Kai turned to look at Gu Pan. The little girl was more introverted and kept her head down. She just nodded gently and expressed her attitude. Yang Kai said, "Of course we can work together, but are there only 3 of us? Where are Brother Lin, Brother Su, and Brother Dao Ran?" They were all disciples from the blessed and heavenly enclave, and they had worked together once before. Chu Huashang snorted, "They are a few stinky men who care about their life and death, and at this time, the more people who join forces, the better. Young little brother, you should also understand." Yang Kai was speechless. "I'm a man too." Chu Huashang covered her mouth and smiled. "You are fragrant, different from them, let people eat a lot." As she said, she deliberately sniffed Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly took 2 steps back and nodded solemnly. "Then it's settled. Let's work together to defend against the enemy." Chu Huashang, beautiful eyes abright, said ah. The 3 of them joined forces, and naturally others joined forces, but the number was not large. After all, Many people did not know the root of the matter. It was better to fight alone and look for a good opportunity than to work with people they did not know. As they talked, more and more people gathered here, and some people quietly lurked and hid their figures. Obviously, they wanted to wait for the opportunity to rob the spirit fruit. Lin Feng and Ning Dao Ran also came and gathered with Su Zhen and soon formed a small group. After another 2 hours, the number of martial artists that had arrived had already reached over 60. Those who rushed to this place at this time were definitely the bearers chosen by the saint spirits. They were attracted by the innate fruit tree. These 60-plus bearers were paying close attention to the situation of the innate fruit tree, waiting quietly. Because only the fruit tree appears at this moment, the primordial spirit fruit is missing. The spirit of heaven and earth is constantly converging towards the fruit tree, and the fruit tree is becoming more and more solid. At a certain moment, someone whispered, "The primordial spirit fruit is coming out." When everyone looked up, they saw that at the top of the fruit tree, a small bud suddenly appeared. The bud absorbed a huge amount of spirit and bloomed quickly, forming a bud. A strange atmosphere escaped from the bud, which made everyone feel like a spring breeze, and their minds were empty. Yang Kai was even more shocked. He vaguely felt that the atmosphere was familiar. Suddenly he remembered the atmosphere he felt when refining the moon essence. It was similar in nature to the atmosphere escaping from the bud. After a little meditation, he suddenly realized that the moon essence was also a primordial treasure. There was a trace of primordial qi. This primordial spirit fruit was the same, but compared with this flower bud, the atmosphere of the moon essence was undoubtedly much worse. The flower bud quickly bloomed, forming a flower bud. Under the influence of the strange aura, everyone watched in a daze, witnessing the origin and birth of life. For a moment, everyone's thoughts collided like lightning, flashing with all kinds of inspiration. These flashes of inspiration caused everyone's perception to greatly increase in a short period of time. Many areas that they usually did not understand during cultivation were suddenly cleared up at this moment, and they were suddenly enlightened. Yang Kai's mind was filled with thoughts. On the path of cultivation, there was nothing he didn't understand. The foundation for breaking through to split the heavens had already been laid. As long as he condensed his energy step by step, he would be able to reach high-grade split the heavens sooner or later. However, with the help of the birth of the primordial spirit fruit, these flashes of inspiration in his mind gave birth to an extremely bold idea. If this idea succeeded, then he would obtain extraordinary battle prowess after breaking through to split the heavens. Of course, this idea could only be put into practice when he broke through to split the heavens. It was still very early. The primordial spirit fruit was truly extraordinary. Just the process of its birth allowed people to gain enlightenment, sweeping away the haze and troubles on the path of cultivation. Just this alone was enough for everyone to reap great benefits. Unknowingly, the petals began to wither, the primordial spirit fruit gradually formed, and the wonderful atmosphere slowly dissipated. Yang Kai looked around and found that everyone's eyes were full of wanton light. Obviously, they had all gained something. Without the influence of the atmosphere, the light in everyone's mind gradually subsided, and there was no more enlightenment, which made many people sigh slightly. Yang Kai looked at them, remembering each of their faces in his mind. If he guessed correctly, when these people left the great void realm alive, they would be the overlords of the 3,000 worlds when they really grew up. They were cultivated by the Holy Spirit and gained unimaginable benefits in the great void realm. Now that they had this opportunity to comprehend the mystery, their future achievements would certainly not be bad. The sound of breathing gradually quickened, and pairs of eyes looked at the gradually maturing primordial spirit fruit. Although the scene was calm, anyone could feel the undercurrent hidden under the calmness. The current situation was like a powder keg that was about to explode. Any spark could trigger an unmanageable situation. "It's time to do it," Chu Huashang whispered. Yang Kai remained calm. The bird that stands out dies first. Although he had the law of space, so many bearers were watching, he did not dare to make a move easily. He was still able to restrain himself, but someone else couldn't. A huge net suddenly emerged from the void and flew straight towards the innate fruit tree. From the looks of it, it seemed like the innate fruit tree was going to be taken away along with the fruit. How dare you! When an angry roar came out, the overwhelming attack blasted toward the big net, one after another tyrannical. Before the big net could get close to the primordial fruit tree, it was smashed into powder by those attacks. With a muffled groan, a cultivator's figure shook slightly, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. This big net was his secret treasure. Although it was extraordinary, it could not withstand the attacks of so many people. The secret treasure was destroyed, and he was also implicated. Before he could catch his breath, a beam of sword light flashed behind him. It slashed diagonally and knocked him to the ground. Although he didn't die immediately, he was severely injured. A bloody wound was torn open on his back, and blood flowed out. Another attack came, and the man quickly rolled to the side, and his eyes were about to split. Those who attacked him were all strangers to him, but he also knew that at this time, everyone would not be soft-hearted to others, killing more opponents, and more hope to compete for the primordial spirit fruit. Melee. More than 30 figures rushed to the primordial fruit tree. Before people arrived, they used their own means to take the fruit. For a time, net-like, rope-like secret treasures emerged one after another, and more than a dozen big blue hands grabbed the spirit fruit. However, these methods could not get close to the spirit fruit at all, and all the secret treasures were broken up in midair. More and more people joined the battle group, using their own means. From time to time, some people were injured, and some people were killed. Yang Kai stood in the same place, watching the battlefield, and could not help but be amazed. Many of the people here were unknown. The great cosmological realm had been open for more than a decade, but no one had heard of them at all. However, at this moment, each of them was extraordinary. Not to mention those strange artifacts, even the secret techniques they displayed were extraordinary. Almost all of these bearers had condensed the power of at least a 5th-grade secret technique, while some had even condensed 6th-grade or 7th-grade secret techniques. The power of yin and yang and 5 elements swept in a small range, stirring up the light of heaven and earth, and trembling the universe. This was the power of the Holy Spirits. They could use their own resources to cultivate their carriers, and let their strength soar. Ding Yi's performance in the 3000 World Tree before was enough experience, but here, it was just above the average level, and there were many people more amazing than him. At this moment, there were not many people who had not taken action. In addition to Yang Kai and the other two, only 7 or 8 people could still keep calm. Perhaps they were also afraid and did not dare to take action at will. Still not taking action? Chu Huashang looked at Yang Kai eagerly. Wait! Yang Kai said lightly. Chu Huashang was speechless. If you wait, the fruit will be taken away. Then let's snatch it back. Yang Kai smiled. Chu Huashang was stunned and felt that this was also the truth, and now waited in peace. Chapter 41:19. After a while, the scene became more and more chaotic. Everyone was rushing towards the primordial fruit tree, but no one could succeed. Once someone was within 10 feet of the fruit tree, they would be attacked by almost all. Who could withstand those secret techniques that contain the power of the 5th stage, 6th stage, and even the 7th stage? Yang Kai knew that if he did not transform into a dragon, he could not bear it. Even if he displayed the dragon form, he was afraid that he could not hold on for more than a few breaths. Several bearers had already died because of this. They had been beaten to the point where not even their bones remained. Although they had been greatly nurtured by the Holy Spirits behind them, their individual strength was too insignificant in such a battle. If they did not seize the best opportunity to act rashly, they would only harm themselves. In the battle, the spirit fruit on the primordial fruit tree has been completely formed, crystal clear and attractive. Although there is no fragrance, it also makes people want to take a bite and taste what it tastes like. Suddenly, a laugh came and resounded through the sky. Is this the primordial spirit fruit? This Fong will gladly accept it. With the sound, a figure quickly approached this side. Many of the bearers who were fighting in full swing were furious and looked over there to see who dared to boast so shamelessly. They have been fighting here for so long, and no one can get within 10 feet of the fruit tree. At this moment, the person who came was so arrogant. which naturally made people uncomfortable. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he whispered, "The opportunity is coming, get ready to fight." He has been waiting, looking for a good opportunity, and finally his efforts paid off. Listening to what he said, Chu Huashang and Gu Pan also looked shocked and secretly urged their strength. On the other side, a figure rushed into the battlefield and rushed straight to the primordial fruit tree. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly as a series of brilliant secret techniques and artifacts bombarded the young man. However, the young man showed no fear and the smile on his face remained unchanged. It was only when these attacks were about to reach him that his figure flickered and he shouted in a low voice, "Immovable mountain." An extremely rich earth elemental power spread out and twisted around that person, forming the phantom of a giant tortoise. That giant tortoise protected that person tightly in the middle. Countless attacks bombarded that giant tortoise phantom, but it only made the phantom sway a few times, not injuring that person in the slightest. Some people were flabbergasted, and their eyes were wide open. From the start of the chaotic battle until now, this was the first time someone had displayed such a strong defense. When the giant tortoise phantom appeared, it gave people a feeling that it was impregnable and unbreakable. Thick earth black tortoise. Someone recognized the giant tortoise. Since the silhouette was the thick earth mystic tortoise, the person who came must be the carrier of the thick earth mystic tortoise. Only the carrier of the Holy Spirit could activate such a defensive secret technique. It was Feng Yu. He had crossed paths with Yang Kai before, and Yang Kai even robbed him of his space ring. He didn't know where Yang Kai had gone these days, but the appearance of the primordial fruit tree finally drew him out. The thick earth mystic tortoise's earth elemental power was at least at the 7th grade. Ordinary means wouldn't be able to cause harm to such a defensive secret technique, unless it was also at the 7th grade or countered by means of the 5 elements. Therefore, after seeing the giant tortoise phantom, someone immediately displayed an extraordinary wood elemental power, turning into numerous wooden shadows and bombarding Feng Yu. The giant tortoise phantom trembled continuously, and its light quickly dimmed, but Feng Yu was already within 10 feet of the fruit tree, reaching out his hand to grab the spirit fruit on the tree. "You think you're invincible just because you have a tortoise shell? Watch Master Ding cut you down." A furious roar came. Ding Yi raised the saber in his hand high, and his whole body was burning with raging flames. The saber was surrounded by flames, and as the saber slashed down, a 3-legged strange bird flew out and pounced at Feng Yu. Ding Yi was the bearer of the divine spirit, Bai Feng. Bai Feng was a fire attribute divine spirit, and it once used its own inner core to condense the fire elemental power for Ding Yi. Back at the 3000 World Tree, when Ding Yi fought with the man surnamed Go, he also used this move. The power of this saber was so vast that it seemed to be able to burn the world. Feng Yu's expression turned solemn. The thick earth mystic tortoise's defense was impressive and could allow him to ignore most attacks. However, the fire element, which was also of the 7th realm, was troublesome for him. Moreover, his defensive mystic technique had been greatly weakened. Feng Yu only hesitated for a moment between retreating and advancing, but he didn't slow down and still reached for the spirit fruit. With a boom, Feng Yu's body shook slightly. Countless cracks appeared on the giant tortoise phantom, and it looked like it would shatter at any time, but it still protected him. On the other hand, after Ding used this move, his entire body was like a cooked shrimp. His skin was extremely red, and steam was rising from his body. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and his hand, which was holding the broadsword, was trembling slightly. Although his aptitude was good, it was far from being able to condense the 7th grade power. Whether it was the seal or his own body, it was not enough to withstand the 7th grade fire elemental power. Bai Feng didn't care about this and forcibly condensed it for him, just to increase the hope of competing for the primordial spirit fruit. Although Ding Yi had the 7th grade fire elemental power, he didn't dare to use it easily. Once he used it, it would be a great burden on himself. If he used it too many times, he might even be backfired by his own fire elemental power. Many bearers were in a similar situation. Under the premise of insufficient foundation, they were forced to condense the power of high grade by the divine spirit. It seemed that they were in the limelight for a while, but in fact, there were endless troubles in the future. On the contrary, Chu Huashang was like this. Because the divine spirit behind her was Fei, she didn't specialize in a certain attribute, and there was no way to condense a certain kind of power for them. She could only steadily improve them in other aspects. The benefits obtained in this way were real benefits, and there would be no worries. Countless cracks appeared in the shadow of the giant turtle, but it didn't break for a while. Immediately after Ding, Lin Feng of the Jianghu cave opened his mouth and spat out a big river like a waterfall hanging in the air. The water in the big river was murmuring, as if it was really a big river, sweeping across. This guy was captured by Kuan-Sha. Kuan-Sha was a divine spirit of the water attribute. Naturally, it would help Lin Feng condense the power of the water attribute. However, the water attribute has always been gentle, so although it was the 7th grade, its power was not as good as Ding Yi's. But in the big river, there were countless sharks condensed by power, surging wildly. Kacha, the shadow of the giant turtle outside Feng Yu's body quickly dimmed and almost collapsed, but he laughed, "This fruit is mine." In such a moment of confrontation, he had already rushed in front of the primordial fruit tree, and was about to pick the primordial spirit fruit in his hand. At this moment, a purple bamboo lightly floated towards him. Under this point, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The giant turtle shadow finally broke completely, revealing Feng Yu's figure. Feng Yu's smile stiffened on his face in an instant, and a great sense of crisis surged in the depths of his heart. Without thinking, he quickly dodged to the side, even ignoring the spirit fruit in front of him. Boom, 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 countless attacks hit the place where he stood just now. If he dodged a little slower, without the protection of the giant turtle shadow, he would have died immediately on the spot. Feng Yu was speechless. He was so close to winning, but in the end he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Forcing back the unscrupulous guy with a turtle shell, everyone had no time to breathe a sigh of relief, and then they put their hearts in their throats. They saw 3 figures approaching the primordial fruit tree, 1 man and 2 women, but it was Yang Kai, Chu Huashang and Gu Pan. When he heard the voice of Feng Yu, Yang Kai knew that the opportunity he was waiting for had come. After dealing with Feng Yu, Yang Kai also knew that this guy's defense was outstanding and very powerful. With him in front of everyone's attention and firepower, he and Chu Huashang and Gu Pan really successfully approached the fruit tree. A pair of eyes were focused, and an attack was ready to be launched. Chu Huashang was nervous and excited and said, "I can block it." As she spoke, she flicked her beautiful hair, and the red string that bound her hair flew out, turning into thousands of red lines that guarded the void all around. She just finished doing this, and the overwhelming attack had already hit, pointing directly at the 3 people. She said a breath, and it was a breath. After a breath, the red line collapsed, and Chu Huashang snorted, and her face was slightly pale. Yang Kai burst, "Dragon Shield!" The power of the earth element is driven, and a dragon shield appears, lingering around the 3 people. Each dragon shield is composed of a lifelike dragon shape, with complicated lines and connected head to tail. Yang Kai's power of the earth element is the power of the dragon bead of the earth element dragon. In terms of quality, it is not weaker than the power of the thick earth turtle that Feng Yu got, and even better. However, his dragon shield secret technique is only his own understanding, and it is not as good as Feng Yu, who got the true inheritance of the thick earth turtle. Moreover, the thick earth turtle itself is proficient in defense, which is also incomparable to the earth element dragon. So in terms of defensive ability alone, Yang Kai's dragon shield secret technique is not as good as Feng Yu's before, but it wins in quantity. 7 or 8 dragon shields surround him and Chu Huashang. Countless attacks came, 1 dragon shield was broken, and 7 or 8 dragon shields only lasted less than 3 breaths. Yang Kai has reached out to grab the primordial spirit fruit, and the next moment he can pick the spirit fruit in his hand. "Junior sister Gu!" Chu Huashang screamed. Gu Pan said nothing, reached out and took out a brush. The brush was almost half of her height. She held it with both hands, and in the void, she spat out a word, "Ink." It seems to be painting in the air. Under that point, a huge ink spot appears in the void, and the ink spot expands rapidly. The next moment, the world is dark, and everyone loses the light in front of them at this moment. Even the spiritual sense is blocked, and the sound quickly recedes. All of them become blind and deaf. After a breath, the abnormality dissipated. When they opened their eyes and looked at it again, many people were stunned. They saw that Yang Kai had clenched the primordial spirit fruit, and his face was full of excitement. But soon, his expression was a little wrong, from excitement to shock, puzzlement. Chapter 41:20. Under the gaze of the pack of wolves, Yang Kai froze in place. Chu Huashang cried, "What are you doing? Take it away." The three of them came here with great difficulty, and Yang Kai held the fruit and did not pick it. Was he tired of living? Yang Kai didn't want to pick up the fruit and leave, but under this grip, he couldn't catch anything. The primordial fruit tree in front of him and the primordial spirit fruit were all very solid, but they were illusory and there was no real thing. His big hand passed directly through the primordial spirit fruit without any hindrance. Chu Huashang soon noticed that something was wrong, and her face was stunned. The holy spirits behind them never said this. For a time, both she and Yang Kai didn't know what to do. On second thought, the holy spirits may not mean to hide it, but they don't know the situation here. They only know that if they want to leave the great void realm, they have to rely on the power of the primordial spirit fruit. But over the years, the bearers and holy spirits who have obtained the primordial spirit fruit have left the great void realm for the first time. No one has mentioned to them what is going on in the land of elders. What to do? Chu Huashang glanced at Yang Kai, full of anxiety. Gu Pan whispered, "Are we still going to stay here?" The people around them also stopped attacking at this moment, staring at Yang Kai's movements in a daze, frowning one by one. No one thought that the thing they fought so hard to get was so strange. Since Yang Kai couldn't pick the primordial spirit fruit, other people might not help. For a time, the scene was peaceful, but being surrounded by so many people, anyone would be uneasy. Yang Kai kept urging his power, but there was nothing in his hand. In a rage, his divine sense surged and he grabbed it fiercely. The next moment, accompanied by a soft sound, in front of everyone's eyes, the primordial spirit fruit was broken and turned into a sky full of spirit light. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, and he couldn't help but feel numb. He just tried it casually, urging the power of divine sense, who knew that he touched the key, but he never expected that this primordial spirit fruit was so fragile. Primordial spirit fruit, broken. Dozens of bearers, shouldering the instructions and missions of the holy spirits behind them, fought desperately for this primordial spirit fruit. For this reason, some people were seriously injured, some people died on the spot, and now, this fruit was broken by Yang Kai. Shock, confusion, anger. All kinds of emotions surged up, and for a moment, everyone looked at Yang Kai's expression. Without the primordial spirit fruit, when they left the land of elders, they couldn't explain it to the holy spirits. However, the strange thing was that after the primordial spirit fruit shattered, the spirit light that filled the air didn't immediately dissipate. Instead, it surged towards the back of Yang Kai's hand. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand, and with the continuous influx of spirit light, an extremely strange and mysterious pattern appeared on the back of his hand. With the formation of the pattern, Yang Kai inexplicably gained a trace of understanding. At this moment, he understood the magical effect of this primordial spirit fruit, and also why the people chosen by the holy spirits were called bearers. The holy spirits needed the bodies of these bearers as carriers, and with the power of this primordial spirit fruit, they could break free from the suppression of the great cosmological realm and escape from this place. The primordial spirit fruit was bound to break, and this strange pattern was bound to form. Everything happened naturally. The poor bearers thought that the primordial spirit fruit needed to be picked for the holy spirits to eat. Even Yang Kai thought so, and the holy spirits probably thought so too. In fact, the situation was completely different. But no matter what, the primordial spirit fruit had been obtained. This change happened too fast. First, Yang Kai crushed the primordial spirit fruit, which surprised everyone. Then the spirit light poured into the back of Yang Kai's hand, forming a complex pattern, which was completed in the blink of an eye. Although everyone didn't know what the mystery of the pattern was, they could guess that this must be a key. Since the spirit fruit had been broken, they could only snatch this key. Almost at the same time, the attack was launched again, and a series of secret techniques were launched at Yang Kai. Chu Huashang and Gu Pan's faces changed, and they used their secret techniques to resist. However, although the two's methods were good, they were alone after all, and they were in danger after less than 3 breaths. Yang Kai urged the Dragon Shield secret technique to protect the 2 women, and then urged the law of space. His figure flashed, and he had already appeared thousands of feet away with the 2. Not waiting for him to stand firm, Feng Yu had already rushed obliquely, his face a solemn color, and his mouth shouted, "Brother Yang, I'm sorry." When the words fell, a stone lotus suddenly appeared at the foot. The stone lotus was very small at first, spinning and quickly growing, and the lotus leaves were layered. I'm afraid there are thousands of layers. Yang Kai's brow raised, and he felt the breath of the holy medicine from this stone lotus. In other words, this stone lotus is a holy medicine, but I don't know what the use of this stone lotus is, and when Feng Yu got it. When I saw him before, he didn't have this thing. It seems that this guy has had a good opportunity recently. The stone lotus rotates, and the lotus leaves turn into an infinitely sharp blade, cutting the void and making a sound. Within 100 feet, no one dares to approach. Although Feng Yu's performance was good before, it was only outstanding in defense. At this moment he suddenly showed such means, and obviously did not intend to hide. "Go!" Chu Huashang whispered, "Now that Yang Kai has grabbed the primordial spirit fruit, it is natural to leave first. If you stay, you will only be besieged and put yourself in danger." Yang Kai ignored it, reached out in the void, and the dragon roared, and the black dragon spear appeared. Shaking out a spear stabbed forward. On the tip of the spear, a fist-sized black hole flashed away, and at the same time he whispered, "Brother Feng, you have to be careful." Feeling the terrifying power of this spear, Feng Yu's face became extremely dignified, and the black ball in his field of vision rapidly enlarged, as if to cover the whole world, giving him a sense of unavoidable. The 1,000-leaf stone lotus under his feet rotated faster and faster, almost turning into a spinning top. With a loud bang, a huge black hole appeared in everyone's field of vision. The black hole was a void of chaos, and the rotation of the 1,000-leaf stone lotus was also stagnant for a moment, wrapping Feng Yu and retreating. Yang Kai's figure shook at the same time. Although he forced Feng Yu back with a spear, he also suffered a little shock. In this moment of effort, there have been countless attacks coming. Chu Huashang's face was like dead ash. She stood with Yang Kai, which was equivalent to being in the vortex of attacks. This time, she was afraid that if she did not die, she would be seriously injured. She could not wait to twist off Yang Kai's ears. A round sun suddenly jumped out from behind Yang Kai, and the golden crow cried, flying and playing in the round sun, and a terrifying atmosphere filled the air. Golden crow casting sun. As the great sun hung high in the sky, many divine abilities were dissolved before they could even get close, and the remaining ones were greatly weakened. Yang Kai's spear flew out, filling the sky with spear afterimages, blocking all of the incoming attacks. The sound of the roar was endless. After a while, Yang Kai took back his spear and gasped slightly. Everyone looked at him and the big sun behind him, and there was a strong sense of powerlessness in the depths of their hearts. Although I have long heard that the power of the divine technique is boundless, after all, not everyone has seen it and verified it. Until this moment, everyone finally realized the tyranny of the divine technique. Chu Huashang's beautiful eyes were full of hope again, and she pulled Yang Kai's arm and said, "Let's go." Yang Kai patted her hand and smiled, indicating that she should be calm. Chu Huashang frowned and didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. Brush, brush, brush. A figure swept over, from all directions, the sky and the earth, surrounding Yang Kai and Chu Huashang tightly. Although Yang Kai has the divine technique and the strength is terrible, it is related to their own survival, and no one is willing to give up. Yang Kai looked around and said slowly, "Who else wants to teach me?" Feng Yu stepped on the 1,000-leaf stone lotus and flew back. He stared at the big sun behind Yang Kai and sighed slightly. He had just tried it. He knew that he was not Yang Kai's opponent. He really didn't want to go forward and ask for humiliation. Although some people are eager to try, they dare not rashly start the war again. After a while, someone said angrily, "Yang Kai, although your fighting power is unparalleled, you are not the opponent of so many people. Now that you have got the primordial spirit fruit, why are you so aggressive? Is this to see me make a fool of myself? If so, it's not a big deal for us to die together, and no one can take advantage of it." As soon as this remark came out, many people nodded slightly and agreed. Yang Kai glanced at the man and said with a chuckle, "This brother is serious. I don't want to see you make a fool of yourself, but I want to discuss with all of you." Su Zhen sighed and said, "Brother Yang, if you have something to say, just say it." He and Yang Kai also have a good friendship. Now he doesn't know whether to deal with Yang Kai or not. If he doesn't do it, he can't explain it to Zhu Yan. If he does, he may not be able to take advantage of it. Yang Kai raised his right hand, and the strange pattern on the back of his hand instantly attracted everyone's attention. Although I don't know why the primordial spirit fruit turned into this pattern, what the Holy Spirit wants should be this thing. If I guess right, if any friend can kill me, this pattern should be transferred to him. When the words fell, the crowd was in an uproar, and several eyes suddenly sharpened. Chu Huashang turned to look at Yang Kai and wailed in her heart. "Is this guy a fool? Can this kind of thing be said casually?" Yang Kai grinned, revealing his fangs, "But friends with such thoughts should be mentally prepared to be beaten to death by me." After a pause, Yang Kai continued, "Also, I have something to say." Speaking of this, the figure suddenly disappeared. Everyone's face changed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, countless auras were locked, and no one noticed how Yang Kai disappeared. Before they could figure it out, Yang Kai's voice had come slowly from another direction. "If I want to go, I'm afraid you can't stop me." Chapter 41:21. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai slowly walked over from tens of thousands of feet away. The group of people were dumbfounded and stared at him blankly. After a long time, Su Zhen smiled bitterly and said, "I'm convinced." He completely extinguished the little thought in his heart. Yang Kai first showed extraordinary combat power, and now he took the initiative to expose the space divine technique, which was equivalent to being in an invincible position. If he wanted to fight, he could fight, but if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him, unless someone could seal this world in advance and prevent the use of the space divine technique. But even so, once a fight really broke out, the sealed world was bound to be broken again. For a time, many people's faces were gloomy and their expressions were solemn. Up until now, Yang Kai had undoubtedly become the biggest winner in the battle of spirit seizing, and all the other bearers were just foils. They couldn't help but feel depressed. "I wonder what advice Brother Yang has for us?" Ning Dao Ran asked with a frown. Yang Kai had already taken the primordial spirit fruit, but he still didn't leave. Obviously, he had his own intentions, but now no one knew what he was up to. "I don't dare to give advice." Yang Kai glanced at him. "I just want to show you a way out." "Yang Kai, if you have something to say, just say it." Lin Feng looked indignant. He was an elite disciple of the Jianghu cave heaven, but now he couldn't even compare to a guy of unknown origin. He was naturally unhappy. Yang Kai said, "There is only one primordial spirit fruit, and now it is in my hands. If you want to snatch it, you can only kill me, but this should be quite difficult. If you can't take back the primordial spirit fruit, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain it to the holy spirits." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked slightly stern. This was also what they were all worried about. The holy spirits were not so easy to talk to. They had spent so much to cultivate them and improve their strength. Many holy spirits even did not hesitate to consume the power of their own internal alchemy in order to leave the great void realm. Now that their bearers had failed, the first thing to bear the brunt of was how to face the blame and pursuit of those holy spirits after leaving. Do you have any good suggestions? Could it be that you can quell the anger of those divine spirits? Someone shouted loudly. If this was really the case, then their safety would also be guaranteed. Yang Kai smiled. Who can quell the wrath of the Holy Spirit? I don't have that ability yet. However, what if I can help you avoid the search of those Holy Spirits? If the Holy Spirits can't find you, they can't do anything to you. Ning Daoren said with interest, I'd like to hear the details. Each of the bearers must have been imprinted with the secret techniques of the Saint Spirits. Once they left the land of the ancients, no matter how they tried to hide or escape, they would not be able to escape the pursuit of the Saint Spirits. Yang Kai didn't know if he had it on him, but he guessed that he had it. Yang Kai rubbed his fingers together and a round bead appeared at his fingertips. Raising it up high, he said in a clear voice, This thing is the sealed world bead. It contains a world of its own and can accommodate living beings below the heaven opening stage. If you trust me, you can enter the world inside the bead to take refuge. You will be able to avoid the detection of those divine spirits. The sealed world bead. A world of its own. Isn't that a miniature universe world? Many people were in an uproar as they stared at the sealed world bead in amazement. Artifacts that could accommodate living beings were extremely rare, but the miniature universe world inside the body of a heaven-opening realm cultivator could because it was a miniature universe world. It could be said that the strength of a heaven-opening realm cultivator was directly related to the miniature universe world inside their body. Now that Yang Kai had taken out the sealed world bead, many people's eyes lit up and the fighting spirit and hostility in their hearts greatly dissipated. If they could really use this thing to avoid the pursuit of the Holy Spirits, it might be a good solution. However, everyone was a cautious person. Yang Kai's proposal sounded good, but it was impossible to know what a person's heart was, so who knew what he was thinking? After a long time, someone asked, What benefits does this bring you? What do you want to gain? Just as Yang Kai had said before, if he wanted to leave, none of the people present could stop him, but instead, he refused to leave and instead made such a proposal, which was quite suspicious. Yang Kai laughed. I don't want to gain anything, but if there is any benefit, it would be to end this spirit-seizing war. Moreover, once everyone enters the sealed world bead, they won't spread the news that I obtained the innate spirit fruit. Once I leave the Elderland, I'll be able to buy some time to escape. Yang Kai had no other choice, but it wasn't that he didn't have selfish motives. If he didn't do that, regardless of whether these people could stop him or not, they would definitely chase him relentlessly. That would be troublesome. Once he left the land of the ancients and reached the outside world, the Holy Spirits would be the first to know about the situation here. At that time, what he would have to face would not be the pursuit of the bearers, but the Holy Spirits. Rather than that, he might as well take them with him. Firstly, he would do them a favor. These guys would definitely achieve great things in the future. Now that he had saved their lives, how could he be afraid of not repaying him in the future? Secondly, as he said, he could buy some time to escape. The spirit-seizing war wouldn't end peacefully after obtaining the innate spirit fruit. It would only end when one could safely leave the great cosmological abyss. If not for this consideration, Yang Kai would have run away the moment he obtained the innate spirit fruit. Why would he stay? Yang Kai's words were sincere, and many people were convinced. Ding Yi carried his broadsword and stepped toward Yang Kai, saying straightforwardly, I believe in Brother Yang. I won't participate in this spirit-seizing war. In a few steps, he arrived in front of Yang Kai and turned around. On the other side, Chu Huashang and Gu Pan looked at each other and also leaped and flew over. Although they had an agreement with Yang Kai before to join forces to resist the enemy and make plans after obtaining the innate spirit fruit, now that there was a better way to avoid fighting, they didn't have the heart to compete. Little fatty Su Zhen pondered for a moment and also came over, followed by Xiang Ying. In an instant, 7 or 8 bearers came to Yang Kai's side. With a good start, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. One after another, people flew over and nodded slightly at Yang Kai, withdrawing their auras and hostility. Fang Yu stepped on the 1,000-leaf stone lotus and flew over with an embarrassed look on his face. Brother Yang, count me in. Yang Kai nodded slightly at him. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't have the intention to argue with him, Fang Yu was relieved. He turned his head and said gloomily to the hesitant bearers, Brother Yang is benevolent and righteous. He will bring you out safely even if he doesn't care about the past. What are you hesitating for? Could it be that you want to wait until we leave the Elder Land to inform those divine spirits? These words were too vicious. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of those standing around Yang Kai turned cold, and they looked warily at those who were still standing in place. Since they had accepted Yang Kai's proposal, it was tantamount to being tied to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was safe, they would be safe, but if something happened to Yang Kai, they would definitely suffer. Before, it was Yang Kai who was worried about someone leaking information, but now it had become a group of people. The remaining 20 or so people felt the sharp gazes directed at them and their hearts clenched, realizing that if they didn't take a stand now, they would likely arouse public anger. No longer hesitating, they all rushed over to Yang Kai, cupped their fists, and greeted him as Brother Yang. Yang Kai responded to them one by one with a humble attitude. The situation was clear. None of the bearers were left out. There was nothing much to say. Yang Kai told everyone to relax and put them into the sealed world bead one by one, placing them somewhere in the sealed world bead. After doing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. The spirit-seizing battle had come to an end now. He had obtained the primordial spirit fruit, and the next thing he would have to face were the divine spirits. If he wanted to leave the great cosmological realm safely, he would have to plan carefully. Staring at the strange pattern on the back of his hand, Yang Kai's eyes turned deep. With this thing in hand, he was sure he could defeat Zhu Jiuyin. It was time for her to pay back some interest. Just as he was pondering, an enormous repulsive force suddenly came from all directions. As far as the eye could see, the nearby innate fruit tree had also collapsed, turned into specks of light, and disappeared. This primordial fruit tree had no physical body, but was a pure convergence of energy. Now that the fruit had been plucked by Yang Kai, it no longer had a foundation to exist. The primordial fruit tree collapsed, and the Elder Land was about to close. Yang Kai emptied his mind and allowed the repulsive force to push him away. The next moment, his vision blurred and he appeared outside the Elder Land. Almost without delay, Yang Kai immediately summoned the shadowless gauze to cover himself, concealing his aura and whereabouts. Just as he finished doing all this, an incomparably tyrannical divine sense suddenly swept over from all directions and enveloped him. Needless to say, Yang Kai knew that these divine senses belonged to the divine spirits who had been guarding the periphery of the Elder Land. Now that the Elder Land was about to close, they naturally had to search for their bearers as soon as possible to see if they had gained anything. Yang Kai held his breath and remained as still as a rock. Soon, these divine senses left to explore other places. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the shadowless gauze had played a role. In the outside world, an artifact like the shadowless muslin would not be able to escape the detection of a divine spirit. Every divine spirit was comparable to a high-rank splitter heaven opening when they matured. The shadowless muslin could only block the detection of a low-rank splitter heaven opening. Even a mid-rank splitter heaven opening had a chance of detecting it, let alone a powerful divine spirit. However, this was the great cosmological realm, and the power of the sacred spirits was greatly suppressed, which gave Yang Kai an opportunity. The surroundings were in a mess. When the everlasting land was closed, the cultivator who was still in the everlasting land was pushed out and scattered within a radius of a few hundred miles. Yang Kai glanced around and realized that the number of cultivator that made it out alive was not high. There were only about 40,000 to 50,000 of them. One had to know that there were about 200,000 to 300,000 cultivators when they first entered. It had only been a short while, and so many of them had died. It was clear that the land of everlastings was very dangerous. He didn't dare to stay, nor did he dare to use any power. He could only quietly and slowly move outwards with cautious steps. Chapter 41-22. The divine senses of the sacred spirits intertwined back and forth, causing Yang Kai to stop and hide from time to time. His speed was greatly reduced, and it took him an hour to walk 100 miles. At the same time, outside the land of elders, the faces of many sacred spirits were extremely ugly, because their respective carriers had no aura at all. If it was just one of them, it would be fine. It could only mean that the carriers were unlucky and died accidentally in the Land of Elders. However, it was a little strange that every sacred spirit was like this. Since ancient times, the Land of Elders had opened countless times, but there had never been such a strange situation. All the carriers were missing, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. Many sacred spirits looked at each other, and they were all puzzled. What exactly happened in the land of the ancients that caused all the bearers to disappear without a trace? On a hillside, Yuhi watched nervously. However, even if she was a fifth-stage heaven-opening realm, it was not easy to find Yang Kai among tens of thousands of people. After a long time without any results, she could only look at Zhu Jiuyin. "Have you found young master?" Zhu Jiuyin's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. He snorted coldly. "No, that kid is probably dead." Not being able to leave the Land of Elders immediately meant that Yang Kai should have met with misfortune. She could not understand. That kid was not weak, and he was the top existence among all the carriers. How could he be defeated? It did not matter if he was defeated, but he had ruined her plans. Could it be that he could not leave the great cosmological realm this time? However, it was unknown when the great cosmological realm would open again. Furthermore, even if the great cosmological realm opened again, no one would be able to break in. "Master is very lucky, he will be fine." Guizian comforted Yuhi. "Miss Yuhi, don't worry. Master might be delayed by something." Zhu Jiuyin sneered. "When the Land of Elders closes, everyone will be pushed out. Since Yang Kai did not appear, he will never." As she spoke, she suddenly turned her head to look in a direction, and a trace of strange light bloomed in her gloomy eyes. At that moment, she clearly felt Yang Kai's aura flash past. He couldn't help but recall a rare treasure in Yang Kai's hands, and suddenly understood. With a loud boom, a violent energy erupted. Over 1,000 cultivators were annihilated in an instant. Some of the saint spirits couldn't find their bearers and were furious. They attacked in anger. Without any hope of leaving the great cosmological realm, how could this sacred spirit care about the lives of those ants? He started a massacre to vent the anger in his heart. The huge body of the Fei shuttled through the crowd. While sighing, it opened its bloody mouth and a terrifying suction came out of its mouth, swallowing one martial artist after another into its belly. Previously, Chu Huashang restrained it and prevented it from swallowing martial artists. Now that Chu Huashang was gone, it had no hope of leaving the great cosmological realm. Naturally, it had to eat its fill. Chaos ensued. Tens of thousands of martial artists were horrified. Many of them had narrowly escaped death in the land of the ancients, reaping great wealth and opportunities. They thought that they could soar into the sky, but who knew that before their dreams could come true, they would be annihilated. Figures fled quickly. In less than half a cup of tea's time, about 30% of the tens of thousands of cultivators had been killed or injured. 100 miles away, Yang Kai looked back with a horrified face. Fortunately, he ran away quickly. Otherwise, he would probably suffer this unexpected calamity now. He tightened the shadowless muslin again and thought to himself, "If Zhu Jiuyin really left some tracking method on me, he should have noticed it by now, right? But no matter what, this was not a place to stay for a long time. At most, he would find a chance to contact Yueha again." Half a day later, the movement behind him gradually subsided. Yang Kai had entered a valley. He quietly dispersed the power of the shadowless veil and quickly covered himself again. Not long later, a flowing light suddenly rushed over from the horizon. Yang Kai saw it and snorted coldly. He knew that Zhu Jiuyin had indeed left a tracking spell on him, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to find this place so quickly. The flowing light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was not far away. Yang Kai lifted the shadowless veil and revealed himself. He looked at the flowing light and saw that there were 4 figures in the flowing light. They were Zhu Jiuyin, Yueha, and the rest. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed drastically and he shouted angrily, "Zhu Jiuyin, are you an idiot? You can't even notice that there is someone behind you? I am going to be killed by you." After saying that, he turned around and ran. This was because behind Zhu Jiuyin, there were a few flowing lights that were chasing after him. Among the flowing lights, the leader was Jianghu. Behind him were Zhu Yan, Hailstone Divine Ape, Kun Sha, and the rest of the Holy Spirits. There were about 7 to 8 of them. Fei transformed into a two-headed monster, and one of his heads laughed softly. Brother Jianghu is really smart. How did you know that there is something wrong with Zhu Juin? Jianghu snorted coldly. This woman has 3 hostages. If they are useless, why would she keep them? Since she brought the 3 of them away, she would not do it without reason. However, what I don't understand is, where are the other bearers? Why is only the bearer of this bitch here? Kun Sha snorted coldly. We will know after we capture him and interrogate him. Zhu Yan said, only this person has appeared among the dozens of bearers. The primordial spirit fruit is most likely in his hands. If we can get him, we can leave the great cosmological abyss. That will depend on our own abilities. This brat runs quite fast. Is this the spatial divine technique? Impressive. With Yang Kai's abilities and speed, it was impossible for him to escape from the pursuit of the Holy Spirits. However, the spatial divine technique provided him with great convenience and allowed him to compete with the Holy Spirits. In front, Zhu Jiuyin was so depressed that she was about to vomit blood. How could she not want to secretly meet up with Yang Kai and make a fortune? However, she did not know what was wrong with Jianghu. As soon as she moved, Jianghu chased after her. She could not get rid of him at all. If there was enough time, she could think of a way to get rid of these annoying fellows. However, the closure of the Elder's Land meant that there was not much time left. She did not have the time to play along with Jianghu and the rest. She could only go straight for Yang Kai. Brat, stop running. Zhu Jiuyin quickly approached Yang Kai and asked, let me ask you, have you obtained the primordial spirit fruit? If I don't run, am I going to wait for death? Yang Kai was furious and ran even more fiercely. As for the primordial spirit fruit, of course I have it. Show me. Zhu Jiuyin's voice trembled slightly. Yang Kai almost scolded her. At this time, he could not wait to hide it, but this woman actually wanted him to show it? However, it was no wonder that Zhu Jiuyin would make such a suggestion. Without seeing the primordial spirit fruit, she could not be sure if what Yang Kai said was true or false. If it was true, this fight would still be worth it. If it was false, there was no need to waste any more effort. With a solemn face, Yang Kai raised his right hand and showed the pattern on the back of his hand. Zhu Jiuyin did not understand. What is this? Yang Kai said angrily, the primordial spirit fruit. When the fruit is broken, it becomes this thing. Zhu Jiuyin was stunned for a moment. Then, he seemed to have understood something and suddenly said, I see. Are you satisfied now? Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It was fine that he showed the pattern, but Jianghu and the rest of the Holy Spirits saw it clearly. At this moment, their eyes were shining brightly. It was obvious that they had realized the key point. Their eyes were like leeches biting on Yang Kai. They were filled with greed and excitement. Come close to me, I will bring you away. Zhu Jiuyin suppressed the excitement in his heart and transmitted his message. Yang Kai did not even turn his head. He moved quickly and did not care about the consumption of his body. Let's talk after you can get rid of them. As he spoke, Jianghu suddenly shouted from behind, that brat, what did Zhu Jiuyin promise you? I can double it. Also, if you can bring me away from the great cosmological abyss, I can protect you for 300 years. Hearing him say that, Zhu Yan also hurriedly said, brat, I'm willing to give you all of my collection, and I can protect you for 300 years. One of Fei Yi's heads chuckled. I'll protect you for 500 years. One by one, the Holy Spirits fought to be the first to offer their own conditions. One was more generous than the other, and Yang Kai was very moved. Putting aside the other Holy Spirits' conditions, the key was Jianghu. The power of his inner core was the power of the metal element. Yang Kai currently lacked the power of the metal element. If he could reach an agreement with him, he would not have to worry about the power of the metal element. When he thought of this, Zhu Jiuyin obviously thought of this too. She knew that Yang Kai lacked the metal element. She had also searched for metal element treasures for Yang Kai before, but unfortunately, she did not find anything. Afraid that Yang Kai would be moved by Jianghu, Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly. Brat, don't forget that these 3 people are still in my hands. Before Yang Kai entered the Land of Elders, Zhu Jiuyin had detained Yu He, Lu Shui, and Guizian. Unless Yang Kai did not care about their lives, he would definitely be restrained by her. Forget about Lu Shui, Yang Kai did not have any friendship with her. They only interacted because of the Sword Pavilion. Later on, she took the initiative to join him because she wanted to seek a period of peace. However, Yang Kai could not give up on Yu He and Guizian. The former had helped him a lot, and the latter was even more loyal to him. It was precisely because she wanted to control the 3 of them to restrain Yang Kai that Zhu Jiuyin did not abandon them. Otherwise, if she brought them along, she would consume more energy and slow down her speed. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Since I have an agreement with you, I will abide by it. You don't have to worry about it. But how do we solve the current situation? Zhu Jiuyin said anxiously, the Land of Elders is closed, and there is not much time left. The fog in the great cosmological realm may rise again at any time. When the fog rises again, it will be the time for you to leave. Don't run anymore, quickly come to me. The great cosmological realm is also closing? Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that Zhu Jiuyin would not lie to him at this time. Only then did he know why this woman did not care about hiding her whereabouts and came to find him so anxiously. According to her, the fog in the great cosmological realm could rise again at any time. If he did not hurry, he might lose both the woman and the treasure. After pondering for a moment, he decisively slowed down and waited for Zhu Jiuyin to catch up. Chapter 41-23. Seeing this, Jianghu and the others knew that the situation was bad. Once Zhu Jiuyin and Yang Kai met up, their plan would fail. Thinking of this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Jianghu's eyes as he shouted, Zhu Jiuyin, this king can't leave the great cosmological abyss, so don't even think about leaving. Stay here forever. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and roared. A beam of golden light spurted out of his mouth and blasted toward Yang Kai. The golden light was extremely dazzling and shrouded an area of 100 miles. A great sense of danger rose in his heart. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he felt the aura of death looming over him. Although there was an invisible world suppression in the great cosmological abyss that prevented the sacred spirits from unleashing their full power, this attack was still extremely terrifying. Wherever the golden light passed, heaven and earth collapsed and the void was filled with cracks. What made Yang Kai even more horrified was that Jianghu's attack shook heaven and earth and shattered the space within 100 miles. The nomological laws were ruined, and he could not use the space divine technique to teleport away even if he wanted to. A shriek was heard as the aura of a sacred spirit filled the air. A huge phantom of an 8-legged spider suddenly appeared behind Zhu Jiuyin. The spider's image filled heaven and earth with a silver crescent moon behind it. It was the Dharma idol of her main body, the heavenly moon demon spider. In an instant, the demonic chi filled the sky. The golden light bombarded the heavenly moon demon spider Dharma idol. The Dharma idol shook slightly and dimmed a little. Jianghu, you're courting death. Zhu Jiuyin was furious, and her pretty face was extremely distorted. Fortunately, she had reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have been doomed by this attack. Once Yang Kai died, she could forget about using Yang Kai's power to leave the great cosmological abyss. She could only wait for the next opportunity. She had never expected Jianghu to be so decisive. He would rather not have the opportunity than let others have it easy. This was a classic example of harming others without benefiting oneself. Jianghu laughed. Come and kill me if you can, be asterisked. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. He had fought with Zhu Jiuyin for countless of years, and neither of them found each other pleasing to the eye. It was just that their abilities were on par, and after so many years of suffering losses, they couldn't do anything to each other. Now that he saw Zhu Jiuyin's rage, he was naturally happy. Suddenly, he shouted in a deep voice, Everyone, what are you waiting for? Could it be that you still have unrealistic hopes? Since that kid cares about the lives of the 3 hostages, I'm afraid he won't be willing to cooperate with you. These words hit the nail on the head, and the holy spirits who were chasing after them sighed slightly. They didn't hesitate any longer and started to attack one after another. Terrifying attacks rained down on Yang Kai, intending to kill him on the spot. Yang Kai's hair stood on end and his scalp went numb. Just now, Jianghu's single attack was enough to put him on the brink of death. Now, with 7 or 8 saint spirits attacking him at the same time, how could he have a good time? Even with Zhu Jiuyin's full protection, the odds were against him. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian immediately activated the Golden Crow Forging Sunday. A massive sun leaped out from his back and hung high above his head. His aura swiftly surged. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of 7 or 8 saint spirits came, and Zhu Jiuyin's physical body was shattered. His mind was shaken, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The massive sun was destroyed at the same time, and Yang Kai spat out blood. He was in a sorry state. It was only 1 round of attacks, and Yang Kai couldn't take it anymore. Luckily, Zhu Jiuyin blocked most of the attacks for him. In addition, he had a strong foundation and a half-dragon body. Otherwise, he would have died for sure. This kid is so tough. The Golden Crow was slightly surprised, but that was all. If he could survive the first round of attacks, he wouldn't be able to survive the second round. However, before they could attack again, Yang Kai, who was severely injured, suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot. Under the coverage of his divine thoughts, the heaven and earth lost Yang Kai's aura. The Golden Crow was stunned. Where did he go? The other holy spirits were also shocked, and they didn't know what was going on. On the other hand, Zhu Jiuyin's eyes flashed, and a red blood mist suddenly burst out from his body. His speed increased abruptly, and he escaped in a direction at lightning speed. He obviously used some kind of secret technique to increase his speed. Chase! The Golden Crow shouted and chased after him. Yang Kai disappeared inexplicably, but as long as they followed Zhu Jiuyin, they would definitely be able to find Yang Kai. Red Star City, Yang Kai's mansion. A figure flashed, and Yang Kai suddenly appeared. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, and his aura was extremely weak. He took a few deep breaths, and there was a lingering fear on his face. His current strength was not bad, and in the spirit-seizing battle he suppressed all the heroes. However, compared to the holy spirits, he was still like a piece of cake. It was too easy for the holy spirits to kill him. Just now, he took advantage of the pause in the attacks of the holy spirits to find an opportunity to escape. He used the space spirit bead to return to the Star City directly. This couldn't be helped. If he continued to stay there, he would only attract more terrifying attacks. He was lucky to survive the first round of attacks, but he didn't have the confidence to block the second round. Scanning his body with his divine sense, Yang Kai's face sank. His injuries were really serious. His body was ruined, his bones were broken, and his internal organs were shattered into pieces. Even his Dao seal was shaking. With such terrible injuries, if it was an ordinary person, they could only wait for death. Fortunately, he had the wood element power condensed from the essence of the immortal tree and the dragon vein in his body. As long as he did not suffer a fatal blow, there would be a time for him to recover. Forcing himself to sit cross-legged, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of healing spirit pills into his mouth. Then, he silently operated his secret art and adjusted his aura. Before he left, he had sent a message to Zhu Jiuyin. However, the land of everlastingness was not close to Red Star City. He could use the space spirit bead to quickly return. If Zhu Jiuyin wanted to return, it would take at least a day. With this day as a buffer, she might be able to find a way to get rid of the pursuit of Golden Crow and the others. The key now was whether he could wait for Zhu Jiuyin to arrive. She also said that the land of everlastingness was closed and the fog of the great cosmological abyss could rise again at any time. Once the fog rose again, it would be the time for outsiders like them to leave. If Zhu Jiuyin had not returned by the time the fog rose again, then things would be terrible. Therefore, he had to quickly recover some strength and then go back to look for Zhu Jiuyin. This way, he might be able to save some time. For hours later, Yang Kai pushed the door open and came out. Although his injuries had not healed, at least he had the strength to move. As soon as he came out, he saw two behemoths waiting for him in the courtyard. They were the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon. When the Land of Everlastingness opened, there was no one left in Red Star City, but these two strange beasts stayed here. Both of them were subdued by Yang Kai not long after he entered the great cosmological abyss realm. They had been by Yang Kai's side until now and could be considered loyal. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai, the Scarlet Jiao's huge eyes revealed a trace of joy. The Earth Dragon, however, did not care. It opened its mouth wide at Yang Kai and kept squirming, spitting saliva everywhere. Yang Kai laughed, took out 2 dragon blood pills, and distributed them to them before raising his head and patting them on the head. All good things must come to an end. I'll be leaving soon, so pay attention to yourselves. I hope we can meet again in the future. These two guys had the bloodline of the dragon race. Yang Kai had been feeding them dragon blood pills all these years, so they might have a chance to awaken as holy spirits in the future. If they had the opportunity, they might be able to leave the great cosmological abyss. However, the chances were slim. After all, their competitors were existences like Jianghu. They had some spirituality, and after being enlightened by Zhu Jiuyin, they could be considered to have some spiritual intelligence. Hearing Yang Kai's words, they suddenly quieted down. The Scarlet Jiao looked at him eagerly, its eyes full of reluctance. 2 black bean-like eyes also appeared on the Earth Dragon's slippery head, blinking. Let's go, let's go. Yang Kai did not dare to delay any longer. He waved at them and soared into the sky. The Scarlet Jiao growled and the Earth Dragon hissed. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly returned. He looked at the 2 guys up and down, then looked down at the strange pattern on the back of his hand. Yang Kai already understood the purpose of this pattern when he obtained it. Rather than calling it a pattern, it was better to call it a strange space. And this space could carry holy spirits. Holy spirits were born and raised here, so they were branded with the mark of the great cosmological abyss. Even if the fog of the great cosmological abyss rose again and the great cosmological abyss closed, they would not be able to escape the restraint of this place. However, if they hid in this strange space, they could deceive heaven's secret, avoid the detection of heaven and earth, and jump out of the cage of the great cosmological abyss. Other than this, no other method would work. Even if he took the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon into the small sealed world, when Yang Kai left the great cosmological abyss, these 2 guys would still be intercepted by heaven and earth. This was also the reason why Yang Kai did not take them into the small sealed world before. However, since the pattern on the back of his hand could carry holy spirits, it should not be a problem to put the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon inside, right? Shaking the pattern on the back of his hand, Yang Kai poured his strength into it. In the next moment, a ray of light shot out from the pattern, covering the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon. Under the cover of the light, these 2 big guys were directly sucked into the strange space. Yang Kai also let out a slight groan. He felt that a small portion of the strength he had just recovered was consumed in an instant. He understood that there was a price to pay to activate this pattern. If it was like this after only taking in the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon, if he wanted to take in Zhu Jiuyin, who knew how much he would have to pay? After all, that woman was a holy spirit, much more powerful than the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon. After a while, Yang Kai soared into the sky again and flew in the same direction. Along the way, he did not dare to delay in the slightest, constantly taking spirit pills to restore his strength. An hour later, Yang Kai, who was galloping, suddenly felt something and turned his head to look around. Suddenly, he was shocked and shouted in a low voice, "Oh no!" Between heaven and earth, wisps of fog emerged from the endless void. This fog gave Yang Kai a very familiar feeling. It was the great cosmological abyss fog. Back then, the entire Red Star City was swallowed by this great cosmological abyss fog and wrapped in the great cosmological abyss realm. Now that the fog had reappeared, the previous process would probably be reversed. Chapter 41-24. The great cosmological realm was about to close and all outsiders were about to leave. If he could not meet up with Zhu Jiuyin before that, He and the others would have to stay there forever. Without any hope of escaping, Zhu Jiuyin would definitely vent his anger on them. By then, He and the other two would be doomed. Time was of the essence. Yang Kai could not care less about his injured body. He kept urging the space law and his figure flickered as he quickly rushed forward. 2 hours later, the fog had become much thicker and was tumbling as if it was going to fill the world. Yang Kai clearly sensed the aura of another world coming from the fog. He understood that the fog had built a bridge between the great cosmological realm and the outside world. Now, the two worlds had merged. He still could not see Zhu Jiuyin's figure in his field of vision, which made him secretly anxious. After a while, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a stream of light rushing over from the front. Who else could it be but Zhu Jiuyin? At this critical moment, the two finally met. However, the situation was still not very optimistic. Behind Zhu Jiuyin, Jianghu and the other holy spirits were chasing after him. Zhu Jiuyin also saw Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes lit up and she quickly approached him. Before she could get close, a spider's silk wrapped around Yang Kai and continued to run. Why haven't we gotten rid of them yet? Yang Kai asked in dissatisfaction. He had used the space spirit bead to escape back to Star City. First, he had to escape. Jianghu and the other holy spirits wanted to kill him. The more he stayed, the more danger he would be in. Second, he wanted to distract them and create an opportunity for Zhu Jiuyin to get away. Who knew that it was not effective? Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly. I'm not good at speed. It is easier said than done to get rid of them. As she spoke, her face turned slightly pale. In order to rush back to Red Star City as soon as possible, she had to activate the secret skill that consumed her blood essence. In addition, she had been chased by Jianghu and the others all the way and had suffered serious injuries. If she was alone, she would not be so useless. The key was that she had He and the other two with her, and she had to split her attention to protect them. He and the others were her means of restraining Yang Kai, but they had also become her hindrance during the pursuit, causing her to suffer quite a bit. However, she did not dare to give up on any of them, otherwise, if she angered Yang Kai, she would not be able to bear the consequences. Brat, we're in big trouble now. Zhu Jiuyin's face was gloomy. Now that she had met up with Yang Kai, she had completed the first step of her grand plan. Next, she just had to enter the strange space on the back of Yang Kai's hand. When the great cosmological realm closed and Yang Kai left, she would be able to leave this place. However, this would take some time. Although it would only take a few breaths of time, it would be enough for Jianghu and the others to kill Yang Kai 1,000 times over. Can you use your previous method to leave? Zhu Jiuyin asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. You've also noticed that the auras of those guys have sealed the world. They should be preventing me from using the same trick again. The moment he met up with Zhu Jiuyin, Jianghu and the others had activated their auras with all their might, sealing off a large area of heaven and earth. They had suffered losses from Yang Kai before, so how could they not be on guard against him now? However, Yang Kai paused for a moment. If you have the means to break through their seal, then we can escape. You can do it, right? I'll try. Zhu Jiuyin nodded solemnly. Hand them over to me, Yang Kai said. Zhu Jiuyin glanced at him, feeling a little worried. Yang Kai said angrily, What time is it now? Are you still guarding against me going back on my word? Now that the great cosmological realm's fog has appeared, there is not much time left. Who else can I cooperate with besides you? Zhu Jiuyin's face relaxed slightly. I hope you're not lying to me. Saying so, he let go of He and the others. Kai Yang told them to relax and immediately took out his scepter bag. Wrapping the three of them up, he wrapped them up inside the bag. These three were all at the heaven-opening realm, so the small sealed world could not accommodate them, so he could only put them in the 6 directions wish pouch. After a while, the surrounding fog had become thicker and thicker, almost turning into a sea of fog. Jianghu and the others obviously realized that there was not much time left, and all of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Bursts of light burst out from their bodies as they quickly closed the distance between each other, shouting endlessly. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhu Jiuyin's soft arm, saying in a deep voice, Let's do it. Zhu Jiuyin shouted in a low voice, Hold on tight. As soon as she finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura spread out from her tender body, and the heavenly moon demon spider's Dharma idol reappeared. Its 8 claws danced, and the silver moon mark on its back bloomed with light. Spider's silk pierced through the void and struck towards Jianghu and the others. The divine spirits who were chasing after them were furious and counterattacked. Energy raged, and the world changed color. Zhu Jiuyin groaned as his Dharma idol collapsed, and blood spurted out of his mouth. She fought with 7 or 8 divine spirits alone, and suffered a great loss in an instant. Even her source was damaged, and her aura that had reached its peak suddenly fell to the bottom. The result of the fight between the divine spirits was that a gap appeared in this sealed world in an instant. This is the time, let's go. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he activated the space spirit bead to wrap around himself and Zhu Jiuyin, disappearing in an instant. In the next moment, 7 or 8 attacks blasted the place where the two were originally at, shattering the void, but the two were nowhere to be seen. Jianghu and the others chased after them, and their divine senses swept around, but they found nothing. How could they not know that Yang Kai had escaped again? They could not help but roar angrily at the sky. The other divine spirits also sighed slightly, knowing that the final winner of the opening of the Great Void Realm this time would still be Zhu Jiuyin. In front of the thatched cottage on Crouching Dragon Mountain, 2 figures suddenly appeared and fell heavily to the ground. Yang Kai had once cultivated his spear skills here, and he had spent 2 years there. Naturally, the space spirit bead was left here as well. He did not dare to return to Star City, for fear that Jianghu and the others would chase after him, so Crouching Dragon Mountain was his first choice. Jianghu and the others would not know about such a place, and they would not have the time to search for it. It could be said that the two of them were completely safe here. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked over, only to see Zhu Jiuyin staring at him with a cold look in her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai grinned at her and flipped down from her body. He lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, panting heavily. Zhu Jiuyin did not move, and she lay quietly beside Yang Kai. The last attack had already exhausted a lot of her energy and strength, and she had also collided with Jianghu and the others. She had already suffered serious injuries, and she did not even have the strength to move a finger. Blinking slightly, Zhu Jiuyin suddenly laughed, and it was as pleasant as a silver bell. After getting rid of the crisis, she could finally get what she wanted. She no longer needed to be trapped in the great cosmological abyss. When she was in the outside world, she could soar up to 90,000 miles with her status as a sacred spirit. Protect me for 1,000 years, and your collection will all belong to me. Yang Kai suddenly said, which made Zhu Jiuyin's laughter stop abruptly. Kid, don't go overboard. Zhu Jiuyin suppressed the anger in her heart and turned to look at him. Yang Kai looked up at the sky and said calmly, You can consider it slowly, I'm not in a hurry. He was indeed not in a hurry, but Zhu Jiuyin was not. The fog of the great cosmological abyss was already very thick, and it could send him away at any time. Zhu Jiuyin did not have much time to consider. If she wanted to leave the great cosmological abyss, she could only agree to Yang Kai's request. Ever since Zhu Jiuyin took the initiative to find him and asked him to be the carrier, Yang Kai had never discussed any conditions with her. The other carriers had already discussed with the sacred spirits behind them. It was not that Yang Kai did not know how to ask for benefits, but he had been waiting for this moment when Zhu Jiuyin could not refuse. Brat, have you forgotten who taught you the Yin-Yang Reversal 5 Elements Mystic Universe Heart Sutra? Who gave you the Taoyi Divine Water to help you stabilize your Tao Seal? Who put in the effort to find the metal element treasure for you? Zhu Jiuyin gritted her teeth and wanted to bite Yang Kai to death. Yang Kai chuckled. Of course, I didn't forget. However, all your efforts were so that I could help you fight for the opportunity to leave. As it turns out, I didn't disappoint you, right? As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved the pattern on the back of his hand in front of Zhu Jiuyin. As for the metal element treasure, you didn't find it either. I want to say something about this. Jianghu's inner core is the power of the metal element. If I cooperated with him, I could get the greatest benefits. However, I didn't because I'm an honest person. Since I have an agreement with you, I have to keep it to the end. Zhu Jiuyin really wanted to spit on his face. If she had not taken he and the others as hostages, how could Yang Kai have obediently given in? He would have abandoned her and gone to find Jianghu. She firmly believed that Yang Kai was definitely capable of doing such a thing. Your conditions are too harsh. Zhu Jiuyin suppressed the anger in her heart and tried to bargain. Money is just a worldly possession. You can't bring it with you when you're born. Yang Kai chuckled. Moreover, as a sacred spirit, once you leave the great cosmological abyss, you can recover to your peak and be comparable to a 7th or 8th grade heaven opening. Why do you need those worldly possessions? Zhu Jiuyin snorted. I can give you the things, but 1,000 years is too long. A sacred spirit has a long life. 1,000 years is just a moment. Brat, do you believe that I won't kill you? Do you still have the strength to make a move? Zhu Jiuyin took a deep breath and puffed up her full breasts. 300 years. 8,000 years. 500 years. 8,000 years. 800 years. Zhu Jiuyin was a little hysterical. 1,000 years. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and did not relent. Oh no, this fog seems to have gotten thicker. I'm afraid I have to leave this place. Bastard! Zhu Jiuyin's lungs were about to explode. Yang Kai smiled. So you agree? Words are no proof. Swear on your own origin. 8,000 years later, I will make you wish you were dead. Zhu Jiuyin said fiercely. She opened her small mouth and spat out the origin of the heavenly moon demon spider. That origin was also a small 8-legged spider, but its color was dim. It was obviously injured. Chapter 41-25. Zhu Jiuyin solemnly swore before withdrawing her origin source back into her body. Yang Kai was also relieved. Zhu Jiuyin was too strong, but swearing on one's origin source was not a joke. It was just like how a cultivator swore on their own Dao seal. If there was no special method to avoid the oath, they had to abide by it. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer a backlash. As for 1,000 years later, let's talk about it if you can defeat me. Yang Kai chuckled. Everything was in place. Yang Kai no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and pointed his back at Zhu Jiuyin. He activated his power and said, "Come in." A ray of light shot out from the pattern and shrouded Zhu Jiuyin, putting her into that strange space. Yang Kai's face instantly turned as pale as paper, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Even though he was mentally prepared and knew that it would take a lot of power to put Zhu Jiuyin into that space, he was almost drained. The next moment, Zhu Jiuyin's angry voice sounded in his mind. Why are these two little fellows here? It's so crowded. Yang Kai did not want to move at all. He lay there with his arms and legs spread out. He replied weakly, "It's just a ride. Bear with it." He thought to himself, no wonder only one sacred spirit can laugh until the end in every spirit-seizing battle. He did not notice it when he kept the red flood dragon and the earth dragon. Now that he had kept Zhu Jiuyin, he immediately felt that the strange space was almost full. No wonder Zhu Jiuyin said it was so crowded. This strange space could only accommodate one sacred spirit at most. It could not accommodate a second one. A cool breeze blew, and the fog rolled. Yang Kai's breathing slowly calmed down. Not long after, the fog filled the entire great cosmological abyss. He could not see his fingers in front of him. It seemed like it was only an instant, but it also seemed like many years had passed. When the fog dispersed again, Yang Kai suddenly heard a burst of noise. He opened his eyes and saw that he was already in a void. Tens of thousands of cultivators were scattered around him. Some were shouting excitedly, and some were crying tears of joy as if they had been reborn. They could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. More than 10 years ago, the fog of the great cosmological abyss had swept across Star City and engulfed the entire Star City. More than 10 years later, the fog of the great cosmological abyss sent them back again. Back then, there had been millions of people in the entire Star City, but now, less than 20,000 or 30,000 of them had come out alive. Many cultivators had been buried in the great cosmological abyss in the past 10 years, and only a small number of them had survived. Yang Kai immediately checked his small sealed world bead and found that he had brought back all the saint medicines he had obtained. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the principles of the Great Void Realm would not intercept non-physical bodies. If the 3 saint medicines had been intercepted, Yang Kai would have been depressed. Pu Bai Xiong and the black illusion mushroom were one thing, but the gourd vine was a precious treasure. In the small sealed world bead, the cultivators stayed in a certain district territory, either meditating or looking around curiously. However, as the master of the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai deliberately limited their range of activity, so they could not spy on the full picture of the small sealed world bead. After the initial excitement, many cultivators scattered. It was not easy to escape from death, so naturally, they did not dare to stay here any longer. It would be bad if the fog of the great cosmological abyss swept back again. Waves of cultivators said goodbye to each other and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai waited for a long time before he recovered some strength. With a thought, he released all the cultivators in the small sealed world bead. As soon as the dozens of people appeared, some of them did not react. After a while, Su Zhen said in surprise, "We're out." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Fortunately, we did not disappoint. The great cosmological abyss has closed, so we left safely." Su Zhen turned his head to look at him and could not help but be surprised when he saw his miserable appearance. He sighed and said, "Brother Yang, you've suffered." Although he did not know what Yang Kai had encountered before, he could guess that he must have suffered a lot. After all, so many cultivators entered the land of immortality, but only he came out, so the divine spirits would definitely not let him go easily. "Many thanks, Brother Yang." Su Zhen cupped his fists solemnly. Everyone also cupped their fists in unison. "Many thanks, Brother Yang." If Yang Kai had not hidden them in the small sealed world, they would have been found by the divine spirits behind them as soon as they left the land of immortality. Many of them might have died because of that. It could be said that Yang Kai's previous actions had saved their lives, so it was a life-saving grace. "It's my duty," Yang Kai returned the gesture. "I haven't returned for many years. The sect must be worried. I'll go first. Brother Yang, if you go to the Carefree territory in the future, please be sure to come to Carefree Blessed Land as a guest. This Ning will welcome you with open arms." Ning Dao Ran put one hand on his chest and invited sincerely. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I have heard of the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands. If there is a chance, I will go and see it." Ning Dao Ran nodded, turned around, and left. "I have to go back and report, Yang Kai. I will repay this kindness in the future. Don't die too early." Lin Feng snorted coldly, cupped his fists slightly, and chased after Ning Dao Ran. "I'm leaving too. Little brother Yang, come and play with me when you have time." Chu Huashang said, flicking a token to Yang Kai. "With this token, you can enter and exit the Yin Yang paradise." Yang Kai put away the token and nodded. "Senior Sister Chu, take care." Su Zhen and Gu Pan also left after the 3 of them. They were from the Blessed Enclave, so it was understandable that they were in such a hurry to leave. The opening of the great cosmological realm was a major event, and so many people were involved this time. Everyone who came out alive had a chance encounter, especially the bearers, who had gained a lot. Many of them had condensed the strength of level 6 and level 7. They had to hurry back and report this matter to their masters. Perhaps the Blessed Enclave would absorb many people here to enrich their own heritage. This kind of thing should not be delayed. The sooner they act, the better. Once the news completely broke out, it would be too late to recruit. Before leaving, Su Zhen and Gu Pan also gave Yang Kai a token, telling Yang Kai that as long as he was near their sect, he could use this token to contact them. Yang Kai naturally put it away carefully. He also wanted to ask Gu Pan to inquire more about Zhang Ruoxi, but there were too many people around. It was not very convenient, so he gave up. Anyway, with the token given by Gu Pan, he could go to Langya Paradise when he was free. In the following time, one by one, the bearers left. Everyone said goodbye to Yang Kai before leaving. They had gained a lot of benefits in the Great Void Realm this time, so naturally, they didn't dare to stay any longer to avoid any accidents. Some of these bearers were unknown, while others were elite disciples of various forces. As a result, Yang Kai had obtained a lot of tokens, as many as 20 to 30 of them. Watching them leave, Yang Kai was soon left with no one around him. Suddenly, his heart moved. This time, although he had obtained unimaginable benefits in the Great Void Realm, not to mention the huge amount of cultivation materials, he had even abducted a holy spirit and reached an agreement with it to protect him for 1,000 years. There was also the harvest in the land of immortality, 3 saint medicines, Tai-E divine purification water, and even 16 world fruits and the root of a world tree. But in addition to these visible benefits, there was also an invisible benefit. That was the friendship of the many bearers. These guys had all been greatly cultivated by the holy spirits in the Great Void Realm. If they could grow up, each of them would become famous and stir up a storm. It was almost foreseeable that in hundreds or thousands of years, the 3,000 realms would definitely be their world. In this era where the winds and clouds gathered, Yang Kai was lucky enough to be a part of it. He couldn't help but feel proud. "Brother Yang, do you have anywhere to go?" A figure flashed over. It was Ding Yi. As soon as this guy came out, he gathered his old subordinates. Di Tian was brought up by him, and there were originally many of them, but they had suffered heavy casualties in the land of immortality. After coming out, many of them were slaughtered by the holy spirits. Moreover, this was originally a loose organization. The cultivator in the Great Void Realm had only joined to seek survival. Now that they had left the Great Void Realm, many people were naturally unwilling to stay. Now, there were only a few hundred people gathered around Ding Yi. These people were not from any sect or background. They had huddled together in the Great Void Realm for warmth. Now that they had nowhere to go after leaving the Great Void Realm, they gathered around Ding Yi again. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded, then shook his head. Before being swept into the Great Void Realm by the fog of the Great Void Realm, he could be considered a member of the First In. However, at that time, Bai Qi had been plotted against when she was advancing to split open the heavens, and she was almost dead. In a rage, the lady boss had chased after Qi Jin and the others. Now that more than 10 years had passed, he didn't know how the situation was. Ding Yi grinned. "If you have nowhere to go, why don't you team up with me?" Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Ding, what good places do you have to go?" Ding Yi said heroically, "This time, I'll find a place in the spiritual state, establish a sect, and make a name for myself." "Good ambition," Yang Kai praised. If it was the previous Ding Yi, he definitely wouldn't be qualified, but he had also obtained great benefits in the Great Void Realm. As long as he could advance to split open the heavens, he would be at least a 5th grade or even 6th grade expert. Such a cultivation base was enough to establish a sect. If I can get Brother Yang's help, great things can be expected. If Brother Yang is willing to join us, I'll give up the position of the leader. Ding Yi's eyes lit up as he looked at Yang Kai expectantly. He had seen Yang Kai's ability with his own eyes. He sighed at his own inferiority and tried his best to rope him in. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I appreciate Brother Ding's kindness, but I have other important matters to attend to. I can't spare any time." Ding Yi looked disappointed and sighed. "That's a pity." However, he was cheerful by nature and quickly composed himself. "In that case, let's part ways here. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Take care." Yang Kai cupped his hands. "Little ones, let's go. Follow me to make a name for ourselves and let these 3,000 worlds tremble under our feet." "Ha!" Ding Yi raised his arm and shouted, leading hundreds of people and leaving valiantly and spiritedly. Yang Kai stared in the direction he left and shook his head with a smile. Ding Yi's lofty aspirations made him envious, but this guy was also troublesome. In order to improve his strength, the Baifeng had condensed a 7th grade fire element for him, so his advancement to split open the heavens might not be so smooth. Chapter 41-26. When a cultivator condensed the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements, the higher the quality, the better. Instead, the more suitable it was for the cultivator. Everyone had limits. The limits of the physical body, the limits of the Tao seal, and the limits of the foundation. These limits could not be seen or touched, but they limited the development of a cultivator. If the quality of the condensed power exceeded these limits, it might not be a good thing. Although Ding Yi's aptitude was not bad, it was estimated that it would be difficult for him to bear the impact of the 7th grade power. This could be seen from the backlash he suffered when he used the power of fire to attack. Ding Yi was not the only one. Many other bearers would face the same situation as Ding Yi. If they did not solve this problem, they would definitely face a disaster when they advanced to the heavens. However, this was someone else's business after all, so Yang Kai could not care less. He then released Yu He, Lu Shui, Guizian, and the others from the Rui pouch. When the three of them learned that they had left the great cosmological abyss and returned to the outside world, everyone was overjoyed. At this time, there was no one around. Those who should have left had already left, and only Yang Kai's group remained. After glancing at Yu He, Yang Kai could only sigh at the fickleness of fate. The reason he had interacted with Yu He was that this woman was afraid that the lady boss would find trouble with her, so she had taken him as a hostage. Who knew that she would be swallowed by the great cosmological abyss's fog in the star market? They had spent more than 10 years together in the great cosmological abyss, helping each other through thick and thin, and the previous grudges had long disappeared. However, since they had left the great cosmological abyss, it was time to part ways. Yu He was obviously aware of this, and the joy of leaving the great cosmological abyss was diluted. She lowered her head and played with the corner of her clothes without saying a word. "Master, where should we go now?" Guizian asked with cupped fists. He used to be the great commander of Crimson Star, but now that the star market was no longer there, he had long broken away from Crimson Star and naturally followed Yang Kai's lead. Yang Kai took out the map of the universe, looked at their current location, and then looked for the star market where the first inn was located. He could not help but be secretly speechless. This was really far. If they wanted to return to the first inn, they would have to cross at least 5 territory. It would take at least a few months to fly there without relying on the Jianghu escape technique. Yang Kai turned to Yu He and asked, "Do you want to come with me and admit your wrongs?" Yu He was, and the lady Yu He was. Yu He and Jin, they should have been very good for many years. But for some reason, they became enemies from time to time, and even caused Yu and Qi. Yu sometimes, but Qi was. Had Yu did not cause, and Yu. And what mistake? I didn't do anything wrong. Yu He turned her head to the side and pouted. If you do something wrong, you have to admit it. Yang Kai said with a straight face, "Since we're sisters, why should we become enemies? Let's sit down and talk it out. The lady boss is not an unreasonable person." Yu was silent for a while before whispering, "Young master wants me to apologize, so I'll apologize. At worst, I'll be beaten to death by her." Yang Kai laughed. "That's not necessary. Come with me to see the lady boss. If the lady boss really wants to beat you, I'll help you stop her." Yu He nodded. Yang Kai turned to Lu Shui and asked, "What about you? Do you have anywhere you want to go?" Lu Shui's eyes were filled with confusion as she slowly shook her head. Sword Pavilion was gone, and she was now a poor homeless person. However, she was still a 4th stage heaven splitter. She was not weak, so it should not be a problem for her to make a living. Even if she wanted to join some second-class force, she should be very welcome. "We're going to a star market. If you don't mind, you can come with us," Yang Kai suggested. When they arrived at the star market, she could go wherever she wanted. Yang Kai naturally would not care about her. Lu Shui said, "All right." He did not ask Guizian. Since this guy and the other group had become his subordinates, they naturally had to go with him. Although the first inn could not accommodate so many people, when they arrived at the star market, it should not be a big deal to ask the lady boss to help them find a way to make a living. The main reason was that this group of people was loyal, and all of them had obtained great benefits in the great cosmological realm. If they could grow up, they would be a force to be reckoned with and could become his team in the future in the 3,000 worlds. After the discussion, Yang Kai planned a route to the territory where the first inn was located. He planned to go to the first inn to report his safety to the lady boss and Old White. then settle Guizian and the others down before returning to the star boundary. In the land of the ancients, he had obtained a root of the world tree. The root was very mysterious and had the power to stabilize the world, so he could not wait to return to the star boundary and see if the root of the world tree could repair the star boundary. If it could, then he would have no more worries. If it could not, then he would continue to search for the world tree that Ada mentioned. As long as the crisis of the star boundary was not resolved, he would not be able to feel at ease. As they sped along, Yuhi's mind was in a mess. She was probably very nervous. After all, she had made a big mistake before. Now that she was going to see the lady boss, she was quite nervous. She didn't know if the lady boss would forgive her. Yang Kai did not have the time to comfort her. He had consumed too much energy in the great cosmological realm, so he had been working hard to restore his strength. At a certain moment, Lu Shui suddenly whispered, "Someone has been following us." Yang Kai was startled and turned his head to look. Sure enough, he saw a small black figure in the distance. It was too far away, so Yang Kai could not see what the person looked like. He only knew that the other party was definitely in the heaven-opening realm. He knew that he had been in the limelight in the great cosmological realm and had been in the limelight. He was afraid that he had been targeted by someone. The fog of the great cosmological realm sealed the universe, so the heaven-opening realm could not display too much strength. He was invincible in the Emperor realm, so naturally there would be people who were unhappy with him. Or perhaps it was because of benefits. After all, he had reaped too many benefits in the great cosmological realm. Just the income from Qi Xing alone was enough to make people jealous, not to mention the gains he had made from several adventures. Wealth moved people's hearts. Now that he had left the great cosmological realm, the heaven-opening realm was no longer restrained. He was like a tiger in the forest or a dragon in the sea, so it was not surprising that someone would target him. Although Yang Kai was not afraid, he was too lazy to cause any trouble. He led the three of them to constantly change directions in an attempt to get rid of the person behind them, but that person was like a maggot in one's bones, chasing after them relentlessly, which made Yang Kai furious. After a while, Lu Shui suddenly raised her hand and shouted, "Wait, there's something strange ahead." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes narrowed and looked forward. Yang Kai also scanned with his divine sense, but found nothing. This was not surprising. After all, he was still in the Emperor realm, and his foundation was not as good as Lu Shui's fourth-stage heaven-opening realm. It was natural that the other party could find something that he could not. He turned his head to look at Yuhi. This woman had been absent-minded all the way. Logically speaking, her fifth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivation was much stronger than Lu Shui's, so she should be the first to discover any abnormalities. But in fact, if it were not for Lu Shui's reminder, Yang Kai would not even have known that he was being targeted. Yuhi finally came back to her senses, her beautiful eyes cold. Her divine sense swept out, and her gaze fixed in front of her. She raised her hand and gently pressed forward. This palm did not have the slightest bit of aura, but the world force behind it surged. A layer of ripples appeared in front of them, as if a layer of fog had been lifted, and several dozen figures appeared out of thin air. Sweeping his gaze over these people's faces, Yang Kai sneered, "I was wondering who it was, so it's you." The people blocking their way were not bystanders, but Scarlet Star's people. Led by Great Master Zhao Baichuan, Chen Tianfei, the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin, and Bei Yushan were all here. Apart from mid-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators like them, the rest were all low-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators. There were quite a lot of people, more than 40 of them. Needless to say, the ones tailing them should be Scarlet Star's people. Yang Kai's heart sank slightly, and he hurriedly contacted Zhu Jiaoyin. "Trouble is coming, please help." Although he had Yuhi, a fifth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, and Lu Shui, a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, the other party's lineup was too strong. Scarlet Star's Great Master Zhao Baichuan was also a fifth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, and the remaining few fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators were all fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators. Not only did they far outnumber them, but their strength was also far ahead of them. If they fought, Scarlet Star would definitely defeat them. Now, their only chance of victory was Zhu Jiaoyin. As long as she could make a move, with the power of her saint spirit, these 5th and 4th stage heaven-opening realm cultivators would only be food. He knew that he had been riding on Scarlet Star's head all these years, and now she was here for revenge. He had placed all his hopes on Zhu Jiuying, but who knew that this woman would reply, "Run, I can't fight for a while." Yang Kai was stunned. "What do you mean?" He used Zhu Jiuying as a trump card, but who knew he would get such a reply? Zhu Jiuying said, "Firstly, my origin is damaged and needs to be repaired. If I fight, it will only increase my injuries. Secondly, I was born and raised in the Great Cosmological Abyss, and the laws of the Great Cosmological Abyss are different from the outside world. Even if I make a move, I won't be able to unleash all my power. I need some time to adapt to the laws of the outside world." "A certain time? How long will that be?" Yang Kai asked. 3 to 5 months? Or a year and a half, 10 to 20 years? "I can't say for sure," Zhu Jiuying replied seriously, but her tone was full of schadenfreude. Yang Kai almost scolded her. He knew that Zhu Jiuying's origin was damaged. At the last moment, she forcefully blocked the attacks of 7 to 8 saint spirits by herself, so she definitely wouldn't be unscathed. Furthermore, a damaged origin was an extremely terrifying injury to any saint spirit, and she indeed needed to recuperate carefully. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. However, to adapt to the laws of heaven and earth, Yang Kai didn't know if what she said was true or not. However, this was a serious matter, and Zhu Jiuying wouldn't lie to him, so this was very likely to be true. Chapter 41:27. Yang Kai gnashed his teeth in anger. "If I die, you won't have a good ending either. Don't forget your previous oath." As a Tao protector, he should protect Yang Kai's safety. If anything happened to him, Zhu Jiuying would definitely suffer a backlash. "Zhu Jiuying, that's why I told you to run. Aren't you quite good at running?" The secret communication with Zhu Jiuying only took a moment. On the other side, Yuhi looked at Zhao Baichuan with a cold face and said in a deep voice, "I wonder why Headmaster is blocking the way here?" It was a waste of time to ask this question. The other party had set up an ambush here, so they definitely did not have any good intentions. When she asked, she secretly sent a voice transmission to Yang Kai. "I will hold them back later. Hurry up and leave." She had a 5th stage heaven-opening cultivation base. Even if she was not a match for this group of people, it would not be easy for Qi Xing to kill her. Zhao Baichuan did not answer and just looked at Yang Kai indifferently, his eyes indifferent, as if looking at an ant. Chen Tianfei smiled and stepped out from behind Zhao Baichuan, cupping his fists. "Greetings, Consecrator Yang, Miss Yu He." He lowered his posture very much, as if he was still in the great cosmological realm. Yang Kai responded casually and said indifferently, "Is there something, Headmaster Chen?" Chen Tianfei said, "It's nothing, I just want to ask where you are going. If you don't mind, how about traveling with us?" "Where are you going?" Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly. "Star City has been destroyed, and we are now rootless duckweeds. We don't know where to go." Consecrator Yang is also considered a consecrator of Qi Xing. We are all on the same side. If Consecrator Yang has a good place to go, can you help us a little and let us have a place to stay, so that we don't have to wander around? Yang Kai remained calm on the surface, but he secretly felt strange in his heart. This group of guys blocking here obviously wanted to harm him. However, even if they had such a great advantage, why didn't they make a move? Instead, they were talking nonsense with him? And looking at Chen Tianfei's expression, he was obviously worried about something. What did they have to worry about? With a thought, Yang Kai came to a realization. Indeed, they should be wary. What he was worried about was Zhu Jiuying. They also knew that he was the bearer. After all, Zhu Jiuying had lived in Crimson Star City for several years. Zhao Baichuan had even brought Chen Tianfei and the others to visit that woman. Now that the great cosmological realm was closed, they were not sure if they had brought Zhu Jiuying out. Although Zhu Jiuying was nowhere to be seen, he still had to be prepared. If he really brought Zhu Jiuying out, how would they dare to fall out with him? That was why he was feigning civility. So that's how it was. Understanding the thoughts of Qi Xing's people, Yang Kai calmed down and smiled slightly. Master Chen's words are reasonable. This king is a foreign elder of Qi Xing and has received their incense for many years. Now that Qi Xing is in trouble, this king cannot just stand by and watch. How about this? If you are willing, you can follow me. Chen Tianfei's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and he probed, where does foreign elder want to go? Yang Kai took out the map of the universe and channeled his power into it. A route immediately appeared on the map of the universe, which was the route he had planned before. He reached out and pointed at the end, there is a star city here, I want to go there. Star City? Chen Tianfei was puzzled. Yang Kai chuckled, I forgot to tell you, this king was born in the first inn, and my lady boss is Madame Lan of the first inn. She was trapped in the great cosmological realm before, but now that she is free, I should go back and find her. Madame Lan. Chen Tianfei was shocked, and even Zhao Baichuan, who had been calm all this while, narrowed his eyes. Madame Qin hesitated. Could it be that Madame Lan Yu Ruolan? In this trichiliocosm, there were not many famous women. Many people had heard of the lady boss's reputation, and this Madame Qin was also a woman, so she knew a lot about the deeds of the lady boss. That's right. Yang Kai nodded and looked at Madame Qin. Madame also knows my lady boss? Madame Qin smiled embarrassedly. She is very famous, like thunder in my ears. This was the person she worshipped, and she had thought more than once that if she could reach Madame Lan's level in this lifetime, she would have no regrets. Chen Tianfei was surprised. So the consecrator is from the first inn? Yang Kai blushed with shame. I'm ashamed, I'm just following the lady boss's orders. Chen Tianfei turned his head to look at Zhao Baichuan, vaguely feeling that things were getting a little tricky. They were indeed trying to harm Yang Kai by stopping him here. After all, he had snatched countless treasures from Crimson Star over the years, so how could they be willing to let him go? Moreover, the Divine Origin Magnet stones that Yang Kai had harvested from the Divine Origin Magnet Mountain were also a huge fortune. They had heard that Yang Kai had collected quite a few 6th-grade Divine Origin Magnet stones. The Star City was destroyed, and Crimson Star had also suffered heavy losses this time. If they wanted to make a comeback, they would need a huge amount of resources, which was why they had targeted Yang Kai. But now, they actually learned that this guy was from the first inn. They had never been clear about Yang Kai's origins, and only now did they know that he was related to the first inn. No wonder the Emperor realm had such a strong foundation. With Madame Lan's careful guidance, it was not surprising. After saying so much, do you want to go to the first inn with me? Yang Kai asked. Zhao Baichuan chuckled. This old man has long heard of the first inn's great name. In my early years, I have also made a few transactions with the first inn, and it is indeed a fair trade. However, what can we do if we go to the first inn? As far as I know, it is not so easy to enter the first inn. Yang Kai smiled. Normal people naturally can't enter, but if you bosses are willing to suffer a little, this king can guarantee that you can do odd jobs and such, right? Zhao Baichuan's eyes twitched, and Chen Tianfei laughed dryly. They were all mid-level heaven splitters, so no matter what they did, they wouldn't go to the extent of doing odd jobs, right? If this spread out, how could they face others in the future? Zhao Baichuan immediately said decisively, this Zhao appreciates revered elders' good intentions, but people like us are used to wandering the clouds and wild cranes. I'm afraid we won't be able to stand any restrictions. This first inn is fine. That's a pity. Yang Kai sighed and patted Chen Tianfei's shoulder. With Boss Chen's looks, I originally wanted to let him exercise more to lose weight. Chen Tianfei smiled along, but his face was about to stiffen. Zhao Baichuan said, this trip will take us through several large territories. The journey is long, and there may be dangers ahead. If revered elder doesn't mind, let us escort you. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Yang Kai raised his hand and grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. If there is anyone who doesn't have eyes and dares to come and take advantage of me, I will definitely make sure they do not return. The moment he raised his hand, the pattern on the back of his hand flashed slightly, and at the same time, a divine spirit aura spread out. This was naturally the result of the communication between Yang Kai and Zhu Jioyin. It was not convenient for Zhu Jioyin to make a move, but releasing a strand of divine spirit aura was not a problem. Zhao Baichuan and the rest's faces changed, cold sweat drenched their backs. Without leaving a trace, Zhao Baichuan took a few steps back and cupped his hands. Since that is the case, then I will not delay, revered elder. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. We will meet again, we will meet again. He led Yu He and the rest and walked past them, leaving behind a trail of dust. When they were far away, Chen Tianfei wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. That fellow actually brought Zhu Jiuyin out? The Ouyang brothers' faces were also ashen. Ouyang Lai said, the might of a divine spirit is truly terrifying. When that strand of divine spirit aura spread out, he did not even have the courage to resist. He felt as if he was going to suffocate to death in the next moment. Ouyang Bing looked at Zhao Baichuan with admiration. Great master is wise, you did not fall out with him at the first moment. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. Chen Tianfei smiled apologetically. Great master is naturally wise, but now that that brat brought Zhu Jiuyin out, I am afraid we cannot do anything to him. As they spoke, the group looked at Zhao Baichuan, waiting for him to make a decision. Zhao Baichuan's face was gloomy, his eyes were overflowing with light. It was obvious that he was thinking. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and looked towards the direction Yang Kai left, and said with hatred, damn it, we fell into his trap. Chen Tianfei and the rest looked at him in confusion. This brat was bluffing just now, chase after him. Zhao Baichuan shouted and took the lead to run forward. Chen Tianfei and the rest did not dare to delay and followed behind. Madame Qin asked, Great Master, you said that brat was bluffing just now? Zhao Baichuan snorted. If he was not bluffing, why would he take the initiative to mention the first in and Madame Lan? Why would he expose Zhu Jiuyin's aura? What kind of person is that brat? You have known him for so many years, don't you know? If he really had some tricks up his sleeve, why would he be so polite to us? I'm afraid he would have already taken advantage of us and taught us a lesson. Everyone's heart sank, thinking carefully, it was indeed so. The first time Yang Kai crossed paths with Qi Xing was when he forced his way into Qi Xing and killed Gan Hong and the femme fatale, the two leaders. Then he showed his strength to crush everyone, acting like a tyrant in Star City, madly exploiting Qi Xing's benefits. It could be said that such a person was very difficult to get along with, but when Yang Kai spoke to them just now, he was very polite. In these few years, when did Yang Kai treat them with such a face? The more he acted like that, the more it showed that he was guilty. They all felt that Zhao Baichuan's words made sense, exposing the relationship between the first in and Madame Lan, and revealing Zhu Jiuyin's aura. Could it be that he was using Madame Lan's power to intimidate others? Chen Tianfei was cautious by nature, he hesitated. But Great Master, if he is deliberately showing weakness, what should we do? Zhao Baichuan snorted. Whether he is bluffing or deliberately showing weakness, we will know when we catch up with him. At the same time, thousands of miles away, Yang Kai, Yu He, and the rest were escaping quickly. Yu He was puzzled. Young master, why are you running so fast? Yang Kai said with a serious face, I don't have much contact with Zhao Baichuan, but this person can become the leader of Qi Xing. He is definitely not a simple person. What I said just now can scare him for a while, but it can't scare him forever. Who knows when he will come to his senses and chase after us? It is better to leave quickly. Chapter 41:28. After a cup of tea's time, Yuhi's expression changed as she cried out in alarm, oh no, they've really caught up. Yang Kai turned his head back and saw several dozen streaks of light rushing over. His heart was filled with resentment. Being weak really was frustrating, being bullied everywhere without being able to resist. Turning to Lu Shui, he said, I'm afraid this matter can't be settled peacefully. If you don't want to be implicated, you'd better part ways with me here. Lu Shui glanced at Yang Kai with some surprise, not expecting him to think of this at this time. Her heart warmed slightly as she shook her head. Even if we part ways now, I can't get rid of the responsibility. If I stay, I'll be able to increase my strength. Yang Kai nodded, not bothering to persuade her, directly summoning his wish pouch and covering her and Guizian. The two understood and did not resist, being put into the pouch by Yang Kai. Leaving Yu He behind to look after each other, he quickly fled. Firstly, Yu He had a 5th stage heaven opening cultivation. so her speed was not slow. Secondly, if something unexpected happened, with Yu He by his side, he could block it for a bit. Guizian was a second-stage heaven opening, and Lu Shui was a fourth-stage heaven opening, so bringing them along would undoubtedly slow them down, so it was better to just put them into the wish pouch. Sure enough, there's a trick. This boy is too cunning. Behind them, Chen Tianfei's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in excitement. If Yang Kai really had nothing to fear, he would not have immediately increased his speed after discovering them. The more Yang Kai acted like this, the more it showed that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Chen Tianfei even suspected that he did not bring Zhu Jiuyin out at all. The divine spirit aura he felt before might not have been released by Zhu Jiuyin himself. Although that divine spirit aura was not fake, it could have been released through other means, such as Zhu Jiuyin planting some kind of secret technique on Yang Kai in advance. He's running pretty fast. Ouyang Lai coldly snorted. His brother Ouyang Bing said that Yu He is a fifth-stage heaven opening after all. Only First Master can match her speed. He tried to flatter him without leaving a trace. Madame Qin was puzzled. Why did those two suddenly disappear just now? Chen Tianfei said, that little brat surnamed Yang seems to have an artifact that can accommodate living creatures. Weren't the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragons suddenly released by him? Everyone had witnessed the battle where Yang Kai killed Gan Hong and the Femme Fatale. Although it had been many years, the scene was still vivid in their minds. Thinking about it carefully, they knew that Guizian and Lu Shui, who were slightly weaker, must have been taken away by Yang Kai. Great Master Zhao Baichuan coldly snorted. He raised his hand, and a bright light flashed in his hand. An object suddenly spun and rapidly expanded, turning into 100 zhang tall mountain. All of you come in. The Great Master bellowed and was the first to rush into the mountain. Everyone's eyes lit up. They knew that the Great Master was serious this time. He had even taken out this artifact. Without hesitation, they all rushed into the mountain. There were quite a few spirit peaks in the mountain. Several dozen heaven-opening experts stood on the spirit peaks and poured their strength into the mountain. The head boss stood on the tallest peak, controlling the situation and controlling the technique. The 300-meter-tall mountain immediately rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was ridiculously fast. In front, Yu He sensed the movement and turned her head to look back, her pretty face paling. Zhao Baichuan even took out the 100 tempering peak. How shameless. This 100 tempering peak was not only a secret art artifact, but also a defensive artifact and a flight artifact. It could be said to have many uses in one body. It was quite famous among mid-rank heaven opening cultivators, so it was not surprising that Yu He knew about it. Originally, she had relied on her 5th-rank heaven opening cultivation to flee with Yang Kai, not inferior to Qi Xing and the others in terms of speed. After all, although Qi Xing was also a 5th-rank heaven opening cultivator, Zhao Baichuan was the only one. The remaining masters were all 4th-rank heaven opening cultivators while the others were all low-rank heaven opening cultivators. Their cultivations were uneven and their speed could not be unified. But now, with this 100 tempering peak, everyone could work together. Not only could they move together, but their speed was also much faster. While speaking, Yu He also hurriedly summoned her own flight-type artifact, which was a small boat. Pulling Yang Kai onto the boat, she turned into a stream of light and moved forward. However, the grade of Yu He's flight-type artifact was obviously not as good as Zhao Baichuan's 100 tempering peak. What's more, there were dozens of heaven-opening cultivators on the 100 tempering peak working together. The distance between them was constantly shrinking. The distance of thousands of kilometers quickly turned into thousands of kilometers, then hundreds of kilometers. Zhao Baichuan's voice came from behind, directly pouring into the hearts of Yang Kai and Yu He. Two friends, this Zhao suddenly remembered something and needs to discuss it carefully with Foreign Elder Yang. I hope Foreign Elder Yang can make it convenient. Although he had pursued them to this point, he still did not directly shed all pretense of cordiality. This was because he was careful. In the end, although he was confident that his speculation would not be wrong, he was also afraid of the aura of the divine spirit from before. Everything had to be prepared. It was precisely because of this cautiousness that Zhao Baichuan was able to build a foundation in the vast Trichiliocosm without any foundation or background. Otherwise, he would have died countless times long ago. Yang Kai stood at the stern of the boat, looking at Zhao Baichuan coldly, and snorted, "What else does Chief want to discuss with this foreign elder?" Zhao Baichuan said, "This matter is of great importance, and it concerns the survival of my Crimson Star. I must explain it clearly face to face. Foreign elder, please wait." Yang Kai cursed in his heart. How could he not know that he was thinking about his huge harvest in the Great Void Realm? What about the survival of Crimson Star was all nonsense, but on the surface he remained calm and nodded, so serious. Then this foreign elder will have to listen carefully. While speaking, he turned his head to Yu He and ordered, "Stop the boat." Yu He slowed down as she was told. As soon as he slowed down, Zhao Baichuan was a little surprised. The speed of the 100 tempering peak, which was originally rushing over, also dropped sharply. In less than 10 breaths, it stopped directly in the void. Yang Kai said mockingly, "Doesn't Chief have something to discuss with this foreign elder? Why are you stopping? Are you teasing this foreign elder? Quickly get on the boat and talk." Zhao Baichuan was stunned by his bluff, and almost doubted his own speculation. Was this guy still deliberately mystifying, or was he inviting him into a trap? If his speculation was wrong, if he got on the boat, there would be no good end. For a moment, it was difficult to get off the tiger. Yang Kai urged a few times, but Zhao Baichuan did not move. He could not help but say angrily, "Zhao Baichuan, you are so bold, how dare you tease this foreign elder?" Zhao Baichuan's face twitched, and he did not make a sound. Yang Kai said bitterly, "This foreign elder has other important matters to attend to, so I will not argue with you this time. If there is a next time, I will not spare you." He turned his head and ordered Yu He, "Let's go." Yu He was covered in cold sweat, and hurriedly urged the boat to fly away. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire Kai Yang's courage. Again and again he had bluffed and bluffed, but Zhao Baichuan had actually been fooled by him. She knew that this was also Zhao Baichuan's cleverness. If it was Qin Tianfei and the others, they would not be so easily fooled. Sometimes, it was not a good thing to think too much. I fell into a trap again. Seeing the boat fly away, Zhao Baichuan's face was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "I must pull out that kid's tendons and skin him." Qin Tianfei hurriedly said, "Please calm down, First Master. This brat is indeed cunning, but in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are useless. Once we catch up to him, I will capture him and let First Master deal with him however he wants." The group immediately urged their power, and urged the Bai Lian Peak to chase. The distance between them quickly closed again. Yang Kai stood at the stern of the boat and said angrily, "Zhao Baichuan, if you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Don't think that I really don't dare to kill you." Zhao Baichuan did not speak. What responded to Yang Kai was a stream of light from the Bai Lian Peak. Yang Kai shrank his neck and flashed into the cabin. Yu He maneuvered the boat and nimbly avoided the terrifying attack. "Sigh, I can't scare him anymore." Kai Yang sighed. He knew that he had almost reached his limit. Zhao Baichuan was too cunning. If he didn't show any real skill, then he would only rely on his mouth to make him retreat. It was simply a fantasy. Scaring him twice was already his limit. Now it would be a life or death battle. Yang Kai was extremely resentful. He was chased by the divine spirits in the great cosmological realm, and after leaving the great cosmological realm, he was chased by Qi Xing. His growth was simply a history of blood and tears. The 100 Tempering Peak was an offensive and defensive artifact, and it was also a flying artifact, so it was very useful. Now that it had several dozen heaven-opening realm masters, it was like a tiger that had grown wings. As they chased, streaks of light shot out from the peak, forcing Yu He to dodge. The small boat was like a vast ocean in the middle of a storm, with the risk of capsizing at any moment. Seeing this, the many heaven-opening realm masters of Qi Xing were naturally excited. Now that they had completely shed all pretense of cordiality and attacked Yang Kai, if Yang Kai really had a way to fight back, he would not hide it. However, he could only dodge and flee. In other words, Zhu Jiuyin was not brought out by him at all. The divine spirit aura released before should have been left on him by Zhu Jiuyin. Everyone's hearts were set, and they poured their strength into the mountain with even more effort. Time passed, and the distance between them was constantly shrinking. Another stream of light shot out, and he hurriedly steered the boat to dodge, but at the same time, as if she had foreseen it, the second stream of light blasted towards the place where the boat was dodging. Yang Kai's vision was immediately filled with dazzling light, and a huge crisis shrouded his heart. He shouted, "Not good." Yuhi's face was also filled with despair. The other party's attack was about to arrive, and it was too late to dodge at this time. Judging from the fluctuations in the attack, if they were hit, she and Yang Kai would definitely not have a good ending. Just as she did not know what to do, Yang Kai had already hugged her waist, and then the world spun. When she came back to her senses, she had already appeared hundreds of kilometers away. A dazzling light bloomed somewhere in the void. Yuhi's heart was empty, and her mind was somewhat shaken. At this moment, her connection with the boat was completely cut off. How could she not know that her boat had been shattered? The light that burst out was the scene of the boat being shattered. Chapter 41-29. Yuhi's face instantly turned ashen. It was not that she felt sorry for her secret treasure. Although the secret treasure was not bad, it was not particularly precious. However, the boat was destroyed during the escape, and the future was bleak. Although she knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the law of space and was good at escaping, under the pursuit of Qi Xing, the law of space might not be useful. Back then, she had also chased after Yang Kai in the void and experienced the profoundness of Yang Kai's teleportation. However, in the end, Yang Kai was still captured. She was a fifth-stage splitting heaven, and Zhao Baichuan was also a fifth-stage splitting heaven. She was able to take down Yang Kai back then, so how could Zhao Baichuan fail? Just as he was about to let Yang Kai go first and stay behind to resist for a while, he saw Yang Kai sneer. "If you want to play, this king will play with you. Let's see who can play who." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the law of space and teleported thousands of miles away. It was a pity that there was no place to hide in this vast void. Even though they were a distance away, they were quickly discovered by Qi Xing's people and continued to chase after them. The speed of the Bai Lian peak was ridiculously fast, and they were constantly closing in on each other. Yuhi said, "Young master, why don't we go to the heavenly temple? There is also a heavenly temple in this large territory. I left a heavenly temple there, so I can take you there." The heavenly temple was a fortress built by the joint efforts of many paradises. All battles were prohibited there. As long as they could hide in the heavenly temple, then the two of them would be safe. It was impossible for Zhao Baichuan and the others to chase into the heavenly temple to make things difficult for them. Yang Kai shook his head. "We can hide for a while, but we can't hide forever. Even if we go to the heavenly temple, we can't hide in there forever." Yuhi thought about it and agreed. Although the heavenly temple was safe, they could not hide in it forever. She stopped persuading him. After teleporting, Yang Kai relaxed his mind and let Yuhi use her power to wrap him up. After all, his speed was not as fast as Yuhi's. At this time, it was better to let her take the initiative. Bai Lian Feng quickly chased after them from behind. When they reached a certain distance, Yang Kai took over and teleported away again. On 100 Refining Peak, Zhao Baichuan stomped his feet in anger while Chen Tianfei also cursed loudly. This little brat surnamed Yang was too good at running. Although he had long heard that those who were proficient in space principles were adept at escaping, it was only today that he truly witnessed it for himself. If he did not seal the space around him, he would not be able to stop his movements at all. However, Yang Kai maintained a certain distance from them, not giving them a chance to seal the sky and lock down the earth. After several days of continuous pursuit, Qi Xing and the others could not do anything to Yang Kai. At a certain moment, Yuhi suddenly exclaimed, "Young master," a few of them ran out. Yang Kai turned his head and looked back, only to see several figures descend from the 100 Refinement Peak. Immediately after, the hand seals changed, and the light of a formation shone under the feet of those people. It was the light of the Chengkuan escape technique. He couldn't help but snort coldly. They went to the Universal Hall. The two of them were heading in the direction of the Universal Hall, where this large territory was located. Qi Xing's people probably thought that they wanted to take refuge in the Universal Hall, so they sent a few people ahead of them to stop them. Little did they know that if Yang Kai and Yu He really wanted to go to the Universal Hall, they would have done so long ago. Why would they foolishly fly over? However, this was the effect that Yang Kai wanted. Seeing those people leave, Yang Kai immediately had Yu He change direction. On 100 Refinement Peak, Zhao Baichuan was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he not know that he had fallen for Yang Kai's trick? However, it was too late to regret now. Those heaven-opening realm masters had already gone to the Universal Hall, and the distance was too far. It was impossible to contact them in a short time. Qin Tianfei was confused. Where is this brat going? Zhao Baichuan also did not know, but 2 days later, he knew what Yang Kai was planning. He was actually planning to leave this large territory and enter another large territory. In front of the territory gate, Yang Kai activated the territory shuttle and passed through with Yu He, directly entering another large territory. An hour later, 100 Refinement Peak plunged into the territory gate, but looking around, the surrounding space was empty. There was no trace of Yang Kai. Find him. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find him. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be a next time. Zhao Baichuan shouted angrily. Nearly 30 figures immediately flew out from 100 Refinement Peak. Some immediately scattered in all directions, while others used the Universal Escape technique to head to the Universal Hall. Zhao Baichuan himself controlled 100 Refinement Peak to speed forward and continue searching. However, because of Yang Kai's actions, he had no choice but to split up. Now, there were only a dozen or so heaven-opening realm masters left on 100 Refinement Peak. The 100 Refinement Peak's secret treasure was more powerful and faster the more people it could use it. Now, there were only a dozen or so people left, so it was much slower than before. Very soon, a subordinate sent a clue and found Yang Kai. Looking at his route, he was actually heading towards the territory gate. Zhao Baichuan silently took out the map of the universe and checked his location. He made a prompt decision and put away the 100 Refinement Peak before activating the Qianquan escape technique with the remaining heaven-opening realm cultivators, heading towards the Qianquan Palace in this region. Without stopping to rest, he rushed out of the Heavenly Hall and met up with one of his subordinates. That person immediately reported, "First Master, I've found out that the 2 people from before came to the Heavenly Hall and are now heading in that direction." What else was there to say? Summoning 100 Refinement Peak again, Zhao Baichuan waved his hand, "Chase." 2 days later, as expected, he saw the figures of Yang Kai and Yu He in the distance. In front, Yang Kai also sensed something and turned his head to look. His face couldn't help but darken. "They're like ghosts." Qi Xing and the others were like maggots that couldn't be shaken off at all. Yu He said, "Young master, why don't you take refuge in my Cuiwei Palace?" Cuiwei Palace was her faction. According to the division of the 3,000 realms, with her, a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm master, it could barely be considered a second-class faction. However, the reality was a bit complicated because she was the only heaven-opening realm master in Cuiwei Palace, and it was only a very small spirit state. Apart from her, the rest were all homeless people from the Emperor Realm or cultivator below Emperor Realm. The entire Cuiwei Palace only had a few hundred people, so strictly speaking, Cuiwei Palace wasn't a second-class faction. Because even if there was a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm master, without the power of inheritance, it would disappear sooner or later. Even so, Yu He had been running Cuiwei Palace for many years, so it had a certain amount of defensive power. As long as they could reach Cuiwei Palace, they didn't need to fear Qi Xing and the others. "Where is Cuiwei Palace?" Yang Kai asked. Yu He took out the universal map and poured her power into it, pointing at a location. "Here." Yang Kai checked and slowly shook his head. "It's too far, we still have to pass through 7 large territory, we can't make it in time." If he wanted to pass through 7 large territory, there would be too many unforeseen events on the road. Then what should we do? Yu He had no idea. Yang Kai said, "I have a place to go, but I need to take a risk." He originally wanted to escape back to the first inn, but now it seemed that it wouldn't work. The first inn was also very far away, and he had to pass through several large territory. Rather than that, it was better to take a risk. At the very least, he could only take refuge in the Universal Palace. 3 days later, the two passed through the territory gate and entered the next large territory. In less than 2 hours, Bai Lian Peak chased after them, showing how fast they were. If Yang Kai didn't rely on the space divine technique, he would have been cornered long ago. This time, Zhao Baichuan had learned his lesson. He immediately had his subordinates head to the various territory gates and seal off the main roads to prevent Yang Kai from escaping again. Along the way, the dozens of heaven-opening realm subordinates under him had scattered quite a few, but along the way, some of them had regrouped with him, so there were still more than 30 subordinates he could use. Yang Kai had Yu He, a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, by his side. Other than him, no one else in Crimson Star was a match, but there were quite a few 4th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators. As long as they were distributed properly, it wouldn't be a problem to tie down Yu He. Immediately, Chen Tianfei and Madame Qin led several low-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators away, the Ouyang brothers and Bei Yushan led another group away, and Zhao Baichuan personally chased after Yang Kai. A few days later, the fleeing Yang Kai and Yu He suddenly stopped, standing quietly in the air. Seeing this, Zhao Baichuan frowned. He didn't know what schemes Yang Kai had, but he made up his mind. This time, no matter how eloquent he was, he would ignore him and capture him first. Urging Bai Lian Peak to quickly rush over, Zhao Baichuan sneered, "Run? Why aren't you running?" "I can't run anymore." Yang Kai grinned. Zhao Baichuan snorted, "Since that's the case, then obediently surrender and you'll suffer less physical pain." Yang Kai said, "Boss, aren't you afraid that Madame Lan will investigate you for making a move on me? My lady boss is very protective. If you make her angry, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending." Everyone knew that the lady boss was protective. When Lao Bai's breakthrough to heaven-opening realm was interfered with, she swore to destroy the forces behind Qi Jin in a fit of anger. Otherwise, she would never advance to rank 7 in her life. Such a vow was heartless. If she couldn't do it, she really couldn't advance to rank 7. Hearing Yang Kai mention the lady boss, Zhao Baichuan showed a look of fear. Although he had been trying to reach rank 6, he didn't have enough foundation after all. Naturally, he was not a veteran rank 6 like the lady boss. If he was targeted by her, Qi Xing would be finished. However, he only hesitated for a moment. Yang Kai's huge wealth made him very tempted. He snorted, "As long as I kill you, how will Lan Yuruan know what happened?" Yang Kai nodded, "So the boss wants to kill all of us. Then you want me to obediently surrender? You believe me just because I said it?" Zhao Baichuan sneered. As he spoke, he was already hundreds of miles away. He was about to reach the limit. In the next moment, he could block the place where Yang Kai was standing to prevent him from using the law of space again. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly grinned at him and waved his hand, "I will remember the boss's gift today. I will repay you generously in the future." Zhao Baichuan had a bad feeling. He couldn't care less. He raised his hand to grab Yang Kai and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" A giant hand fell and grabbed at the void, but at the same time, Yang Kai and Yuehe's figures had disappeared. Zhao Baichuan hurriedly looked around, but there was no trace of Yang Kai. In the perception of his divine thoughts, he also lost track of Yang Kai's aura. How is this possible? Zhao Baichuan was stunned. Chapter 4130. Back on the Sun Star, Yang Kai had tried to steal the Golden Crow's corpse, but he had been surrounded and intercepted by many heaven-opening realm experts. In the end, he had relied on the space spirit bead to escape. If not for his ignorance of the universe escape technique, he would have been able to safely escape to the first inn. Unfortunately, the lady boss had used the universe escape technique to return to the first inn to stop him, forcing him to use the golden annihilation plume. In terms of speed, even with the space principles, he was not as fast as the 100 refinement peak and would be caught sooner or later. However, with the space spirit bead's positioning, he could teleport a long distance, so it was easy for him to shake off Qi Xing and the others. "Find him, you must find him for me." Zhao Baichuan's face was gloomy as he roared angrily. However, he was not too worried. Although Yang Kai had temporarily disappeared, he was still in this large territory. The other leaders had already sealed off the entrance to the territory, so it was wishful thinking for Yang Kai to leave this large territory. On the 100 Refinement Peak, one figure after another flew out, searching for Yang Kai. At an unknown location, a space spirit bead floating in the void fluctuated with the space principles, and two figures appeared out of thin air. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he did not put away the space spirit bead, leaving it where it was. He had left this bead behind when he was escaping. He had left more than a dozen such arrangements, almost covering the entire large territory. The space spirit bead was very small, and it was not eye-catching in the large void, so the chances of it being discovered were not high. It was left here as a backup plan. Who knew when it would be useful? Yuhi looked around and did not see Qi Xing and the others, so she knew that the two of them were temporarily safe. She said, "Young master, where are we going now? Are we leaving this large territory?" Yang Kai shook his head. "We can't leave. Chen Tianfei and the others are nowhere to be seen. If I'm not wrong, they must have gone to the territory gate. If we want to leave, we will definitely clash with them. You are strong, but they outnumber you. You may not be able to get rid of them. If you go to the territory gate, you will only be walking into a trap." After pausing for a moment, he asked, "How's your understanding of the thing I gave you?" Yuhi was holding a jade pendant in her hand. She had been using her energy to refine the jade pendant. Her mind was immersed in comprehending the jade pendant. She replied, "I was in a rush. I only managed to refine 10% of it." 1 point. Yang Kai muttered, "That should be enough." "Young master, where does this jade ring belong to?" Yuhi asked, puzzled. Previously, when they were escaping, Yang Kai had suddenly handed this jade ring to her, telling her to comprehend and refine it with all her might. Yuhi didn't know the reason, but she didn't ask and just did as she was told. However, as she comprehended and refined it, she discovered that this jade ring was actually the seal of a large formation. Just like the seal of Herzuewei Palace. She had never heard of Yang Kai being involved with any forces. Although he was a member of the First Inn, the seal of the First Inn's large formation could not be in his hands. That kind of thing could only be controlled by the lady boss. No one else was qualified to have it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Do you know what this large territory is called?" Yuhi didn't know. She immediately took out the map of the universe and checked it. She suddenly said, "This is the territory of Kikikyo?" Outside the map of the universe, there were many large territories in the 3,000 worlds. In this large territory, there were countless forces of different sizes. Generally speaking, if there was a second-class force in this large territory, then this large territory would be named after this force. For example, in the large territory of the Blessed Paradises, the Xiaoyao Blessed Land was the Xiaoyao territory, and the Yin-Yang Wonderland was the Yin-Yang territory. In this large territory, there was a second-class force called Kikikyo, so it was named Kikikyo territory. A large territory without a second-class force was nameless and was only named by a code name, such as DJIU territory, C-17 territory, and so on. Yes, this is the territory of Qiqiao. Yang Kai's voice was filled with a trace of nostalgia. Yuhi's heart moved. She covered her red lips and said in surprise, "Young master, this jade ring, could it be the seal of Qiqiao's large formation?" The reason why she had such a guess was because Yuhi also felt that this large formation seal was not a low-level one. At the very least, it should be a second-class force, but how could Yang Kai have the seal of Qiqiao's large formation? Yang Kai laughed loudly. "This is indeed the seal of Qiqiao's large formation. With it in hand, we can sneak into Qiqiao's territory without anyone knowing. As long as we hide in there for a while, Qi Xing's group will not be able to find us and will naturally leave." Yuhi was stunned. She looked down at the jade ring in her hand in a daze. She was speechless. This really was the seal of Qiqiao's large formation. This didn't make sense. Such a precious item would only be in the hands of the leader of a force. How could it be in Yang Kai's hands? According to what Yuhi knew, the leader of Qiqiao's large group was a fifth-stage heavenly monarch called Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch, his strength was on par with hers, he was not a person to be trifled with. Young master, where did this come from? He was puzzled. It's a long story. Yang Kai identified the direction and called out, I'll explain it to you as we walk. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, He learned that when he first entered the outside world, he was lured by Qiqiao's fire spirit land's venerable Duan Hai and was abducted into Qiqiao's territory to work as a servant. He spent quite a few days in Qiqiao's territory, and when he went out to hunt down a person called Fong Tai, he encountered an old man called Su Huang. This Su Huang had a deep relationship with Qiqiao, and according to Yang Kai's guess, Qiqiao's territory should have been Su Huang's, but for some reason, it was occupied by Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch. With his territory snatched away, Su Huang naturally vowed to take revenge, and the Six Directions wish pouch belonged to Su Huang. Su Huang had planted a flying blackback centipede in Yang Kai's Dao seal to threaten him, and used the Six Directions wish pouch to bring him into Qiqiao's territory. As the owner of Qiqiao's territory, Su Huang naturally had a grasp of Qiqiao's grand array. He quietly infiltrated Qiqiao's territory to tamper with the refinement array's control, but due to a strange combination of factors, Su Huang had no choice but to fight against Qiqiao's heaven-opening experts alone. That battle was earth-shattering, and blood flowed like rivers. Several of Qiqiao's venerable guardians died, and Yang Kai knew that only 2 died. The water spirit land's venerable died right in front of him, and even his spatial ring was taken away by him. If not for that, he wouldn't have had so many heaven-opening pills to stay in the first inn. The fire spirit land's venerable guardian Duan Hai was also killed, and Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch suffered heavy injuries. In that battle, the 7 Openings land's earth protection array revealed many flaws, causing many of the disgruntled odd job workers to flee. That was when Kai Yang took advantage of the situation to escape. At that time, old Fong Bai Qi, Daiyu, and Asun were with him. Later, Si Chen Great General went looking for his family, stayed in the first inn, explored the Sun Star, and snatched the Golden Crow's corpse. Qiqiao's land was the first great force Yang Kai came into contact with after entering the 3,000 worlds. Towards this force, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest goodwill. If it weren't for Su Huang being exposed ahead of time, forcing him to act, Yang Kai's attribute power would have been taken away by Duan Hai. When Yang Kai was fleeing, Su Huang, who was seriously injured, chased after him and gave him the spirit array's seal on his deathbed so that Yang Kai would have a chance to avenge him and take back Qiqiao's land in the future. Yang Kai didn't dare refuse at that time and accepted this jade slip. Later, Su Huang died, and Yang Kai buried him in his sealed world bead. As for revenge, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't take it seriously. He had indeed suffered a lot in Qiqiao's land, but in the end he had turned the situation around. When he grew up in the future, if there was a chance, he could come back and seek justice. Before he grew up, he had never thought about returning to Qiqiao's land, let alone that this jade slip would one day play a role. Yang Kai spoke calmly, but he was infuriated. Those damn bastards. They actually abducted those newcomers who had just entered the 3,000 worlds as slaves. This is simply unforgivable. There is no need for such a force to exist. Young master, you can rest assured that I will definitely seek justice for you. Yang Kai chuckled, let's just do our best and leave the rest to heaven's will. There's no need to force it. The two didn't move too quickly because they had to pay attention to hiding their tracks. Crimson Star's several dozen heaven-opening realms were scattered throughout this large territory, so there was no telling when they would run into them, so it was best to be careful. Fortunately, their journey was quite smooth. A few days later, a large fog suddenly appeared in front of them. This fog was so thick that it blocked their line of sight and even their divine senses couldn't penetrate it. The Qiqiao land had arrived. The two of them had already used their own techniques to conceal their figures and auras as they quietly approached the fog. He was a 5th-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator, so her concealment techniques were naturally extraordinary. Unless one's strength was on par with hers, it would be difficult to detect her. Although Yang Kai's strength was lacking with the shadowless veil, no one below the mid-heaven opening realm could spy on him, so he didn't have to worry about exposing his tracks. As they approached, Yang Kai looked over and saw that the fog was tumbling like gray clouds, but there were many weak spots in the fog that were clearly different from other places. He knew that the last time Su Huang caused havoc in the Qiqiao land, he had already caused irreparable damage to the Qiqiao land. The weak spots in the fog were the weak spots of the Qiqiao land's grand formation. Although it had been more than a dozen years, it wouldn't be easy for the Qiqiao land to repair these places. Not to mention, the Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch should also be recuperating and wouldn't have much energy to deal with these things. Yang Kai calmed down. Although the Jade Ring was the rune seal of the Qiqiao land's grand formation, Yuhi had only refined a small portion of it. He was originally a little worried that they wouldn't be able to smoothly infiltrate the Qiqiao land, but now it seemed that there shouldn't be any problems. Without needing Yang Kai to say anything, Yuhi had already flown towards the weak spots. After silently observing several flaws, Yuhi finally chose one and secretly transmitted her voice to him. "Young master, I'm confident that I can bring you in, but I don't know if we'll be discovered after we go in. If we are discovered, we'll have to leave quickly." "I know, let's do it." Yang Kai nodded. In any case, they were being pursued by the Scarlet Star sect, so the worst-case scenario would be to hide in the Heavenly Temple.